Chapter 1. The Initial Taste of the Capital. As late spring graces the land with its gentle breezes, a weathered mule cart, after enduring several days of jolting and swaying, finally meanders into the majestic Imperial capital that stands proud above the North China Plain, Beijing. The curtain of the cart is delicately lifted by a hand, pale and defined, yet bearing a hint of calluses, revealing a youthful and radiant visage. This is Meng Qi, a young woman who has just bid farewell to her familiar homeland in Shandong. Her eyes, akin to obsidian immersed in clear springs, sparkle with an insatiable curiosity and longing as she greedily surveys the legendary city before her. In stark contrast to the melodious springs and swaying willows of her hometown, the first impression of the capital is one of weightiness. The towering gray city walls, resembling the silent back of a colossal beast, stretch across the skyline, silently narrating the grandeur and majesty of imperial power. The streets are broad enough to accommodate several carriages side by side, flanked by a series of shops, taverns, and tea houses, their eaves elegantly curling, beams intricately carved in, every structure exuding an air of meticulously crafted prosperity. The atmosphere is laced with a complex aroma, no longer the briny scent of the seaside, nor the earthy fragrance of fields and crops, but rather a unique blend of dust, spices, food, cosmetics, and the myriad breaths of countless salsa, quintessential smoky flavor of the capital. Grumble, grumble. The mule cart rumbles over the cobblestone road, producing a rhythmic sound. Meng Qi inhales deeply, as if attempting to absorb the essence of the capital into her very being. She lowers the curtain and lets her fingertips glide over a tightly wrapped oilcloth bundle beside her, which contains her entire possessions, few changes of clothes, a pouch, hand-stitched by her mother, and most importantly, a well-worn, exceptionally sharp chef's knife that has accompanied her for many years, along with a slightly yellowed volume titled A Culinary Chronicle of Qilu, chronicling the culinary efforts of her family across generations. Her destination is the most renowned tavern in the city Yunbian Tower. Her aspiration is to become the head chef there, ultimately standing before the emperor to earn the coveted imperially bestowed golden chef's knife, a symbol of the highest honor in the culinary world. This thought has burned within her heart like a small flame for many years, sustaining her through countless days and nights spent sweating over the stove. The mule cart halts at a bustling intersection, and the driver, with a distinct Beijing accent, calls out, "Miss, just ahead is Donghua Street. The cart cannot go any further. To reach Yunbian Tower, continue east along this street, and in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you will surely spot its grandeur is unmistakable." "Thank you, kind driver," Meng Qi replies, alighting from the cart and paying the fare, her voice clear and imbued with the characteristic straightforwardness of Shandong women. She slings her simple bag over her shoulder, cradling the oilcloth bundle containing her knives and cookbook as if it were a rare treasure. Standing at the street corner, she gazes around, slightly bewildered. The throng of pedestrians flows like a river. Carriages move in a continuous stream. Men don various gowns and tunics, while women sport towering hairstyles and flowing skirts, each face radiating a sense of composure and superiority beneath the emperor's domain. Occasionally, the cries of street vendors pierce the air as they ardently hawk their wares. Candied hawthorn, freshly dipped, the kind that won't stick to your teeth. A cry drew Meng Qi's attention. Following the sound, she saw an elderly man pushing a wooden cart adorned with vibrant red candied hawthorns, his face beaming as he called out to passers-by. The hawthorn fruits glistened enticingly, their sugary coating shimmering under the sun, undeniably alluring. In Shandong, candied hawthorn is a common treat, particularly in winter when families prepare at home. As Meng Qi gazed at the sweets, she felt a sudden urge to indulge, yet also a hint of skepticism. She observed closely the old man's method of coating the fruit appeared somewhat clumsy, and the syrup seemed slightly undercooked. Although it shone brightly, it lacked the clarity that characterized the best candied hawthorn, likely resulting in a sticky texture that would detract from the essence of its crystal crispiness. While she pondered this, she noticed a young lad dressed in fine garments nearby, clamoring for candied hawthorn. His mother purchased a skewer for him, and he eagerly took a bite, only to exclaim in dismay as he scrunched his face, clearly having gotten his teeth stuck. Meng Qi couldn't help but gently shake her head like tea that moment, The elderly vendor appeared to be thriving. A few customers had gathered around him, causing him to fumble with transactions. Beside him, a small charcoal stove kept a pot of syrup warm, its contents still plentiful, but a sudden thought struck Meng Qi. Since she was in the capital, she ought to sample the local delicacies, didn't she? Rather than fantasizing about lofty establishments, perhaps she could explore the tastes of the city's denizens using the familiar flavors she knew so well. Taking a deep breath, she approached the old man. Seizing an opportunity while he was distracted, she discreetly retrieved a handful of plump, pristine hawthorn fruits from a small cloth pouch. She carried her travel snacks. With a quick glance at the syrup pot, she gauged the temperature and consistency. "Sir," she began, her voice soft yet imbued with a persuasive confidence. "Your hawthorn is delightful, but the sugar coating, it seems it could be improved a bit." The old man paused, taken aback by her comment. He scrutinized her, noting her unfamiliar attire, and chuckled. "Young lady, what do you know? My candied hawthorn is among the best around Donghuimen." "Please don't take offense," Meng Qi replied, still smiling and revealing her neat, white teeth. "I have grown up making these treats with my family. You see, while your syrup is indeed bright, it has a slight yellowish hue, which detracts from its clarity, making it prone to sticking. The finest sugar coating should be of amber glass color, as delicate as a cicada's wing, and shatter upon contact. That is the authentic standard." As she spoke, she adeptly picked up a clean bamboo skewer and swiftly threaded her hawthorn fruits onto it. Turning her attention to the syrup pot, she tilted her head slightly, listening intently to the crackling of the burning charcoal, then leaned closer to inhale the rich aroma of caramel wafting from the syrup. "The heat is just a tad off," she murmured to herself. Then, with nimble hands, she grabbed a nearby fan and gently fanned the flames a few times before stirring the syrup with a long-handled spoon, her expression focused as if she were engaged in a sacred ritual. The old man initially harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, but upon witnessing her deft movements, focused gaze, and the confidence emanating from her words, he could not help but cease his calls and observe with curiosity. The surrounding pedestrians, who had intended to purchase candied hawthorn, were also drawn in by this unexpected turn of events, pausing in their tracks. In that fleeting moment, a spark of brilliance flashed in Meng Qi's eyes. Done. She seized the prepared skewer of hawthorn and, with an exquisitely precise angle and speed, executed a swift roll and lift at the edge of the gently bubbling sugar pot. A miracle unfolded. In an instant, those vibrant red hawthorn berries were enveloped in a layer of crystal clear, gossamer-thin sugar coating. This sugary shell refracted a faint amber hue under the sunlight, so transparent that one could almost discern the intricate patterns of the fruit beneath, yet it adhered firmly to the surface without a single drop of excess syrup falling. Perfect. Meng Qi placed the freshly coated candied hawthorn onto a clean, slightly cool slab of bluestone, producing a crisp sound as the sugar shell solidified instantly. This. The old man selling candied hawthorn widened his eyes in astonishment, while the onlookers gasped in surprise. "Sir, would you care to try?" Meng Qi extended the skewer of her creation towards him. With a mix of doubt and anticipation, the old man cautiously took a bite. Crunch! The sound was remarkably crisp as the sugar shell shattered, transforming into countless sweet fragments that burst in his mouth without any stickiness. Following that, the perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor of the hawthorn surged forth, harmoniously blending with the sugary coating, creating a rich and delightful taste. Experience that, oh my, what exquisite craftsmanship! The old man exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. This is truly authentic candied hawthorn. Young lady, your skill is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in praises. This sugar coating is as delicate as glass. It looks so crisp, it must be delicious. Little girl, do you sell these too? I'd like a skewer. A wave of pride and satisfaction surged within Meng Qi. With a smile, she waved her hand dismissively. I merely borrowed the old man's esteemed location to try my hand at it. A humble gesture, really. Please continue to support the old man. His hawthorn is delightful as well. Her words not only showcased her skill, but also honored the old man, subtly helping him attract customers. The old man nodded gratefully, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded her. Amidst this small commotion, a group of horsemen passed leisurely by not far off. Leading them was a young man clad in a flying fish robe, With a spring-embroidered sword at his waist, he appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome, yet exuding an icy demeanor. His elongated phoenix eyes glinted sharply, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those he gazed upon. Even in the midst of this bustling marketplace, he seemed shrouded in an aura that deterred any approach. This was none other than Yuan Qingyan, the youngest commandant of the Jinyiwei and a trusted confidant of the current emperor, who happened to be passing through this area on official business. The subtle stirrings of the street failed to capture his attention. The Jinyiwei, accustomed to the tempests of life, regarded such trivialities of the marketplace as insignificant. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept across the center of the crowd, it lingered for the briefest moment on a young maiden, her eyes crescent-shaped and lips smiling as she conversed with an elderly man. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his eyes momentarily paused on the glistening candied hawthorns she had just crafted, their amber and glass-like sheen captivating him. The hue of the sugar coating was indeed unusually translucent, a skill remarkably rare. Yet, it was merely an instant. Yuan Qingyan's gaze flitted away like a dragonfly skimming the water, returning to the path ahead, his expression unchanged, as though that fleeting moment of attention had never transpired. Hailing from the Jiangnan region, he possessed a penchant for subtle and elegant flavors, showing little interest in the saccharine delights of the street. Moreover, his mind was preoccupied with a perplexing case, leaving no room for distractions. The sound of hoofbeats gradually receded, soon vanishing at the end of the street. Meng Qi remained blissfully unaware. She politely declined several enthusiastic invitations from local neighbors to stay and assist, expressed her gratitude to the old man, and once more secured the bundle in her arms, resuming her quest for Yunbian Tower. That brief interlude had sent ripples across her heart, akin to a stone cast into a lake, instilling within her an inexplicable sense of familiarity and confidence in this unfamiliar city. Beijing, Meng Qi has arrived. Yunbian Tower, the Imperial gold vegetable knife. I am coming. She inhaled deeply, straightened her back, and briskly merged into the throng ahead. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the locust trees lining the street, casting mottled shadows upon her, as if laying down a golden prologue to her journey of discovery in this new land. Little did she know, this bustling and intricate capital held not only culinary challenges and the steps towards her dreams, but also an unforeseen tempest and a person destined to intertwine with her life, lurking just ahead, quietly awaiting her arrival. And perhaps the inception of it all lay hidden within her recently displayed candy-making prowess and that fleeting, icy glance that had inadvertently crossed her path. Chapter 2. The difficulty of seeking true flavor at the Zhu Gate. Indeed, Donghua Gate Street lives up to its illustrious reputation. As one ventures further east, the thoroughfare becomes increasingly orderly and expansive, with the shops on either side growing ever more resplendent. The air is no longer laden with the common clamor of the marketplace and the scent of cooking oils, but rather infused with an exquisite aroma of premium incense, delicate pastries, and a subtle air of opulence that is almost imperceptible. Passers-by are attired in finery, and occasionally a lavishly adorned carriage glides silently by, its wheels gliding over the polished bluestone, leaving only a soft echo in its wake. Meng Qi's heartbeat quickens uncontrollably with each approaching step, akin to a lively rabbit held within her chest. She tightens her grip on the oilcloth bundle in her arms, her fingertips brushing against the cool, hard contour of the bone cleaver she has wielded for many years, a familiar source of composure. At last, a majestic three-story pavilion looms before her. This is Yunbian Tower. Unlike the typical taverns adorned with bright lanterns and bustling crowds, Yunbian Tower exudes a sense of understated luxury and authority. Constructed from precious golden silk Nanma wood, the building features elegantly curved eaves adorned with intricate cloud patterns and auspicious beasts. The glazed tiles shimmer under the sunlight, while the heavy vermilion door stands solemn and serene, flanked by two imposing stone lions, polished to a smooth finish. There are no waitstaff beckoning patrons at the entrance, but rather two guards clad in uniform indigo attire. Standing tall and straight, their calm gazes surveying the passers-by, creating an invisible boundary between the mundane and the noble. A complex an harmonious bouquet of rich meat aromas, fresh vegetables, and an indescribably alluring fragrance wafts subtly from within the tower, stirring a hunger deep within. This scent is layered and distinctive, unmistakably crafted by a master chef rather than an ordinary cook. Standing across the street, amidst the ceaseless flow of pedestrians, Meng Qi gazes up at the edifice that embodies her every aspiration, momentarily lost in reverie. Is this truly the pinnacle of culinary artistry in the capital and throughout the entire Zhou dynasty? How many renowned chefs have strained to gain entry through this door? And how many dignitaries take pride in dining here? She takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within her heart, her gaze regaining its resolve. No matter how high this door may be or how formidable the threshold, she must step inside, for the hopes of her parents, for the glory of her family's culinary legacy, and for the gleaming golden cleaver that shines brightly in her heart. Adjusting her slightly travel-worn attire, Meng Qi clutches her bundle and strides across the street, heading directly for the entrance of Yunbian Tower. However, before she could draw near, a guard extends his hand to block her path. His expression is impassive, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Miss, Yunbian Tower is fully booked today. If you wish to make a reservation, please come early tomorrow." Taken aback, Meng Qi quickly explains, "Good sir, I'm not here to dine. I seek employment. I am a cook and wish to work in the kitchen of Yunbian Tower." Upon hearing this, the guard's brow furrows imperceptibly as he scrutinizes her, his gaze lingering briefly on her somewhat shabby oilcloth bundle. His tone remains cold. "The kitchen of Yunbian Tower does not require additional help. Please return." "Sir, might you make an exception and allow me to meet with the manager or the head chef? My culinary skills are indeed commendable. I hail from Shandong, where the art of Lu cuisine is a cherished family legacy." Meng Qi, eager to showcase her worth, found herself constrained by the strict customs of the building. It was not a place where anyone could simply come and go. Another guard approached her with evident impatience, reminding her that the kitchen was a sacred domain, off limits to the uninvited. "Miss, please leave. Do not impede our esteemed guests," he urged. Meng Qi gazed at the two guards, their expressions as unyielding as that of ancient gatekeepers. And a wave of indignation and frustration surged within her. She had journeyed thousands of miles to the capital, brimming with hope, yet found herself unable to even enter, deprived of any opportunity to demonstrate her abilities. Was this truly the way of the capital? Not even a chance to try? Biting her lip, she hesitated to depart, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the side gate beside the imposing vermilion doors. It appeared to serve as a passage for servants or for the delivery of ingredients. At that moment, a cart laden with fresh vegetables stood idly, while several workers clad in coarse garments busily unloaded their bounty. Meng Qi's keen eyes swept over the produce, indeed. The capital was bountiful, even in early summer, with an array of vibrant southern vegetables, succulent bok choy, plump green peas, and baskets of dew-kissed mushrooms. Suddenly, her attention fixated on a basket of white radishes being unloaded. The radishes, evenly sized and pleasingly plump, initially brought her joy. However, her brow furrowed slightly. She noticed that although some of the radish tops were still green, the skin at the roots bore a faint, almost imperceptible pallor, and a gentle press revealed a softness within. "These radishes must be pithy," she murmured to herself. Pithy radishes, while their exterior may appear unblemished, harbor fibers that have aged, moisture lost, resulting in a coarse texture that would mar any dish, be it a hearty stew or a simple stir-fry. For a premier establishment like Yunbian Tower, which prided itself on exquisite flavors, using such ingredients was nothing short of sacrilege. As she pondered, a middle-aged man in a respectable blue robe, who appeared to be in charge, emerged from the side gate to oversee the workers. Noticing Meng Qi peering curiously from a distance and observing the guards seemingly attempting to shoo her away, he approached with a frown. "What is happening here? Who dares create a disturbance?" His voice carried an air of authority. The guard quickly bowed and replied, "Manager Liu, this young lady claims to be seeking work and wishes to enter the kitchen." Manager Liu cast a scrutinizing glance at Meng Qi, his eyes betraying a hint of condescension. "Seeking work? Do you believe you can simply waltz into the kitchen of Yunbian Tower? Do you possess connections? An introduction? Meeting his gaze steadily, Meng Qi replied with poise. In response to your inquiry, I possess neither connections nor an introduction. However, I do possess skill. I have grown up by the stove, knowledgeable about ingredients and adept with fire, confident that my abilities are on par with anyone's. Manager Lu scoffed derisively, clearly unconvinced. In the capital, many boast of their culinary prowess, yet how many truly possess humility? Young lady, given your tender age and origins from afar, I advise you to seek your fortune elsewhere. Yunbian Tower is not a place for someone of your stature. Those words were not overtly harsh. The condescending demeanor and presumptuous refusal felt like a bucket of cold water, igniting a fire within Meng Qi's heart. Why should one be barred from entry without connections? Why should those from distant lands be looked down upon? Does genuine skill not outweigh the intangible webs of relationships? A surge of inherent obstinacy characteristic of Shandong people welled up within her. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward and pointed at the basket of freshly delivered white radishes, addressing the steward with clarity. Esteemed steward, I understand that Yunbian Tower upholds stringent regulations and high standards for its ingredients. However, forgive my candor. Upon examining this basket of radishes, though they appear fresh, at least 30% are already hollowed. Should such radishes find their way into the kitchen, they might tarnish the esteemed reputation of Yunbian Tower for its meticulous culinary offerings. Her voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Steward Lu's expression shifted slightly, and he followed her gaze with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the significance of quality ingredients. Yunbian Tower's procurement had always adhered to rigorous standards, and the personnel responsible for inspection were seasoned veterans. How could this be? He approached, skepticism in his stride, and casually picked up one of the radishes Meng Qi had indicated, weighing it in his hand before pinching its base with his fingernail. At first, it seemed unremarkable, yet his seasoned instincts, upon closer examination, detected a slight weightlessness, unlike that of a solid radish. Fetch a knife, Steward Lu commanded in a low voice. A nearby assistant promptly presented a kitchen knife. Lu took the knife, aimed it at the radish, and with a clean slice, severed it. The cut surface exposed to the air drew the attention of several onlookers, including guards at the doorway. They leaned closer, witnessing the internal texture of the radish, revealing a characteristic hollow pattern and a somewhat darkened hue, indicative of hollowness. A collective gasp echoed around them. Lu's expression darkened immediately. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous girl from afar could discern the issue so swiftly and accurately. This not only embarrassed the procurement and inspection staff, but also diminished his own authority. Lifting his gaze, he regarded Meng Qi anew, his expression now layered with complexity, no longer dismissive, but imbued with a newfound gravity and curiosity. How did you perceive this? Meeting his gaze, Meng Qi responded with poise, by observing the stems, discerning the roots, and assessing the weight. A quality radish boasts vibrant, upright stems and firm, substantial roots, its skin smooth and flawless. These, however, had stems that, while green, appeared somewhat wilted. Their skin bore a slight astringency, and they felt lighter in hand. More importantly, she paused, adding, I could also smell it. Fresh radishes possess a sweet scent, yet these exude a faint hint of age. Not only had she seen and weighed, but she had also smelled. Lu was internally astonished. This girl possessed not only sharp insight and meticulous observation, but an acute sense of smell as well. Such aptitude could not be acquired overnight. It demanded years of experience in dealing with ingredients. He remained silent for a moment, his initial intention to dismiss her wavering. The reason why Yunbian Building has become the foremost establishment in the capital lies in its relentless pursuit of perfection in every detail, particularly in the selection of ingredients, which is of utmost importance. Had it not been for this young lady pointing it out today, the presence of these inferior radishes might have gone unnoticed, and the consequences would have been dire if a discerning guest were to taste them. From this perspective, she has indeed rendered a significant service to the establishment. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Lu, the steward, inquired, his tone considerably softened, though still tinged with caution. I am Meng Qi, from Jinan in Shandong. She replied eagerly, sensing a turn in the situation. The steward nodded thoughtfully, as if contemplating something. Do you possess skills in Shandong cuisine? Indeed, it is a family tradition, particularly in crafting broths, braising, and stir-frying, Meng Qi declared proudly, her chest held high with confidence. After a moment of reflection, Lu continued, Today, you have demonstrated keen insight and assisted the establishment. However, the kitchen at Yunbian Building operates under strict regulations. Entry is not so easily granted. Currently, it is not the season for recruiting apprentices, and the head chefs are preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving no one available to guide newcomers. Meng Qi's heart sank once more. Yet Lu's tone shifted. Given your perceptiveness, I can offer you an opportunity. 3 days hence, there will be a unified assessment in the kitchen. Some assistants and apprentices seeking advancement or a change in position must undergo this evaluation. You may participate. Whether you remain here and what position you may hold will depend entirely on your own abilities. Really? Meng Qi's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Though it was merely an opportunity to be evaluated, it felt like a lifeline to her. I, Lu, am known for my word, he affirmed, nodding. However, I must caution you. The assessment at Yunbian Building is not as simple as performing on the street. From knife skills, cooking techniques, seasoning to plating, and even the knowledge and application of ingredients, the standards are exceedingly stringent. If you lack genuine talent, it would be wise to abandon this ambition. Thank you, Steward Lu. Meng Qi bowed deeply, her voice brimming with gratitude and excitement. I assure you, I will give my utmost effort and not disappoint you. Very well, Lu replied non-committally, waving his hand. Return here in 3 days at the hour of the snake, 9 to 11 o'clock a.m., and inform the guards of your name at the entrance. You may leave now. Yes. Thank you, steward. Meng Qi expressed her gratitude once more before turning to leave with a sense of fulfillment. Although she had not yet gained immediate access to the kitchen, she had successfully pried open a narrow gap in the closed door. The forthcoming assessment would serve as her first battlefield to prove herself. With light steps, she departed from Donghua Gate Street, the earlier feelings of defeat entirely swept away, replaced by a surge of determination and anticipation. She needed to find a place to stay and diligently prepare for the assessment in 3 days. She not only aimed to pass, but also to showcase her exceptional skills, ensuring that the people of Yunbian Building recognized her, Meng Qi, as someone of remarkable capability. The sun shone brightly, casting its warm glow upon her youthful face, reflecting her vibrant spirit and boundless hopes for the future. Little did she know, as she turned to leave, that Lu, watching her retreating figure from the corner gate of Yunbian Building, contemplated deeply, whispering a few instructions to his companion beside him. The complexities of the capital's atmosphere far exceeded her expectations, and her journey of exploration and discovery was only just beginning. Chapter 3. A warm encounter in the marketplace, stepping away from the breathtaking opulence and intangible pressure of Yunbian Tower, Meng Qi exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had just awoken from a grand dream, although she had merely secured a qualification for an assessment 3 days hence. It was enough to fill her with elation, washing away the disappointment and indignation of being turned away. The sun's gentle warmth enveloped her, dispelling the morning's chill and igniting a flame within her heart. Her foremost concern now was to find a safe haven where she could settle her thoughts and contemplate the crucial assessment that held the key to her dreams. Residing in the capital was no easy feat, a truth that Meng Qi had heard from the wandering folk of her hometown before her arrival. Naturally, she could not afford lodgings in a place like Yunbian Tower, and even a prolonged stay at a common inn would incur considerable expenses. She calculated her modest savings, which her parents had painstakingly set aside for her venture into the capital, ensuring that every coin would be spent with utmost prudence. As she retraced her steps along Donghua Gate Street, the vibrant allure of the area gradually faded, giving way to more unpretentious shops lining the streets, where pedestrians moved with a sense of hurried purpose. She kept her eyes peeled for signs that might lead her to reasonably priced short-term rentals or clean, affordable inns. Turning a corner, a waft of fresh tea mingled with the sweet aroma of delectable pastries beckoned her. stirring her appetite after a long morning's journey and the emotional turmoil at the entrance of Yunbian Tower. Following the enticing scent, she spotted a modest yet charming tea house. Its sign reading "Half a Day's Leisure" in elegant script. Outside, a few simple bamboo tables and chairs were arranged, with a handful of patrons leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation. The interior was softly lit, revealing a number of patrons who were quietly enjoying their respite, creating an atmosphere of serene comfort. Meng Qi hesitated for a moment, feeling her purse, contemplating whether to enter for a refreshing cup of coarse tea and to inquire with the proprietor about nearby lodgings that might suit her needs without straining her finances. With a determined step, she entered the tea house. The interior was quaint, with simple decor that reflected thoughtful care. Elegant landscape paintings adorned the walls, and a few budding jasmine branches in the corner emitted a subtle fragrance. Behind the counter, a kindly elderly gentleman in his 50s was methodically working with an abacus. "Young lady, what would you like to drink?" A melodious voice chimed. Meng Qi looked up to see a girl of about 15 or 16, her hair styled in two buns, dressed in a neat light green dress, smiling warmly at her. This girl possessed delicate features, with eyes as clear and gentle as a fawn, embodying the tender atmosphere that had initially drawn Meng Qi in. "Sister, I would like the cheapest tea to quench my thirst," Meng Qi replied, feeling slightly bashful. "Additionally, I am wondering if you could inform me of any clean, reasonably priced inns or short-term rentals in the vicinity." The young girl, upon hearing this, scrutinized Meng Qi for a moment. Despite her travel-worn appearance, there was an unmistakable brightness and resilience in her brows, suggesting she was not of ill character. With warmth, she smiled and said, "You must be from out of town, seeking accommodation? Our 3 bowls tea is the most refreshing, and it's merely 3 copper coins a bowl. As for lodging," she tilted her head in thought, then pointed in a diagonal direction. "If you walk 2 alleys ahead, there's a Fushun Inn. The proprietress is quite amiable, and the rooms are clean, though they might be a tad expensive for you. If you venture west for a quarter of an hour, you'll find Lu Su Lane, where some families rent out spare rooms to students preparing for exams or individuals like yourself seeking work in the capital. The prices there are considerably lower, but the environment is a matter of luck." "Lu Su Lane?" Meng Qi noted the name, smiling gratefully. "Thank you for your guidance." "Elder sister, I shall have a bowl of 3 bowls tea." "Certainly. Please take a seat. The tea will be here shortly," the girl exclaimed, turning to the counter. With nimble hands, she ladled a bowl of rich brown tea from a large urn and added 2 pickled green plums from a nearby dish, presenting them together. "These plums are homemade from our tea house, a little treat for you to savor. They aid digestion and refresh the palate." "Thank you, elder sister." Meng Qi looked at the simple yet steaming bowl of tea and the glistening plums, a wave of warmth washing over her. Although the capital was steeped in rules and challenges, it also harbored moments of unexpected kindness. She lifted the tea bowl, gently blowing away the steam before taking a sip. The tea was robust, with a hint of bitterness, yet the aftertaste revealed a subtle sweetness that indeed quenched her thirst. Tasting the green plum, its tartness mingled with sweetness and crispness, instantly invigorating her senses. "Elder sister, what is your name? Is this tea house yours?" Meng Qi inquired as she enjoyed her tea, initiating a conversation with the young girl. "My name is Xiao He," the girl replied bashfully. "The tea house belongs to my father. I help him out here." "What a lovely name, Xiao He. It evokes the fresh beauty of lotus flowers in a summer pond," Meng Qi sincerely complimented. Xiao He blushed at the praise, her cheeks tinged with pink. "You flatter me, miss. And what of you? Why have you come to the capital?" "I am Meng Qi, from Shandong. Seeking work as a cook," she replied vaguely, omitting details about Yunbian building. "A cook?" Xiao He's eyes sparkled with interest. "That is quite impressive. There are many grand restaurants in the capital, and skilled cooks are in high demand. I've heard that the dishes at Yunbian building are exceptionally delicious, but quite costly. Families like ours can hardly afford it." The mention of Yunbian building stirred something within Meng Qi. Observing the simple and kind-hearted Xiao He, she realized that perhaps this girl could provide her with deeper insights into the everyday lives of the common folk in the capital. Such knowledge could prove invaluable for her understanding of the city and her future endeavors at Yunbian building. Thus, seated across a small square table. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, with Meng Qi posing questions and Xiao He responding, gradually growing more acquainted. Through their conversation, Meng Qi gleaned much about the customs, prices, and daily lives of ordinary citizens in the capital. Little He was also filled with curiosity about the sights of Shandong and the experiences that Meng Qi had encountered along her journey. By the way, Sister Meng Qi, Little He suddenly lowered her voice, her expression taking on a hint of mystery. If you decide to rent a house, you must be cautious. The capital is bustling with people, and some landlords who appear amiable may not be entirely trustworthy. Moreover, try to return home early at night, especially in the southern part of the city. I've heard it's been rather unsafe lately. Unsafe? Meng Qi's heart stirred. What do you mean? It said that some ruffians have been causing trouble, and the Jinyiwei often patrol that area. They can be quite intimidating during their captures. As Little He spoke, a flicker of worry crossed her face, but she quickly masked it, diverting the conversation. Oh, let us not dwell on such matters. In any case, it's always wise to be vigilant when you're alone in the city. The mention of Jinyiwei conjured Meng Qi's mind the image of the young town protector she had encountered at the entrance of Yunbian Tower, whose demeanor was as frosty as ice. She shook her head, casting aside the unpleasant memory. After finishing her tea and confirming the exact location of Liuxiu Lane, Meng Qi rose to bid farewell to Little He. Thank you so much, Little He. Once I settle in, I shall definitely return for more of your delightful tea. You're too kind, sister. Please take care on your way. Little He escorted her to the door, waving goodbye with a warm and innocent smile. Having said her goodbyes to Little He, Meng Qi followed the directions toward Liuxiu Lane. With Little He's warnings echoing in her mind, she felt a heightened sense of alertness. Liuxiu Lane turned out to be a narrow and secluded alley, just as Little He described, lined with ordinary residences made of gray bricks and tiles, some of which had peeling walls. The alley was quiet, occasionally interrupted by the barks of dogs or the laughter of children. Upon seeing several rental notices posted at the entrance, she began her inquiries from house to house. After inspecting several places, none met her expectations. Either the rooms were dark and damp, or the landlords appeared excessively shrewd and miserly. Just as she began to feel disheartened, she reached the middle of the alley and noticed a small wooden sign indicating a house for rent. The courtyard gate was ajar, and she could hear the sound of someone washing clothes inside. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Qi gently knocked on the gate. The sound ceased, and an elderly voice inquired, "Who is it?" "Good day, ma'am. I saw the sign at the entrance and wanted to ask if this house is available for rent," Meng Qi respectfully replied. The gate creaked open, revealing a kindly old woman with graying hair. She assessed Meng Qi thoughtfully and, observing her plain clothing yet delicate features and clear eyes, nodded. "Indeed, there is a small, south-facing room available in the back courtyard. And you are?" "I am Meng Qi, here from Shandong seeking work, and I wish to find a place to settle down." Meng Qi quickly introduced herself. Upon hearing that Meng Qi was in search of employment, the old woman welcomed her into the courtyard. It was modest yet tidy, with a few sunflowers blooming vibrantly in the corner. The old woman led her through a small passageway to the rear courtyard. There, she found a private room, not large in size, but with southern-facing windows that allowed ample light. The room contained only a simple wooden bed, an old table, and a chair, yet it was impeccably clean. "This is it," the old woman said, pointing to the room. Though modest, it is quite tidy. The monthly rent is 300 won, with water and firewood charged separately. If the young lady is sincerely interested in renting, I can offer you a discount. Dream Qi calculated in her mind. The price was lower than she had anticipated. And given the amiable demeanor of this Wang grandmother and the serene courtyard, it seemed a commendable choice. "Annie, I really like this room," Dream Qi declared, resolved to proceed. 300 won is acceptable, and I will be frugal with water and firewood. May I pay you 1 month's rent in advance? Certainly. You are a straightforward person, Wang grandmother replied, pleased with her decisiveness. My surname is Wang. You may call me Annie Wang. I live here alone, and with you moving in, we shall have each other for company. Thus, on the first afternoon of her arrival in the capital, Dream Qi found a temporary refuge. She settled her meager belongings and ventured to a nearby grocery to purchase essential items. A coarse bowl, chopsticks, a small bag of brown rice, and a pinch of salt. When night fell and the city's clamor gradually transformed into a different kind of splendor, Dream Qi sat in her humble yet personal abode, gazing at the unfamiliar starry sky outside, accompanied by the faint sounds of the night watchman's clapper. She lit a dim oil lamp and carefully extracted a weathered oil cloth bundle from her bosom, gently unfolding it. Inside lay her cherished cooking knife, which had accompanied her for many years, and a dog-eared copy of Qilu culinary treasures. She extended her finger, lightly brushing over the slightly blurred ink characters on the cover, her eyes filled with reverence and determination. Yunbian Tower, 3 days hence. She closed her eyes and began to rapidly envision the dishes she would present on the day of the assessment. It was not merely about demonstrating skill, but also about infusing her understanding of ingredients, her pursuit of flavors, and a unique spirit derived from the land of Qilu. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly cascading over this ancient and enigmatic city. Within this unassuming little room, the culinary journey of a young chef in the capital was quietly embarking, accompanied by flickering lights and dreams. Chapter 4. Testing skills at Yunbian Tower. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For Dream Qi, immersed in the intricacies of recipes and the dance of the stove, these days felt but a fleeting moment. Annie Wang's small south-facing room became her temporary practice space. By day, she ventured through the bustling markets of the capital, armed with only a few coins, meticulously discerning various ingredients that were both familiar and foreign, committing their forms, aromas, and subtle differences from different regions to memory. By night, with the oil lamp flickering like a tiny flame, she unfolded the Qilu culinary treasures, repeatedly reading and contemplating, rehearsing the well-known dishes in her mind, pondering how to preserve the essence of Shandong cuisine while catering to the discerning tastes of the capital's finest establishments. She even attempted to bring some of her ideas to life using the simplest of cookware and firewood. Unable to afford expensive meats, she resorted to practicing her culinary skills with inexpensive tofu, radishes, or the small fish and shrimp she caught from the river. Though the conditions were modest, each toss of the spatula, each seasoning adjustment, and each precise control of the heat imbued her with growing confidence. The kitchen knife she had cherished for many years was carefully sharpened on a whetstone she had found in the yard, its blade glinting with a cool, sharp brilliance in the morning light, mirroring the determination in her eyes. On the day of the assessment, before dawn had fully broken, Meng Qi rose from her slumber. She meticulously groomed herself and donned a set of faded but clean and tidy blue cloth garments. Her long hair was neatly coiled into a simple bun at the back of her head, ensuring not a single strand was out of place. Finally, she carefully wrapped her treasured kitchen knife in clean cloth strips, along with her recipe book, and gently placed them back into the oilcloth bundle. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. The Willow Fluff Lane was particularly serene in the early morning, the air imbued with the dampness of dew and the freshness of earth. Aunt Wang had already risen, tending to her sunflowers in the yard. Seeing Meng Qi emerge, she smiled and handed her a warm multi-grain steam bun, saying, "Child, have some breakfast to fill your stomach. You're heading to that grand restaurant for your assessment today, right? Relax and do your best. I see you are quite capable." "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Meng Qi replied, feeling warmth in her heart. The old woman had treated her like a granddaughter in recent days, and this simple kindness was the first genuine warmth she had felt in this unfamiliar city. After finishing the bun in a few bites and expressing her gratitude once more, she briskly made her way toward Donghuimen Street. As the hour approached, the corner gate of Yunbian Tower was no longer as desolate as it had been 3 days prior. A gathering of approximately 20 to 30 young individuals, both male and female, clad in simple attire, radiated an air of nervous anticipation. Clearly, they had all come to participate in the day's assessment. A silent tension of competition lingered in the air as each person subtly assessed their rivals. Meng Qi stood quietly in a corner of the crowd, clutching her bundle. Blending into the background, she could feel the curious, scrutinizing, and occasionally hostile gazes directed at her, yet she merely lowered her eyelids, regulating her breath, concentrating all her attention on the impending challenge. Before long, the gate creaked open. Manager Liu, maintaining his stern demeanor, cast a sharp glance over the crowd and declared, "The time has come. Follow me inside. Remember, Yunbian Tower is a place of significance. No noise is permitted, and all must adhere to the arrangements. Any violators will be expelled immediately and never employed again." The crowd fell silent, holding their breath as they followed Manager Liu in a single file. They traversed several corridors, winding past artificial hills and flowing water, until they arrived at a spacious area that starkly contrasted the opulence of the front of Yunbian Tower, the kitchen. Upon entering, a wave of heat, infused with high temperatures, steam, the aroma of food, and the clatter of metal, enveloped them. The kitchen was vast, divided into various sections: the washing station, cutting boards, pastry room, steaming area, and frying station. Dozens of chefs and assistants, clad in uniform white chef coats, busily orchestrated a symphony of culinary activity: the rhythmic chopping of knives on cutting boards, the sizzling of hot oil in pans, and the clanging of pots and ladles merging into a tense yet harmonious kitchen symphony. The air was suffused with a rich fragrance, yet it remained untainted, clearly indicating excellent ventilation and stringent management. The candidates stood in awe before the professional and imposing scene, their faces involuntarily reflecting a sense of reverence. Steward Liu led them to a relatively spacious area, where rows of tidy workstations and stoves had been meticulously arranged in advance. On the tables, a selection of essential ingredients and utensils was uniformly placed. Today's assessment consisted of 3 stages. Liu's voice resonated clearly amidst the bustling kitchen, announcing the first stage, knife skills; the second stage, ingredient recognition; the third stage, practical application. Each stage would see some eliminated, and only those who persevered until the end would have the opportunity to join the ranks of Yunbian Tower. "Now, at my command, please take your positions behind your workstations." Meng Qi inhaled deeply and moved to stand behind a workstation at the edge. She carefully unwrapped her bundle and took out her set of kitchen knives, arranging them neatly at one corner of the table. Although her knives bore the marks of age and lacked the luster of the pristine utensils brought by others, their blades were well maintained, gleaming with a cold light that exuded a sense of steadfastness born from years of use. At that moment, a subtle stir arose at the kitchen entrance. The previously busy chefs seemed to instinctively slow their movements, their gazes converging in that direction. A group of individuals entered with measured grace. At the forefront was a young man clad in a moon-white silk robe, appearing no older than 23 or 24. His handsome and gentle visage resembled a fine piece of warm jade. He bore an air of scholarly refinement, his eyes clear and focused as they swept across the kitchen. It was as though he could perceive every detail. His gait was composed, exuding a noble demeanor befitting a scion of a prestigious family, yet devoid of the ostentation typical of a frivolous air. Instead, it radiated a deep respect and passion for the culinary world. Beside him walked a young woman in a lotus-pink dress, her beauty striking and her demeanor poised. She appeared to be slightly younger than the man, her lively eyes adorned with a modest smile as she quietly reported something to him. Occasionally, her gaze would drift over the group of candidates, carrying an air of discreet scrutiny. "It's the young master. Young Master Lin has arrived. Miss Su is here too." Soft whispers rippled through the crowd, quickly subdued by Steward Liu's stern glare. Meng Qi understood. This must be the young master of Yunbian Tower, Lin Shaoqing. It was rumored that not only was he the future heir to Yunbian Tower, but he was also an exceptionally gifted young chef with nearly exacting standards for culinary arts. The woman by his side was likely the capable Su Wanner, known for her outstanding management skills. Lin Shaoqing approached the assessment area, his calm gaze sweeping over the anxious candidates before settling on the row of workstations. His voice was gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. The culinary arts of Yunbian Tower emphasized the 4 principles of precision, detail, flavor, and presentation. Today's assessment does not require you to achieve greatness in a single leap, but rather to showcase your foundational skills and reverence for the ingredients. "Let's begin, Steward Liu." "Yes, young master," Steward Liu replied with a bow, then raised his voice. "First stage, knife skills. Before each of you lies a piece of white radish and a bowl of clear water tofu. The task is to, within the span of a single incense stick, slice the radish into uniformly fine shreds, the finer the better, ensuring consistent thickness and length. The tofu must be cut into thread-like strands that could disperse in the water without breaking. Now let us begin. At the sound of the command, the chopping board resonated with a flurry of rhythmic thuds. Everyone immersed themselves in their radish and tofu. This is the most fundamental test of knife skills. Yet it reveals a chef's craftsmanship and temperament. Meng Qi steadied her mind and grasped her most comfortable slicing knife. Unlike some nearby who were eager to rush, she took a moment to carefully observe the radish's texture, assessing its firmness and moisture. Taking a deep breath, she stabilized her wrist and executed precise cuts. Her movements were not extravagant. In fact, they were quite unadorned, yet each slice was remarkably steady and uniform. The blade glided along the radish, producing a melodious rustling sound as delicate radish slices, as thin as gossamer, were neatly cut and stacked together. Then she switched to a slightly narrower knife, her wrist dancing lightly as the thin slices transformed under her deft hand into distinct, slender shreds, nearly identical in thickness, cascading onto the board like strands of silver. Meanwhile, Su Wanner strolled alongside Lin Shaoqing, observing everyone's performance. Her gaze lingered for a moment at Meng Qi's station, where the finely cut, uniform radish shreds sparked a flicker of subtle surprise in her eyes. This girl's knife skills were indeed impressive. Lin Shaoqing paused beside Meng Qi, his eyes fixed on the radish shreds before shifting to her focused and tranquil profile. He remained silent, offering a slight nod before continuing on his way. Upon completing the radish shreds, the next challenge was the more intricate task of crafting tofu strands. This dish demands exceptional knife skills. A moment's negligence could render the tofu into a crumbled mess. Meng Qi picked up the tender block of tofu, soft to the touch, almost as if it could break with a gentle breath. She held her breath, her gaze sharpening to its utmost focus. This time, her movements became even more delicate, her wrist controlling the pressure with impeccable finesse. The knife in her hand seemed to come alive, gliding along the tofu's surface, slicing horizontally and vertically at an incredible angle and speed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, the rising and falling of the blade nearly imperceptible, as the once intact tofu swiftly disintegrated beneath her skilled hand. When she gently pushed the cut tofu into the adjacent bowl of clear water, a miracle unfolded. The tofu slowly dispersed in the water, transforming into thousands of fine, soft, and pure white strands, each distinct, resembling a blooming white chrysanthemum or ethereal wisps floating in the water, without a single strand breaking. A nearby candidate could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even Lin Shaoqing, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now exhibited a glimmer of evident admiration in his eyes. He halted, scrutinizing the tofu strands in the bowl, then raised his gaze to Meng Qi. This girl from Shandong exhibited foundational skills that far surpassed his expectations. Su Wanner also witnessed this moment. Her smile remained poised, yet her grip on the recording pen tightened unconsciously. She noticed that Lin Shaoqing's gaze lingered on Meng Qi longer than it did on anyone else. The time of the burning incense stick swiftly passed. Steward Liu approached, inspecting the results one by one. Those whose knife skills were lacking were promptly dismissed. Meng Qi, with her exceptional performance, effortlessly passed the first round. Approximately one-third of the participants were eliminated at this stage. In the second round, it was a test of ingredient recognition. Steward Liu signaled for the assistants to present trays covered with black cloths, each containing 5 types of ingredients. Using their sense of smell and touch, they were to identify the names, origins, if discernible, and the optimal cooking methods within 15 minutes. Begin. The cloth covering the tray before Meng Qi was lifted, revealing 5 items: a small handful of dried mushrooms, a piece of root with a distinct aroma, several dark red beans, a small bunch of peculiar herbs, and a piece of cured meat that exuded a salty, fishy scent. For Meng Qi, who had been dealing with various ingredients since childhood, this was not a challenge. She picked up the mushrooms, brought them closer to her nose, and pinched them between her fingers, instantly identifying them as the delectable hazel mushrooms from beyond the frontier. best suited for stewing with chicken. The root had a flavor reminiscent of ginger, but was more pungent and assertive. This was the superior Liwu ginger from Shandong, ideal for stir-frying to eliminate any gamey taste. The dark red beans were red adzuki beans from the south, perfect for long braising. The herb's thick leaves and unique fragrance belonged to the commonly used basil from the south, primarily utilized for enhancing aromas. As for the piece of cured meat, its rich, salty flavor carried hints of the sea breeze, likely a specialty of dried salted fish from coastal regions, best steamed or cooked alongside pork belly for optimal flavor. She swiftly recorded her answers on the adjacent paper, presenting them with clarity and even annotating the freshness of the ingredients and potential preparation techniques. Lin Xiaoqing and Su Wanner circled back for another inspection. Lin Xiaoqing picked up Meng Qi's written responses, scrutinizing them, and a flicker of approval crossed his eyes, especially upon noting her precise identification of Liwu ginger and dried salted fish along with her cooking suggestions. Coming from a Shandong culinary background, she indeed possessed an innate sensitivity towards northern ingredients and seafood. Su Wanner, having seen the answers, contemplated in her heart that this young woman not only excelled in knife skills, but also displayed an impressive breadth of knowledge regarding ingredients, truly a person of genuine talent. As the second round concluded, a few more were eliminated due to incorrect or insufficient assessments. In the third round, it was time for practical application. Steward Lu's voice carried the weight of the final test. Before each contestant lay a stove with limited ingredients. There was only a pot of basic chicken broth, a piece of chicken breast, 2 eggs, a small handful of greens, and the commonly used scallions, ginger, garlic, and seasonings. The requirement was to create a dish that best reflected one's personal style and foundational skills within half an hour. Remember, Yunyuan Tower sought not mere conformity nor sensationalism, but a truly heart-stirring flavor. Begin. This was the true test. To create extraordinary flavors using the simplest of ingredients best showcased a chef's creativity, foundational skills, and understanding of taste. The participants immediately busied themselves. Some chose to prepare the classic fluffy chicken slices, testing their skill in stir-frying. Others opted for crab imitation, using egg to mimic crab, which tested their seasoning and timing, while some selected to make chicken soup, pursuing a light and exquisite flavor. Meng Qi gazed at the ingredients before her, her mind racing. Chicken breast, eggs, and greens were rather commonplace. How could she unveil the extraordinary within the mundane? Her gaze fell upon a half pot of crystal-clear chicken broth. Lu cuisine is renowned for its broths, particularly its exquisite stock. Although this chicken broth was merely a basic foundation, its clarity and fragrant aroma provided an excellent base. With a good broth, half the battle was won. Suddenly, she recalled a seemingly simple yet skillfully demanding dish from the Qilu culinary treasures, the pot-stewed tofu. However, lacking tofu, she pondered whether she could adapt using only chicken and eggs. A bold idea began to take shape in her mind. She swiftly removed the connective tissue from the chicken breast, finally chopping it with the back of her knife until it reached a paste-like consistency. She then added a touch of egg white, salt, and cornstarch, stirring in one direction until it became a delicate and smooth chicken paste. Next, she whisked the remaining eggs with a pinch of salt and some chicken broth until well combined. Igniting the stove, she did not rush to heat the pan, but instead took a small flat skillet, carefully coating the bottom with oil. Lifting the skillet away from the flames, she used the residual heat to warm it, then gently poured in the egg mixture, swirling the skillet to form a thin, paper-like crepe with a golden hue. This required precise control over the heat and technique. A moment's inattention could result in a crepe that was too thick or burnt. Once the crepe was prepared, she delicately removed it and set it aside to cool on the cutting board. Only then did she place the wok over heat. Adding a suitable amount of oil and ing, minced scallions and ginger until fragrant. She then poured in the half pot of chicken broth, bringing it to a boil before reducing to a gentle simmer. With her finely prepared chicken paste, she skillfully spooned it into the simmering broth, where it quickly solidified into delicate, cloud-like morsels. The entire process was executed with agility and fluidity. After all the chicken paste had been poached, the broth remained clear, adorned with the floating morsels, creating a visually appealing dish. She skimmed off any froth and added a pinch of salt for seasoning. The final touch, a crowning glory, involved slicing the cooled crepe into extraordinarily fine strands, comparable in delicacy to the previous tofu shreds. She then quickly blanched the leafy greens to preserve their vibrant color, pouring the steaming clear broth with its chicken morsels into a clean soup bowl. She scattered the bright green leaves atop and delicately arranged the golden strands of crepe over the surface. Thus, a seemingly light bowl of soup, imbued with exquisite knife skills. Mastery of heat and broth crafting was completed, which she whimsically named Golden Silk Embroidered Ball. The broth was crystal clear, with the white chicken morsels like pearls dotting the surface, and the green leaves added a lively touch. Most delightful was the fine strand of crepe, resembling a lavish brocade cloak draped over the soup. A refreshing and rich aroma wafted upward, mingling with the rising steam. Half an hour had passed. The others presented their creations one by one. Lin Xiaoqing personally sampled each dish. He first tried the fluffy chicken slices, nodding in approval, then tasted the imitation crab, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased with the seasoning. When he reached Meng Qi's golden silk embroidered ball, his gaze was once again captured. He picked up a spoon, inhaled the fragrance, and his expression subtly shifted. Gently scooping a spoonful, the broth is crystal clear and the ingredients plentiful. Upon tasting, one is immediately enveloped by the rich, delectable essence of the chicken soup, devoid of any greasiness. Following this, the chicken brain dissolves effortlessly upon contact, its texture exquisitely tender, imbued with the innate sweetness of the meat. The delicate strands of egg, though exceedingly fine, retain their firmness in the hot broth, contributing a hint of resilience and an aromatic essence of egg. The vibrant green vegetables introduce a refreshing note, simple yet extraordinary, subtle yet lingering in its aftertaste. This dish artfully combines the most fundamental ingredients through exceptional craftsmanship, creating a delightful symphony of flavors and aesthetics. Lin Xiaoqing set down his spoon, pausing in silence before lifting his gaze to Meng Qi, a glimmer of unmasked admiration in his warm eyes. "What is the name of this dish?" Returning the question with a touch of trepidation, Meng Qi replied, "It is daringly named Golden Silk through Embroidered Ball." Lin Xiaoqing echoed the name, a faint smile gracing his lips, finding it quite fitting. The broth is pure and flavorful, the chicken fluffily tender, and the egg strands meticulously prepared. Not bad, though delivered in a subdued tone. The weight of his words resonated with everyone present. Su Wanner stood nearby, observing the faint yet genuine smile on Lin Xiaoqing's face, her fingers gripping the pen tightly, turning slightly pale. Ultimately, the results of the assessment were announced. Only 5 individuals, including Meng Qi, successfully navigated all 3 challenges. Manager Liu disclosed their assignments. Most were relegated to basic positions, such as the cutting board or water station, while Meng Qi was assigned to the soup kitchen. Manager Liu regarded her and proclaimed, "Your knife skills and understanding of broth are satisfactory, yet the flavor profile of Shandong cuisine is overly robust. And your control over the heat sometimes lacks finesse, leaving a disparity with the overall delicacy of Yunbian Tower. For now, you shall work in the soup kitchen under Master Wang, focusing on broth preparation and initial ingredient processing." The soup kitchen? Solely dedicated to broth? Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. Although she had passed the assessment, this appeared to be the lowest position among those who remained. The soup kitchen is one of the hottest, most laborious and monotonous areas of the back kitchen, dealing daily with various bones, meat cuts, and medicinal ingredients, tending to large pots for hours on end. Was this recognition or a veiled form of suppression? She raised her head, meeting Lin Xiaoqing's gaze. His look remained gentle, yet it held a hint of inquiry and expectation, as if to convey that this was merely the beginning. Meng Qi took a deep breath, suppressing her disappointment and confusion, and replied brightly, "Yes. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Manager Liu, I will certainly strive to do my best." Regardless of the circumstances, she had finally entered the gates of Yunbian Tower through her own efforts. Even if her starting point was low, she was confident that with her spatula and diligence, she would ascend step by step to the highest echelons. Thus commenced her culinary journey at Yunbian Tower, right in the steamy and laborious soup kitchen. Little did she know, this seemingly ordinary beginning would unveil the most profound secrets of flavor within Yunbian Tower, ultimately drawing her into a much grander upheaval in the near future. Chapter 5. The secrets hidden within the broth pot. The soup kitchen of Yunbian Tower stands in stark contrast to the resplendent front hall and the bustling, orderly main cooking area of the back kitchen, as if separated by an invisible barrier, creating a small realm of culinary warmth and chaos. Upon entering, Meng Qi was greeted not by the anticipated chaos of oil and grime, but rather by an exquisite purity, a fervent warmth, a palpable humidity, and an overwhelming aroma of rich, simmering meat. A series of enormous copper cauldrons, each as tall as a person, were lined up on a specially designed long brick stove, bubbling with either milky or clear broth. The steam rose in swirling tendrils, enveloping the entire space in a hazy embrace, while beams of light filtered through the high windows, fragmented by the dense vapor into ethereal shafts. The air was saturated with a complex and robust bouquet, born from the essence of pork bones, beef bones, chicken carcasses, and duck frames, which had melded into the broth after prolonged simmering, intermingled with spices, herbs, and various umami enhancers, such as dried scallops, ham, and shrimp, creating an indescribable composite fragrance. This aroma was rich yet devoid of any fishy or gamey notes, substantial yet not greasy. Inhaling deeply felt as if one's very organs were being infused with this comforting essence. However, accompanying this tantalizing fragrance was an oppressive heat that could nearly parch one's skin in an omnipresent humidity. Even clad in a thin garment, Meng Qi could feel beads of sweat forming on her forehead almost instantly. Lu, the steward, guided Meng Qi to an elderly man who stood with his back to them, stooped over a pot and skillfully skimming the froth with a long-handled ladle. Master Wang, Lu's voice floated in the bubbling cacophony, sounding somewhat distant. This is the new kitchen assistant, Meng Qi. The young master has instructed her to learn from you in the soup kitchen. The man known as Master Wang, upon hearing this, did not pause in his task, but slowly turned halfway around. He appeared to be in his early 50s, his hair tinged with gray, and his face etched with deep wrinkles, the marks of time and the kitchen's heat. Clad in a somewhat yellowed white chef-esque coat with sleeves rolled up, his muscular arms were veined and powerful. His gaze was clouded, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, until it flickered with a sharp intensity as it swept over the bubbling broth. He appraised Meng Qi briefly, his eyes lingering momentarily on her clean, nimble hands, before emitting a non-committal sound that was a vague blend of a hum and a grunt, and then turned away to resume his meticulous task of skimming the froth, as if nothing had transpired, and Meng Qi was merely a wisp of air. Lu seemed accustomed to Master Wang's taciturnity as he instructed Meng Qi. Master Wang is the deity of soup here at Yunbian Tower. Every broth for our dishes is crafted by his hand. Follow his lead, be sharp, act swiftly, speak little, and observe and learn diligently. If you provoke Master Wang or make a mistake, no one will come to your aid. With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Meng Qi stood rooted, gazing at Master Wang's almost reverent concentration and the cauldrons that seemed to hold boundless secrets. The initial disappointment of being assigned here quietly transformed into a profound sense of awe and curiosity. What are you dawdling for? A somewhat gruff voice called from nearby. Do you not see the bones piled over there? Hurry up, wash it thoroughly with running water, and scrape off the blood and bits of meat left on top. Be swift with your hands and feet. We will need the clear broth shortly. Meng Qi turned her gaze towards the source of the voice and saw a burly middle-aged man with a face full of disdain, impatiently shouting at her. He was also a worker in the soup kitchen, seemingly harboring a certain disdain for Meng Qi, the newcomer and young girl. Meng Qi chose not to argue, nodding silently as she made her way to the corner. There indeed lay a mountain of pig bones, beef bones, and chicken carcasses, alongside a massive sink connected to a water source. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a nearby brush and a bone knife. Her own blade was not permitted for use here. So she had to start with the communal tools and immerse herself in her task. This was an exceedingly monotonous and physically demanding job. The bones were numerous and heavy, and the blood and sinew clinging to them required immense patience and strength to cleanse thoroughly. The cold water continuously washed over her hands, which soon grew numb. The heat and humidity in the air incessantly enveloped her, causing sweat to trickle down her forehead, soaking her clothes and clinging to her skin. Yet, Meng Qi gritted her teeth, remaining silent. She understood that this was a necessary phase for every newcomer in the kitchen. Her full attention was devoted to the task at hand. Though her movements were somewhat unrefined, they were marked by an unusual seriousness. She meticulously washed away every trace of blood, deftly using the tip of her knife to remove the bits of meat and sinew, ensuring that each bone was impeccably prepared. She even noted the remarkable freshness of these bones, with their marrow abundant at the fracture points, far exceeding the inferior products typically found in the market. The stringent requirements for ingredients at Yunbian building indeed began at the source. After nearly an hour of laborious work, she finally completed the initial processing of the towering pile of bones, her back aching and arms tingling from fatigue. Not bad for some strength. The stout man smirked, begrudgingly acknowledging her efficiency, before pointing to several large baskets of scallions and ginger. Chop these, cut the scallions into sections, and crush the ginger into large pieces. Do not be lazy. Meng Qi grasped the communal knife, took a deep breath, and continued her work. Chopping scallions and crushing ginger were fundamental skills for her. Although the quantity was considerable, the task was not overly challenging. Her knife work was steady, and the rhythm was distinct. The crisp sound of her chopping resonated sharply amidst the monotonous bubbling of the soup kitchen. The previously silent Master Wang seemed to be drawn by the rhythmic chopping sound. Turning his head once more, his murky gaze settling upon Meng Qi's hands gripping the knife and the neatly cut scallions and ginger. The sections of scallions were of uniform length, the ginger pieces consistent in size, and the force used for crushing was just right, allowing the fragrance to escape without disintegrating. A fleeting glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes before he returned to his usual impassivity. The morning passed in an unending cycle of washing, chopping, and transporting. Meng Qi scarcely had a moment to rest, her entire being soaked with sweat, her hands slightly swollen from the prolonged exposure to cold water and the handling of bones. Nevertheless, she never uttered a single complaint, quietly fulfilling her duties while attentively listening to the sounds around her in the soup kitchen, keenly observing Master Wang and the other workers in every movement they made. She gradually discovered that this seemingly monotonous soup kitchen was, in fact, governed by strict rules, containing profound intricacies. The several large cauldrons were not merely simmering the same type of broth. The pot on the left brimmed with a milky, thick soup, exuding a robust aroma. Within it churned a copious amount of pork and beef bones, evidently intended for crafting a rich, creamy broth for hearty dishes. The central pot, however, showcased a crystal-clear broth, almost transparent, with only a few chicken carcasses and lean meat gently bobbing within, releasing an elegant fragrance that hinted at the high standards of the clear soup mentioned by the man earlier, meant for exquisite dishes like boiled cabbage. On the right, several pots simmered fish soup, mushroom broth, and others, each with its own focus. Master Wang spent most of his time stationed before the pot of clear broth, his demeanor as focused as a guardian of a rare treasure. His deft movements to skim off the foam were gentle yet precise, ensuring no drop of broth was wasted. His timing for adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine was impeccable. His command of the fire beneath the stove was masterful, alternating between vigorous boiling and gentle simmering, with every subtle adjustment seemingly imbued with deep significance. Meng Qi watched in silent awe. She had learned the art of broth making at home, understanding its paramount importance in Shandong cuisine. Yet, witnessing Master Wang elevate the craft to such exquisite finesse, bordering on the philosophical, was a first for her. It was then she understood why the steward Lu referred to him as the god of soup, and why the dishes of Yunbian Tower were renowned throughout the capital. The soup is the soul of a dish. Water is the essence of a broth. During a brief respite at noon, an older, kindly-looking helper noticed Meng Qi's fatigue and kindly offered her a steamed bun and a bowl of warm water, whispering, "At Yunbian Tower, we may not boast about much, but our soup is undoubtedly the finest in the capital. Without the treasures in Master Wang's pots, those exorbitantly priced dishes in the front hall would be nothing. Do not underestimate this work. Learning even a fragment from Master Wang will benefit you for a lifetime." Meng Qi nodded appreciatively, her gratitude evident in her gaze. She realized that being assigned to the soup kitchen was perhaps not a demotion, but rather a test and an opportunity. Only those who truly grasped the essence of soup could comprehend the soul of Yunbian Tower's cuisine. In the afternoon, the workload remained arduous. In addition to continuing food preparation, Master Wang began to entrust her with overseeing one pot of ordinary meat broth, teaching her how to adjust the heat according to the color and aroma of the broth, as well as the correct method for skimming off foam and fat. Master Wang spoke little, often communicating through a glance, a gesture, or a few concise words. Too hot. Skim clean. Add water, cold water. Yet Meng Qi listened intently, committing each of his instructions and subtle movements to memory, contemplating them repeatedly. She realized that what Master Wang imparted was not merely technique, but a profound sense of appreciation and respect for the broth. One must listen closely to the sound of the bubbling soup, observe the changes in its color, discern the layers of aroma with the nose, and even feel the temperature at the pot's edge with one's hands. Gradually, she no longer found this labor tedious and uninspiring. Guarding the steaming cauldron, she savors the gradual release of essence from the ingredients, witnessing their harmonious fusion, as if participating in a wondrous creation of flavors. When the initially murky broth transforms under her attentive care into a clear or rich concoction, exuding an enticing aroma, an ineffable sense of accomplishment wells up within her. As evening descends, the kitchen becomes increasingly bustling, preparing for the night's banquet. Chefs from the main stove area continually send assistants to the soup kitchen to fetch broth, specifying the type and quantity needed for various dishes. Master Wang, with meticulous command, directs the helpers, using a special ladle and soup bucket to distribute the various bases with precision. Meng Qi noticed that on one occasion, Lu, the manager, personally visited the soup kitchen, whispering a few instructions to Master Wang, seemingly regarding a special soup for an exceptionally important private room reservation, requiring Master Wang's careful preparation. After listening, Master Wang merely nodded and turned to retrieve several secret herbs and dried goods from a locked cabinet, his demeanor becoming even more focused and serious. Curious, Meng Qi glanced at those ingredients. Some she recognized as premium nourishing items, while others were unfamiliar, emitting an unusual fragrance. She mused at the need for Lu to personally convey the request and for Master Wang to utilize rare materials must indicate that they were entertaining distinguished guests. As the day's work draws to a close, the sunset's afterglow filters through the high windows, bathing the soup kitchen in a warm golden hue, while Meng Qi, exhausted to the point of near collapse, is enveloped in the rich aroma of bone broth. She drags her weary feet to bid farewell to Master Wang and the amiable elder brother, preparing to depart. Master Wang remains his usual taciturn self, but as she turns to leave, he suddenly speaks, his voice hoarse. "Tomorrow, come early. Learn to make clear soup." Startled, Meng Qi is instantly flooded with exhilaration. To learn to make clear soup. It is the highest grade of broth, the most challenging. Master Wang's willingness to teach her implies that her performance today has earned him a modicum of recognition. "Yes. Thank you, Master Wang. I will definitely arrive early," she replies, suppressing her excitement, a genuine radiant smile illuminating her face for the first time since entering Yunbian Tower. Exiting through the side gate of Yunbian Tower, the evening breeze carries a hint of coolness that dispels some of her fatigue. She gazes upward, where the first lights of the city flicker on, revealing a nightlife that brims with a different kind of splendor and mystery. Clenching her fists, despite her physical exhaustion, her heart is filled with unprecedented vigor and hope. Life in the soup kitchen may be arduous, yet within this cauldron lies the culinary secrets of Yunbian Tower and the staircase to her dreams. She believes that with dedication, One day she will extract from this humble hearth a vast expanse of her own. However, immersed in her aspirations for the future, she remains oblivious to the subtle shadow that quietly descends with the night over Yunbian Tower. The pot, specially crafted for a mysterious guest, contained a broth infused with an extraordinary fragrance, and the tales intertwined with it were poised to unleash an unforeseen upheaval shortly thereafter. Chapter 6. The clear broth raises suspicion on the following day, before the first light of dawn graced the horizon. The entire capital remained enveloped in a profound stillness preceding daybreak. Dream Qi had quietly risen, utilizing the faint morning light filtering through the window to swiftly groom herself. Her steps light as she ventured into the deserted willow catkin alley. She nearly jogged to the corner gate of the Cloud's Edge Pavilion. At this hour, even the earliest of breakfast vendors had yet to stir, and the corner gate stood firmly shut, the surroundings steeped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of a few early birds. She inhaled a breath of the crisp morning air, suppressing her excitement, and stood patiently outside the gate. Before long, a soft rustling emanated from within, and the door creaked open slightly, revealing the bleary-eyed visage of the burly man from the previous day. Upon spotting Dream Qi awaiting outside, he paused momentarily, then grumbled irritably, "Why are you here so early? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" As he spoke, he stepped aside to let her in, yawning as he ambled back inside. Dream Qi paid little heed to his demeanor, softly expressing her gratitude, and swiftly slipped through the threshold. In the early morning kitchen, the raucousness and heat of the day had faded, leaving it somewhat spacious and solemn. The fires beneath the large cauldrons had long since extinguished, only residual warmth remained. The air still carried a faint aroma of bone broth, though it was no longer overpowering. In the corner, a small stove dedicated to simmering the finest clear broth stood ready, its ingredients seemingly prepped in anticipation, exuding a sense of poised tranquility. To her surprise, Master Wang had arrived even earlier than she. With his back turned to the entrance, he stood before the small stove, meticulously inspecting something. The morning light streamed through the high windows, casting a long shadow of his hunched figure, evoking a near-spiritual solitude. Upon hearing her footsteps, Master Wang slowly turned. When his gaze fell upon Dream Qi, a glimmer of faint, imperceptible surprise flickered in his usually murky eyes, perhaps even a hint of approval. Yet he uttered no words, merely gesturing with his chin towards the sideboard where a clean chicken carcass and a piece of exquisite pork, adorned with Jinyiwei ham, awaited preparation. "Take a good look," he instructed, his voice gravelly yet imbued with undeniable authority, before he began his work. Dream Qi held her breath, her eyes unblinking as she focused intently on every movement he made. She observed as Master Wang selected the most intact pieces of chicken, alongside the beautifully marbled, crimson-hued Jinyiwei ham, and placed them into a medium-sized deep pot. Instead of adding hot water directly, he poured in a sufficient quantity of cold water, ensuring it just covered all the ingredients. Only then did he position the pot on the stove and ignite the kindling beneath. First rule of making clear broth: never add hot water to the ingredients. Master Wang's voice was still hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable authority. As the cold water gradually warms, the blood and impurities will rise to the surface. If hot water is added abruptly, the blood will congeal within the meat, rendering the broth murky. No divine intervention can salvage it. Dream Qi nodded vigorously, committing his words to memory with utmost seriousness. This is akin to the principles of Shandong cuisine's broth. Yet the demeanor and expressions of Master Wang infuse this simple truth with a profound philosophical depth. As the flames in the stove gradually intensify, the water in the pot begins to warm. Soon, tiny bubbles emerge on the surface, and a grayish-brown froth, along with fats, starts to separate from the meat and bones, slowly gathering atop the water. Observe closely. Master Wang instructs, deftly grasping a long-handled skimmer. With gentle precision, he commences to skim off the froth. His wrist remains incredibly steady, the skimmer gliding just above the water's surface, removing only the impurities while preserving the broth and avoiding stirring the ingredients at the bottom. The first layer of froth is the most impure and must be entirely eliminated. As he schemes, he explains succinctly, the skimmer must remain steady and the heart calm. Do not be greedy for speed, do not disturb the pot. The froth resembles the cluttered thoughts of the human mind, requiring constant attention to achieve clarity. Meng Qi watches in rapt attention. Though she has skimmed froth before, she has never witnessed such meticulous and zen-like execution. The skimmer in Master Wang's hand appears not merely as a tool, but rather as an extension of his spirit. Once the first layer of froth is cleared, the broth begins to boil. Master Wang promptly lowers the flame, maintaining the soup at a state of gentle simmer. The surface quivering faintly. The heat is the pulse of the broth, he declares, pointing to the lightly rolling surface. If boiled vigorously, the soup becomes murky. If simmered too gently, the flavors fail to emerge. Only in this delicate balance between boiling and not boiling can the essence of the ingredients seep forth, yielding a clear broth with a rich flavor. He then picks up the skimmer again, preparing to skim the second layer of froth. This time, the froth is significantly less, lighter in color, primarily composed of minute fats and protein coagulates. Master Wang schemes with even greater care, using the back of the skimmer to gently scrape off any fine froth clinging to the pot's walls before removing it. This process is lengthy and monotonous, demanding immense patience and focus. Master Wang quietly stands by the pot, skimming spoonful by spoonful, unhurried as if time itself has come to a standstill. Meng Qi, standing beside him, becomes entranced. She begins to comprehend why Master Wang is revered as the god of soup. It transcends mere technical prowess. It embodies a near meditative concentration and dedication. Crafting a pot of exquisite soup is akin to refining a work of art, requiring undivided attention and an unwavering commitment to every detail. Now you give it a try. After an indeterminate duration, Master Wang suddenly extends the heavy skimmer to Meng Qi. A flutter of anxiety grips her as she nervously accepts the weighty utensil. Imitating Master Wang, she holds her breath and cautiously lowers the skimmer into the pot. Only upon grasping it does she realize its challenge. The long handle demands exceptional wrist strength and stability for control. The rising steam from the pot stings her eyes. She strives to emulate Master Wang's movements, delicately skimming off the fine froth from the surface. Lower your wrist. Master Wang's voice rings in her ears. Do not shake. Treat it as an extension of your fingers. Meng Qi grits her teeth, adjusting her posture and force. Initially, she either skimmed too deeply, pulling up broth, or too slowly, causing the froth to disperse again. Yet, she remains undeterred, persistently trying and adjusting. Gradually, she begins to find her rhythm, her actions becoming smoother and more stable. Master Wang refrained from speaking further, merely observing her in silence, as Meng Qi became wholly engrossed in the pot of clear broth before her. Her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a locked cabinet in the corner, where Master Wang kept his personal belongings. Beside the cabinet, something seemed to lie on the ground. She focused intently and discovered a peculiar, dried leaf that had fallen, its edges serrated with delicate teeth, and its color a somber hue of purplish-brown, emanating a faint, almost imperceptible medicinal aroma. This was certainly not a spice or ingredient one would typically find in a kitchen. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Meng Qi, recalling the previous day's instructions from Steward Liu about the special broth Master Wang had concocted using secret ingredients. Could this leaf be related to that broth? She dared not linger on the thought and quickly averted her gaze, returning to the task of skimming off the froth. Yet that small question rippled through her mind like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. As time passed, the soup kitchen grew lively. The burly man and the amiable elder brother from the previous day arrived, commencing the preparation of various bones and accompaniments for the day's service. The main cooking area resonated with the clinking of utensils, heralding the start of a new day's labor. Under Master Wang's guidance, Meng Qi practiced skimming the froth intermittently while also attending to other chores, such as washing large pots and transporting barrels of broth. She noticed that the burly man's demeanor towards her appeared somewhat improved today. Although still stern, he no longer shouted orders and occasionally offered her tips on handling heavy loads. The genial elder brother remained cheerful, sharing amusing anecdotes and taboos from the kitchen of Yunyan Tower during their idle moments. Speaking of taboos, the most significant one here is to inquire about the guests in the Tianzi private room. The elder brother lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously to Meng Qi, who was scrubbing a pot, especially regarding the esteemed guests whom young Master Lin specifically requested Master Wang to cater to. Such matters are not to be mentioned at all. To inquire could result in a light reprimand, or worse, dismissal. A wave of intrigue washed over Meng Qi as she subtly inquired, "Is the Tianzi private room particularly special?" "Of course," the elder brother replied with an air of certainty. "Those who enter the Tianzi room are either wealthy or of noble birth. They are the elite of the capital. Ordinary folk are not only barred from entry, but are unworthy even to know the names." He continued, "Last night, a remarkable figure graced the Tianzi No. 1 room, rumored to have connections within the palace. Steward Liu was personally overseeing the secret broth crafted by Master Wang, exclusively for that esteemed guest. Connections within the palace? Secret broth? Meng Qi's heart quickened. She recalled the strange leaf and Master Wang's unusually grave expression from the previous day. Indeed, Yunyan Tower was not merely a place for dining. As noon approached, Steward Liu re-entered the soup kitchen. He bypassed the others and approached Master Wang directly, engaging in hushed conversation. From a distance, Meng Qi could not discern the specifics, but noted a complexity in Steward Liu's expression, part relief, part subtle anxiety. Master Wang remained expressionless, and after Steward Liu's departure, he silently walked to the corner, picked up a broom, and began to sweep the peculiar leaves that had fallen beside the cabinet, along with other debris on the ground, into the ashes of the stove. This subtle action only intensified the clouds of doubt in Meng Qi's heart. In the afternoon, Meng Qi continued her lessons in making clear broth under Master Wang's watchful eye. After a morning of simmering and countless skimming, the pot of broth began to take shape. The color of the broth became increasingly translucent, although it had yet to reach the clarity of a pristine pool. The silhouette of the chicken carcass at the bottom was already discernible. The aroma grew purer, revealing only the most authentic flavors of the ingredients. Master Wang commenced teaching her the next crucial step, skimming the broth. This step was essential for achieving ultimate clarity, requiring the addition of finely ground chicken or lean pork in increments, allowing the meat paste to absorb the suspended impurities in the broth before being removed. This process demanded exceptional skill and patience. Meng Qi was wholly absorbed in her learning. She seemed to forget her fatigue and the world around her, her entire being immersed in the subtle transformations of the broth. She felt her grasp of heat control and ingredient perception rapidly enhancing under Master Wang's nearly rigorous tutelage. As evening approached, when she finally completed a skimming operation independently with Master Wang's tacit approval, gazing at the increasingly clear, crystal-like broth, a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment filled her heart. "Not bad," Master Wang remarked, observing the pot. This was the highest praise Meng Qi had received from him in 2 days. Though she was nearly exhausted, her face blossomed with a weary, yet contented smile. She tidied her tools and cleaned the stove. While washing the small pot used for yesterday's secret broth, she took special notice. The residue on the pot's walls appeared to be a deeper color than that of ordinary meat broth. Leaning closer to smell it, she detected not only a rich meaty aroma, but also a faint, indescribable scent reminiscent of herbs mingled with some mineral quality. This scent bore a subtle resemblance to that of the strange leaf she had seen in the morning. What kind of broth was this? Why would that influential figure from the palace wish to consume such a concoction? Burdened with fatigue and swirling doubts, Meng Qi departed from Yunbian Tower. The night in the capital remained vibrant, the lights twinkling like a fallen river of stars. Yet at that moment beneath her gaze, this splendor seemed to conceal unknown secrets and undercurrents. Yunbian Tower, this culinary sanctuary, appeared not as pure as it seemed on the surface. And she, a humble cook with aspirations to master her craft, had inadvertently glimpsed a shadow lurking behind the opulent curtain. Chapter 7. Sudden turmoil and rising storms. The days spent in the soup kitchen were arduous, yet fulfilling. Meng Qi gradually acclimated to the hot, humid environment and grew accustomed to Master Wang's nearly austere, silent instruction. She absorbed every morsel of knowledge regarding broth making like a ravenous sponge. From discerning the characteristics of various ingredients to mastering the meticulous nuances of boiling in cold water, skimming froth, and sweeping the broth. She has approached her learning with remarkable diligence. Her progress is undeniably evident. Initially, she required constant guidance from Master Wang. Yet she has now become capable of independently overseeing a pot of ordinary broth, even assisting with certain procedures of the clear soup with Master Wang's tacit approval. Her dexterity in handling ingredients has become increasingly adept, and her sensitivity to the aromatic and chromatic variations of different broth bases has heightened. Even the burly man, who once regarded her with disdain, occasionally offers assistance when she struggles to lift a heavy basket of bones, muttering under his breath about her lack of strength. Though it is no longer mere harassment, Master Wang remains taciturn, yet there seems to be a subtle softness in his gaze towards Meng Qi. Occasionally, after she completes a task independently, he offers a barely audible acknowledgement, which serves as a significant affirmation. Meng Qi understands that she is gradually earning the recognition of this culinary deity. However, the enigmatic leaves she glimpsed in the corner and the rumors surrounding high-profile guests and secret broths ripple through her mind like pebbles tossed into a serene lake. The seemingly culinary-focused establishment, Yunbianlu, appears to harbor hidden currents beneath its tranquil surface. Yet, these matters are of little concern to her. A humble apprentice solely intent on mastering the culinary arts. She swiftly suppresses her doubts and immerses herself fully in the demanding tasks at hand. On this particular afternoon, the soup kitchen is still enveloped in steam, with various pots bubbling and the air thick with rich aromas. Following Master Wang's instructions, Meng Qi vigilantly tends to the small stove, simmering the clear broth, carefully skimming away the final traces of froth with a fine strainer. The broth has transformed into a crystalline clarity, exuding an enticingly pure fragrance. At that moment, an unusual commotion from outside disrupts the kitchen's usual rhythm, accompanied by sharp cries and hurried footsteps. What is happening? The burly man, in the midst of transporting beef bones, pauses, tilting his head to listen, a frown creasing his brow. The amiable elder brother also sets down his work, a look of confusion crossing his face. The soup kitchen, situated near the edge of the back kitchen, is somewhat distant from the main stove and front hall, rendering the sounds here somewhat muffled. Yet, the unmistakable atmosphere of panic spreads like ink dispersing in water, infusing the air with a sense of unease. Master Wang halts his actions, his perpetually half-closed, murky eyes widening slightly as he gazes towards the doorway, his brow furrowing subtly. I'll go take a look. The burly man, impatient, discards his bones and makes to exit. Stop! Master Wang suddenly calls out, his voice firm yet not loud, imbued with an undeniable authority. Tend to your station. The sky may fall, but the broth must not burn. The man is taken aback by the reprimand, reluctantly retreating, though his gaze continues to dart towards the commotion outside. The clamor seems to intensify, with voices faintly shouting, "There's been a death. Quick, alert the officials. Notify Manager Liu. A death." These 3 words struck like thunder, instantly plunging the entire kitchen into a profound silence. Even the bubbling sound of the broth seemed to diminish. Meng Qi felt her heart leap sharply. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the ladle, nearly dropping it into the scalding soup. The kindly older man turned pale, murmuring, "Heaven forbid. How could anyone die at Yunbian Tower?" The burly man also widened his eyes, his face etched with shock and a hint of fear. Only Master Wang, after a brief moment of surprise, restored his expression to one of tranquil indifference, though a flicker of complex emotions seemed to pass through his gaze. Silently, he turned away, continuing to inspect the pots of soup, as if the chaos outside held no relevance for him. Yet Meng Qi keenly sensed that beneath his seemingly calm actions, there lay a suppressed tension. Before long, a hurried and heavy footfall approached, accompanied by the clanking of armor and low, commanding voices. The already stifling air of the kitchen, filled with heat, felt as though it had been infused with a chilling scent of rust. The Jinyiwei are investigating. All personnel, stand by. No movement, no conversation. A harsh voice rang out at the doorway. Immediately, Two figures clad in the distinctive flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring knives, appeared at the entrance, resembling cold guardians as their sharp gazes swept over everyone in the kitchen. The Jinyiwei. Their presence was utterly unexpected. Meng Qi's heart sank. Typically, ordinary homicide cases would be handled by the Shuntian Prefecture or the Wuqingbing Mashi. The involvement of the Jinyiwei indicated that this case was anything but simple, or that the victim held an extraordinary identity. The atmosphere in the kitchen froze at once. The burly man had lost his earlier bravado, his face now pale, hardly daring to breathe. The kindly older man was even more anxious, his palms slick with sweat. Meng Qi felt an inexplicable sense of unease wash over her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the ladle-less handle, her gaze drawn to the entrance. Then, behind the two Jinyiwei, two individuals stepped forward. The foremost was the young man she had seen several days prior at the entrance of Yunbian Tower during the assessment. He still wore a well-tailored flying fish attire, standing tall like a pine, his handsome features sharp and cold. Yet now, his elongated phoenix eyes appeared even more piercing, as if they could penetrate the deepest secrets of the heart. The aura he exuded was one that discouraged approach, nearly suppressing the kitchen's warmth. He was Yuan Qingyan, the Jinyiwei's deputy commissioner. Following closely behind him was another young man dressed in the attire of a Jinyiwei captain. This man was robust with a square jaw, his eyes equally sharp, yet lacking Yuan Qingyan's frigid aloofness, instead radiating a sense of straightforwardness and valiance. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt of his knife. Zhao Fei, Yuan Qingyan's trusted subordinate. Yuan Qingyan's gaze was like a cold searchlight, slowly sweeping over every corner of the kitchen, ultimately settling on Master Wang. He did not speak immediately, merely observing quietly the invisible pressure enveloping the entire room. "We have met the deputy commissioner," they murmured. Master Wang set down his tools and slowly turned around, slightly stooping as he bowed his head, his voice raspy. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly, her tone frigid and devoid of any emotion. "Are you in charge here?" "In response to your inquiry, my name is Wang Yud, the master of this kitchen," he replied. "From noon until the early hours of the afternoon, did the four of you leave the kitchen at all?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze swept over Master Wang, the burly man, the amiable elder brother, and finally rested on Meng Qi. As his eyes met Meng Qi's, she felt her heart tighten, as if gripped by an unseen hand. She struggled to maintain her composure and met his cold stare. Uncertain if he remembered her, the Shandong girl who had foolishly showcased candied hawthorns on the street and had been somewhat clumsy during the assessment, she awaited his response. "In answer to your question," Master Wang interjected, "I, along with these two gentlemen," gesturing towards the burly man and the amiable elder brother, "have been diligently occupied in the kitchen and have not stepped outside." He paused, looking at Meng Qi. This new kitchen assistant, Meng Qi, was sent to the northwest corner of the back courtyard to fetch some dried scallops and shrimp for the soup at approximately 2:45 in the afternoon. Meng Qi's heart sank. The northwest corner of the back courtyard. She recalled the location, seemingly not far from the kitchen's accounting office, and the timing coincided with her trip to retrieve the items. "Oh." Yuan Qingyan's brow ever so slightly raised, her gaze sharpening as it locked onto Meng Qi once more. "How long were you gone?" A chill coursed through Meng Qi from her feet to the very core of her being. She forced herself to remain calm, striving to remember, in response to your question. "Perhaps around 15 minutes. The storeroom lock was a bit stubborn, which delayed me a little. Once I retrieved the items, I returned immediately. During that time, did you encounter anyone? Hear any unusual sounds?" Yuan Qingyan's voice remained steady, yet bore an undeniable penetrating quality. Meng Qi reflected carefully. The route to the storeroom had been quiet, with most of the kitchen staff either busy or on their lunch break. It seemed she hadn't encountered anyone. As for any strange noises, perhaps not. Wait. She suddenly recalled that while returning with the scallops and shrimp, just before leaving that area, she faintly heard a muffled sound, akin to something heavy falling in a courtyard behind her. At the time, she had dismissed it, assuming it was merely a clumsy worker knocking something over. I am uncertain." Meng Qi hesitated, not wishing to speak carelessly, yet feeling compelled to be honest. "I believe I heard a muffled thud, coming from the direction of the accounting office's courtyard. However, I did not see anyone and cannot ascertain what the sound was. As her words faded, she sensed Yuan Qingyan's gaze sharpen, as if attempting to see right through her. Nearby, Zhao Fei's expression stiffened, and he stepped forward, his voice low and commanding. At what time did you hear that? What was the precise location? How did the sound manifest? It was as I exited the storeroom and was on my way back. Around 3 o'clock, Meng Qi stammered, intimidated by his intense demeanor. The location was near the small path between the northwest storeroom and the courtyard of the accounting office. A sound resonated, dull and abrupt. Zhao Fei immediately turned to Yuan Qingyan and whispered, "My lord." The time of discovering the deceased Qianfu was at the initial hour of the Shen period, around 3 p.m., precisely within the study of the accounting room. According to the preliminary assessment of the coroner, the time of death was approximately within the span of an hour. The time and location she heard coincide perfectly. All eyes abruptly focused on Meng Qi, as the burly man and the amiable elder brother gazed at her with expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Master Wang continued to lower his head, his expression obscured, yet his grip on the hem of his garment seemed to tighten. Meng Qi felt her mind buzzing. Enveloped in a void, she had merely gone to retrieve something and heard a sound. How did it become entangled with a death? "Are you Meng Qi?" Yuan Qingyan slowly inquired, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. "You hail from Shandong?" Meng Qi felt her voice tremble as she responded, "Yes." "What brings you to the capital? Why have you entered Yunbian Tower?" I aspire to become a skilled chef. I thought to learn my craft at Yunbian Tower." Yuan Qingyan's gaze was cold and profound, as if assessing her. He fell silent for a moment. Yet this brief pause felt like an eternity to Meng Qi. Finally, he spoke, his tone bearing an undeniable command. "Zhao Fei, at your service," came the immediate reply. "Take her back to the town protector's office for thorough questioning." Back to the town protector's office. Meng Qi felt as though struck by lightning, her face paling instantly. What sort of place was the town protector's office? It was the dreaded judicial prison of the capital, a place that instilled fear in everyone. Once ensnared there, even the innocent would suffer. How could a mere innocent kitchen maid like her be taken to such a place? "My lord," Meng Qi exclaimed in panic. "I haven't done anything. I truly have done nothing. I merely went to retrieve something. Whether you are guilty or not, this official shall ascertain." Yuan Qingyan's tone remained unyielding. "Take her away." "Yes." Zhao Fei waved his hand, and immediately 2 members of the Jinyiwei advanced, one on each side, ready to escort Meng Qi. "No, I cannot go with you." Meng Qi panicked, instinctively stepping back, attempting to resist. "I am wronged. Master Wang can vouch for me. I have remained in the soup kitchen since my return." "Impudent!" Zhao Fei barked, his gaze icy. "The Jinyiwei conducts its affairs. You shall not disrupt." Just as the hands of the 2 Jinyiwei were about to grasp Meng Qi's arms, a warm yet authoritative voice suddenly resonated. "Town Protector, please hold." Everyone turned towards the sound to see Lin Shaoqing, who had appeared at the doorway of the soup kitchen, followed by the solemn Lu Guan and the worried Su Waner. Lin Shaoqing stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Yuan Qingyan, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. "Lord Yuan, this young lady Meng Qi is a newly hired assistant chef at Yunbian Tower, possessing a gentle disposition. It is utterly implausible for her to be involved in a homicide. What she just said is merely a coincidence of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. There may be deeper circumstances at play. I implore Lord Yuan to exercise discernment and not wrongfully accuse an innocent, for it would also tarnish the reputation of Yunbian Tower." His words were gentle and courteous, yet concealed a sharp edge, both advocating for Meng Qi and subtly hinting at the potential repercussions of the Jinyiwei's indiscriminate arrests. Yuan Qingyan's gaze shifted to Lin Shaoqing. 2 young men of strikingly different temperaments whose eyes silently clashed in the air. One was as cold as ice, while the other radiated a warmth akin to jade. Yet both were resolute in their own beliefs and positions. Lin Xiaodong, Yuan Qingyan began slowly, her tone still frosty. "I am mandated to investigate this case. I shall heed only the evidence, not personal sentiments. If she is suspected, she must be taken back to the town protector's office for a thorough inquiry." A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she continued. "As for the reputation of Yunbian Tower, if indeed a criminal is concealed within? That would be the true disgrace, would it not? Lin Shaoqing wished to speak further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Yuan Qingyan. Take her away, she commanded firmly, disregarding him entirely. This time, the Jinyiwei did not hesitate, swiftly seizing Meng Qi's arm. A sharp pain shot through her limb as she found herself firmly restrained, her heart swelling with fear and indignation to an unbearable peak. I am innocent. Let me go, she cried, futilely struggling as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Having journeyed so far to the capital, her dreams were just beginning. How could she be met with such unwarranted calamity? Her gaze swept across everyone in the kitchen. The burly man and the kind-hearted elder averted their eyes, unwilling to meet hers. Master Wang remained turned away, his figure hunched. Lin Shaoqing's brow furrowed, seemingly torn between a desire to assist and an inability to act. Su Wanner stood aside, her expression a complex tapestry of sympathy, scrutiny, and perhaps a hint of something else. At last, her gaze fell upon the icy, unfeeling face of the Jinyiwei town protector who had issued the order to detain her. Their eyes locked. In his, she saw a chilling sense of duty and an incisive awareness, devoid of any compassion. In hers, there was terror, injustice, despair, and a flicker of stubborn defiance born from being driven to the edge. She could not comprehend why it was him. Why once again it was him, the one whose presence had loomed over her since her very first day in the capital, as if he were fated to be her nemesis. Move, the Jinyiwei barked, roughly shoving her forward. Stumbling, Meng Qi was forcibly escorted away from the kitchen she had just begun to know and hope for. Away from Yunbian Tower, towards the ominous and terrifying depths of the Jinyiwei Town Protector's office. Inside the kitchen, a profound silence descended, broken only by the bubbling of the pots that continued to simmer, exuding a rich aroma now tinged with an unsettling foreboding. The sudden onset of a murder case had plunged into the serene waters of Yunbian Tower like a massive stone, churning up tumultuous waves and irrevocably altering the fate of a young chef. Chapter 8. The fragrance of anomaly in the depths of the Imperial prison, the Jinyiwei Town Protector's office, the Northern Town Protector's Imperial prison. These 6 characters were almost synonymous with the very essence of hell in the mouths of the common folk in the capital. It was said to be fortified with iron and copper, shrouded in darkness, and once cast within, the chances of survival were bleak at best. The air was perpetually thick with the scent of blood and despair, impenetrable even to the fiercest sunlight. As Meng Qi was roughly propelled by 2 impassive Jinyiwei captains through the heavy iron gates and into the fabled depths of the Imperial prison, she truly grasped the reality that such rumors were not mere fabrications. A chilling air, mingled with the sense of damp decay, rust, and an indescribable murkiness, surged through her limbs like a relentless parasite, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The light here was exceedingly miserly, with only dim oil lamps embedded in the walls at intervals, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows that transformed the narrow, cold corridor into a path leading to the underworld. The silence was oppressive, occasionally pierced by distant, indistinct whimpers or the jarring sounds of dragging chains, adding to the chilling atmosphere. The stone floor was cold and slippery, perpetually soaked in an unyielding dampness. Meng Qi's heart sank to the depths of despair. An overwhelming fear washed over her like a frigid tide, nearly submerging her entirely. She was merely a kitchen maid, an ordinary woman who had come to the capital with dreams. Why must she endure such a fate? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her icy cheeks, falling silently onto the filthy stones below. Enter. She was brusquely thrust into a cramped cell. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron bars closed mercilessly behind her, locking her in. This was to be her new home. The cell was so constricted that it could barely accommodate a single turn. 3 walls were composed of cold stone, mottled with dark green mold, exuding a nauseating odor. The only source of light came from a small, cobweb-covered vent above, allowing in a feeble ray that was almost negligible. The floor was covered in damp, dark straw, and a corner housed a putrid bucket. Was this to be her life? Despair coiled around her heart like a vine. She slid down the icy wall to the ground, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She longed for the bright sunshine of her homeland, for the warm smiles of her parents, and for the comforting aroma of familiar cooking, rather than this place, where even the air tasted of hopelessness. Time lost its meaning until the sound of clanking chains and footsteps disrupted her reverie. "It's time to eat," rasped a voice from outside the door. A small window at the bottom of the cell door swung open, and a chipped earthenware bowl was roughly thrust inside, containing a thin gruel that barely reflected her silhouette, emitting a faintly sour odor, with a few indistinct pieces of pickled vegetables floating atop. Meng Qi lifted her head, gazing at the so-called food, her stomach churning. As a chef, she possessed an instinctive discernment and respect for food. This offering, in her eyes, was a disgrace to the very concept of nourishment. However, the hollow ache in her abdomen and her extreme fatigue reminded her that survival was paramount. Only by living could she hope to clear her name and escape this wretched place. Taking a deep breath and suppressing her nausea, she grasped a cold bowl of rice porridge. As she anticipated, the taste was, as she had feared, an acrid, fermented flavor of stale rice, and the pickles were overwhelmingly salty and hard. Yet, gritting her teeth, she mechanically swallowed mouthful after mouthful. The inherent resilience of a Shandong girl stirred within her, ignited by the abyss of despair. She could not falter. She must not. As she reluctantly finished the bowl of porridge, an elusive and peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted into her senses. This aroma was faint, nearly overshadowed by the oppressive mustiness and filth of the prison cell. Yet Meng Qi's finely honed nose, sharpened by countless trials, detected it. The scent was distinct, unlike the typical floral, fruity, or spicy fragrances. It resembled the essence of some herb that had been simmered, mingled with a hint of mineral or earthy undertones. She abruptly lifted her head, inhaling the air with meticulous attention. The scent seemed somewhat familiar. Yes, it was akin to the strange, withered leaves she had encountered in the corner of the soup kitchen that day, and the residual aroma she had caught while washing the small pot used for concocting the secret broth. Although the fragrance here was considerably diluted, almost imperceptible, she was certain she had not misremembered that unique undertone. Why was there such a scent in the Imperial prison? A bold thought flashed through her mind, sending a tremor through her heart. Could the pot of secret broth, or the special ingredients used in brewing it, be connected to this prison of the Jinyiwei? Or perhaps to the murder itself? This revelation, like a faint flash of lightning in the darkness, did not illuminate her path, but provided a flicker of focus to her chaotic thoughts. She began to compel herself to calm down, scrutinizing every corner of the cell, leaving no anomaly overlooked. The stone walls, straw, and chamber pot were all filthy and mundane. She glanced down at her attire. Naturally, the oilcloth bundle containing her kitchen knife and recipe, which she had carried before being brought here, had been taken away. The blue garment she wore was the same one from Yunyan Tower. Instinctively, she touched the hem of her dress. It seemed to have been stained with some powdery substance. She leaned in closely to examine it, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Indeed, it was that peculiar fragrance, clearer than what she had sensed in the air. Where had this powder come from? In the soup kitchen? Or on her way to the dry goods store? Or perhaps during her transport to the Imperial prison? This small discovery sent Meng Qi's heart racing once more. This could potentially be the crucial clue to proving her innocence. Meanwhile, in a signing room of the Bizenfu, Yuan Qingyan sat behind the desk, his expression as cold as water, meticulously reviewing the recently compiled case files. The flickering candlelight cast alternating shadows on his sharply defined profile, enhancing his austere demeanor. Zhao Fei stood beside him, reporting in a hushed tone, "My lord, the coroner's findings have come in. The deceased, Qian Fu, from Yunyan Tower's accounting office, suffered a fatal blow to the back of the head from a blunt object. The time of death indeed falls between the end of the hour of Wu and the beginning of the hour of Shun. The scene's doors and windows remained intact, with no signs of struggle, suggesting it was the act of an acquaintance or that the assailant struck from behind when caught off guard." Yuan Qingyan did not lift his gaze, his voice steady as he inquired, "What of the murder weapon?" No obvious weapon was found at the scene. However, on the antique shelf in the deceased study, a jade pishio showed signs of having been moved, with water stains from cleaning still present. Albeit remnants of blood were detected in minute quantities. Upon preliminary examination, it is highly probable that the jade paixio is indeed the murder weapon. Yet it has been cleaned and returned to its original location. What are the accounts? Are there any discrepancies? We are in the process of verification. Qian Fu has managed the financial records of Yunbian Tower for many years, and the relationships are intricate. A preliminary review suggests that there have been several large expenditures of unclear origin in recent times, necessitating thorough investigation. Additionally, Zhao Fei paused for a moment. His subordinates have reported that the young master of the Lin family seems intent on utilizing his connections to inquire about the case, and even sent a food box, specifically requesting it be delivered to the chef named Meng Qi, which was intercepted by our personnel. Yuan Qingyan finally raised his head, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Shaoqing? He seems particularly concerned about a newly recruited kitchen helper. Indeed. However, rest assured, my lord, the Imperial prison is of utmost importance. No one can interfere. Zhao Fei promptly expressed his loyalty. Yuan Qingyan remained non-committal, his long fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze once again falling upon the case files, resting on the page detailing Meng Qi's account. How did Meng Qi behave during the interrogation? In response to your excellence. She maintained her usual narrative, insisting she merely went to retrieve an item and was indifferent to the commotion. She was quite agitated, continually proclaiming her innocence. However, Zhao Fei recalled that she appeared particularly sensitive to certain odors, repeatedly mentioning a strange scent she encountered in the soup kitchen, claiming that a similar powder had also adhered to her clothing. A peculiar scent? What sort of aroma? Yuan Qingyan inquired. She described it as a mixture of herbal and mineral or earthy notes, also suggesting a connection to a specific soup ingredient brewed by Wang Yi the previous day. Yuan Qingyan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Wang Yi? Secret soup? He recalled the records regarding that esteemed guest with a celestial designation and the ambiguous testimony provided by Steward Liu. Have her clothing, which is stained with powder, presented to me, he commanded. Understood. Zhao Fei took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Fei returned, holding a neatly folded garment of blue cloth, which was indeed Meng Qi's outer robe. Yuan Qingyan gestured for him to place it down, then took the garment into his own hands for careful examination. Indeed, at the hem, he discovered some exceedingly fine, dark purple-brown powder residue. He brought the edge closer to his nose and gently inhaled. A faint yet extraordinarily unique fragrance penetrated his nostrils. This scent was undeniably distinctive, with a bitter clarity intertwined with a hint of clandestine sweetness, along with an essence reminiscent of something mineral, perhaps post-combustion. Yuan Qingyan, hailing from a scholarly family in Jiangnan, possessed a wealth of knowledge and some familiarity with various spices and herbs, yet he could assert with certainty that he had never encountered such an aroma before. This was no ordinary substance. Could it be that the Shandong chef was speaking the truth? His gaze deepened once more. Why would an ordinary kitchen worker be tainted by such an unusual powder? Did this powder bear any hidden connection to Qian Fu's demise, to Yunbian Tower, or to that enigmatic noble guest? Was it possible that the wrong individual had been apprehended? This thought flitted through his mind, but was swiftly suppressed. The Jinyiwei operate on the basis of evidence, with no room for conjecture. Until irrefutable proof emerges, Meng Qi remains the prime suspect. The timing and location of her appearance are far too coincidental, and the corroboration of that muffled sound has thrust her into the spotlight. Yet, this peculiar fragrance, like a delicate thorn, has pierced through the clarity of his logical deductions. Yuan Qingyan handed the garment back to Zhao Fei, collecting a sample of the powder from its hem to send to the Imperial Hospital for a discreet examination by a trusted physician, seeking to uncover its true nature. Understood, Zhao Fei replied, accepting the garment and turning to leave. Wait, Yuan Qingyan called him back, instructing him to thoroughly search Qian Fu's study in the northwestern corner of the courtyard behind Yunbian Building, particularly along the path from the storeroom to the accounting room, to check for any other traces of similar powder or any suspicious markings. As you command. Zhao Fei departed, and once again, silence enveloped the room. Yuan Qingyan reclined in his chair, closing his eyes, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the cool surface of the desk. In his mind, the whispers of rumors concerning the Shandong girl echoed, particularly her remarkable knife skills and acute perception of ingredients displayed during the assessment, which seemed incongruous with her identity. Could someone capable of slicing tofu as finely as a hair, discerning the essence of a daikon at a glance, and possessing such sensitivity to sense truly be a simple-minded murderer? His intuition suggested that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. Yet, he placed greater faith in evidence. Until the truth emerged, he would not allow subjective assumptions to cloud his judgment. He reopened his eyes, his gaze regaining its former coldness and sharpness. Picking up his pen to continue reviewing the case files, as if the fleeting moment of contemplation had never transpired. Meanwhile, deep within the prison, Meng Qi, after enduring initial fear and despair, discovered an odd sense of calm. The revelation regarding the peculiar fragrance reignited her hope. Crouched upon the cold straw, she endeavored to recall the minutiae of her days at Yunbian Building, attempting to extract more threads of connection related to the scent and the murder from her tumultuous thoughts. She understood that the only one capable of saving herself was herself. She must remain composed, must ponder, and must uncover the key to proving her innocence. As night deepened, the prison grew increasingly frigid. Meng Qi wrapped her thin garment tightly around herself, her stomach empty, the chill piercing her bones. Yet in the darkness, her gaze flickered with a faint yet resolute light, akin to a small flame defiantly burning in the cold wind. She was uncertain of her fate or how the cold-hearted Jinyiwei would ultimately adjudicate her case. However, she was resolute that as long as she drew breath, she would not surrender. She intended to leave this place alive, to uncover the truth, and to obtain that imperial grant of a golden vegetable knife. Chapter 9. In search of subtle fragrance within the prison, the second morning in the prison dawned with an oppressive chill that penetrated to the bone. There were no rooster calls, no light of day, only the flickering oil lamp at the end of the corridor, casting a faint and despairing glow amidst the thick darkness. The air remained damp and cold, imbued with a lingering stench of decay and filth, as if time itself had stagnated and rotted within these walls. Meng Qi curled up on the cold straw, slowly opening her eyes. Having gone a night without sleep, the weariness and cold nearly crushed her will. Her stomach was empty, each breath carrying the taste of cold rust, and her throat felt painfully parched. Fear and grievance loomed like invisible specters, lingering in her heart, refusing to depart. Yet, in contrast to the initial panic and despair she felt upon her entrapment yesterday, a newfound calmness and resilience now flickered in the depths of her gaze. The peculiar fragrance she discovered clinging to the hem of her garment served as a delicate thread, guiding her away from the brink of total despair. She could not succumb. Her parents awaited good news from her in their hometown, and the dream of wielding the imperial golden kitchen knife remained unfulfilled. Most importantly, she was innocent. She must survive, uncover the truth, and cleanse herself of this egregious slander. With a clang, the small window at the base of the prison door swung open once more, revealing the same coarse porcelain bowl, filled with half a bowl of thin, foul-smelling rice porridge and a few pieces of dark, unappetizing pickles. The guard delivering the meal seemed to have transformed, briskly shoving the bowl through the opening before hastily departing, neglecting even a glance in her direction, as though she had become a mere fixture of this sunless abyss, unworthy of any attention. Driamke slowly shuffled closer and lifted the bowl. The potent, sour stench assailed her senses once again, churning her stomach. Yet this time, she did not force herself to swallow immediately. After all, she was a chef. Her perception of food was instinctual, deeply ingrained within her essence. She scrutinized the congee in the bowl. The rice grains were broken and dull in color, clearly remnants of aged rice, possibly mixed with other varieties of stale grain. The broth was murky, flecked with tiny impurities, and aside from its rancid odor, it bore a faint metallic tang reminiscent of inferior well water. The bowl's rim bore traces of stubborn, uncleanable grime. The rice had not been properly rinsed. Mingled with chaff, she murmured to herself under her breath, her voice hoarse. The water quality was poor, the heat excessive, the rice unblossomed, the broth murky, and the burning bottom imparted a charred flavor. This was no kanji, it was clearly. She halted, the subsequent critique remaining unspoken. In such dire circumstances, having anything to eat was a mercy, and she had no right to be critical. Yet this instinctive analysis brought a glimmer of clarity to her muddled thoughts. Even in the depths of despair, she remained the Driamki who pursued culinary excellence with fervor. This artistry and pride, rooted deep within her soul, could not be stripped away by the frigid confines of the prison. Using her fingernail, she carefully scraped away the most apparent ring of grime from the bowl's edge before lifting it to her lips, sipping slowly. It tasted like chewing wax. But she had to swallow. She needed strength. She needed a clear mind. Once she finished the porridge, she set the bowl aside and curled back into the straw pile, closing her eyes and forcing herself to disregard her physical discomfort, concentrating instead on her memories. Where had that strange fragrance originated? The soup kitchen? She endeavored to recall every detail of her time spent there. The air was a cacophony of scents, bone broth, spices, and firewood intertwining. She had indeed caught a whiff of a similar fragrance from Master Wang's pot simmering with secret broth and had seen that peculiar dried leaf by the corner cupboard. But she was certain she had not directly handled those items. Could have been on her way to the dry goods store? She strained to reconstruct that path in her mind. Emerging from the kitchen, she traversed a narrow passage cluttered with miscellaneous items, circumvented a well, and passed a small clearing adorned with a few crooked, old locust trees. Ahead lay a row of modest, single-story buildings nestled against the northwest wall of the backyard, where the storeroom and the accounting office were situated, separated by a small, neglected courtyard. It was in that very moment, as she had just retrieved the dried scallops and shrimp from the storeroom and approached that small clearing, that she heard the muffled sound. The direction seemed to originate from the courtyard housing the accounting office. At that instant, what else had she heard? What sense had wafted through the air? Fragments of memory began to gradually coalesce. The narrow path was paved with blue stone slabs, with weeds sprouting between the cracks. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance of locust blossoms, mingled with the somewhat metallic scent of freshly turned earth. Yes, in the direction where she heard the muffled noise, near the corner of the courtyard wall by the accounting office, there appeared to be a small patch of particularly dark moss, resembling a deep green hue, as if trampled by some weighty object. At the time, she had dismissed it as ordinary moss. Yet now, upon reflection, that moss seemed darker than elsewhere, with frayed edges, as if recently pressed down by a heavy load. Could that peculiar aroma be related to the trampled moss? Or perhaps that powder had originated from the moss itself or the surrounding soil? This thought invigorated Meng Qi. It provided at least a tangible direction. If she could establish that the powder came from the vicinity of the crime scene rather than from the kitchen, it might alleviate her suspicions. She longed to rush out immediately to examine the site closely. However, she understood that such an impulse was futile. The only course of action was to firmly engrave this conjecture in her memory and await the opportunity. Meanwhile, within the signing room, Yuan Qingyan was attentively listening to Zhao Fei's report. "My lord, the Imperial Medical Institute has sent word." Zhao Fei's demeanor was rather grave. The analysis of the powder's sample took some time. Dr. Sun has preliminarily determined that its primary components, aside from the ghostly ash of a plant, include an exceedingly rare mineral powder known as purple gold sand. This sand hails from the frigid lands of the western regions, is non-toxic in itself, but is said to enhance the efficacy of certain specific medicines while emitting a unique fragrance. As for the ghostly ash, it is a peculiar herb from the Miao region, known for its potent properties that invigorate blood circulation and stimulate the mind. It can also interact adversely with certain medications, yielding unpredictable consequences. The combination of these two substances has left Dr. Sun utterly perplexed, as there are no recorded references to such a mixture. Purple gold sand? Ghostly ash? Yuan Qingyan's fingertips lightly tapped the table. Indeed, these were not ordinary substances. How could such Western minerals and Miao herbs find their way into the Yunyuan building in the capital? And why were they associated with a death in an accounting office? What are the search results? He inquired, raising his gaze. "My lord, We have discovered traces of powder consistent with that found on Meng Qi's clothing, near the wall at the base of Qianfu's study window, as well as beside the path leading from the storeroom to the courtyard of the accounting office, in proximity to the trampled moss. Although the quantity is minimal, it is sufficient to prove that the powder does not exist solely on her person. Zhao Fei responded, stating that the mere presence of these powders does not directly attest to her innocence. Rather, it indicates that she indeed had close contact with suspicious items near the crime scene during the time of the incident. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly. This outcome did not surprise him. The clues pointed towards a more intricate web of circumstances, yet they failed to exonerate Meng Qi. My lord, there is another matter. Zhao Fei continued. My subordinates have investigated Qianfu's accounts and discovered that he secretly withdrew a substantial sum of money days before his demise, with its destination unknown. Furthermore, our informants have learned that Qianfu has recently had dealings with certain individuals from the southern black market, seemingly involved in trafficking some prohibited substances that have leaked from the palace. Prohibited substances? The black market? Yuan Qingyan's gaze suddenly sharpened. The case was becoming increasingly intriguing. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his options. Then, he abruptly stood up. Prepare the lanterns. Accompany me to the prison. Zhao Fei was taken aback, somewhat surprised. My lord, you wish to go in person? Yuan Qingyan offered no reply and strode directly outside. The cold, damp corridor of the prison was once again pierced by the sound of footsteps. This time, leading the way was Yuan Qingyan, holding a wind lantern, his demeanor grave. With Zhao Fei trailing behind, also carrying a lantern, they halted before Meng Qi's cell. The dim light filtered through the iron bars, illuminating the confined space. There, the young woman curled up on a pile of straw in the corner, her back to the door, her body shivering slightly from the cold. Yet she emitted no cries or complaints, only the sound of her steady, albeit somewhat stifled, breathing. Her bowl of breakfast lay beside her, its rim wiped clean, and the remnants of food seemed to have been gathered by her in a simple manner, not carelessly spilled. This starkly contrasted with the image he had envisioned of a terrified, desperate woman weeping inconsolably. Even in captivity, she appeared to maintain an almost instinctive sense of order. Yuan Qingyan signaled for the jailer to unlock the cell door. The harsh sound of the iron lock startled Meng Qi. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes widening in alarm upon seeing Yuan Qingyan's cold silhouette outlined by the lantern light. Her pupils dilated, her complexion drained of color, and instinctively, she recoiled slightly, her gaze filled with trepidation and a barely suppressed fear. My lord, the magistrate, her voice trembled dryly. Yuan Qingyan remained silent, stepping into the cell. The cramped space felt even more oppressive with his presence. His cold gaze swept across every corner of the cell, finally resting on the coarse porcelain bowl on the ground. It seems you have some thoughts on the quality of the meals here? He suddenly inquired, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Meng Qi was taken aback, uncertain why he would pose such a question. She bit her lip, summoning her courage to meet his gaze. Replying to my lord, I would not dare to voice any opinions. However, as a cook, I possess an innate sensitivity to the quality of food. Oh, Yuan Qingyan appeared intrigued. He lightly tapped the bowl with the tip of his boot. From the perspective of a cook, what is wrong with this porridge? The question was abrupt, even somewhat absurd. Discussing the merits of a rancid bowl of porridge with a prisoner in such a place? However, Meng Qi discerned a subtle scrutiny hidden beneath his seemingly casual tone. Steeling herself, she resolved to speak candidly. This could perhaps be an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate that she was not entirely devoid of merit. My lord, she endeavored to maintain a steady voice. This kanji has at least 5 deficiencies. Firstly, the rice is aged and has not been thoroughly washed, resulting in a gritty texture and a musty flavor. Secondly, the water quality is poor, tainted with a metallic odor that detracts from the kanji's inherent taste. Thirdly, the heat was excessive. The grains remain unbroken, while the broth has become murky and carries a burnt flavor. Fourthly, the pickled vegetables have been preserved too long, exuding an overwhelming saltiness that renders them dry and difficult to swallow. Fifthly, she paused, glancing at the bowl. The vessel itself is unclean, coated with grease and grime. which can also taint the food. She articulated her observations with clarity and professionalism, entirely unlike a terrified prisoner ensnared in dire circumstances. Instead, she resembled a culinary critic evaluating a dish in a kitchen. Within the signing room, Zhao Fei listened in astonishment. He had always found a kanji unpalatable, yet he had never considered the multitude of intricacies involved. Yuan Qingyan listened intently, his expression remaining inscrutable, yet within the depths of his gaze. A faint ripple of intrigue passed. He recognized that this seemingly fragile young woman radiated a confidence and expertise when discussing her familiar realm, a light that had not been entirely extinguished even in the filth of this prison. Her perceptiveness and intuition were indeed extraordinary. After a moment of silence, instead of commenting on her critique, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "You mentioned yesterday that you discovered a fragrant powder on the hem of your garment. Besides the hem, where else have you encountered similar substances?" Indeed, his suspicions remained intact. A knot tightened in Meng Qi's throat, yet she understood the significance of the moment. Drawing a deep breath, she recalled her earlier conjecture. "My lord, upon reflection, when I returned from the storeroom that day, I heard a muffled sound along the narrow path near the accountant's courtyard. At the time, I paid it no mind, but now I seem to recall spotting a small patch of deeply trampled green moss nearby, and the air carried a faint scent reminiscent of that powder." As she spoke, she meticulously observed Yuan Qingyan's reaction. His face remained inscrutable, but Meng Qi noted a barely perceptible movement of his fingers gripping the hilt of his dagger. "Moss." His voice remained steady. Yes, it was darker than the usual green moss, resembling a deep shade of emerald, with frayed edges, she added. Yuan Qingyan did not pursue the matter further. He regarded Meng Qi intently, his gaze complex and inscrutable, seemingly encompassing scrutiny, inquiry, and perhaps even a flicker of emotion he himself had not recognized. "Stay safe," he uttered, leaving that cryptic remark hanging in the air as he turned and exited the cell. With a clang, the iron door closed mercilessly, shrouding Meng Qi once more in darkness and chill. In the corridor, the sound of footsteps gradually receded. Zhao Fei followed, closely behind Yuan Qingyan. Unable to restrain himself from whispering, "My lord, our men also noticed the moss during their search. There were indeed signs of trampling, and they found powder nearby. Yet this still does not eliminate her suspicion." Yuan Qingyan did not respond immediately, but continued to stride forward. It was not until he approached the final iron gate of the prison that he abruptly halted, turning to Zhao Fei with a command. "Convey this order. From today onward, change your prison meals to clean white rice porridge, made with fresh water, and ensure the utensils are also clean." Zhao Fei was taken aback, almost believing he had misheard. Changing a prisoner's meal in the execution chamber to clean white rice porridge? This was utterly unprecedented. He dared not ask further and quickly bowed in compliance. "Yes, I shall obey." Yuan Qingyan said nothing more and strode out of the prison. Outside, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, dispelling the chill that clung to him. Yet it failed to clear the clouds of doubt lingering in his heart. That Shandong cook was indeed formidable. Her acuity, composure, and resilience exceeded his expectations, particularly her analysis of that rancid porridge and her description of the dark green moss. Perhaps he truly needed to reassess this case and this seemingly unlikely suspect. Meanwhile, deep within the cell, Meng Qi remained immersed in the brief, yet intense confrontation with Yuan Qingyan. She was uncertain whether her remarks about the moss would resonate with that cold-faced judge of life and death. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sat up straight. Moss. Dark green moss. She suddenly recalled that within the pages of the Chilu Gourmet record, her grandfather had once annotated a rare dark green lichen known as stone marrow, which grew on damp, rocky cliffs and was said to have medicinal properties with a unique aroma. Could it be that what she referred to was not moss, but stone marrow? This thought struck her like a thunderclap, sending a tremor of excitement coursing through her body. Chapter 10. The subtle clue in search of stone marrow, stone marrow. These two words echoed like thunder, shattering the cold fog of despair in Meng Qi's mind, igniting a surge of indescribable excitement that nearly made her tremble. Not mere moss, but stone marrow. Growing on the damp cliffs of rocky hills, its dark green hue, slippery to the touch, would emit a distinctive fragrance when crushed or dried, serving both medicinal and culinary purposes for those who sought rare and exquisite flavors. She sat up abruptly, her heart racing within her chest, her blood seemingly quickening its flow. She vividly recalled the entries regarding stone marrow in the Qilu gourmet record, not found among ordinary recipes, but nestled within her grandfather's notes on exotic delicacies. He had annotated with red ink, "This substance is cold in nature, with a slightly fishy taste, unsuitable for common consumption. However, when paired with extremely warming ingredients, such as deer antler, tiger bone, etc., and prepared with secret methods, it can become a great tonic, unattainable by commoners." He had even added in smaller script, "Yet, should the preparation methods be mishandled or conflict with other ingredients, it may backfire with extreme intensity, posing exceptional danger. A great tonic, unattainable by commoners. Secret preparation, exceptionnel danger." These key phrases seemed intricately connected to that pot of specially crafted broth for the esteemed guest. The stone marrow, intrinsically frigid in nature, possesses the remarkable ability to amalgamate with the most potent of substances. When combined with the exquisite culinary techniques of the esteemed Yunbian Tower and potentially other clandestine ingredients, perhaps derived from illicit sources, it could yield a concoction of astonishing efficacy, albeit harboring significant peril, an elixir of both life and death. Qianfu, as the chief accountant of Yunbian Tower, is likely the pivotal figure responsible for procuring these rare, perhaps even forbidden materials. Could his demise be linked to this secret broth, the enigmatic guest, and the shadowy dealings surrounding them? This lead illuminated her mind like a flash of lightning, dispelling the dense fog of uncertainty that had shrouded her thoughts. Her entanglement in this murder case may not stem from what she heard or saw, but rather from her inadvertent exposure to the unique scent emanating from the stone marrow. A scent potent enough to unveil this covert transaction. The murderer may have silenced Qianfu to prevent him from speaking, to seize his wealth, or perhaps for a combination of both motives. In the process of committing the crime or concealing the scene, the assailant inadvertently transported crushed stone marrow powder, perhaps clinging to their shoes, garments, or other belongings, into the outside world, where it fortuitously came into contact with her on her return to the kitchen. This inference sent a surge of exhilaration through Meng Qi, nearly compelling her to cry out. This was not merely a hope of exonerating herself, but the key to unraveling the entire mystery of the case. She forced herself to regain her composure. The paramount question now was how to convey this revelation, this deduction regarding the stone marrow, to the only individual capable of listening and validating it, the esteemed Jinyiwei Yuan Qingyan. Would a direct approach be credible? Could he be persuaded by the conjectures of a prisoner, particularly one already branded the prime suspect? Such statements might be dismissed as mere ramblings or worse, fabrications devised for self-preservation. Writing it down? She lacked the means. No ink, no paper, no brush. Was she destined to languish in this dismal confinement, helplessly witnessing the true culprit evade justice, while she bore the weight of false accusations, ultimately facing an ambiguous fate? No, absolutely not. Meng Qi clenched her teeth, her gaze swiftly scanning the confines of her cramped cell, her mind racing with unprecedented speed. She had to devise a method, one that could convey her message without appearing overtly contrived or suspicious. At that moment, a soft creak echoed as the small window at the bottom of her cell door was opened once more. Meng Qi's heart leapt. Was it time for lunch? Or had Yuan Qingyan sent someone again? A pristine, unblemished white porcelain bowl was gently placed through the window, brimming with a generous serving of rice porridge. In stark contrast to the repugnant gruel from the morning, this bowl revealed plump grains, a pure white hue, and a thick, fragrant broth, adorned with a sprinkling of red goji berries, accompanied by a small dish of seemingly fresh, pickled radishes. Meng Qi stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Had the prison's provisions undergone a miraculous transformation overnight? She gazed towards the window in bewilderment, but the server had already departed, leaving no explanation in their wake. Could it possibly be Yuan Qingyan? Did he order an improvement to her diet after visiting her yesterday? Why? Was it because her critique of the spoiled porridge made him perceive some value in her as a cook, thus granting her a modicum of favor? Or was he merely testing her, observing her reactions? A myriad of thoughts flickered through Meng Qi's mind. She lifted the bowl of steaming white rice porridge, feeling its warmth in her hands, the bowl's surface impeccably smooth. Leaning closer, she inhaled the aroma. The rice fragrance was pure, the steam refreshing, devoid of any unpleasant odor. She took a small sip. Fresh rice. It was made from this year's harvest, tender and sweet. The water was clean and sweet, devoid of any metallic taste. The cooking was executed to perfection. The grains had blossomed, the broth thick and velvety, dissolving in the mouth. Even the few goji berries were of superior quality, plump with small seeds. Beside it, the pickled radish was crisp and refreshing, perfectly seasoned. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the kitchen in the Imperial prison. It was evidently crafted with care, specifically for her. The stark contrast left Meng Qi momentarily disoriented. Her stomach, gripped by hunger, reacted with intensified spasms at the whiff of the authentic rice aroma. The body's longing for warmth and clean sustenance was palpably real. Yet, reason admonished her that the situation was far from simple. A person like Yuan Qingyan, whose thoughts ran deep and actions were unpredictable, would never bestow kindness upon a suspect without cause. He was observing her. The realization struck Meng Qi like a jolt of electricity. He was scrutinizing her reaction to the food. He was leveraging her instinct as a cook to gauge her disposition, perhaps even extract information. Thus, this bowl of porridge transcended mere nourishment. It represented a silent contest, a clandestine channel of communication between them. Meng Qi's heartbeat quickened once more, but this time it was not out of fear. Rather, it was a blend of tension, excitement, and a resolute determination. She understood. The message she sought to convey might be expressed through the food itself. She could not directly mention the stone marrow. That would be too abrupt, too perilous. However, she could employ her keen sensitivity to ingredients and flavors, analyzing this bowl of porridge or potentially other dishes in the future, subtly hinting at details pertinent to the case, guiding Yuan Qingyan to contemplate and infer. This was a daunting task, akin to dancing on a tightrope, where a slight misstep could lead to disaster or even jeopardy. Yet, it was the only conceivable means of self-preservation she could muster. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. First and foremost, she must consume this bowl of porridge normally, without displaying excessive surprise or gratitude, to avoid arousing suspicion. Simultaneously, she needed to savor it meticulously, memorizing every detail of the porridge. She ate slowly and gracefully, her movements focused, as though she were not in a cold cell, but rather in a bright and clean parlor, indulging in exquisite delicacies. Each grain, each spoonful lingered delicately on her tongue. The fresh rice must have been the tribute rice from the outskirts of the capital, plump and rich in glutinous texture. The water, clear and sweet, reminiscent of the springs of Yuling Mountain. The cooking process, slow and gentle, lasted at least 2 hours. The goji berries were of premium quality from Meng Qi. The pickled radish, sliced evenly, had been marinated for just the right amount of time, with a faint hint of osmanthus fragrance. This is undoubtedly crafted with great care. It might even be the handiwork of a skilled chef, perhaps the cook from Yuan Qingyan's residence? Or could it be that he specifically instructed Yun Bian Lu to send this? Though the likelihood of this is slim, Meng Qi couldn't help but ponder. After finishing the porridge, she neatly stacked the bowl and plate by the window, waiting for the jailer to collect them. Then, she returned to her pile of straw and began to reflect on her plan. How could she convey information about the stone marrow through food? The stone marrow thrives in damp, rocky terrains. She could subtly mention certain ingredients that evoke a similar environment, such as a specific type of mountain mushroom or some aquatic tuber with an earthy scent. The aroma of stone marrow is unique, possessing a slight fishiness intertwined with an exotic fragrance. She could emphasize her sensitivity to certain fishy or unusual aromas or intentionally refer to peculiar combinations of scents while evaluating the food. Stone marrow has medicinal properties and may be related to substances like gui jianshou and zijinsha. In discussing nourishing dishes or medicinal soups, she could discreetly allude to the principles of certain medicinal interactions or express particular curiosity or concern regarding certain tonics. All of this requires opportunity. Yuan Qingyan must continue to probe her through food, and she must adeptly maintain the balance, effectively conveying pertinent information without revealing her true intentions. This is undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Wagering on Yuan Qingyan's intelligence and suspicion, his obsession with the truth, and her own astute mind along with her culinary mastery, hoping to carve out a sliver of hope amidst this dire predicament. Time flows slowly in the midst of waiting and contemplation. Outside the cell, the occasional sound of the jailer's footsteps and the dragging of iron chains serve as reminders of her perilous surroundings. As evening approached, the small window of the cell door opened once more. The dinner served was still in a pristine white porcelain bowl, containing a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The noodles were handmade, chewy, and smooth. The broth was clear, made from high-quality chicken stock, rich and delicious. A few slices of thinly cut chicken breast rested atop, perfectly blanched, tender and moist, garnished with finely chopped green onions. The aroma was enticing, utterly irresistible. Meng Qi's heart raced once more. Here was another meticulously crafted dish beyond the usual standard. Yuan Qingyan's probing continued. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the bowl and began to savor it carefully. The noodles were made with eggs and a touch of alkaline water, repeatedly kneaded and hand-cut, resulting in such a delightful texture. The broth was exceptionally clear, its flavor pure, incomparable to ordinary meat soups. It seemed to be made using the method of hanging broth. However, it appeared that the timing was slightly off, preventing it from achieving the ultimate clarity. The handling of the chicken breast also displayed considerable skill. It must have been treated with egg whites and water starch, then quickly blanched or slid through oil to maintain such tenderness. The green onions were cut extremely finely, uniform in size, showcasing excellent knife skills. Wait, the green onions. Meng Qi suddenly paused her chopsticks. She picked up a vibrant green onion and examined it closely. This onion was not the sturdy variety commonly found in the capital, but rather the small, fragrant spring onions typical of the South, with short, slender white stalks and vibrant green leaves, exuding an even more intense aroma. More importantly, is the manner in which the scallions are sliced. While meticulous and uniform, the angle and pressure of the knife reveal a dexterity and elegance unique to the chefs of Jiangnan, starkly contrasting with the robust and forceful style of their northern counterparts. Could it be that this bowl of noodles resonates with the flavors familiar to Yuan Qingyan, or perhaps to him from Jiangnan? Is it possible that he personally ordered it to be prepared according to specific requirements? A bolder, even somewhat absurd thought suddenly invaded Meng Qi's mind. Yuan Qingyan, the cold-hearted and aloof commander from Jiangnan, could he be engaging her in a dialogue about taste in this manner? Chapter 11. Subtlety in kanji and noodles. A meticulously crafted bowl of chicken noodle soup appears incongruous in the chilling depths of the ominous prison. It is undeniably presented before Meng Qi. The steam wafts upward, carrying a fresh aroma that starkly contrasts with the surrounding decaying air, resembling an abrupt yet exquisite dream. After the initial shock, Meng Qi's heart strangely calms. She is almost certain this is not merely an improvement in rations, nor an act of merciful charity. It is a probe, an observation, even a silent conversation conducted through heavy iron doors and towering walls. That cold-hearted commander, Yuan Qingyan, extends his reach through what may be his only adept and willing method of command and control, attempting to extract more information from her. The seemingly fragile, yet potentially pivotal suspect. Food, the realm she knows best and excels in, becomes the sole fragile connection between them. What does he wish to discern? Is he interested in her reaction to the delicacies? Will she devour it in desperation, exposing the plight of a prisoner? Or will she critique it, revealing the essence of a chef? Or can he glean deeper insights from this seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles? The scallion cutting technique, infused with Jiangnan flavors, and the broth that evidently showcases a refined skill. Are these mere coincidences, or has he intentionally left behind signatures of his own origins or preferences. What is he hinting at? Or does he simply wish to see if she, a Shandong native skilled in Lu cuisine, can discern the subtle differences? Meng Qi slowly picks up her chopsticks. She is acutely aware that every movement, every nuanced expression, and even the remnants left in the bowl may be scrutinized and interpreted by unseen eyes. She must not panic, nor err. First, she studies the bowl of noodles intently. The noodles are pristine, each strand distinct. The broth is clear and bright, with minimal oil. The chicken slices are as thin as paper, their hue a delicate pink. The scallions are lush green, evenly scattered. Merely in terms of appearance, it is already a rare delicacy, a testament to the creator's dedication and skill. Then, she bows her head and gently inhales the steam from the broth. The pure chicken essence mingles with the faint fragrance of scallions, clean and rich, devoid of any off-putting flavors. She pinches a small handful of noodles and brings them to her lips. Indeed, the noodles are chewy and springy, imbued with a rich wheat aroma, complemented by just the right hint of alkaline water, enhancing their resilience without a trace of bitterness. Taking another sip of the broth, it is warm and delicious, penetrating to the core, a taste that can only be achieved through prolonged and careful simmering, revealing a simplicity stripped of excess. The chicken slices are exquisitely tender, dissolving almost effortlessly upon the tongue. It is truly delectable. Even within the confines of the kitchen at Yunbian Lu, this seemingly simple bowl of chicken soup noodles, which is imbued with meticulous craftsmanship, is sufficient to elicit nods of approval from even the most discerning diners. Her body instinctively yearns to consume this warm, delicious sustenance immediately, as a balm for the relentless hunger and cold she has endured. Yet, her reason compels her to slow down. She savors each bite, meticulously dissecting every nuance of flavor, etching them into her memory. Indeed, the broth bears a resemblance to a clear soup, yet it lacks a certain finesse, failing to achieve the ultimate clarity that follows an exquisite stock. The freshness also lacks a lingering sweetness. This suggests that while the creator possesses considerable skill, they may have been pressed for time, or perhaps they are not a dedicated stockmaker. The scallions, undoubtedly the petite variety from the south, are cut with finesse, though a couple may have slight discrepancies in thickness. This does not reflect a lack of skill, but rather an oversight possibly stemming from a moment of distraction. Such subtle imperfections might go unnoticed by the average diner, yet to Meng Qi, a chef with an almost exacting pursuit of flavor and detail, they shine as brightly as stars in the night sky. Gradually, a vague conjecture forms in her mind. This bowl of noodles may not have been crafted by a professional chef, but rather by someone who possesses culinary knowledge and perhaps a particular fondness for Jiangnan flavors. Hastily prepared under Yuan Qingyan's suggestion. How should she respond? She recalls her plan to subtly convey information about Shui through food. She eats deliberately and slowly, finishing the noodles and chicken, leaving only a small portion of broth. Then, with her chopsticks, she gently gathers the remaining scallions at the bottom of the bowl to one side. This gesture resembles both a habit of tidying up remnants and a silent emphasis on something significant. After completing this, she neatly places the bowl and chopsticks by the window, awaiting a response. Time ticks away slowly. Meng Qi's heart beats like a drum, filled with anticipation of whether her signal would be received, alongside trepidation for the unknown consequences it may bring. At last, footsteps echo once more in the corridor. This time, the individual coming to collect the bowl appears to be the same guard who delivered her meal that morning, his face inscrutable and indifferent. He does not glance at Meng Qi, reaching out to take the bowl. Just as his fingers are about to graze the rim, Meng Qi suddenly speaks, her voice soft yet clear enough to be heard. This bowl of noodles has a clear broth and smooth texture. It is made with care. She slightly tilts her head, her gaze seemingly lost in thought, embodying a chef's habitual scrutiny and contemplation. However, the purity of the broth's flavor appears somewhat excessive. If it could be enhanced with a hint of wild greens that thrive on shadowed stone walls, lending their unique bitterness, it might enrich the rich taste with a more profound resonance of the forest, inviting deeper reflection. Her words flow slowly and naturally, akin to a cook pondering how to refine a recipe. The key phrases are cleverly concealed within her seemingly mundane critique. Shadowed stone walls, wild greens, unique bitterness, profound resonance of the forest, inviting deeper reflection. Each word subtly alludes to the growth environment of the stone marrow, its unique fragrance, and its intriguing characteristics. The jailer's actions paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by her unexpected speech, yet he quickly resumed his indifference, picking up his utensils and departing without a backward glance. As Meng Qi watched his figure vanish into the darkness, her heart raced, suspended in her throat. Would he relay her words? Could Yuan Qingyan comprehend the profound meaning she concealed? Or would her cryptic remarks only invite deeper suspicion and harsher treatment? She was uncertain. All she could do was await the outcome. This time, the response arrived more swiftly than she had anticipated. Approximately an hour later, just as Meng Qi was on the verge of dozing off from anxiety and fatigue, footsteps echoed again outside her cell. This time, there was more than one person. Meng Qi's heart constricted sharply, and she instinctively sat upright, warily gazing toward the door. The iron lock was open once more, and the cell door creaked open. Standing at the threshold was none other than Zhao Fei. Clad in his crisp military attire, he bore a serious expression. Yet his gaze seemed to lack some of its previous chill, infused instead with complexity and curiosity. Behind him trailed two jailers, astonishingly carrying a wooden basin and some clean cloths. By the command of the prefect, Zhao Fei's voice resonated powerfully in the empty cell. I bring you hot water and clean garments. Attend to yourself. Hot water? Clean garments? Meng Qi could scarcely believe her ears. In this prison, receiving a bowl of clean porridge was already an immense boon. Now there was hot water for washing and fresh clothes to wear. What could this mean? Was her subtle hint effective? Or was Yuan Qingyan concocting yet another scheme? My lord, Meng Qi could not help but speak, her voice trembling ever so slightly. My lord has his arrangements. Zhao Fei interrupted, maintaining a businesslike tone that seemed to possess a hint less of the previous coldness that kept others at bay. Use them as you see fit. We shall return in half an hour. With that, he gestured for the jailers to set down the basin and garments before turning to leave, locking the cell door behind him. However, this time, it appeared he intentionally left a narrow crack for ventilation. Meng Qi gazed at the steaming basin, exuding the fragrant scent of clean soapwort, then glanced at the neatly stacked set of simple, yet entirely new indigo prison garments beside it. Her heart ached, and tears nearly spilled over. The filth cold and fear of recent days seemed momentarily alleviated by the warmth of this unexpected offering. Regardless of Yuan Qingyan's intent, this kindness was undoubtedly a timely relief for her weary body and soul. No longer hesitating, she swiftly shed the tattered garment that had long been soiled and tainted with mildew and strange odors, immersing the cloth in the warm water. The gentle steam caressed her skin, washing away the dirt and seemingly dispelling a deep-seated chill. She meticulously cleansed her body, reveling in the long-lost sensation of freshness and purity. Dressed in a clean and soft prison uniform, she felt a considerable lightness despite still bearing the identity of a prisoner. Her spirit was notably uplifted. She neatly folded her soiled clothes and set them aside, her gaze landing once more on the blue outer garment stained with peculiar powder. This piece of clothing was not only crucial evidence, but also marked the beginning of her silent confrontation with Yuan Qingyan. Now that Yuan Qingyan had provided her with clean attire, was he implying that she should replace this vital piece of evidence? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Qi ultimately folded the outer garment and placed it atop the pile of dirty clothes. She believed that since Yuan Qingyan had already taken a sample of the powder from the hem, the garment itself might have lost its significance. By donning the fresh prison uniform, she was also making a statement, indicating her acceptance of his arrangement and her willingness to continue this dialogue. Half an hour later, Zhao Fei indeed arrived punctually, commanding the guards to collect the wooden basin and soiled garments, saying nothing throughout the process and not casting another glance at Meng Qi. The cell returned to its silence, though the air felt less oppressive. A faint ray of light seeped through the crack of the door, dispelling some of the darkness. Leaning against the wall, Meng Qi's mind was awash with countless thoughts. Yuan Qingyan's response was more direct and humane than she had anticipated. Did he comprehend her allusions to the shadowy stone walls and the verdant wilds? Had he begun to question the existence of the stone marrow and initiated an investigation? The delivery of warm water and clean clothing. Was it merely an enhancement of her conditions or a silent affirmation, signifying his willingness to continue this culinary dialogue? Even granting her a semblance of dignity to face the impending interrogation or inquiry with clarity and respect. All of this remained uncertain. Yet within Meng Qi's heart, a complex and ineffable emotion began to stir. Her fear and vigilance towards the capricious and ruthless Jinyiwei commander persisted. But there was also a faint curiosity and an inexplicable connection that had emerged. After all, he was the only one who might understand her culinary language. As night fell once more, the evening meal consisted of a bowl of mushroom-stewed chicken. It was served in a pristine white porcelain bowl, the broth a rich golden hue, the chicken tender and falling off the bone. However, when Meng Qi caught sight of the mushrooms, her pupils dilated in shock. They were not the ordinary shiitake or oyster mushrooms, but rather several rare wild fungi she had only encountered in the gourmet delicacies of Qilu under the section on mountain treasures. There were cow liver mushrooms, dark red in hue, resembling livers. There were morels, their surface riddled with pits, and a small, entirely black mushroom, exuding a strong and exotic aroma. Stone ears. Stone ears are a type of fungus that grows on damp rocks. Yuan Qingyan, he truly understood, and he had responded with a bowl of mushroom soup that encapsulated elements of stone walls, wilds, and exotic fragrances. Was he informing her that he had taken note of the clues she mentioned and was investigating in that direction? Holding the steaming bowl of mushroom-stewed chicken, Meng Qi felt her hands tremble slightly, her heart a mix of excitement and anxiety. This culinary analysis of the case, conducted from a distance, had officially commenced. Chapter 12. Reinvestigating the scene for truth. The night enveloped the majestic capital in an inky silence. Only within the brightly lit chambers of the northern town pacification office of the Jinyiwei, the flickering flame illuminated the refined, yet slightly weary visage of Yuan Qingyan. He had sat here for nearly 2 hours, poring over the comprehensive case files, testimonies, and the latest clues gathered from various sources concerning the financial affairs of the Yunbian Tower. The air was thick with the musty scent of old papers and a faint aroma of ink as the candlelight danced, casting delicate glimmers in his profound eyes, reminiscent of stars fleetingly appearing in a deep, cold pond. The bowl of chicken noodle soup, inspired by Jiangnan flavors and crafted under his direct suggestion, along with the subsequent bowl of chicken stew infused with hidden intricacies, had been delivered to the Imperial prison, and he had been awaiting some form of response. Not that he anticipated the incarcerated chef would be overcome with gratitude or hastily confess anything. What he awaited was a more subtle, unspoken understanding shared among the astute. Her remarks about the shadowy stone walls and the verdant wilds precisely echoed his previous culinary test, directing him toward a clandestine investigation into the stone essence. The bowl of mushroom soup, enriched with rare mountain delicacies such as stone ears, served as his reaffirmation and hint. He understood, and he was indeed on the case. This silent game, mediated by food across high walls, unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, yet it stirred Yuan Qingyan's emotions like pebbles cast into a still lake, creating ripples. The Shandong girl, named Meng Qi, with her sharpness, composure, and methodical responses even in dire straits, far exceeded his expectations of an ordinary cook. Was she truly innocent? Or was all she did merely a more sophisticated guise? Yuan Qingyan's long fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze once again falling upon the preliminary investigation report regarding the stone essence. The powdered sample brought back by Zhao Fei had been secretly examined by the Imperial Medical Institute and indeed contained components of Gui Jianqiu and Zijin Sha. According to the clandestine records from the palace archives reviewed by the Jinyiwei and inquiries through discreet channels, this dark green lichen, known as stone essence, did exist. Since the previous dynasty, certain alchemists had claimed that when combined with specific secret medicines, it could concoct miraculous elixirs for longevity or even transformation. However, due to its volatile nature and the extreme rarity of its ingredients, it had long been classified as forbidden. Remarkably, Traces of this prohibited substance from the previous dynasty had surfaced in the vicinity of the death scene at Yunbian Tower, a renowned establishment celebrated for its culinary delights. This could not be mere coincidence. Knock, knock, knock. A steady rap on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Yuan Qingyan's voice remained cool and composed. Zhao Fei entered, his face bearing the signs of travel, yet his eyes shone with a newfound brightness, evidently having made a significant discovery. Sir, he stepped forward briskly, placing a freshly compiled dossier before Yuan Qingyan. We have unearthed some leads on Qian Fu's dealings in the black market. Yuan Qingyan gestured for him to sit. Our investigation followed Qian Fu's recent interactions with several herbal traders in the southern part of the city. We have discovered that he is not only trafficking ordinary medicinal materials that have leaked from the palace, but is also secretly acquiring exceedingly rare and arguably illicit items. Among them were purple gold sand and several potent southern herbs, bearing a striking resemblance to the traits of the ghostly worry. Zhao Fei's voice was low, and notably, 3 days prior to Qian Fu's demise, he had clandestinely met with a mysterious buyer known only as Mr. Nan outside the city, engaging a transaction that yielded a substantial sum of silver. However, this money did not appear in the accounts of Yunbian Tower, nor was it found in Qian Fu's private residence. Mr. Nan? Yuan Qingyan's gaze sharpened. Have we uncovered the identity of this individual? Zhao Fei shook his head. This person is exceedingly elusive, changing both location and method for each transaction, and appears solely interested in rare and even toxic medicinal materials. We have only discovered that he seems to be linked to a disgraced royal in the palace, yet the trail ends there. A disgraced royal? Within the palace? Yuan Qingyan's brows furrowed tighter. The waters were deeper than he had anticipated. The illicit medicinal materials, the enigmatic buyer, the palace connection, all surrounding Qian Fu's death, which was likely due to his excessive knowledge. Or perhaps he had unwittingly crossed the boundaries of certain individuals within this perilous transaction. My lord, there is also this. Zhao Fei produced a small object meticulously wrapped in oiled paper from his bosom, gently placing it upon the table. This was discovered by my subordinates during a subsequent investigation of Qian Fu's study, hidden within a remarkably concealed compartment. Yuan Qingyan unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing a small token. Intricately carved from some form of hard black wood, devoid of any inscriptions, save for a peculiar, twisted flame motif. The edges of the token appeared to be stained with a dried, dark red substance. What is this? Yuan Qingyan inquired, scrutinizing the token. My subordinates are unaware. Zhao Fei replied, shaking his head. However, the material of this token is extraordinary, heavy in hand and ice-cold to the touch. The hidden compartment was located behind a movable brick at the very bottom of the bookshelf, exceedingly concealed. Without a meticulous examination, it would be virtually undetectable. Furthermore, when we uncovered the token, there lingered a faint, unfamiliar fragrance reminiscent of the peculiar scent we previously encountered. The unfamiliar fragrance, Yuan Qingyan exclaimed, bringing the token closer to his nose, and indeed, he discerned a faint yet unique aroma, akin to that of the stone marrow powder. This token was undoubtedly related to the forbidden substance. My lord, look! Zhao Fei pointed to the dark red mark on the token's edge. Could this color possibly be blood? Yuan Qingyan's eyes narrowed. He seized a nearby candlestick, bringing the token closer to the flame for a closer inspection. The dark red stain indeed resembled dried blood, seemingly mingled with a minute amount of dark green powder. It is the powder of stone marrow, stained upon the blood. This revelation struck Yuan Qingyan like a jolt of electricity. He immediately directed his gaze toward the jade piccio, initially identified as the murder weapon. Although the base of the jade piccio had been cleaned, if the assailant, in a state of panic after committing the act, had concealed the blood-stained token within the hidden compartment, then instantly summoned the forensic examiner, Yuan Qingyan ordered in a low voice, commanding a re-examination of the residual blood samples at the base of the jade piccio to ascertain whether they bore traces of stone marrow powder. Simultaneously, he instructed a comparison of the blood on the token with that of the deceased, Qian Fu. Yes, Zhao Fei responded, invigorated, and promptly departed to carry out the orders. In the dimly lit room, Only Yuan Qingyan remained, clutching the cold, black token with a gaze shrouded in uncertainty. If the bloodstains on the token indeed belonged to Qian Fu and were mingled with stone marrow powder, while the jade picio, the murder weapon, bore no trace of such powder, what could this signify? It suggests that the perpetrator, after committing the act with the jade picio, subsequently handled the token tainted with stone marrow powder. Alternatively, it could imply that the token itself is directly linked to the crime. Perhaps the assailant, while cleaning the weapon, failed to notice the traces on the token or overlooked them in a state of panic. Consequently, the powder found on Meng Qi's garment and along the path could likely be remnants inadvertently dropped by the murderer while concealing the token or fleeing the scene. Hence, although Meng Qi appeared at the wrong place and time, her suspicion as the direct assailant was significantly diminished. She was more likely just an unfortunate witness who stumbled upon a fragment of the truth. This inference caused a barely perceptible relaxation of the tension that had gripped Yuan Qingyan's heart. It was not due to any particular sentiment toward the kitchen maid, but rather because it aligned more logically with the circumstances and could elucidate the existing enigmas. He was not a merciless killer. The authority of the Jinyiwei was meant to uphold justice and uncover the truth, not to fabricate injustices. Should Meng Qi be wronged, he would certainly not allow her to suffer unfairly. However, new questions arose. What did this token represent? Who was the enigmatic Mr. Nan? What was his connection to the Imperial court? Was Qian Fu's death a result of a vendetta stemming from black market dealings? Or was it entangled in a deeper conspiracy regarding prohibited substances and secret arts? What role did Yunbian Tower play in this intricate web? Was the mysterious guest of the distinguished Tian rank concocting that pot of secret broth the key to unraveling it all? The clues spread like a spider's web, pointing toward a more colossal and perilous vortex at its core. My lord, Zhao Fei returned, visibly agitated. The coroner has confirmed it. The blood on the token indeed belongs to the deceased Qian Fu. Furthermore, traces of stone marrow powder were detected in the blood. However, no such powder was found in the blood sample from the base of the jade picio. As anticipated, a glimmer of understanding crossed Yuan Qingyan's eyes. This outcome corroborated his prior deductions. Excellent. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the documents on the table and the enigmatic token, his mind already resolved. Convey my orders. His voice regained its characteristic coolness and decisiveness. First, increase personnel to thoroughly investigate the identity and whereabouts of Mr. Nan, as well as the fate of the vanished fortune. Second, conduct a covert inquiry into the true identity of the distinguished guest at Yunbian Tower and his connections to Qian Fu and the secret broth. Third, list Wang Yud as a key subject for observation. However, his culinary skills may still prove useful for the investigation, so we shall not act against him just yet, but rather monitor him closely. He paused momentarily, his gaze seemingly drifting towards the direction of the interrogation room, his tone subtly softening. That Meng Qi has been temporarily released from solitary confinement and reassigned to the servant quarters in the rear of the Northern Town Protector's office. She will be under surveillance and is not permitted to roam freely, though she is allowed to utilize the small kitchen in the back under supervision. What? Zhao Fei was once again taken aback. Released from solitary confinement? Reassigned to the servant quarters? Allowed to use the kitchen? This was tantamount to a covert absolution of her suspicions, or perhaps an intention to protect her, or rather, to leverage her culinary skills and keen perception to assist in the investigation. My lord, please reconsider. Zhao Fei could not help but urge. Although the evidence points away from her as the direct perpetrator, she is still entangled in this matter. Acting hastily on my words could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yuan Qingyan interrupted him, his tone brooking no dissent. Her nose and tongue may well discern the hidden nuances of this case more adeptly than the knives we wield. Keeping her around has its advantages. Zhao Fei gazed into Yuan Qingyan's fathomless eyes, recognizing his resolution, and dared not speak further, bowing in compliance. Yes, your subordinate shall obey. Once Zhao Fei departed, Yuan Qingyan stood alone by the window, gazing into the oppressive darkness of the night. The absolution of Meng Qi's direct suspicions was merely the first step. This case, entangled with forbidden drugs, the black market, and court secrets, was far more intricate and perilous than anticipated. Temporarily removing her from the vortex of the interrogation room was not only to facilitate the utilization of her unique talents, but perhaps also an instinctual form of protection that even he had yet to acknowledge. He shook his head, dispelling this incongruous thought. He was simply employing all available resources to uncover the truth, nothing more. That kitchen maid had best be as astute and resourceful as she claimed to be. Otherwise, the wind outside seemed to grow colder still. A far greater storm was quietly brewing beneath the calm of the night. Chapter 13. The young chef unveils her culinary destiny as the cold iron locks creaked open once more. Blinding light flooded the dark confines of the cell. Meng Qi instinctively squinted, her heart swelling not with the elation of seeing daylight again, but with deeper vigilance and unease. The visitor was still Zhao Fei, but behind him stood two relatively unremarkable captains of the Imperial Guard. Meng Qi. Zhao Fei's voice retained its official tone. It seemed to lack some of the previous hardness. Prepare yourself and come with us. Where to? Meng Qi's heart leaped into her throat, her voice barely concealing a tremor. Is it for questioning or something worse? By the order of the town protector, you are to be reassigned to the servant quarters in the rear of the northern town protector's office to await further instructions, Zhao Fei succinctly proclaimed. Servant quarters? Awaiting instructions? Meng Qi was momentarily stunned, nearly convinced she had misheard. She had envisioned countless scenarios, torture, forced confessions, even an ambiguous demise within these prison walls. Yet, she had never anticipated such an arrangement, which sounded seemingly inconsequential, yet strangely peculiar. Why is my lord doing this? She could not help but inquire. The lord's decisions require no explanation to you. Zhao Fei interrupted her, casting a fleeting glance in her direction, and added, from this moment forth, you are no longer considered a repeat offender. However, you must remain under supervision and are not permitted to leave the designated area. Let's proceed. Meng Qi, filled with apprehension, realized that further inquiries would be futile at this juncture. Silently, she rose to her feet, her clean indigo prison attire rendering her at least somewhat less disheveled. She took one last look at the cell, where she had spent a mere 2 days. It felt as though she had endured a lifetime of torment, then inhaled deeply and followed Zhao Fei outside. Upon returning to the surface, the blinding sunlight nearly forced her eyes shut. The long-awaited fresh air filled her lungs, imbued with a sense of dust and sunshine, a stark contrast to the damp, decaying atmosphere of the prison, evoking a sense of surreal dislocation. Navigating through the heavily guarded courtyards and corridors, they arrived at a relatively secluded and much quieter backyard. This space appeared to accommodate the lower-ranking members and servants of the Jinyiwei, although still composed of gray bricks and tiles with strict regulations. It lacked the oppressive atmosphere of the front courtyard and prison, instead resonating with the warmth of ordinary life. Zhao Fei led her to a row of modest single-story houses and pointed to one of them, stating, "This will be your residence from now on." The adjacent room serves as a small kitchen, equipped with basic cooking utensils and ingredients for your use. Meng Qi followed his gesture, noting that the room was slightly larger than her prison cell, and the window admitted a bright light. The so-called small kitchen, however, resembled a rudimentary storage space, containing only a tiny earthen stove, a cast-iron pot, a few simple bowls and plates, and some seemingly long-stored grains and oils. May I use the kitchen? Meng Qi sought clarification, her doubts intensifying. Yes, Zhao Fei replied, his impatience apparent, but anything you prepare must undergo inspection. Inspection? She echoed, her heart sinking at the implication. The allowance to use the kitchen was not one of trust, but rather another form of surveillance and control. Additionally, Zhao Fei seemed to recall something and added, his tone laced with a subtle peculiarity. The master has decreed that from today onwards, you will be responsible for his 3 daily meals. What? Meng Qi exclaimed, her head snapping up in shock as she stared at Zhao Fei, questioning her own hearing. To be tasked with preparing the meals for Yuan Qingyan. The cold and capricious head of the Jinyiwei was beyond comprehension. What sort of game was this? Was it humiliation a test? Or did he truly intend to exploit her culinary skills for some purpose? Or his culinary preferences? Meng Qi forced herself to suppress the tumult within, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Understanding the tastes of one's patron is a fundamental skill of a cook, even if that patron is Yuan Qingyan. Zhao Fei appeared taken aback by her inquiry momentarily, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. As if struggling to recall, the master seems to have no particular preferences. He does not eat much and is not particularly finicky. By the end of his statement, even he seemed unsure of himself. After all, Yuan Qingyan was either occupied with official duties at the yamen or remained secluded in his residence, seldom dining out except for the occasional necessary social engagements. He had little interest in particularly extravagant tastes. He was only aware that his young superior seemed disinterested in overly greasy and spicy foods, and that was all. Understood. Meng Qi lowered her head, concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. Not picky, quite the contrary. The meticulous details of that bowl of chicken noodle soup revealed his exceedingly high standards for food quality, though he seldom expressed them. Each day, 3 meals were to be delivered punctually to the master's signing room. Someone would escort you. After Zhao Fei uttered his final words, he ceased speaking further, signaling the 2 guards watching over her to keep a close watch. He then turned and strode away. Meng Qi stood rooted in place, watching Zhao Fei's disappearing figure. Then glancing at the humble servant quarters and the small kitchen before her heart a tumult of emotions. Leaving the Imperial prison and regaining freedom, albeit limited, was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Yet, the thought of her impending task, to cook for the very man who had personally cast her into hell and was now pulling her out, filled her with an indescribable sense of discomfort and indignation. She could not forget his frigid gaze, nor the unyielding coldness with which he had ordered her removal, and the suffocating fear that had pervaded the prison. Although he seemed to have dismissed her as a direct suspect, it did not imply that he believed her entirely innocent. Assigning her to cook felt more like a patronizing exploitation. Why? Simply because she had culinary skills? Because her palate might prove slightly useful for his case? Meng Qi, too, was a respectable cook, deserving of her own dignity and pride. A surge of resentment and unwillingness quietly took root within her. But what could she do? She was at the mercy of others, like fish upon a butcher's block. Presently, she had no room for resistance. Submission, perhaps, was her only escape. Her gaze fell upon the small kitchen, which held a stove, pots and pans, and ingredients. Her battlefield, the realm where she felt most at home and most in control. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to resume the unfinished dialogue with food, even subtly express her discontent and resentment. A thought flickered, like a mischievous flame dancing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door of the servant quarters. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a hard bed and a small table, yet it was clean and tidy, infinitely better than the prison. After a brief tidying up, she eagerly entered the small kitchen. Though modest, the kitchen was well equipped. The stove was impeccably clean, and the iron pot gleamed brightly. On the adjacent shelf, essential ingredients such as rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were all present. Though not of the highest quality, they were fresh and usable. In the corner sat several vegetable baskets, containing freshly delivered greens, radishes, eggs, and even a small piece of good-looking pork belly along with a lively crucian carp. It seemed Yuan Qingyan was determined to allow her to showcase her culinary talents. Meng Qi rolled up her sleeves, fastening her well-worn apron that had been meticulously cleaned. She grasped the seemingly ordinary yet comfortable kitchen knife. As her fingertips brushed against the cool handle, and the familiar sound of the knife striking the cutting board echoed around her, a long-lost sense of control and reassurance enveloped her once more. Before the stove, in this confined space, lay her dominion. Here, she was no longer a mere pawn at the mercy of others, but a masterful chef, orchestrating her culinary symphony. Lunchtime was fast approaching. She needed to prepare the first meal for her esteemed guest. What should she create? Gazing at the ingredients before her mind whirled with possibilities. She aimed to showcase her culinary prowess, to demonstrate that her reputation was well-deserved. It needed to align with his likely preference for lighter fare. Yet she could not submit entirely. Above all, she desired to subtly infuse her own unique flair. Eureka! She selected a piece of pork belly. It's marbling an exquisite blend of fat and lean meat, truly a prime ingredient. She also gathered several eggs, some greens, and fragrant scallions. First, she meticulously sliced the pork belly into thin pieces, marinating them with a dash of soy sauce, cooking wine, and a hint of sugar. The rich umami of soy sauce was indispensable in Shandong cuisine, and this was a compromise she would not entertain. Next, she whisked the eggs, incorporating a pinch of salt and a splash of water until smooth. With a gentle flame beneath her large iron wok, she deftly crafted several thin, golden egg crepes, a skill that would elicit awe from any observer. She then cut the crepes into neat diamond shapes and set them aside. The greens were washed and cut into sections, while the scallions were finely chopped. Everything was in readiness. She heated a small amount of oil in the wok, adding the marinated pork belly slices, swiftly stir-frying them until they transformed in hue, coaxing out some of the excess fat. Then, she introduced the chopped scallions to release their fragrance, splashing in a bit of cooking wine, followed by an appropriate amount of clear water, which she had sampled, finding the local well water quite acceptable. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she did not hasten to add the noodles. Instead, she reduced the heat and meticulously skimmed off the floating oil froth. This was the instinct of a true chef, a testament to her responsibility towards her diners, even if her guest was Yuan Qingyan. Only then did she add a suitable quantity of dried noodles, as hand-pulled noodles were unavailable, yet she had carefully selected a brand with a pleasing chewiness. Once the noodles reached an al dente state, she introduced the green sections, blanching them to perfection. The final step, the most critical of all, was unlike the usual practice of directly combining the noodles and broth in a bowl. Instead, she took a clean, large bowl and laid down a layer of the cut egg crepes at the bottom, gently placing the cooked noodles and greens on top before delicately pouring the piping hot, skimmed broth over the noodles. This method ensured that the noodles would not become overly soft from prolonged soaking, while the egg crepes would absorb the broth's delectable essence, allowing the aroma of the pork to permeate the noodles beautifully. Thus, a bowl of exquisite pork belly and egg noodles was completed. The golden egg crepes, the soy-hued pork slices, the vibrant greens, and the white noodles harmoniously contrasted, their enticing fragrance wafting through the air. This bowl of noodles, though seemingly simple, was imbued with meticulous thought and skill. It encapsulated the rich, savory essence of Shandong cuisine while maintaining a refreshing palate, having discarded excess oil, showcasing her extraordinary culinary artistry in every detail. Above all, this bowl of noodles stands in stark contrast to yesterday's delicate and refined Jiangnan chicken soup noodles, as if silently proclaiming, "I hail from Shandong. This is my flavor. You may seek to utilize me, but do not presume to control me entirely." As the noodles were prepared, two constables of the Jinyiwei approached. One meticulously examined the noodles and broth, confirming their safety, while the other gestured for Meng Qi to follow. Lifting the food box, navigating through several corridors, they arrived at a heavily guarded courtyard. Outside the signing office, Zhao Fei awaited. He received the food box, indicating for Meng Qi to remain outside, before entering with the box in hand. Meng Qi stood in the corridor, her heart racing with anxiety. How would Yuan Qingyan react? Would he eat? Could he discern the hidden provocation within her offering? Inside the signing office, Yuan Qingyan was absorbed in a confidential report. Zhao Fei placed the food box upon the desk and opened the lid, releasing an aromatic wave of rich sauce and savory meat. Yuan Qingyan's attention was captivated. In the white porcelain bowl, hues of gold, deep red, vibrant green, and pristine white intertwined, creating a vivid palette, while the aroma was bold and direct. A stark departure from his usual light fare. He set aside the report and picked up the chopsticks. He first sampled the broth, which was a robust blend of meat essence and savory soy sauce, rich in flavor, yet not greasy. A bite of the noodles followed, yielding a delightful chewiness, thoroughly coated in the broth, bursting with flavor. The meat was perfectly sautéed, charred yet tender, while the egg skin absorbed the broth, enhancing the overall taste. Delicious. It was an entirely different kind of deliciousness, possessing a rustic, straightforward, and almost wild charm. Compared to the delicacy of Jiangnan cuisine, it resembled a campfire in the northern wilderness, passionate and unrestrained. The corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. That cook truly possessed a distinctive character. He uttered no further words, simply took up his chopsticks and quietly devoured the substantial bowl of noodles, leaving it nearly empty, even drinking much of the broth. When Zhao Fei emerged with the empty bowl and observed Meng Qi, who stood nervously in the corridor, he merely remarked, "The master has finished," before turning to leave. Meng Qi gazed at the empty bowl, feeling a heavy stone lift from her heart, yet deeper questions and an unexplainable sense of defeat welled within her. He consumed it all? So thoroughly? Wasn't he supposed to prefer lighter flavors? Could it be intentional? Was he conveying that her little tricks were utterly beneath his notice? This man was far more inscrutable than she had imagined. Chapter 14. An old friend's visit and unsettled feelings. Days passed in an odd amalgamation of tranquility and undercurrents of tension. Meng Qi lived in the servant quarters of the Jinyiwei Yuan, embracing the life of a royal chef. Daily, she prepared meals for the capricious governor, which became her primary task. During her remaining hours, she was confined within the small courtyard, attended closely by 2 constables of the Jinyiwei. Though she remained devoid of true freedom, this place felt like paradise compared to the despair of the dark prison. At least she could breathe fresh air, bask in the sunlight, and once again wield the spatula, finding a semblance of solace in the crackling of the stove. The silent contest between her and Yuan Qingyan, mediated by culinary creations, continues unabated. Yuan Qingyan seems to wholeheartedly embrace her dishes, infused with the flavors of Shandong and her own caprices, consuming them with utmost enjoyment, yet offering no commentary, nor sending Zhao Fei to relay any special ingredient requests. He resembles an inscrutable chess master, quietly observing each move she makes, yet revealing little of his own intentions. This leaves Meng Qi feeling both frustrated and curious. The frustration stems from her meticulously crafted dishes, intended to convey subtle hints or express dissatisfaction, which seem to vanish into the void without eliciting any clear response. Curiosity arises from pondering what this man truly thinks. He rescued her from the prison and provides for her generously. Is it merely to have her prepare a few meals? Or is he awaiting a more opportune moment to unveil the truth behind the secret soup and the murder case? She has attempted to incorporate ingredients with distinctive aromas, reminiscent of the environment where the stone marrow thrives, such as pairing river delicacies with earthy mushrooms or cleverly blending a hint of herbal bitterness into her soups. Yet Yuan Qingyan remains impassive, finishing his meal without comment, leaving her with a sensation akin to striking a pillow. Just as she wrestles with how to break this stalemate, an unexpected visitor disrupts the tranquility of the courtyard. One afternoon, after tidying the kitchen, Meng Qi sits on a stone bench in the small courtyard, engrossed in examining a handful of unknown wild herbs she had gathered from the corner, contemplating their potential medicinal or culinary value, a habit that has become her way of passing time and honing her perceptiveness. Suddenly, a faint commotion arises at the courtyard entrance. The 2 guards assigned to her appear to engage in brief conversation with someone, followed by a warm, familiar voice. "Miss Meng Qi, how have you been?" Meng Qi jolts her head up to see a tall, elegantly poised young man standing in the doorway, backlit by the bright afternoon sun, clad in a moon-white satin long robe. With a jade-colored sash at his waist, he wears his customary gentle smile, though a hint of concern and inquiry lingers in the depths of his clear eyes. It is Lin Shaoqing, the young master of Yunbian Tower. Beside him stands a striking young woman in a lotus-pink dress, Su Waner. She retains her characteristic wisdom and competence. Yet her gaze towards Meng Qi now carries a more complex and inscrutable emotion than when they last met at Yunbian Tower. "Lin Xiao, Sugu, what brings you here?" Meng Qi exclaims, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her senses as she instinctively rises, feeling somewhat flustered. "How could you possibly come here?" This is the backyard of the North Town Pacification Division of the Jinyiwei, heavily guarded. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to enter. The mere presence of Lin Shaoqing and Su Waner here speaks volumes of the lengths they must have gone to and the connections they must have leveraged. Lin Shaoqing strolled into the small courtyard, his gaze swiftly surveying the surroundings. Upon noticing the humble servant's quarters and the modest kitchen, a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow, which was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. I heard that Miss Meng Qi has been assigned here to assist with the case. My cousin Warner and I happened to be passing nearby, so we thought we would come to see how you were faring. His words were spoken lightly, yet Meng Qi understood that their chance encounter was anything but coincidental. Although the internal affairs of the Jinyiwei should have kept her transfer from the Zhao prison under wraps, there are no secrets in the capital. Given the Lin family's influence, uncovering such information was hardly a challenge. A wave of warmth surged through Meng Qi's heart at the thought that young Master Lin and Miss Su were concerned for her. The oppressive loneliness she had endured in recent days felt momentarily alleviated upon reuniting with an acquaintance, albeit a brief one. Yet in her heart, they were akin to old friends. "I am well," she said softly. "Well?" Su Warner echoed gently, her gaze lingering momentarily on the ill-fitting indigo prison garment she wore. Her tone bore a trace of barely concealed sympathy, mixed with an inexplicable scrutiny. "Miss Meng Qi has endured much," she remarked. "The Jinyiwei is indeed a challenging place. Were it not for Lord Yuan's keen perception, I fear." Her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Meng Qi's heart stirred. Was Su Warner insinuating that Yuan Qingyan had shown her some measure of care? Or was she merely reminding her that her release from the Zhao prison was contingent upon Yuan Qingyan's discerning nature? "Vania," Lin Shaoqing interjected lightly, seemingly wishing to curtail her remarks. He then accepted a delicately crafted food box from a servant and handed it to Meng Qi. "These are some new delicacies from the kitchen, along with the Jiangnan ingredients you previously mentioned. Want to try? I had the kitchen prepare a selection for you. Perhaps they may assist you in experimenting with new dishes." The box felt weighty in her hands, emanating an enticing aroma. Upon opening it, Meng Qi was delighted to find an array of exquisitely crafted Jiangnan pastries, such as osmanthus cakes and pine nut date pastries, alongside fresh river shrimp, tender water chestnuts, and a small bundle of vibrant water shield. These were ingredients she had casually mentioned during her chats with the kind-hearted elder brother at the Yuan building, which she had been keen to sample but had never had the opportunity. To her surprise, Lin Shaoqing had remembered her interests and made a point to bring them. This thoughtfulness and consideration stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Meng Qi, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She had presumed that after becoming embroiled in a murder case, the people from Yuan building would shy away from her. Yet here was Lin Shaoqing, risking his own safety to visit her and bring these precious ingredients. "Young Master Lin, this is too extravagant," she stammered. "A mere token of my regard. Nothing to be concerned about," Lin Shaoqing replied with a warm smile. "You may rest easy here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word to me. Yuan building will always stand as your steadfast support." His words were sincere and earnest, filled with encouragement and trust. The kindness that remained unwavering despite her entrapment felt like a ray of warm sunlight streaming into Meng Qi's frigid heart on a wintry day. Su Warner stood quietly to the side, observing the interaction between Lin Shaoqing and Meng Qi, as she watched the unreserved concern and admiration reflected in Lin Shaoqing's eyes. A subtle shadow of melancholy and disappointment flickered deep within her usually composed gaze. Her grip on the handkerchief tightened unconsciously. Her affections for Lin Shaoqing were well known throughout Yuan building. She silently accompanied him, managing various affairs within and outside the establishment, sharing in his burdens and his passion for culinary arts. She believed that with enough time and effort, there would come a day when his gaze would linger upon her. However, since the arrival of the Shandong girl named Meng Qi, everything seemed to have changed. Lin Shaoqing's attention towards Meng Qi had evolved from initial scrutiny to astonishment during assessments, and now to meticulous care in her current predicament, far exceeding the concern a young master would typically show to an ordinary kitchen helper. Su Warner, being exceptionally perceptive, could hardly miss the extraordinary emotions reflected in Lin Shaoqing's eyes. She admired Meng Qi's talents and resilience and felt sympathy for her plight. Yet, when this admiration and sympathy clashed with her deeply buried love, a subtle, almost imperceptible jealousy and unease began to entwine within her. much like creeping vines. Meng Qi, Su Wan'er suddenly interjected, disrupting the overly harmonious atmosphere between Lin Xiaoqing and Meng Qi. Her voice remained gentle and melodious, yet carried a hint of deliberate detachment. I hear you are currently preparing meals for Lord Yuan? Given his esteemed position, his tastes must be rather exceptional. You must be diligent and not let the small details slip, lest you waste Lord Yuan's consideration. On the surface, her words were a reminder to Meng Qi, but they subtly highlighted Meng Qi's current situation and the intricate relationship she shared with Yuan Qingyan, bound by the culinary arts. There is an underlying suggestion that Meng Qi's favorable treatment relied solely on Yuan Qingyan's regard, independent of others. Meng Qi discerned the deeper meaning behind Su Wan'er's words. Her heart tightening slightly, she understood Su Wan'er's feelings for Lin Xiaoqing and sensed the complexity of Su Wan'er's attitude towards her. She wished to remain uninvolved in these romantic entanglements and to preserve Lin Xiaoqing's rare kindness. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Su, Meng Qi replied softly, lowering her head. I shall do my utmost and will not dare to be negligent. Lin Xiaoqing seemed to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere as he cast a glance at Su Wan'er, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable helplessness. He then turned to Meng Qi, speaking gently. Meng Qi, you need not worry excessively. The case concerning Qian Zhongfang will surely be thoroughly investigated by the Jinyiwei, restoring your innocence. Just focus on recuperating and, if you can develop some new dishes during this time, the doors of Yunbian Building will always be open for you upon your return. His words served as a reassurance, calming Meng Qi's previously wavering emotions. Thank you, young Master Lin, Meng Qi replied earnestly. At that moment, the two lieutenants on duty seemed to have received some instructions. They stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Lin Xiaoqing and Su Wan'er, their tone polite yet firm. Young Master Lin, Miss Su, visiting hours have concluded. We kindly ask you to leave. Lin Xiaoqing nodded, aware that lingering here was unwise. He cast a final glance at Meng Qi, his eyes filled with encouragement. Take care. Young Master Lin, Miss Su, please walk safely. Meng Qi bid them farewell at the courtyard entrance. Before turning to leave, Su Wan'er cast a deep, inscrutable look at Meng Qi, her gaze communicating unspoken sentiments. As she watched their figures gradually fade from view, Meng Qi held the heavy food box, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Xiaoqing's timely kindness brought her a sense of warmth and hope long absent from her life. Yet, Su Wan'er's subtle demeanor reminded her that, despite her departure from the prison, her circumstances remained intricate and delicate. Returning to the small kitchen, she carefully unpacked the delicacies and ingredients from the food box. The sweet aroma of osmanthus cake and the soft texture of pine nut date pastries stirred her appetite. The fresh river shrimp, water chestnuts, and pondweed ignited her culinary passion, conjuring images of countless renowned dishes from Jiangnan in her mind. But could she use these ingredients? Would Yuan Qingyan permit her to cook with such external provisions? She recalled Su Wan'er's poignant remark before she left. Perhaps she could utilize these ingredients from Yunbian Tower to probe Yuan Qingyan's boundaries while also expressing her gratitude for Lin Xiaoqing's kindness. A plan quietly began to form in her mind once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqing and Su Wan'er walked side by side along the somewhat tranquil street after leaving the Jinyiwei's courtyard. Cousin, Su Wan'er finally spoke, a hint of barely perceptible bitterness in her voice. You seem rather preoccupied with that Meng Qi girl. After all, she is a key suspect under the Jinyiwei's watch. Getting too close to her might tarnish Yunbian Tower's reputation if word gets out. Lin Xiaoqing paused momentarily, turning to meet Su Wan'er's gaze, his warm eyes flashing with a trace of helplessness and regret. Wan'er, I understand your concerns, but you have witnessed Meng Qi's talent firsthand. I believe in her character. She is far from malevolent. If we turn a blind eye while she suffers, would that not be excessively cold-hearted? But she is nonetheless. Wan'er, Lin Xiaoqing interjected, his tone taking on a firmer edge, what has brought Yunbian Tower to its current standing. It is true craftsmanship, exceptional culinary skills, and a genuine appreciation for talent. A gem like Meng Qi should not be overlooked, nor should she endure undeserved misfortune. My visit today, delivering some provisions, is merely a gesture of camaraderie and a chance to advocate for a rare culinary talent. His words were candid and resolute, his eyes shimmering with a fervent dedication to his culinary ideals. Su Wanner observed his focused and earnest profile, the bittersweet sensation in her heart intensifying. Yet she found herself unable to counter his conviction. She understood that Lin Xiaoqing was that kind of person, pure, tenacious, and once he had committed to something or someone, he would follow through without hesitation. However, to what extent does this affection for talent and this pursuit of a glimmer of hope stem from genuine altruism? And how much is tainted by her unacknowledged personal feelings? Su Wanner lowered her head, quietly concealing the disappointment and bitterness in her eyes, and softly replied, "Cousin is right. I have been overly concerned." Lin Xiaoqing, oblivious to the subtle shift in her emotions, merely sighed softly, gazing at the towering walls of the Jinyiwei in the distance, murmuring, "I only hope that Lord Yuan can uncover the truth soon and restore justice for Miss Meng Qi." His tone was laden with apprehension about the unknown, intertwined with a profound yearning that even he was unaware of. An unexpected visit, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, not only stirred ripples in Meng Qi's heart, but also subtly intertwined Lin Xiaoqing and Su Wanner with a complex thread of affection. All of this would gradually ferment and evolve into an even more captivating mystery, propelled by the unfolding case and the hidden culinary delights. Chapter 15. The delicate craft of fragrant spice. The visit from Lin Xiaoqing and Su Wanner was like a gentle breeze, dispersing the lingering shadows in Meng Qi's heart, while also prompting new contemplations. The vibrant, fresh ingredients from the Jiangnan region, particularly the tender water shield, struck a sensitive chord within her as she delicately pinched it between her fingers. Yuan Qingyan's response to the bowl of chicken stew with hidden stone mushrooms undoubtedly signaled that he had grasped her previous hints and was indeed following this lead. This offered her a semblance of reassurance, yet also deepened her sense of frustration. He remained the lofty commander of the Jinyiwei, overseeing all. Her role seemed relegated to passively waiting, subtly conveying her faint signals through her culinary creations. Meanwhile, he savored the dishes she meticulously prepared, fully aware of her intentions, yet choosing to remain silent. No, she cannot remain so passive. The indomitable spirit of a Shandong girl surged within her once more. She recalled his initially aloof, piercing gaze, the suffocating chill of the prison, and his haughty remark, "I will ascertain the truth myself." A small, childlike grievance flared within her like embers reigniting in a hearth, crackling in her heart. She would make him understand that she, Meng Qi, was not a mere pawn to be manipulated, nor merely a compliant cook. She possessed her own temper and pride. For today's lunch, she resolved to show him her true colors. In the small kitchen, Meng Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. She took out the lively river shrimp sent by Lin Xiaoqing, each one plump and with translucent shells. From her personal stash, extra items she had requested during the Jinyiwei's procurement, she retrieved several ingredients: vibrant red dried chili segments, deeply hued Sichuan peppercorns, and a few finely chopped fiery chili peppers from her hometown in Shandong. She was going to prepare a spicy river shrimp dish. First, she meticulously cleaned the shrimp, trimming their antennae and claws, and then drained them. Next, she heated the pan with oil, waiting until it reached a temperature of about 70 before swiftly adding the shrimp, frying them until their shells were crisp and an enticing orange red, immediately removing them to drain the excess oil. In this step, the timing is crucial. One must ensure the shrimp shells are delectably crisp while preventing the shrimp meat from becoming overcooked. Next, a modest amount of oil is retained in the pan, into which a generous quantity of dried chili segments, Sichuan peppercorns, and finely chopped bird's eye chili are added, all sautéed gently over low heat. As the temperature rises, a bold yet intriguingly fragrant spiciness fills the small kitchen, provoking nearly a sneeze, but simultaneously awakening an irresistible appetite. Once the aroma of the chili is fully unleashed, turning a deep red and glistening with oil, she reintroduces the fried river shrimp into the pan, adding a pinch of salt, sugar, cooking wine, and a dash of fragrant vinegar, swiftly tossing everything to ensure each shrimp is evenly coated with the rich spiciness and numbing fragrance. Finally, a handful of vibrant green scallions is sprinkled on top, followed by a drizzle of hot oil, producing a sizzling sound as the aroma rises once more. A dish of bright red, fragrant, and visually striking spicy river shrimp has thus been completed. The vibrant oil bubbles over with a profusion of chili and Sichuan pepper, and each shrimp seems to ignite with fervor, exuding an undeniable passion. After finishing this main dish, Meng Qi prepares the water shield and a block of tender tofu gifted by Lin Shaoqing. She intends to use this dish to further convey clues about the stone marrow. She delicately cuts the tofu into smooth cubes and rinses the water shield thoroughly. Its dark green, gel-like leaves gently swaying in the water, exuding a unique, tranquil essence characteristic of aquatic plants. A pot of clear water is brought to a boil, into which the tofu cubes are briefly blanched to eliminate any bean odor. Then, in another pot, a small amount of rich chicken broth, which she had specially reserved a few days prior, is heated until boiling, before adding the tofu cubes and water shield, stirring gently. As the water shield becomes increasingly translucent and smooth, and the broth begins to bubble again, a pinch of salt is added for seasoning, followed by a delicate coating of cornstarch to slightly thicken the broth, maintaining its clarity. A bowl of this light and elegant yet subtly mysterious water shield and tofu soup stands in stark contrast to the fiery and spicy river shrimp, one akin to a raging inferno, while the other resembles a gentle spring rain nourishing the earth. She carefully arranged the two dishes in the food box, harboring a mischievous delight and a secret anticipation within her heart. She was eager to see the expression on Lord Yuan, who typically favored milder flavors, when confronted with her passionately fiery Shandong dish. As noon approached, Zhao Fei appeared punctually outside the small kitchen. He maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though a faint furrow appeared on his brow as he caught the strong, spicy aroma wafting from the kitchen. For today's lunch, Meng Qi handed him the food box, her face bearing an air of nonchalance. Zhao Fei accepted the food box, immediately sensing an unusual warmth emanating from it, and the lingering spiciness tickled his nose, almost provoking a sneeze. He cast a suspicious glance at Meng Qi, sensing something peculiar about her today, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. He refrained from asking further, turning to leave with the food box in hand. However, the intensifying spicy aroma continued to seep through the crevices of the box, like an invisible hand teasing his nose and piquing his curiosity. Upon reaching a secluded corridor, Zhao Fei could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously opened a corner of the food box, eager to discover what could be so overpowering. Just one glance left him gasping. The plate of river shrimp, glistening in a fiery red and piled high with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, resembled a blazing inferno. Even through the box, one could feel the scorching heat radiating from it. The intense, pungent aroma assaulted Zhao Fei's senses, causing him to cough repeatedly, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Instinctively, he fanned the air, only to feel his tongue beginning to tingle. Had the dream chef truly lost her mind? The master typically preferred milder flavors. How could she have prepared such a ferociously spicy dish? Was this an attempt to sabotage the master's palate? He lamented internally, but dared not delay further, steeling himself to deliver this scalding hot parcel to Yuan Qingyan's office. Inside the office, Yuan Qingyan was deep in thought over the latest confidential report concerning Mr. Nan. The clues remained elusive, the adversary as slippery as an eel, presenting quite the conundrum. "Master, lunch has arrived," Zhao Fei announced, his voice laced with a barely perceptible hoarseness and tension. Yuan Qingyan set aside the report, rubbing his temples. The prolonged investigation had left him fatigued, and indeed, he felt hunger gnawing at him. As Zhao Fei opened the food box, the overwhelming, audacious aroma of spice instantly filled the office, momentarily halting Yuan Qingyan's movements. He lifted his gaze to the strikingly red, spicy river shrimp, and then glanced at the bowl of clear, verdant waterweed and tofu soup beside it, a fleeting, barely noticeable surprise flickering in his cool eyes. The shift in culinary tone was rather abrupt. She made this? Yuan Qingyan's voice revealed no discernible emotion. Yes, it was prepared by the dream chef, Zhao Fei replied cautiously, fearful that the master might take offense and have the culprit punished. Yuan Qingyan said nothing further, merely picking up a pair of chopsticks, his gaze lingering on the plate of spicy river shrimp for a moment. He was not entirely averse to spicy food. However, the spiciness of Jiangnan was typically accompanied by a hint of sweetness and mildness, in stark contrast to the bold and direct heat before him, which seemed intent on igniting the taste buds. He selected a vibrant red shrimp and brought it to his mouth. The moment he bit into it, the intense heat and numbing sensation jolted him. Even with his remarkable composure, the shrimp shell was crisp, the meat tender, and the flavor undeniably delightful. Yet the fiery explosion in his mouth was a true test. Zhao Fei watched in trepidation, holding his breath, feeling as though his own tongue was beginning to burn. Yuan Qingyan's expression remained impassive, though a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. He did not pause, deftly picking up a second and then a third shrimp. His movements still composed, though his chewing seemed slightly slower than usual. He sensed a hint of provocation within the spiciness, a subtle defiance. Was the chef expressing her dissatisfaction in this manner? It bore a resemblance to the fiery temperament of Shandong cuisine. After consuming several shrimp, he finally shifted his attention to the bowl of mild waterweed and tofu soup. The verdant water plants floated gracefully in the crystal-clear broth, resembling an exquisite ink wash painting. He scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. The water plants were tender, the tofu delicate, and the broth refreshingly pure. A unique fragrance, imbued with a hint of the wilderness, instantly washed away the lingering spiciness, providing a wave of refreshment and comfort. His gaze lingered momentarily on the dark green water plants. This aquatic flora, thriving in the crevices of stones by the water's edge, mirrored the essence of that stone marrow in both form and habitat. Through this dish, she subtly reminded him not to forget the crucial clue. On one side lay the fiery provocation, while on the other lingered the delicate insinuation. The chef truly possessed a clever mind and audacious spirit. Yuan Qingyan set down his chopsticks, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip, suppressing the residual heat in his mouth. He did not share his thoughts with Zhao Fei. Instead, within his heart, his understanding of the girl named Meng Qi, who resided in the courtyard, deepened. She was not merely a culinary virtuoso with a keen sense of smell. She was also a clever individual who knew how to resist an adversity while conveying vital messages. Perhaps certain of his previous arrangements warranted reconsideration. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen, Meng Qi awaited the verdict with an anxious heart. She was unaware of the tempestuous wrath Yuan Qingyan might unleash due to her bold offering. When Zhao Fei, with an impassive expression, came to collect the food box and observed that nearly half of the spicy river shrimp had been devoured, and the water plant and tofu soup was nearly empty, a complex mix of emotions surged within Meng Qi. He truly ate it, and he ate quite a bit. What on earth was this man thinking? Chapter 16. The remnants of Agarwood spark a new case since the silent showdown between the spicy river shrimp and the water plant tofu soup. Yuan Qingyan's meals entered a delicate equilibrium. Meng Qi no longer openly provoked him with spiciness, yet she refused to fully acquiesce to his presumed preference for the light flavors of Jiangnan. Her dishes occasionally boasted the rich and robust flavors of the northern regions, infused with the unique boldness and simplicity of Qilu's culinary heritage. At other times, she cleverly incorporated southern cooking techniques gleaned from books or observations, presenting a refined delicacy that concealed thoughtful intricacies. Each dish resembled a wordless letter, bearing her complex emotions, a steadfast attachment to the flavors of her homeland, a relentless pursuit of culinary excellence, the bitterness of entrapment, and a subtle, almost imperceptible curiosity and challenge towards the man who held her fate in his hands, one that even she herself was unaware of. Yuan Qingyan remained a silent diner. He dined punctually each day, consuming every dish regardless of its flavor, yet he never offered a single critique. He resembled a calm chess player, patiently observing every shift on the board, seemingly awaiting something, or perhaps simply savoring the unpredictable delights crafted by a prisoner's careful hands. This eerie tranquility persisted for several days, until one overcast afternoon, an unusual tension and restlessness suddenly permeated the stifling air of the Northern Town Protector's office. In the dimly lit room, Yuan Qingyan was intently listening to Zhao Fei's urgent report, his cold phoenix eyes now veiled with a layer of frost. "My lord, something has occurred." Zhao Fei's voice bore a hint of urgency and gravity. Just an hour ago, Sun Hanyang, the proprietor of the Xianglo on the west side of the city, was discovered dead in a private room of his own establishment. The Xianglo? Yuan Qingyan's fingers lightly tapped the cool Zietnan table. I recall that this individual had some business dealings with Qianfu. Precisely, Zhao Fei promptly replied. Sun Hanyang was a renowned wealthy merchant in the capital, known for his exquisite culinary tastes and connections with various dignitaries. During our previous investigation into Qianfu's accounts, we found that Sun Hanyang had frequently procured rare ingredients and spices from Yunbianlu through him. Moreover, not long before Qianfu's demise, Sun Hanyang had a clandestine meeting with him. Yuan Qingyan's gaze darkened slightly. What was the cause of death? The coroner's preliminary examination suggests poisoning. Zhao Fei's expression turned grim. The manner of death is quite peculiar. There was a small amount of dark blood oozing from the 7 orifices. His complexion was ashen and mottled. Yet there were no visible external injuries. The doors and windows of the private room were tightly shut, with no signs of struggle. The cups and utensils he used remained, still containing remnants of food. However, our men tested with silver needles and found no common toxins. Remnants of food? Yuan Qingyan inquired, a note of curiosity in his tone. Yes, a plate of marinated duck tongues, a bowl of green rice porridge, and a small pot of what is said to be the signature dish of the Xianglo, known as the 100 Birds worshipping the phoenix soup. However, the soup in the pot was nearly untouched, with only a slight sediment at the bottom. Zhao Fei recalled the details of the scene carefully. Strangely, it seemed Sun Hanyang had perished just as he was about to taste the soup after finishing the duck tongues and porridge. The inability of the silver needle to detect poison does not necessarily imply the absence of toxins, Yuan Qingyan remarked coldly. Some poisons are exceedingly rare or may be a combination, undetectable by the silver needle. What do the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau say? Zhao Fei's face displayed hesitation. Several court physicians have already examined the remains and taken samples of the leftover food for analysis, but they are unable to determine the cause of death in the short term. They mentioned that the ingredients in the 100 Birds worshipping the phoenix soup are exceptionally complex, containing several rare spices and herbs whose combinations are rather unusual. Unless one is well-versed in culinary medicine, it would be quite challenging to discern the intricacies involved. Well-versed in culinary medicine. Yuan Qingyan's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a certain figure, the Shandong cook who could dissect a bowl of spoiled porridge with precision and detect anomalies from subtle aromas. He recalled her keen perception of peculiar substances like stone marrow, ghostly sorrow, and golden sand, as well as her ingenious ability to convey clues through ingredients like water plants and stone mushrooms. Her sense of smell and taste seemed to be 100 times sharper than that of an ordinary person, possessing an almost instinctive insight into the secrets hidden within food. This mysterious death of Sun Hanyang, occurring through food and vaguely connected to the Qianfu case, raises concerns. If it truly involves a subtle poison or a clever scheme utilizing the characteristics of the ingredients, the usual coroner and court physicians may indeed struggle to uncover the truth in a timely manner. And time, when it comes to investigation, is often the most precious commodity. A notion quietly emerged in his mind, only to be prudently suppressed. The idea of employing a prisoner, whose innocence was not yet fully established, to assist in the investigation of another murder was nearly unheard of in the annals of the Jinyiwei. The risks were too great and the approach too unorthodox. Yet, he recalled the provocation of that fragrant and spicy river shrimp, as well as the subtle implications of the dish made with water shield and tofu. That cook was no ordinary individual. She possessed pride, wisdom, and, most importantly, the culinary expertise he urgently required. Sir, Zhao Fei interjected, sensing his silence. The scene at Wenchang Building has already been cordoned off But Sun Henny's status is exceptional, and many in the capital are paying close attention to this matter. We must ascertain the truth swiftly, or else. Yuan Qingyan raised his hand, silencing him. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the square patch of sky delineated by towering walls, his expression profound. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Zhao Fei." "At your command," came a reply. "Go to the courtyard and bring that Meng Qi here." Zhao Fei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of shock and confusion crossing his eyes. "Sir, do you mean?" "Her nose and tongue may help us discern something unusual." Yuan Qingyan turned, his gaze once again becoming cold and incisive. He conveyed to her that if she could assist in this case, he would consider offering her a genuine opportunity to clear her name. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhao Fei. The master truly intended to employ the cook to investigate the case. This was a groundbreaking precedent. Moreover, such a weighty promise had been made. It seemed the master held unwavering faith in Meng Qi's unique talents and harbored great expectations for her. He dared not speak further and immediately bowed in compliance. "Yes, I shall go at once." In the small kitchen of the servant quarters, Meng Qi had just begun to marinate a freshly cleaned mandarin fish with fine salt and Sichuan pepper, preparing to create a squirrel-shaped mandarin fish dish for Yuan Qingyan. This dish tested both knife skills and cooking finesse, a delightful exploration and homage to the Jiangnan culinary tradition. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and Zhao Fei entered with 2 constables, striding purposefully. Meng Qi's heart skipped a beat, instinctively tightening her grip on the kitchen knife. What was happening now? "Meng Qi." Zhao Fei's gaze swept over her, his tone more solemn than before. "The governor has issued an order for you to accompany us immediately." "Where to?" Meng Qi asked, her voice laced with caution. "To Wenchang building in the west of the city," Zhao Fei replied gravely. "A murder has occurred there, and the master requires your assistance." "A murder?" They needed her assistance? Meng Qi's pupils constricted in disbelief. She could hardly fathom her ears. Yuan Qingyan, the ruthless chief of the Jinyiwei, sought the help of a suspect like her to investigate another murder. What was happening? Was this a new test? Or had her previous culinary illusions finally borne fruit? Why does the master believe I can be of help? Meng Qi suppressed her shock and confusion, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she inquired. Zhao Fei regarded her with a complex expression. "The master said that your nose and tongue might be able to detect something different." He further remarked that if you could be of assistance in this case, he might consider granting you a genuine opportunity to clear your name. The phrase "to clear one's name" struck Dream Qi like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Though temporarily secure in the courtyard of the Jinyiwei, she remained shackled by the weight of her past sins, her future shrouded in uncertainty. If she could prove her innocence through aiding in the investigation, then she glanced at the cold kitchen knife in her hand and the flickering flames in the stove. For days, she had engaged in a silent duel with Yuan Qingyan through the medium of food, striving to convey clues and earn trust. Now, it seemed that the opportunity had truly arrived. Yet, this opportunity was fraught with peril. The murder case of the Fragrance Pavilion sounded exceedingly grave. As a mere kitchen maid, she was aware that any misstep could lead her to utter ruin. However, she recalled her grandfather's teachings. A chef must not only understand ingredients, but also comprehend human nature and the ways of the world. True culinary skills transcend mere satisfaction of the palate. They require discernment of truth and deception, the ability to distinguish good from evil, and even to uphold justice. A long-dormant fervor surged within her breast. Resolutely, she set down the knife, untied her apron, and with unwavering determination, looked at Zhao Fei. "I will accompany you." Regardless of whether the path ahead led to a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, she was determined to venture forth. For her innocence, for the dream of wielding the Imperial gold knife, and to honor her culinary prowess that she so cherished. Zhao Fei seemed taken aback by her swift agreement, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he nodded. "Bring the tools you need." Dream Qi inclined her head slightly and turned to retrieve a small cloth pouch from the wall. Extracting several unique tools she used for discerning ingredients and crafting spices, a delicate silver spoon, a few slender silver needles, not for poison testing, but for examining the internal structure of ingredients or detecting subtle impurities. An especially crafted scent tube, made from unique wood, designed to amplify faint aromas. These were her clandestine weapons, brought from her homeland, not easily revealed. With all preparations complete, Dream Qi took a deep breath and followed Zhao Fei. Stepping beyond the high walls of the Jinyiwei Northtown Protectorate for the first time as an investigator's aide, embarking on a path laden with uncertainty and danger. Awaiting her was a far more intricate puzzle and a profound test of her culinary skills and intellect. Chapter 17. Initial exploration in the elegant chamber, discerning culinary traces a modest green-draped cart, devoid of any Jinyiwei insignia, traversed the bustling streets of the capital at a leisurely pace during the afternoon. However, the atmosphere inside the carriage stood in stark contrast to the lively commotion outside. Quiet enough to hear each other's breaths, accompanied by an almost palpable tension of awkwardness swirling silently in the air. Dream Qi sat poised in one corner of the carriage, clutching the pouch containing her secret tools tightly, her fingertips slightly chilled from anxiety. She endeavored to keep her eyes lowered, avoiding the gaze of the stern and composed Jinyiwei Town protector seated across from her. This was her first encounter in this almost collaborative capacity, sharing a space with Yuan Qingyan. Despite its confined space, the carriage felt even more stifling than facing the ominous gates of a prison. Yuan Qingyan leaned against the carriage wall, eyes closed in a semblance of calm, yet the taut lines of his handsome profile betrayed a disinterest in his surroundings. However, Meng Qi could sense that beneath his seemingly relaxed demeanor lay a predator's vigilance akin to that of a leopard. His breathing was steady and prolonged, exuding an undeniable aura of control that pervaded the limited space. On the opposite side of the carriage, Zhao Fei bore the brunt of the silence and awkwardness. Observing his master's aloof demeanor, he cast a furtive glance at the chef who sat rigidly, clearly uneasy, and silently lamented the absurdity of the situation. What was this? The Jinyiwei conducting an investigation, and they required the presence of a cook? A female cook, no less, who had recently been extricated from prison as a suspect. Truly, his master was acting unpredictably this time. He attempted several times to break the ice and alleviate the tension, but each time he opened his mouth, the chill emanating from Yuan Qingyan stifled his words, leaving him to cough discreetly and divert his gaze to the fleeting scenery outside. Pretending to be a mere block of wood, the carriage halted at a relatively secluded alleyway in the western part of the city. The entrance was already discreetly guarded by the men of the Jinyiwei. Finally, Zhao Fei felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Eagerly disembarking and lifting the curtain of the carriage, Yuan Qingyan opened his eyes, his cold phoenix-like gaze remaining unfazed and profound. He did not glance at Meng Qi and stepped out directly. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi followed suit. A distinctive aroma, a mlang of cooking oil ingredients, and a hint of mustiness immediately filled her nostrils. Not far away stood a three-story restaurant, the renowned Wenxiang Lu. However, the bustling scene of yesteryears was conspicuously absent, replaced by tightly shut vermilion doors and several plainclothes Jinyiwei officers standing guard, imparting an air of desolation and foreboding. Zhao Fei led the two through an inconspicuous side entrance. Inside, the restaurant was dimly lit with disarrayed tables and chairs, permeated by a sense of dust and a faint metallic scent. Even though it had been cleaned, the lingering shadow of death clung stubbornly to the atmosphere. Master, a few Jinyiwei captains on site immediately bowed upon seeing Yuan Qingyan. He nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on Meng Qi, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Sun Henyang died in the Yaju Xian on the second floor. Follow me. Zhao Fei summarized the situation at the scene again. Yes. Zhao Fei complied, leading the way while succinctly reiterating the case details to Meng Qi, emphasizing the meals consumed by the deceased and the circumstances of the poisoning. Meng Qi listened intently, committing each detail to memory. Her palms were slightly damp with sweat, a mix of instinctual dread at the crime scene and nervous anticipation for the challenges ahead, along with a barely perceptible thrill. She understood that this was her opportunity to prove herself, as well as the only means to exonerate her name. The Yaju Xian, located at the innermost part of the second floor, was a delicately adorned private room. At this moment, a seal was affixed to the door, with 2 guards in ornate attire stationed outside. Upon seeing Yuan Qingyan, they immediately bowed and stepped aside. Yuan Qingyan pushed open the door, and a complex aroma, rich with remnants of cold dishes, the scent of wine, and a faint hint of blood, assailed his senses. The room was preserved in the same state as at the time of the incident, with a round table in the center, cluttered with dishes and cups. Meng Qi's gaze was instantly drawn to the remnants of food on the table. The dish of marinated duck tongues glistened in a deep, soy-red hue, the marinade having partially congealed, leaving only a few solitary pieces at the bottom of the plate. The bowl of green rice porridge showcased glistening grains, now lukewarm, with a thin layer of rice skin forming on the surface. Most striking, however, was the almost untouched bowl of bird's nest soup, its golden broth thick and rich, with glimpses of precious ingredients like pigeon eggs, fish maw, and bird's nest, though a layer of congealed fat floated atop and dark, indistinct sediment settled at the bottom. These were the meals consumed by the deceased. Yuan Qingyan pointed to the dishes and spoke to Meng Qi in a flat tone, stating that the Imperial Medical Institution had already taken samples for analysis, but had failed to identify any specific poison. Take a look and see if anything seems unusual. His tone resembled more of an authoritative challenge than a request for assistance. Meng Qi took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety, and nodded. She retrieved a small silver spoon and a few slender silver needles from her cloth bag. Donning a pair of gossamer silk gloves specially designed for handling delicate ingredients to minimize contamination. Instead of immediately touching the food, she first circled the table slowly, meticulously observing the arrangement of each dish, signs of consumption, and the lingering aromas in the air. Her nose twitched slightly, akin to a well-trained hound, capturing subtle details imperceptible to the average person. Yuan Qingyan stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and observant. He neither urged nor interfered, simply watching in silence. He was eager to see how this cook would unravel the mystery of the food poisoning that had stumped even the imperial physicians. Zhao Fei held his breath, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of skepticism. He found it hard to fathom how a mere cook, skilled only in wielding a knife and ladle, could surpass the expertise of seasoned forensic experts and royal physicians. Meng Qi's attention first settled on the dish of marinated duck tongues. She gently stirred the tongues at the bottom of the plate with her silver spoon, leaning in closer to inhale the aroma. The fragrance of the marinade was robust, imbued with a hint of sweet fermentation, seemingly without any anomaly. She then used a silver needle to lift a small amount of the marinade to her nose for a closer examination, her brow momentarily furrowing with the slightest hint of concern. "This marinade seems rather too rich," she murmured to herself, her voice soft enough to be barely audible. Next, she turned her gaze to the bowl of green rice porridge. The green rice, a tribute variety, yielded a porridge of vibrant emerald color, fragrant and refreshing, an ideal dish for summer. She scooped a small amount with her silver spoon, carefully observing the shape of the grains and the consistency of the broth. The porridge was well prepared, with plump grains and the perfect degree of cooking. She whispered again, then added, "Yet there seems to be a faint hint of almond flavor in this porridge." Almond flavor? Zhao Fei's heart stirred. He recalled a mention in the coroner's report, indicating that certain highly toxic substances might emit the scent of bitter almonds. Could it be? He instinctively glanced at Yuan Qingyan, only to find him maintaining his usual calm demeanor, though his gaze lingered on Meng Qi for a moment longer. Ultimately, Meng Qi's attention was drawn to the bowl of almost untouched bird's nest soup before her. This dish, the signature of the fragrant pavilion, was renowned for its luxurious ingredients and intricate preparation, said to be extraordinarily delicious. Yet at this moment, it resembled a Pandora's box filled with ominous secrets, quietly sitting there. Meng Qi did not immediately reach for the soup bowl. Instead, she first retrieved her homemade fragrance tube, bringing it close to the bowl's rim and gently inhaling a few times. Her brow furrowed tighter. Slowly, she spoke, her tone heavy. "The aroma is too complex. Besides the inherent fragrance of the ingredients, there are at least 5 additional spices and several medicinal additives. Some of the scents even clash with one another, which, logically, should not occur in a dish that seeks to achieve ultimate freshness. She raised her gaze to Yuan Qingyan, her eyes reflecting confusion and inquiry. "Sir, is there a record of this soup's recipe?" Yuan Qingyan did not directly respond to her question, but instead countered, "What peculiar scents have you detected?" Meng Qi pondered for a moment before replying, "In addition to the commonly used ingredients such as dried scallops, ham, angelica, and goji berries, I also perceive a faint aroma reminiscent of charred, dried vines, a strange floral scent that carries a metallic bitterness, and another indistinct note akin to a blend of decayed wood and damp earth." Charred scent? Metallic floral aroma? Decayed wood and damp earth? These descriptions seemed entirely unrelated to deliciousness, bordering on the bizarre. Zhao Fei was left in a fog, astounded by the chef's remarkable olfactory abilities to discern such a chaotic array of scents from a single bowl of soup. Yet Yuan Qingyan's gaze sharpened slightly. He recalled the unusual and somewhat eerie scents associated with the clues uncovered in the Qianfu case. Ghostly encounters, purple gold powder, agate. Were they not similarly extraordinary? Could there truly be a deeper connection between these two cases? Examine closely the sediment at the bottom of the bowl. Yuan Qingyan's voice remained steady, laced with an undeniable command. Meng Qi nodded, carefully lifting the heavy soup bowl. She dared not stir with a spoon, fearing the disruption of potential clues. Instead, she gently tilted the bowl, allowing the dark remnants at the bottom to gradually reveal themselves. The residues were fine and viscous, resembling overcooked medicinal remnants, while others appeared as a gelatinous substance that had not fully dissolved. Using a silver needle, she delicately picked up a small amount, pinching it between her fingers before bringing it closer to her nose. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. The fragrance seized her senses as she abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Yuan Qingyan, her eyes brimming with astonishment and a hint of disbelief. Within this sediment lay a scent remarkably akin to the powder she had previously discovered on the corner of her garment, as well as the aroma she had encountered near the dark green moss at the corner of the accounting yard. It was stone marrow, although she could not assert with absolute certainty the distinctive and peculiar fragrance, a blend of herbs, minerals, and earth, would forever remain etched in her memory. Zhao Fei, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. If this bowl of soup indeed contained elements related to stone marrow, did that not imply a direct connection between Sun Hunyang's demise and the lead regarding the banned substances behind the Qianfu case? Yuan Qingyan's pupils constricted sharply. He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Meng Qi, his eyes sharp as blades, as if attempting to see through her very being. "Are you certain?" "The commoner cannot guarantee with absolute certainty, but I can attest that there is at least a 70% similarity." Meng Qi met his gaze, her tone resolute, asserting that the scent was unmistakably unique, and she would not err in her recollection. However, the aroma of this soup seemed more intricate than what she had previously detected, intermingled with other overpowering spices that, if not scrutinized closely, could easily be overlooked. This revelation undoubtedly marked a significant breakthrough. Yuan Qingyan's expression remained inscrutable, yet the grip on the hilt of his dagger tightened unconsciously. He understood that this cook, once again utilizing her extraordinary sense of smell, had illuminated a crucial direction for him. He refrained from immediately ordering a search or gathering evidence, instead casting a deep look at Meng Qi before slowly articulating, "Very well. Please document all your doubts and discoveries regarding these dishes in detail. Zhao Fei, prepare her with ink, paper, and brush." "Yes." Zhao Fei promptly responded, his gaze towards Meng Qi now infused with admiration rather than skepticism. Meng Qi nodded, yet did not feel a sense of relief. Although she had unearthed a pivotal clue, it also meant she would be further entangled in this intricate case, potentially linked to court secrets. What awaited her might be even greater peril. However, retreat was not an option. She could only rely on her intellect and culinary skills to seek the truth for herself and the innocent departed within this labyrinthine affair. Accepting the ink and brush from Zhao Fei, She began to meticulously inscribe her findings, hypotheses, and detailed critiques of the remnants on a pristine sheet of rice paper. Under the ambient light, her focused profile radiated a serene and unique beauty, as though she were not investigating a murder case, but rather crafting an exquisite menu. Yuan Qingyan stood nearby, observing her earnest writing with an appreciation that flickered in his eyes, one he himself had not fully realized. This cook was indeed extraordinary. Their peculiar and awkward collaboration quietly commenced within this chamber, permeated by the scent of death, accompanied by the lingering aroma of food and the refreshing fragrance of ink. Chapter 18. In the depths of the kitchen, hidden fragrance within the elegant confines of Yaja Pavilion, the flickering candlelight elongated Meng Qi's silhouette as she bent over her writing. Her pen trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from a long-lost, fervent focus and excitement akin to that of a chef deconstructing a dish. The air was imbued with a delicate interplay of lingering food aromas and the refreshing scent of ink, creating a peculiar yet subtle atmosphere. Yuan Qingyan received the several pages filled with her meticulous small script, scrutinizing them word by word. She not only provided a detailed account of her tasting of the 3 leftover dishes, the overly rich aroma of the marinated duck tongues, the faint almond notes in the green rice porridge, and the complex, conflicting fragrances along with the suspicious sediment at the bottom of the bowl of bird's nest soup, but also included her intricate descriptions of those peculiar scents. She even endeavored to draw analogies using the spices and herbs she was familiar with, attempting to dissect the unique, stone-like fragrance. Her handwriting was elegant, the structure clear, the analysis precise, and the terminology professional. Had he not witnessed it himself, Yuan Qingyan might have believed this critique to be penned by a seasoned imperial physician or an experienced gourmet, rather than a young chef ensnared in a predicament. Upon finishing the last line, he lifted his gaze, his profound eyes settling on Meng Qi. She was lowering her gaze, quietly awaiting his judgment, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying a hint of her inner tension. You mentioned that the stone-like scent in the bird's nest soup was masked by various spices, making it hardly discernible? Yuan Qingyan spoke slowly, his voice breaking the silence of the room. Indeed, Meng Qi replied, raising her head to meet his gaze, her tone resolute. Common spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and cloves possess such a powerful and intense flavor that they can easily overshadow many subtle aromas. Furthermore, in that bowl of soup, aside from these usual ingredients, I discerned at least 2 exceedingly rare exotic spices with strong penetrating and hallucinogenic qualities, whose purpose likely transcends mere flavor enhancement. Exotic spices? Hallucinogenic qualities? Yuan Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly, as this resonated with the rare and somewhat peculiar combinations of spices and herbs identified by the imperial physicians in that soup. In your opinion, he continued, his tone still calm, yet laced with an unmistakable challenge. If one were to inconspicuously incorporate the stone-like substance into such a complex and aromatic stew without it being easily detected, how might a chef accomplish this? This query transcended simple tasting and delved into the realm of culinary techniques. He was testing her, guiding her. Meng Qi pondered for a moment, her mind rapidly simulating various possible cooking processes. My lord, she began slowly, there are 3 methods. Firstly, if the stone-like substance itself does not possess a potent aroma, or if it has been specially processed to diminish its scent, it could be added during the early stages of simmering the soup along with other spices, allowing its essence to meld over time, indistinguishable amidst the mingling fragrances. Secondly, if the substance is heat-sensitive or must retain a particular characteristic, it could be surreptitiously introduced as a powder or juice after the soup has nearly finished cooking, once the flavors have set, followed by a brief boil to ensure it dissolves without a trace. Thirdly, she paused for a moment, a flicker of gravity crossing her gaze. There exists another possibility. This substance may not have been directly added to the soup, but rather clings to some inconspicuous auxiliary ingredient. Or it could be contained within a particular vessel that allows its essence to gradually seep out during the simmering process. This method would achieve the desired effect, while effectively concealing its presence. Her analysis was coherent and logically rigorous, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary cook. Zhao Fei, listening from the side, felt a surge of astonishment, and his initial skepticism and curiosity towards Meng Qi gradually transformed into a hint of admiration. Could it be that this culinary artist, Meng, was indeed a person of profound depth? A subtle change flickered in Yuan Qingyan's eyes as well. He had not anticipated that she could not only discern the issue, but also contemplate such intricate possibilities. Which scenario do you deem most plausible? He inquired. Meng Qi shook her head. I have not witnessed the process of the soup's preparation, nor examined all the ingredients. Thus, I cannot hastily draw a conclusion. However, if that stone essence bears a certain granular texture and distinct mineral aroma, akin to the powder that clung to my garment, then the latter two methods may indeed hold greater likelihood. The prolonged cooking might alter its properties or cause it to be removed prematurely during the skimming process. Excellent. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with her response. He turned to Zhao Fei and instructed, "It is rumored that Chef Wang Kuan from Xianglu has come to inquire. Furthermore, ensure that the remnants from the Yaju Pavilion, along with all dishes and utensils, are meticulously sealed and returned to the town protector's office for thorough examination. Particularly the sediment at the bottom of the bowl containing the 100 birds nesting phoenix soup. We must ascertain its precise composition." Understood. Zhao Fei acknowledged before hastily departing. Within the Yaju Pavilion, only Yuan Qingyan and Meng Qi remained. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Yuan Qingyan did not look at her again, but instead approached the window, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the overcast sky as if lost in thought. Meng Qi stood silently, though her heart was anything but tranquil. She understood that her earlier analysis had drawn her deeper into the vortex of this murder case. How would Yuan Qingyan perceive her? Would he come to rely more on her expertise? Or would he grow more wary of someone who knew too much? She dared not speculate, nor could she fathom his thoughts. The depths of this man's mind were as unfathomable as the sea, beyond her comprehension. Before long, Zhao Fei returned, leading in a slightly plump middle-aged man dressed in a pristine chef's uniform, whose expression was one of palpable fear. Upon seeing Yuan Qingyan, the man fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice tinged with anguish. "I am Wang Kuan, here to pay my respects to the town protector. Your Excellency, please see clearly. The death of Sun Dong has nothing to do with me. I am wronged. Wronged. Rise and speak." Yuan Qingyan's voice remained cool, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Answer my questions, and if you utter a single falsehood, you are well aware of the methods employed by the Jinyiwei." "Yes, yes. I would never dare to conceal anything." Wang Kuan trembled as he rose, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yuan Qingyan's gaze shifted to Meng Qi, nodding towards Wang Kuan. "You may inquire." Meng Qi was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Yuan Qingyan. Was she truly being summoned to interrogate the chef of the fragrance house? What did this signify? Was it a gesture of trust? Or yet another test? She inhaled deeply, steadying her nerves. Given the opportunity bestowed upon her by Yuan Qingyan, she could not falter. Moreover, engaging with a fellow culinary artist might unveil overlooked intricacies. "Master Wang, may I have a word?" Meng Qi nodded slightly at Wang Kuan, her tone as composed as possible, tinged with a hint of the courtesy shared among chefs. She inquired about the renowned bird's nest soup favored by the late Mr. Sun, questioning whether there existed a fixed recipe and preparation process, or if it was subject to adjustments based on the preferences of patrons or seasonal ingredients. Wang Kuan was momentarily surprised to be questioned by such a young woman. Despite her prison garb, her demeanor exhibited a certain grace. However, upon sensing the icy gaze of Yuan Qingyan beside him, he felt compelled to respond without delay. In answer to this young lady's inquiry, the bird's nest soup is indeed the crown jewel of our establishment, with a recipe passed down through generations, seldom altered. However, given Mr. Sun's discerning palate and penchant for novelty, he occasionally requested the inclusion of special nourishing ingredients or specified certain items he had brought himself. The mention of personally provided ingredients startled Meng Qi, causing her heart to race as she exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Qingyan. They both discerned an understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Is that so? Meng Qi probed discreetly. Might there have been anything peculiar about the soup Mr. Sun consumed yesterday? For instance, did he request any unusual ingredients or alterations in the spice ratios? Wang Kuen's face betrayed a hint of distress, perspiration beading more profusely on his forehead. He furtively glanced at Yuan Qingyan, whose expression was as stern as ever, sending a shiver down his spine. In answer to the young lady's question, indeed, when Mr. Sun ordered the soup yesterday, he had a small package wrapped in oil paper delivered, purportedly a secret spice blend to invigorate the mind and enhance vitality, which he insisted must be added to the soup. I had the opportunity to smell it, and the aroma was quite peculiar, unlike anything I had encountered before. However, as Mr. Sun was a distinguished guest, I dared not inquire further and complied with his request. Secret spice blend, peculiar aroma. All clues pointed towards the pouch of spices personally provided by Sun Henian. What did that pouch look like? Is there any remaining? Yuan Qingyan finally interjected, her voice laced with an imperceptible urgency. Replying to your inquiry, my lord, Wang Kuen stammered, the spice blend was a dark purplish-brown, exceedingly fine powder, contained within a small satin pouch. Mr. Sun's attendant only provided a small packet, stating it was a single-use portion and it was entirely consumed with no remnants left. This was my first encounter with such an item, and I truly know not its origin. The dark purplish-brown powder matched perfectly with the remnants Meng Qi had discovered on her own sleeve and in the corner of the accounting room. The truth seemed poised to unveil itself. At what point did you add that spice blend to the soup? Did the color and aroma of the soup exhibit any significant changes post-addition? Meng Qi pressed on, each question striking at the heart of the matter. It was added approximately 15 minutes before the soup was deemed ready to serve. Wang Kuen endeavored to recollect the moment when the little man meticulously sprinkled the powder into the soup, gently stirring it with a ladle. The powder dissolved instantly, rendering the broth a shade deeper than usual, yet its aroma became more intense and intricate, mingled with an indescribable essence reminiscent of herbs, slightly charred wood, and the peculiar scent of earth. Nevertheless, Sun Dongjia relished such peculiarities, claiming that the stranger the flavor, the more nourishing it was. The combination of charred wood and earthy notes resonated eerily with Meng Qi's prior description of the scent of agate. It seemed that Sun Hanyang's demise was likely linked to this secret spice powder he had provided himself. He had intended it as a restorative, yet had unwittingly transformed into a lethal poison. Yet, what precisely was this spice powder? Was it merely pure agate powder, or a deadly concoction mingled with ghostly herbs and other toxic elements? From where did Sun Hanyang procure this substance? Why would he consume such an obscure ingredient? What role did the enigmatic Mr. Nin play in this unfolding mystery? New enigmas arrived in swift succession, and Yuan Qingyan's countenance grew increasingly grave. He cast another glance at Meng Qi, his gaze revealing not only scrutiny, but also an inkling of reliance. He pointed at Meng Qi, addressing Wang Kuen. Take her to your kitchen. Retrieve all the utensils used in preparing the 100 birds and phoenix soup yesterday, the remaining ingredients, and the packaging of the secret spice powder you mentioned, if it still exists. Let her examine them closely. Yes. Wang Kuen nodded vigorously, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. The opportunity to escape the wrath of this formidable Jinyiwei lord, even if it meant accompanying a female prisoner to the kitchen, was truly a blessing. Meng Qi's heart raced anew. The kitchen of the fragrant pavilion? This was indeed her realm of expertise. Would she uncover more clues regarding the secret spice powder from there? She inhaled deeply, nodding slightly at Yuan Qingyan, her eyes shimmering with determination and a hint of the thrill and challenge that a chef experiences when confronting unknown ingredients. This series of food-induced homicides was leading her into a deeper, more perilous labyrinth. Her nose, her palate, and her unwavering heart, devoted to both flavor and truth, would be her sole guides through this maze. Chapter 19. The remnants of fragrance in search of clues. The kitchen of the fragrant pavilion had once been a vibrant hub within the culinary landscape of the capital. Now, however, it lay shrouded in silence and oppression following its master's sudden demise. The once tantalizing aroma of sumptuous dishes had dissipated, replaced by an unpleasant amalgamation of grease, stale ingredients, and a faint scent of disinfectant. Wang Kuan led Meng Qi, Yuan Qingyan, and Zhao Fei through rows of cold stoves and countertops, trembling with trepidation. His face was drenched in cold sweat, each step akin to treading on a razor's edge. Fearful that an inadvertent action or utterance might provoke the capricious Jinyiwei commandant beside him. Yet Meng Qi seemed oblivious to the surrounding gloom. Upon entering this domain of chefs, her entire aura shifted dramatically. Originally marked by a semblance of timidity and unease due to her confinement, those feelings quietly dissipated, giving way to a serene focus and the confidence inherent to a seasoned professional. Her gaze transformed from one of wariness or evasion to that of the most meticulous probe, scrutinizing every corner of the kitchen, the arrangement of the stove, the maintenance of the utensils, the storage of spices, and even the refuse piled in the corner. Wang Shifu. Meng Qi's voice was calm and composed, devoid of any trace of a captive's humility. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned expert engaged in dialogue with a peer. Yesterday, which burner was used to prepare the 100 birds' nest soup for Mr. Sun, and which pot was employed for its simmering? Indeed, it was this one, my lady. Wang Kuan pointed to a smaller, standalone clay stove, alongside an aged purple clay soup pot. This is the designated pot for Mr. Sun. He insists that it enriches the flavor of the broth. Meng Qi approached the purple clay pot, scrutinizing it closely. Its body displayed a profound dark red hue, and the surface gleamed with a sheen from prolonged use. Leaning in, she employed her specially crafted aroma tube to gently inhale from the seams of the pot's opening and lid. It seemed that this pot had been used for years to concoct medicinal ingredients. I detect, she murmured, her brow slightly furrowed, a robust aroma reminiscent of traditional meat broth, but also a lingering essence akin to angelica and astragalus, alongside a faint, almost imperceptible earthy scent. Her gaze shifted to the spice rack and cabinet beside the stove. The variety of spices at the fragrant tower was extensive, their containers arranged with reasonable neatness. Meng Qi's eyes flitted over the assortment, occasionally lifting a jar to inhale its contents or delicately pinching a bit of powder to savor its fragrance. Wang Shifu, the special spice blend Mr. Sun delivered yesterday. Was it a dark purple-brown, finely powdered, contained within a satin pouch? Meng Qi sought clarification once more. Absolutely, without a doubt. Wang Kuan nodded vigorously. The pouch appeared deep blue, adorned with golden thread that seemed to form a small, swirling cloud pattern. I dared not examine it closely at the time. The details of the deep blue satin pouch and the golden swirling pattern might serve as clues in tracing the origins of the spice blend. How did you incorporate this spice powder into the soup? Did you employ any special tools for grinding or stirring? Meng Qi continued her inquiry. Wang Kuan grimaced as he recalled. The powder was already exceptionally fine, requiring no grinding. I simply poured it directly into the soup pot, using a large ladle typically reserved for serving. No, Mr. Sun possessed a special small silver spoon, claiming it could detect poison. He instructed me to gently mix with that. A silver spoon? A spark ignited in Meng Qi's mind. Where's that spoon now? It should still be in his designated cutlery box. Wang Kuan gestured toward a locked small redwood box nearby. Zhao Fei promptly stepped forward, taking the key from Wang Kuan and unlocking the box. Inside, a neatly arranged set of exquisite silver bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates awaited, along with an elegantly designed small silver spoon. Meng Qi took the silver spoon, examining it closely. Its surface appeared slightly tarnished, yet there were no signs of poisoning. Rather, it seemed to have undergone a chemical reaction from prolonged exposure to certain substances. She brought the spoon close to her aroma tube, her eyes suddenly narrowing in intensity. The lingering scent upon the silver spoon, intertwined with the peculiar aroma from the soup sediment and the powder clinging to the hem of the maid's garment, seemed to share a common origin. She asserted this with almost absolute certainty, noting that this fragrance was even more refined than that of the broth, carrying a faint, reminiscent essence akin to aged sandalwood. Aged sandalwood? This revelation was indeed novel. Could it be that the packaging of the spice powder, or the vessel that contained it, was crafted from sandalwood? Yuan Qingyan stood silently by, his keen gaze following every movement and subtle expression of Meng Qi. At that moment, upon hearing her deductions, a barely perceptible ripple crossed the depths of his profound eyes. This cook's sense of smell rivaled that of a well-trained bloodhound. Besides this silver spoon, were there any other utensils in the kitchen that had held or processed the spice powder? Meng Qi inquired of Wang Kuan. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Kuan shook his head, stating there should be none. The powder was added directly to the soup without any prior handling. Meng Qi nodded slightly, her gaze once more sweeping across the kitchen. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to an unassuming stone mortar tucked away in a corner, used for grinding garlic and ginger. It appeared somewhat aged, with dark remnants still clinging to its inner walls, not entirely cleansed. She approached, crouching down to scrutinize the mortar closely. Then, using a silver needle, she delicately scraped a tiny amount of residue from the mortar's wall, rolling it between her fingers before bringing it closer to her nose. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, her expression a blend of confusion and certainty. Master Wang, has this mortar recently been used to grind any unusual herbs or spices? Wang Kuan was taken aback, responding in bewilderment. This is merely the mortar for grinding garlic and ginger. Nothing extraordinary has been processed here. Oh, I just remembered. He suddenly slapped his forehead. A few days ago, Master Sun sent over some so-called health-preserving herbal packs he had procured from the south. They contained some tough roots and fruit pits that ordinary knives couldn't cut through, so I used this mortar to crush them before adding them to his daily soup. Health-preserving herbal packs? What do they contain? Meng Qi pressed on eagerly. Just some dark, dried items. I can't identify them all. I remember some resembled dried snake berries. And there were also prickly little black fruits with a rather pungent scent, Wang Kuan recalled with difficulty. In Meng Qi's mind, a bold hypothesis began to crystallize. Could the ingredients within those so-called health-preserving packs be related to the secret spice powder? Might they even constitute part of its raw materials? Do you still have the packaging or any remnants of the herbs? She inquired. Wang Kuan shook his head. They've all been used up, and the packaging was discarded long ago. Master Sun mentioned that it was a trial, and if effective, he would send more in the future. It seemed that the trail had gone cold. However, Meng Qi did not relent. She once more inhaled deeply the scent emanating from the mortar's inner walls, the complex aroma, infused with various herbs and tinged with the inherent stone essence, began to unravel in her astute nostrils. Suddenly, her brow arched slightly. Amidst the myriad of intricate scents, she detected an exceedingly faint yet remarkably familiar sweet note. It was the sweet fragrance of honey. Moreover, it is not just any ordinary honey, but rather a wildflower honey imbued with a unique floral fragrance. Why might there be lingering traces of wild honey in the mortar used for grinding medicinal herbs? Could it be that some of the components in those health-enhancing herbal packages were previously soaked in honey? Or perhaps honey was utilized as an auxiliary ingredient or adhesive in the preparation of the secret spice powder. Master Wang, Meng Qi lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she looked at Wang Kuan. Does Mr. Sun have a habit of consuming honey or bee products? Wang Kuan pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Sun indeed has a penchant for sweets and often claims that honey is beneficial for one's health. The building is always stocked with fine osmanthus and wildflower honey for his use. However, he seems to have recently expressed dissatisfaction with ordinary honey, having complained a few days prior that the honey in the capital lacks the genuine flavor of the wild. Unlike a rich and natural wildflower honey he had fortuitously tasted years ago in a small tea house in the southern part of the city. The southern tea house? Wildflower honey. Meng Qi's heart skipped a beat. She recalled Xiao He and that elegant tea house named a moment of leisure. Xiao He had mentioned that her tea house also crafted and sold some herbal teas and honey. Could it be that this thought struck her like a bolt of lightning? She immediately turned to Yuan Qingyan, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. My lord, I dare to speculate that the small tea house in the southern part of the city mentioned by Mr. Sun might be the very tea house I visited upon my arrival in the capital, a moment of leisure. That tea house indeed offers homemade honey and herbal teas, and its honey possesses a distinctive herbal aroma. Furthermore, she inhaled deeply, striving to keep her voice steady. I recall that a moment of leisure seems to be located near the southern area, which was previously scrutinized by the Jinyiwei due to rampant black market dealings. All the seemingly disparate clues, at this moment, appear to be interconnected by an invisible thread. Mr. Sun's fondness for wildflower honey available at a moment of leisure. The tea house is situated near the southern black market. Qian Fu and Mr. Sun engage in black market herbal trades. The scent of the secret spice powder consumed by Mr. Sun is related to the mortar and may be connected to honey. There must exist some unknown correlation among these elements. Zhao Fei listened in astonishment, never expecting that the investigation would lead from the scent of honey in a mortar to a humble tea house. Was this chef's line of thinking truly so fanciful? Yet, oddly enough, her reasoning seemed to hold a measure of truth. Yuan Qingyan's face finally revealed a trace of discernible emotion. A sharp light flickered in his deep phoenix eyes, fixating intently on Meng Qi, as if he sought to see through her entirely. After a moment of silence, the air thick with the suppressed breaths of those present, he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Zhao Fei, at your service. Immediately dispatch someone to discreetly investigate the details of a moment of leisure in the southern part of the city, particularly regarding its owner's background, the individuals who frequent it, and whether it has sold any suspicious honey or medicinal materials. Understood. Zhao Fei's spirits lifted as he promptly accepted the order. As for Yuan Qingyan at the fragrance pavilion, his gaze once again shifted towards Wang Kun, his tone frigid. Temporarily seal off the kitchen. All kitchen staff and helpers are prohibited from leaving and must await further questioning. Any disobedience or unauthorized disclosure will be met with severe punishment. Understood. Wang Kun bowed repeatedly. Yuan Qingyan paid him no further heed, his attention returning to Meng Qi, his expression complex and inscrutable. You performed admirably today. Was this perhaps the first time he had so directly praised her? Meng Qi's heart fluttered slightly, yet she dared not feel any pride, merely bowing her head respectfully. The commoner merely did her utmost. The on-site investigation for today had reached a temporary conclusion. Yuan Qingyan spoke in a deep voice. You shall accompany us back to the town protector's office. I have more questions regarding that half-day leisure tea house. Returning to the town protector's office meant further inquiries. But at least for now, she seemed to have temporarily escaped suspicion as a murderer, even subtly emerging as a crucial breakthrough in the case. Meng Qi inhaled deeply and nodded. The road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet within her heart, a faint glimmer of hope began to rise. Perhaps, with her keen sense of smell, her discerning palate, and her unwavering heart committed to both flavor and truth, she might indeed find a just resolution amidst the tumultuous upheaval in the capital, for herself and for the innocent departed. Chapter 20. Meeting old friends at half-day leisure. As dusk enveloped the city and lanterns began to glow, a seemingly ordinary blue cloth-covered carriage, having traversed the day's chaos and tension, silently departed from the imposing walls of the Northtown Protector's office. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was imbued with an unexplainable subtlety, more so than during their earlier journey to the fragrance pavilion. Yuan Qingyan maintained his aloof demeanor, but occasionally, his glances towards Meng Qi seemed to carry less of a purely analytical scrutiny and more of an indefinable curiosity. Meng Qi, with her head bowed in obedience, found her thoughts swirling around everything related to the half-day leisure tea house, the small establishment that had offered her the first warmth upon her arrival in the capital, the innocent and kind-hearted Miss He, and the herbal honey that might be connected to the case. Zhao Fei sat at the carriage's entrance, fulfilling the dual role of driver and guard. From time to time, he cast an uneasy glance through the carriage curtain at the two inside. The dynamic between the master and this cook, Meng Qi, was perplexing to him. It was as if they were prisoner and interrogator, yet they collaborated on the case. And the master had consumed so many of her meals. If they were colleagues, the master's aura of exclusivity starkly indicated their disparate statuses. The carriage halted at a relatively secluded street in the southern part of the city. The lively bustle of the day had faded, leaving only a few shops with lanterns aglow, while pedestrians were sparse, and the air was filled with the unique tranquility and coolness of night. "Master, the half-day leisure tea house is just ahead," Zhao Fei announced respectfully as he jumped down from the carriage. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly and disembarked first. Today, he donned a simple, dark outfit, shedding the imposing airs of a flying fish officer and the authority of a court official, leaving only the elegance and refinement characteristic of a Jiangnan scholar. Yet his sharp gaze remained undiminished. Meng Qi had also changed into a clean garment of light blue fabric, sent by Yuan Qingyan through some unknown means. The material was ordinary, yet it surpassed the prison garb by countless degrees. After walking for a short while, the familiar small tea house, with its modest yet elegant sign, came into view. The dim yellow lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves, casting a warm glow through the slightly ajar wooden door and window, creating an inviting atmosphere. The air was still infused with the delicate aromas of tea and jasmine, forming a soothing contrast to the coolness of the Beijing night. "This is the place," Meng Qi whispered to Yuan Qingyan, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over her. Yuan Qingyan remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to scrutinize the small yet tastefully arranged tea house before stepping inside. Within the tea house, there were few patrons scattered in small groups, engaging in quiet conversation, the ambience relaxed and comfortable. Behind the counter, Xiao He's father, a kindly elderly man in his 50s, was leisurely polishing the tea utensils. "Dear guests, how many of you? Please come in." The old man greeted them promptly upon their arrival. "Father, I'll take care of it." A clear and familiar voice chimed from within. Soon after, a petite figure with hair styled in twin buns, dressed in a light green dress, emerged, carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea. It was indeed Xiao He. She immediately spotted Meng Qi at the door, her face lighting up with surprise and joy. "Sister Meng Qi, it really is you. How have you been?" She hurriedly approached, grasping Meng Qi's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. The recent experiences in the prison made Meng Qi feel a tumult of emotions upon witnessing Xiao He's innocent and warm smile. Her eyes involuntarily glistened. "Little He, I'm fine now. I'm sorry to have worried you." "That's wonderful. I'm so relieved," Xiao He exclaimed repeatedly. Her curiosity piqued as she examined Yuan Qingyan and Zhao Fei, who accompanied Meng Qi. When her gaze fell upon Zhao Fei's ruggedly handsome face, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her voice softened. "Who is this?" Zhao Fei himself was taken aback to encounter Xiao He here, especially under such circumstances. His usually stern expression betrayed a hint of rare awkwardness. He instinctively straightened his posture, though his voice was somewhat dry. "Miss Xiao He, it's been a while." Go. Xiao He responded with a mixture of surprise and shyness, lowering her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "How is it you are here with Sister Meng Qi?" The way she addressed him as Zhao Gu was both natural and affectionate, indicating their prior acquaintance. Yuan Qingyan observed the exchange from the side, a flicker of subtle interest passing through his cool gaze. It seemed that this usually blunt and straightforward subordinate of his possessed an unrecognized vulnerability. Meng Qi discerned the extraordinary connection between the two, and a smile danced secretly upon her lips. She promptly interjected to alleviate Zhao Fei's predicament. "Little He, these two are my friends who fortuitously passed by today and decided to join me at your esteemed tea house to savor your father's exquisite tea." They are Sister Meng Qi's friends," Xiao He exclaimed, her enthusiasm igniting at once. "Please come in. What would you like to drink? We have just received some exceptional pre-rain Longjing tea, as well as my father's specially brewed chrysanthemum pu'er, both of which are delightful." She guided the trio to a tranquil table by the window and swiftly fetched clean tea utensils, pouring steaming tea for each of them. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. "Brother Zhao, how have you been lately? I imagine your official duties must keep you exceedingly busy." Xiao He inquired softly while replenishing Zhao Fei's cup, her gaze betraying a hint of unmasked concern. Zhao Fei's dark complexion seemed to blush deeper, his voice taking on a slightly muffled tone. I am well. How is your father's health?" "Father is in robust health. However, he has been mentioning how long it has been since you last enjoyed his 3 bowls without crossing the ridge." Xiao He smiled, revealing two faint dimples. I have been occupied, Zhao Fei stammered, scratching his head, his awkward demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual decisive presence in the Jinyiwei office. Meng Qi and Yuan Qingyan sat nearby, observing the innocent yet tender exchange between the two, one with a twinkle in her eyes and the other expressionless, yet both silently attentive. The tense atmosphere of investigation appeared to soften momentarily due to this unexpected warmth. Little he, Meng Qi interjected at an opportune moment, steering the conversation back on course. Last time you mentioned that your tea house produces a homemade herbal honey brew that is quite exquisite. We came specifically to taste it. Do you still have any available? Herbal honey brew? Xiao He's eyes lit up at the mention. Yes. That is our signature. We just prepared a fresh batch recently, and the flavor is wonderfully rich. Sister Meng Qi, esteemed guests, would you like to try some? Certainly, Meng Qi replied with a smile. Xiao He cheerfully acknowledged and turned to fetch the honey. Yuan Qingyan's gaze casually scanned the tea house's decor and patrons. Though modest in size, the establishment boasted an elegant and clean arrangement, adorned with several paintings of landscapes that evoked a sense of tranquility. The clientele consisted mostly of ordinary folk or down-on-their-luck scholars, engaging in light conversation over tea, with nothing suspicious in sight. Soon, Xiao He returned, carrying a delicate white porcelain bowl alongside several exquisite glass cups. The bowl contained amber-hued, crystal-clear honey, exuding a rich and distinctive fragrance, a harmonious blend of various floral essences. This is our family's herbal honey brew, Xiao He proudly declared. My father personally collects wild honey from the mountains in the outskirts of the capital and infuses it with the essence of dozens of wildflowers and herbs. Brewed using traditional methods. It is unlike anything sold outside. She carefully poured each person a small cup. Meng Qi lifted her glass, bringing it near her nose to savor the intricate scents. Indeed, the aroma of this honey is remarkably intricate. In addition to the usual sweet fragrance of honey, it intertwines with the bitter essence of wild chrysanthemum, the refreshing notes of honeysuckle, the subtle astringency of dandelion, and a faint, almost imperceptible earthy scent reminiscent of certain herbal roots. This earthy aroma bears a vague resemblance to the sediment at the bottom of the bird's nest soup she had at the fragrance pavilion, as well as the residual scent she had detected in Wang Kuen's stone mortar. Her heart skipped a beat. She discreetly took a small sip. The honey was rich and sweet, with the fragrance of various herbs unfolding layer upon layer on her palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. It truly was a rare delicacy. Yet, that subtle, earthy, herbal note hidden beneath the myriad floral scents captured her greater attention. Sister Zio, she inquired nonchalantly, are the flowers and herbs used in this herbal honey merely commonplace, or do they hold some special significance? Zio tilted her head thoughtfully and replied with a smile. There's nothing particularly special about it. They are all gathered by my father from the mountains. He says that wildflowers and herbs from the mountains, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, yield the most ethereal honey. However, my father does possess a few treasured secret herbal formulas that he claims can enrich the honey's flavor and enhance its nourishing qualities. Yet he never discloses the specifics, only stating that they are passed down through generations. Secret herbal formulas passed down through generations? Meng Qi and Yuan Qingyan's gazes met once more in the air, each perceiving a trace of gravity in the other's eyes. Just then, a sudden clatter of urgent hoofbeats rang out from outside the tea house, followed closely by a figure clad as a Jinyiwei spy, who hurriedly entered and whispered a few words into Yuan Qingyan's ear. Yuan Qingyan's expression shifted subtly before he regained his composure. He nodded to the spy, who quietly departed. It seems our leisurely afternoon is drawing to a close, Yuan Qingyan stated coolly as he set down his teacup. Meng Qi and Zhao Fei felt a chill run through them. What had transpired? Sister Meng Qi, Brother Zhao, are you leaving? Zio asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yes, we have some pressing matters to attend to, Meng Qi replied apologetically. Thank you for the delightful herbal honey, Sister Zio. I shall visit you again another day. Then it settled. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Zio's face, but it quickly transformed into a smile once more. The three rose to take their leave. As they stepped out of the tea house, the night had deepened around them. "Sir, have there been any discoveries?" Zhao Fei could not help but ask in a hushed tone. Yuan Qingyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed up at the lantern of the half-day leisure tea house, which appeared particularly warm against the night sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. "That herbal honey does indeed possess some peculiarities," he finally spoke, "for its aroma contains a scent strikingly similar to that of the herb associated with agate. Moreover," he paused, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible chill, "our informants have just reported that Mr. Nan was silenced at a secret hideout in the southern black market merely half an hour ago." Mr. Nan was silenced? This news struck Meng Qi and Zhao Fei like a thunderbolt, reverberating through their minds. Had the lead once again been severed? Chapter 21. A lantern melting snow to warm the heart. The news of Mr. Nan's silencing rippled through the North Town office of the Jinyiwei like a stone cast into a deep pool, intensifying the already fraught atmosphere of investigation with a palpable sense of impending storm. For several consecutive days, Yuan Qingyan worked tirelessly, sleepless and unrelenting. The lights in the signing room often burned through the night as he sifted through scrolls of case documents, issuing directives with unwavering resolve. Zhao Fei and his fellow Jinyiwei lieutenants resembled tightly coiled tops, darting about in pursuit of leads and interrogating suspects, each face etched with fatigue and anxiety. In the rear courtyard, though Meng Qi could not directly partake in the investigation, she sensed the unusual tension in the front courtyard through Zhao Fei's increasingly haggard visage during her daily meal deliveries and the faint, pervasive air of restlessness and pressure. She continued to prepare 3 meals a day for Yuan Qingyan. But upon realizing the case had reached an impasse and that these individuals toiled ceaselessly in pursuit of the truth, her once playful irritability in her dishes was gradually supplanted by a more intricate emotion. There was sympathy for the Jinyiwei, equally bound by duty, respect for Yuan Qingyan's relentless pursuit of the truth, even in his coldness, and a nascent instinct, one she had not fully contemplated, to offer them something in return. After all, she was a cook. Food was her most direct and singular means of expressing emotion and conveying care. On this day, the first cold rain of autumn fell upon the capital, a gentle patter imbued with a bone-chilling coolness. As the night deepened, the signing room remained aglow. Among the food boxes Zhao Fei delivered was not only Yuan Qingyan's customary solitary meal, but also a small box wrapped tightly in cotton cloth, which took him by surprise. "Thank you for your trouble, Lieutenant Zhao." Meng Qi's voice emerged softly in the cool night air. "I have prepared some late-night snacks, knowing that the officials have been toiling diligently in recent days. If it is not too much trouble, please share with your brothers on duty to warm yourselves." Zhao Fei gazed into Meng Qi's eyes, which sparkled with sincerity under the light, and inhaled the comforting aroma of rice and medicinal herbs wafting from the food box. The tension that had gripped him from days of relentless pursuit seemed to ease ever so slightly. He parted his lips to utter some polite refusal, but ultimately only nodded. His voice gravelly, "Thank you, Chef Dream." He carried the 2 food boxes briskly into the front courtyard. Inside Yuan Qingyan's signing room, the atmosphere remained stark and industrious. Yuan Qingyan was deeply engrossed in a map depicting the distribution of black market sites in the capital, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Sir, late-night snacks." Zhao Fei placed one of the food boxes gently upon the desk. Yuan Qingyan acknowledged with a grunt, not lifting his gaze, his attention still fixated on the map. Zhao Fei opened the food box, and a warm, subtly fragrant steam wafted forth, instantly dispelling some of the chill and unease lingering in the room. Inside lay a bowl of yam, poria, and lotus seed porridge, slowly simmered in a small purple clay pot. The porridge is a delicate, milky white, with the rice grains cooked to the point of nearly dissolving, perfectly merging with ingredients such as yam, poria, and lotus seeds. The soft and glutinous texture of the yam, the subtle elegance of the poria, the refreshing fragrance of the lotus seeds, combined with the sweetness of the fresh rice, creates an exquisite and comforting flavor. A few bright red goji berries and a sprinkle of osmanthus flowers on top add an extra touch of elegance and warmth. This dish of porridge is evidently crafted with care. Yam aids the spleen and benefits the stomach. Poria calms the mind. Lotus seeds nourish the heart and replenish the kidneys. And goji berries are beneficial for the eyes. These are all gentle and nourishing ingredients, ideally suited for consumption after a night of toil and worry. Moreover, the cooking has been mastered to perfection. The porridge is warm but not scalding, melting effortlessly in the mouth, imposing no burden on the weary stomach. Yuan Qingyan finally diverted his gaze from the map, resting it upon the bowl, emanating a gentle aroma. A flicker of subtle softness, almost imperceptible, passed through his eyes, which bore traces of redness from nights of sleeplessness. He remained silent, merely lifting a spoonful of warm porridge and slowly bringing it to his lips. The soothing warmth of the rice, the smoothness of the yam, the sweetness of the lotus seeds, and the unique, slightly bitter yet calming flavor of poria quietly nourished his heart, which had grown somewhat parched from anxiety and fatigue, akin to the gentle spring rain. The restlessness that lingered in his chest seemed to be tenderly smoothed by this bowl of warm porridge. He ate slowly and quietly. Each bite felt like savoring a long-lost warmth, often regarded as ordinary. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to the various dishes the cook sent, each infused with intent, provocation, testing, reluctance, and the pride and persistence of a chef. He had never responded, but had never missed the subtle signals she conveyed through her culinary creations. However, today's bowl of porridge was unlike any previous ones. It bore no cleverness, no insinuations, only pure, unadulterated care. This sudden, unguarded warmth made Yuan Qingyan's heart, so used to coldness and calculation, tremble slightly. He recalled her defiant, tear-brimmed gaze upon her entry into the prison, her focused demeanor at the scene of the incident at the fragrance tower, and how her deft hands transformed the most ordinary ingredients into exquisite culinary delights. This cook seemed to be far more complex than his initial assumptions, not as simple or as distant as he had imagined. The bowl of porridge soon reached its bottom. Yuan Qingyan set down his spoon, feeling a significant sense of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue that had plagued him for days seemed to lighten, and his mind grew clearer. He glanced at the food box, then out at the ink-black night and the fine, cold rain, suddenly addressing Zhao Fei, who was waiting nearby. Take the rest to share with the brothers. Zhao Fei was momentarily stunned, almost believing he had misheard. The esteemed gentleman actually cared about the supper for his subordinates. Moreover, this was a special preparation from the dream cook for him. The official has finished eating, Yuan Qingyan stated with a calm tone, yet underscored by an undeniable authority. It's cold outside. Let them warm themselves. Yes. Thank you, my lord. A warm current surged within Zhao Fei, prompting him to bow respectfully as he gingerly cradled the food box containing the Imperial midnight snack and retreated. Outside the signing room, several patrolling captains of the Jinyiwei were shivering in the cold. Upon seeing Zhao Fei emerge with the food box, envy flickered in their eyes as they yearned to savor the culinary delights of the enigmatic dream chef. For them, the arduous duties of recent days had offered little hope or reprieve. When Zhao Fei unveiled the extra food box, meticulously wrapped in cotton cloth, a wave of warmth infused with the rich aroma of meat and dough wafted through the air, instantly dispelling the chill that clung to them. Inside the box lay a steaming pot of 3 flavor noodles. The hand-pulled noodles, chewy and resilient, were generously drenched in a thick, savory sauce, featuring finely chopped meat, mushrooms, black fungus, and daylily buds, crowned with a golden, crispy fried egg sprinkled with vibrant green scallions and cilantro. Merely gazing at the dish ignited an insatiable appetite. "This is incredible," exclaimed a young captain in delight. "Is it for us?" "It is a reward from the Lord," Zhao Fei replied, a rare smile gracing his face as he set the food box on a humble wooden table. The dream chef made extra, said it was to commend everyone's hard work. "Hurry, eat while it's hot." "How wonderful." "Thank you, Captain Zhao." "Thank you, dream chef." This aroma surpasses the fare from our main kitchen. The group erupted in cheers, momentarily disregarding decorum as they eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, encircling the food box to devour the noodles in hearty bites. The warmth of the noodles, enveloped in the delectable sauce, swiftly banished their hunger and cold, bringing forth a profound sense of satisfaction and comfort. Delicious. Absolutely divine. The flavor of this sauce is extraordinary. It's so fresh it can make one's eyebrows fall off. The dream chef's skills are truly remarkable. No wonder the Lord, one captain, halfway through his meal, suddenly lowered his voice conspiratorially and whispered to Zhao Fei, "Do you think this dream chef was truly a helper at Yunbian Tower? I can't help but feel her culinary prowess rivals that of the head chef there. Moreover, she's quite kind, remembering us rough men." Zhao Fei, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, recalling Dream Qi's clear eyes and sincere demeanor, her dishes that seemed simple yet were imbued with thoughtfulness and care. His perception of her began to subtly shift. Perhaps she was not merely a clever cook ensnared in a case, but something more complex. Silence while eating, and refrain from chatter at rest. Zhao Fei admonished the loquacious captain with a glare. Though his words were scolding, the mirth in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. A steaming bowl of noodles, on this frigid, rainy night, not only warmed the bellies of these valiant Jinyiwei men, but seemed to gently melt a small shard of ice within their hearts, calloused by the blood and storms of their tumultuous lives. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen of the back courtyard, Dream Qi remained blissfully unaware of the ripples her thoughtful late-night offering would create in the front courtyard. Having tidied up the stove, she gazed out at the endless night rain, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her, regardless of the treacherous path ahead or the harshness of the truth. At this moment, she has added a trace of insignificant warmth to this cold and cruel world in a manner she knows best. This warmth might, perhaps, illuminate her own path at an unforeseen moment. Chapter 22. Whispering secrets in search of medicinal shadows in the evening at the half-day leisure tea house. The glow of lanterns rippled in warm circles upon the damp bluestone tiles, creating a tranquil ink wash painting that harmonized with the surrounding serene alleyways. Yuan Qingyan, Meng Qi, and Zhao Fei once again stepped into this seemingly secluded haven from the bustling world. Unlike their previous hurried glance, this time they came prepared. Yuan Qingyan was clad in his usual dark attire, deliberately restraining his sharp aura, leaving only a hint of scholarly chill. Meng Qi had donned a somewhat simple dress, her brows reflecting a curiosity befitting a seeker of knowledge. Zhao Fei maintained his guardian's attire, yet his gaze softened involuntarily as it met the familiar entrance of the tea house. Their pretext for visiting was Meng Qi's lingering fondness for the unique flavor of the wildflower honey brew, rumored to possess remarkable health benefits, prompting them to seek the elder's counsel and procure some for further enjoyment. This excuse not only aligned with Meng Qi's identity as a cook, but also seemed quite reasonable. Upon seeing Meng Qi return with her two friends, Xiaohe's smile grew ever more radiant and genuine. "Sister Meng Qi, what brings you back? Please have a seat." "Father, Sister Meng Qi and her friends are here again." The elder raised his head from behind the counter and greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, esteemed guests, it is a rare pleasure. Please take your seats. Xiaohe, why not show our guests to their tea?" "Father, Sister Meng Qi has come specifically to inquire about our wildflower honey brew," Xiaohe said, deftly guiding the three to a window-side elegant table. "She claims that our honey surpasses all that is sold in the capital." Upon hearing this, the elder's face revealed a trace of pride belonging to a craftsman. "You flatter me, young lady. This honey brew is merely a humble family tradition, crafted from wildflowers and herbs gathered from the mountains, not comparable to the exquisite honey used by noble households." Yuan Qingyan remained silent, simply lifting the hot tea brewed by Xiaohe, his gaze seemingly wandering over the tea house's decor while discreetly observing every subtle change in the elder's expression. Zhao Fei, feeling somewhat uneasy, shifted in his seat, trying to avoid the clear, bright eyes of Xiaohe. Meng Qi seized the moment to continue the conversation, her tone sincere yet tinged with curiosity. "You're too modest, elder. It is precisely this authentic mountain flavor that is most precious. As a humble woman, I too enjoy pondering the combinations of ingredients and the principles of dietary therapy. I have heard that there are several family secret herbs in your wildflower honey brew that can invigorate and calm the spirit. Might I beg you to share a few insights?" I do not wish to pry into your secrets, but am simply curious about the nature of these herbs that harmonize so well with honey. Her words were artfully crafted, expressing her thirst for knowledge while clearly indicating her lack of intent to uncover commercial secrets, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Upon hearing this, the father-in-law stroked his sparse beard, a flicker of subtle caution crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by the pride characteristic of a craftsman. You are being overly courteous, young lady. The so-called secret recipe is merely a blend of commonly found herbs in the mountains, albeit with specific attention to their combinations and the timing of their harvest. For instance, the calming sour jujube seed, the fire-clearing summer withered grass, and certain bitter herbs that mitigate the cloying sweetness of honey while enhancing its flavor. What he described were indeed common remedies for tranquility and fire-clearing, lacking any remarkable qualities. Meng Qi smiled slightly and continued, "When I last tasted that honey, beyond these delicate flavors, I sensed a faint yet unique fragrance imbued with subtle earthy and mineral notes, reminiscent of a rare herb thriving in the shadowy recesses of the deep mountains, drawing essence from the rocks. That taste truly left a lasting impression." Her words, though seemingly complimentary, were a discreet probe. She had deliberately highlighted key phrases such as shadowy recesses, essence from the rocks, and earthy and mineral notes, all of which resonated deeply with the growth environment and characteristics of the stone marrow. The smile on the father's face faltered momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of panic flashing in his eyes, which was swiftly caught by Yuan Qingyan's keen perception. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, masking his unease. "Your palate is indeed discerning, young lady. Perhaps I inadvertently brought in some essence of moss or humus from the rocky terrain while collecting the honey. Nature's bounty can be rather rustic. I hope it does not offend you." Moss? Humus? This explanation seemed rather implausible. Yuan Qingyan gently tapped his fingertips on the table, remaining silent, yet an intangible pressure caused beads of sweat to form on the father's brow. Zio, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents, retained her innocent demeanor and chimed in, "Yes. Yes, my father works so hard to gather honey. Sometimes he even climbs steep cliffs. He says the more perilous the location, the more spirited the flowers and grasses that yield honey. Recently, he ventured deep into the Laojun Cliff in the western suburbs of the capital, a place rarely visited by people, claiming to have discovered a peculiar vine with dark green flowers, bringing some back to see if it could be used for medicinal honey." A peculiar vine with dark green flowers? Laojun Cliff. Meng Qi's heart raced. The stone marrow itself was not a vine, yet its growth environment often coexisted with other shade-loving, potentially toxic vine plants. Moreover, dark green closely matched the hue of the stone marrow. Could it be that this so-called peculiar vine was a companion plant of the stone marrow, or even the stone marrow itself, misidentified? She exchanged a glance with Yuan Qingyan, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. "Father-in-law," Yuan Qingyan finally spoke, his voice cool, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Could you please elaborate on the characteristics, scent, and processing of that dark green flower vine you mentioned?" Though his tone remained calm, the pressure emanating from his status as a Jinyiwei enforcer rendered the father's face pallid. He opened his mouth, as if to defend himself, but under Yuan Qingyan's penetrating gaze, he ultimately bowed his head in defeat. The voice of the elder trembled slightly. What he referred to was not some vine, but rather a deep green lichen that thrived on the shaded stone walls of Laojun Cliff. The old man recalled hearing from a wandering physician he had met in his youth that this substance was known as shalanji. When combined with specific methods, it could enhance longevity and bolster vitality. In a moment of confusion, he had gathered some, intending to experiment by adding it to honey brew, to see if it could augment its efficacy. Although the name differed, the description was nearly indistinguishable from that of Shui. What were those specific methods? Who was that wandering physician? Yuan Qingyan pressed relentlessly. The elder's complexion grew increasingly grim, sweat pouring down his face. The physician had long since vanished. And as for the method, he had only vaguely mentioned that it required the incorporation of certain potent auxiliary herbs, which had to be ground in a powder for use. The old man had not truly attempted it. He had merely dried the shalanji after gathering it and stored it in the herbarium in his backyard, untouched thus far. As he spoke, he furtively cast glances at Xiao He, his eyes brimming with concern and regret. Xiao He was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. She could not comprehend why her father's pride, the honey brew made from 100 herbs, would attract such rigorous scrutiny from a figure who appeared to be of high status. She looked towards Zhao Fei for help, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Fei's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. He wished to say a few words to comfort the father and daughter, but in the presence of Yuan Qingyan, he dared not overstep. He could only clench his fists, suppressing his worry and anxiety. "Take us to see your herbarium," Yuan Qingyan declared, his tone brooking no dissent. The elder, quaking with fear, had no choice but to lead the three of them through the back of the tea house to a dimly lit storage room filled with various dried herbs and medicinal materials. The air within was thick with a rich, complex aroma, a medley of countless herbs. Meng Qi's nose twitched as she carefully discerned each scent in the air. In an inconspicuous corner, the elder moved aside several bamboo baskets filled with dried chrysanthemums, revealing a small locked wooden box hidden beneath. Trembling, he retrieved a key and opened the box. Inside lay a pile of dried lichen, dark green and resembling leather in texture. Scattered nearby were some dark-hued, oddly shaped roots and fruits. Meng Qi instantly recognized that the lichen was the source of the unique and peculiar fragrance she had detected in the broth at the fragrant pavilion and on the silver spoon. Although the scent had subdued with drying, the elusive fragrance, mingled with minerals, earth, and specific herbs, remained distinctly identifiable. Among the scattered roots and fruits, she even recognized a few resembling illustrations from the toxic plant section of Qilu Shizenlu. While the preparation methods and precise uses remained unclear to her, she was certain that these were no ordinary health-enhancing substances. "Is this what you refer to as shalanji, along with those auxiliary herbs?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the items in the box. The elder, already terrified, was rendered nearly speechless. Yuan Qingyan refrained from asking further questions and merely cast a glance at Zhao Fei. Instantly, Zhao Fei stepped forward, meticulously gathering all the items within the wooden box and wrapping them in oil paper. "Elder," Yuan Qingyan addressed the ashen-faced old man with a voice as cold as ice. "We shall take these items back for examination. During this period, you are not to leave the capital and must remain available for summons. Should you conceal any information or provide falsehoods, you shall bear the consequences." "It is as you command," the old man replied, collapsing weakly to the ground. His face drained of color. Xiao He had already dissolved into tears. She rushed to her father's side, sobbing, "Father, what on earth is happening? Where are those items?" The elder embraced his daughter, tears streaming down his face, yet he could not utter a single word. As Meng Qi witnessed this poignant scene, her heart was also filled with tumultuous emotions. She had never anticipated that the quaint little tea house she stumbled upon in search of refuge would harbor such astonishing secrets. Were Xiao He and her father innocent victims caught in a web of intrigue, or was there a deeper, concealed truth? By the time they departed from the tea house, night had fallen. The cold wind swept through, carrying a biting chill. Within the carriage, the atmosphere was even more somber than before. "Sir," Zhao Fei said, holding the oil paper bundle filled with suspicious herbs, his voice heavy, "it appears that this shalanji is most likely the stone essence we are seeking. The secret concoction that Sun Henian ingested, was it provided by this elder, or by another party?" Yuan Qingyan did not respond immediately. His deep-set eyes glimmered with enigmatic light under the dim glow of the lanterns. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. "The elder may not be the mastermind. He seems more like a pawn manipulated by someone else. The true menace lies with the individual who skillfully combined the stone essence with those toxic auxiliary herbs to create the so-called secret concoction, as well as the unseen instigator who could convince someone as seasoned as Sun Henian to willingly test the concoction on himself. Who then is this instigator? What are their intentions?" The fog surrounding the case seemed to be gradually lifting, yet it appeared to plunge deeper into a darker abyss. Chapter 23. the subtle fragrance of flora, and its origins within the herbal warehouse. The light was dim, and the air was thick with the complex scents of various dried herbs, almost suffocating in its intensity. The opened wooden box resembled a Pandora's box, revealing unsettling secrets. The dark green shalangi at the bottom of the box shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the flickering candlelight. Old He sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen, and his murky eyes were filled with fear and despair. Xiao He nestled beside him, utterly inconsolable, her frail shoulders trembling as she struggled to comprehend why their family's long-standing and reputable tea house was entangled with these seemingly extraordinary and forbidden items. Yuan Qingyan's gaze was as piercing as ice as it swept over the pile of shalangi and the bizarre auxiliary herbs scattered nearby, his suspicions deepening. These items were certainly not something an ordinary tea house elder could easily procure, nor could they be concealed by his clumsy explanations taught by itinerant physicians. Meng Qi's heart felt heavy as she gazed upon the father and daughter, especially at Xiao He's helpless and terrified countenance, which stirred within her a sense of compassion. Yet she understood all too well that, at this moment, the compassion of a woman would only serve to further obfuscate the truth. She must remain composed and discern the genuine source amidst the tangled clues. Her gaze once again fell upon the cup of herbal honey she had previously tasted. The unique aftertaste, imbued with a hint of faint earthiness and mineral essence, now became exceptionally vivid on the tip of her memory. "Old sir," Meng Qi began slowly, her voice striving for tranquility in an effort to ease the tension of her counterpart. "Regarding your herbal honey, besides the common flowers and herbs you just mentioned, as well as the stone dragon's garment in this box," she deliberately pointed out, "did you perhaps incorporate any other rare or lesser-known special flora?" Upon hearing this, Old He trembled visibly, raising his head to look at Meng Qi in disbelief, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak, yet dared not utter a word. Xiao He, noticing her father's unusual demeanor, tugged at his sleeve and choked out, "Please, just tell this sister and the official the truth about what is happening." Yuan Qingyan remained silent, her fathomless phoenix eyes coldly fixed on Old He, an invisible pressure bearing down upon his heart like a massive stone. At last, Old He seemed to be drained of all strength, heaved a deep sigh, and hoarsely admitted, "Young lady, your palate is indeed remarkable. I, an old fool, concede. There's indeed a very special additive in that herbal honey." "What is it?" Meng Qi pressed on. "It is a liquid derived from a plant known as zisufashu." Old He struggled to articulate, "I acquired it years ago from a southern herbalist passing through the capital. The merchant claimed this extract is made from dozens of unique fragrant herbs and flowers from the southern region, combined with the roots of a plant called Duanhuantong, which grows in miasmic lands, all ground together to extract the juice, then simmered using a secret method for 49 days. Its taste is initially sharp, but reveals a peculiar ethereal fragrance upon careful tasting. Just a few drops added to honey can amplify its flavor 100-fold and is said to invigorate the mind and soothe the muscles." Duanhuantong. Meng Qi's heart sank heavily. She had encountered references to this plant in the toxic herb section of the Qilu Culinary Compendium. Duanhuantong possesses a mild toxin. If improperly processed or used in excess, it can easily harm the heart's meridians, even proving fatal. Yet, when combined with certain specific medications, it can yield bizarre effects akin to hallucinogens or enhancements. This zisufashu extract does not sound benign. Where is this zisufashu now? Yuan Qingyan's voice suddenly turned icy. "It has long been used up," Old He replied tremulously. "The merchant sold me only 3 small bottles, claiming they were invaluable. It was only in the past 2 years that I began to experiment with adding a drop or two while brewing the highest grade of herbal honey to enhance its flavor and purported effects. I would never dare to use it in the honey sold to ordinary tea patrons." "To whom have you sold the highest grade of herbal honey?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Old He's complexion turned even paler. "They are all regular customers or esteemed dignitaries introduced by others. They have a particular fondness for this unique taste and are willing to pay a handsome price." "Sun Henny, is he also among them?" "Sun Dongjia has been a long-time patron, particularly fond of the honey infused with perilla and Buddha's hand, which he orders every 10 days or so." The clues seem to be becoming clearer. Sun Heni had long been consuming this special honey containing perilla and Buddha's hand, and the secret spice powder he ingested before his death contained components related to agate. Could there be a lethal connection between these two elements? A sudden spark of insight flashed through Meng Qi's mind. "Old master," she urgently inquired, "you mentioned that the perilla and Buddha's hand contains components of the soul-reaping vine. Do you know if this vine possesses any other properties besides its fragrant qualities? For instance, does it interact adversely with certain specific minerals or herbs, or enhance their potency?" The old man shook his head in confusion. "I am unaware of such matters." The merchant from the southern frontier merely spoke of its miraculous nature without elaboration. However, Yuan Qingyan's gaze narrowed slightly at the mention of minerals. He recalled the extraordinary mineral purple gold sand, known to enhance the efficacy of specific medicines. Could it be that agate, purple gold sand, and the soul-reaping vine, through perilla and Buddha's hand, possess some terrifying synergistic effect? How do you usually store the perilla and Buddha's hand? Meng Qi pressed on, seeking to uncover any discrepancies in the details. "I keep it in the same small porcelain bottle." Placed within the compartments of this medicinal box, the old man pointed feebly to the wooden box containing the stone dragon's clothing. Zhao Fei immediately stepped forward to examine the box closely. Indeed, beneath a layer of movable wooden planks at the bottom, he discovered a small hollow, empty yet faintly imbued with a peculiar fragrance reminiscent of perilla and Buddha's hand. However, the bottom of the hollow appeared to be stained with a minuscule amount of dark purple powder. Zhao Fei carefully scraped the powder with clean oil paper and presented it to Yuan Qingyan. After taking a whiff, Yuan Qingyan handed it to Meng Qi. Upon smelling it, her expression shifted dramatically. "It's purple gold sand," she exclaimed almost instinctively, then lowered her voice to add, "Its scent is identical to that lingering on the hem of my dress, as well as in the leftover spice powder. Yet here, the aroma is more refined, with a slight metallic tang characteristic of dampness." So it was. The bottle containing the perilla and Buddha's hand had been stored alongside the purple gold sand, possibly even contaminated by its powder. Sun Heni had been consuming honey containing perilla and Buddha's hand, which may have been tainted by purple gold sand, for an extended period, leading his body to develop a certain tolerance or perhaps a delicate balance with these substances. However, when he subsequently ingested the spice powder primarily composed of agate, likely mixed with ghostly sorrow and more purple gold sand, this balance was abruptly shattered. The intense and even conflicting properties of multiple substances reacted violently within him, producing a toxicity that far surpassed that of any singular poison. This may well explain why the Silver Needle could not detect the poison, and why the Imperial Medical Bureau found it difficult to ascertain the cause. Meng Qi quickly and quietly articulated her deductions to Yuan Qingyan and Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei listened in astonishment, utterly baffled by the complexity of the case and the peculiarities of the drugs involved, which seemed utterly inconceivable. In Yuan Qingyan's eyes, however, a glimmer of understanding flickered. He finally grasped why Sun Henyang had met such an unusual demise, and why those seemingly innocuous remnants could claim a life. "Do you know the name of the southern herbalist who sold you the purple perilla and Buddha's hand extract? Where is he now?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze shifted back to Old He, his voice as cold as iron. Old He, already rendered helpless by the series of events, could only shake his head fervently, exclaiming, "I, a mere commoner, know nothing. I merely pass by occasionally. I've lost track of him." It seemed that no further clues regarding the herbalist could be gleaned from Old He. Yet, at the very least, they had largely unraveled the true cause of Sun Henyang's poisoning. "Sir," Meng Qi suddenly interjected, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation, "I dare to suggest we examine the other auxiliary materials used by the old man in brewing the herbal honey, as well as the accompanying plants he mentioned that were gathered from Laojun Cliff. Perhaps we may discover additional clues." Yuan Qingyan regarded her with a slight nod, tacitly granting his consent. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi once again focused her attention on the various aromatic herbs within the medicinal repository. Her nose, akin to the most intricate of instruments, meticulously discerned each familiar or unfamiliar scent. Her fingers delicately brushed over the dry leaves, roots, and flowers, feeling their texture and patterns. Suddenly, her movements halted upon encountering a small bundle of dark, withered vines tied with hemp rope. At first glance, these vines appeared unremarkable, blending seamlessly among the common herbs for clearing heat and dispelling dampness, easily overlooked. Yet, from these vines, Meng Qi detected an exceedingly faint yet familiar odor, a disconcerting blend of charred remnants and earth that sent a chill through her heart. It bore a resemblance to the sediment at the bottom of the bowl of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix soup she had encountered at the fragrant pavilion, as well as the secret spice powder described by Wang Qi. "Old man," she inquired, lifting the bundle of vines, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. "What is this? Is it also from Laojun Cliff?" Oldie looked at the vines in confusion and shook his head. "This is not from Laojun Cliff. A regular patron who frequents the tea house mentioned he brought this from his hometown in the south. He claimed it could invigorate the blood and promote circulation. So he gifted some to me. The scent seemed mild enough, so I tried adding it to the honey brew a few times." A regular patron? Southern produce? Invigorating the blood and promoting circulation? A more daring and terrifying thought began to take shape in Meng Qi's mind. Chapter 24. In search of medicinal clues in the shadowy market since the alarming discovery at the half-day leisure tea house. The atmosphere within the Northtown Pacification Bureau of the Jinyiwei has been as taut as a drawn bowstring. In the brightly lit signing room, Yuan Qingyan's brow was furrowed, shadowed by an enduring frost. The dark green stone dragon garments within Old He's medicinal herb box, alongside his accounts of the purple basil and Buddha's hand extract, as well as the enigmatic southern merchants, resemble scattered pieces of a puzzle, gradually revealing the contours of a clandestine and perilous underground network linked to Stone Marrow. The bundle of southern vines, gifted by regular patrons, exuding a peculiar burnt and earthy odor akin to that of a secret spice powder, pierced deeply into Yuan Qingyan's heart like a venomous thorn. He could scarcely dismiss this as mere coincidence. Rather, it seemed an invisible hand was quietly weaving a lethal web in the shadowy corners of the capital. Sir Zhao Fei, bearing a freshly drawn map depicting the black market distribution of medicinal herbs in the capital, along with several reports on suspicious herb merchants, stood solemnly before the desk. Based on Old He's descriptions and our recent covert investigations into the southern medicinal herb black markets, we have preliminarily identified 3 potential trading locations related to the stone dragon garments, the purple basil extract, and the dubious vines. First, there is an underground herbal shop named Baichao Lu located deep within the dilapidated tiles of the southern alleys, reputed for its exotic flowers, rare herbs, and potent poisons. Second, a private warehouse near the cargo wharf, frequently frequented by merchants for clandestine bulk transactions of medicinal herbs. Third, Zhao Fei paused, lowering his voice further, is a spice shop named Yixiang Zhai, situated not far from one of Mr. Nan's former secret strongholds. On the surface, it purveys ordinary spices. Yet beneath, it appears to engage in shadowy dealings. Yuan Qingyan's gaze lingered on the 3 red dots encircled in crimson ink on the map, his slender fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Each red point resembled a vortex concealing countless dangers. Meng Qi, he suddenly spoke, his voice cool, yet his gaze shifting to the silent figure standing beside him. Meng Qi. "The commoner is present," Meng Qi replied with a slight bow. Although still confined to the backyard these past few days, Yuan Qingyan no longer deliberately avoided her presence during discussions of the case. At times, he would even solicit her opinion on matters concerning ingredients and aromas. This subtle shift made her acutely aware that she was perhaps transitioning from a mere suspect and imperial chef to an auxiliary strategist capable of playing a unique role in this intricate web of intrigue. "You previously mentioned that the scent of the stone dragon garments diminishes upon drying, yet certain accompanying herbs or auxiliary materials used in the preparation may leave more discernible traces." Yuan Qingyan regarded her, his gaze profound. If tasked with identifying such traces among a multitude of herbs, would you feel confident in discerning the connections to the stone dragon garments? Meng Qi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly in reply to the esteemed sir. The scent of the stone dragon garments is indeed distinctive, yet if mingled among a plethora of other herbs or masked by stronger aromas, it may not be possible to confirm solely through olfactory means. However, the young woman may attempt to approach the situation from the following angles. First, to observe the hue, form, and degree of desiccation of the medicinal materials, as well as to check for any unusual signs of mold or insect damage. Certain specific stone dragon garments and their accompanying materials may have exceedingly stringent preservation conditions. Second, to meticulously discern whether there are traces of minute mineral dust similar to stone dragon garments or purple gold sand mingled within the materials, or perhaps a peculiar earthy aroma. Third, if possible, she hopes to come into contact with the tools used in the preparation of these materials, such as stone mortars, herb grinders, and roasting stoves, as lingering scents or marks may reveal some clues. She paused momentarily and added, regarding the suspicious bundle of vines, the odd mixture of burnt and earthy scents, while reminiscent of a secret spice powder, still requires the examination of the physical specimen to accurately identify its botanical characteristics. Should it indeed be a type of poisonous vine from the southern regions, its preparation method would undoubtedly possess unique traits. Her discourse was coherent and assertive, radiating the confidence and brilliant characteristic of a professional. Yuan Qingyan listened intently, refraining from interruption. Once she concluded, he gently nodded and remarked, "Very well. Zhao Fei, subordinate at your service." Zhao Fei responded promptly. "At the hour of Z tonight, you shall lead a team of elite operatives in disguise to conduct a surprise search at Baichao, Lu, and Yixiangzhai. Remember, the operation must be conducted discreetly. We cannot afford to alarm the serpents. Focus on investigating the presence of stone dragon garments, raw materials, or finished products of purple perilla and Buddha's hand, as well as any clues related to that suspicious vine." He paused, his gaze shifting back to Meng Qi. "You will accompany Zhao Fei, but your role shall be limited to identifying items from the rear. Do not engage in apprehension and ensure your own safety." "What? She is to accompany us to the black market?" Meng Qi's heart raced. This was no trivial matter. The medicinal black market was rife with dangers, a veritable den of iniquity, and as a defenseless woman, the risks were immense. "My lord," Zhao Fei was equally astonished and hastened to advise against it. "The black market is perilous, Meng Chef. I am fully aware of the risks." Yuan Qingyan's tone left no room for argument. "Her senses are far more astute than your brutish eyes. With her presence, we may circumvent many complications." Though his words bore a certain brusqueness, they also served as a veiled acknowledgement of Meng Qi's capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi quelled her rising anxiety and unease. She understood that this was Yuan Qingyan granting her a chance, an opportunity to genuinely engage in the heart of the case and prove her worth. Should she falter now, the chance for redemption might forever elude her. "I shall obey." She grit her teeth, her gaze resolute. At the hour of Z, the night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink. Deep within the dilapidated alley of Wanhua Hutong, a few flickering, tattered lanterns swayed in the cold wind, illuminating a narrow and muddy lane. The air was thick with a damp, unpleasant odor of decay mingled with inferior herbs. Here lay one of the largest underground medicinal black markets in the capital, Baichao Lu. Meng Qi donned a nondescript gray cloth outfit, her face veiled, trailing behind Zhao Fei and several capable Jinyiwei captains, who were also disguised as ordinary townsfolk, stealthily infiltrating this wicked thoroughfare. Yuan Qingyan did not come in person. He remained stationed at the Bizenfu, directing operations remotely, awaiting news from the front lines. The Baichao Lodge is no ordinary establishment. Rather, it is an expansive, dilapidated courtyard, its towering walls enclosing a realm of secrecy. At the entrance, two formidable and fierce-looking men stand guard, vigilantly scrutinizing every approach. Zhao Fei exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates. Their teamwork was seamless as they swiftly dispatched the sentinels guarding the threshold, prying open the courtyard gate and slipping inside. Within the courtyard lay a hidden world. Several vast storage sheds interconnected, brimming with a plethora of medicinal herbs. Meticulously categorized, from the commonly known angelica and astragalus to bizarre and unheard-of poisonous insects, ores, and animal bones. Under the dim glow of oil lamps, a dozen men, resembling workers, busily sorted and packaged the goods, the air thick with an even more pungent and acrid scent of herbs. "Act now," Zhao Fei commanded in a low voice, and the officers of the Jinyiwei surged forward like tigers descending from the mountains. Chaos erupted in the courtyard, the air filled with the sounds of startled cries, clashing combat, and the shattering of objects. Meng Qi was sheltered behind Zhao Fei in a relatively secure corner, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Yet, her eyes and nose remained alert, striving to discern the unique sense amidst the tumult that might relate to the stone marrow. Before long, the skirmish came to a swift conclusion. The workers and thugs stood no chance against the ravenous Jinyiwei, surrendering one after another. "Captain Zhao," Meng Qi whispered, pointing toward the storage shed near the inner courtyard. "There seems to be a faint scent akin to humus and rock moss over there, reminiscent of the aroma from old He's medicinal box containing the stone dragon clothing." Zhao Fei immediately led his men towards the indicated shed. Indeed, in the innermost recess of that storage shed, they uncovered several wooden boxes tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Upon opening the boxes, a richer, uniquely fragrant essence of stone dragon clothing wafted towards them. Inside, not only were there copious amounts of dried stone dragon clothing, but also dark, suspect mineral powder resembling purple gold sand, alongside bundles identical to the dubious vines found in old He's home. "We've found it." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Fei's eyes. However, just as they prepared to seize the evidence, calamity struck. Outside the courtyard walls, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps and the clashing of weapons erupted, followed by dozens of black-clad figures armed with sharp blades, encircling the courtyard from all directions as if they had emerged from the depths of the earth. "Not good. It's an ambush." Zhao Fei's expression changed dramatically as he drew the embroidered spring knife from his waist, positioning himself protectively in front of Meng Qi, safeguarding the vital evidence and the cook entrusted to him. A far more brutal and perilous struggle erupted within the darkened confines of the black market apothecary. Chapter 25. A perilous escape from the dark alley clang. The piercing sound of blades clashing erupted in the decrepit courtyard of Baichao Lodge, filled with the overpowering scent of herbs, like thunder tearing through the heavy night. Meng Qi felt a blur before her eyes as shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding darkness, their steel blades glinting ominously in the dim light. Charging toward the caught-off-guard Jinyiwei. "Protect the evidence. Protect the cook." With a thunderous shout, Zhao Fei brandished his embroidered spring knife, transforming it into a dazzling swirl of silver light as he charged at the two cloaked figures. His movements were agile and his blade technique fierce, each strike infused with immense power, clearly showcasing the prowess of a seasoned warrior. The remaining officers of the Jinyiwei swiftly rallied together, forming a small battle formation to protect Meng Qi and the wooden crates containing the critical evidence, including the stone dragon garment, at their center. However, the assailants were not only numerous but also exceptionally skilled, exhibiting a seamless coordination that indicated rigorous training as elite assassins. Their intentions were clear. While some relentlessly assaulted the Jinyiwei, attempting to breach their defenses, others surged towards the crates, evidently aiming to either reclaim or obliterate these vital pieces of evidence. In that moment, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the thunderous roars of battle. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the acrid odor of medicinal herbs, creating a nauseating atmosphere of terror. Meng Qi had never witnessed such a brutal scene of combat. Her face drained of color. She trembled uncontrollably, clutching her small cloth pouch tightly and huddling behind Zhao Fei and another officer, her heart racing as she heard the whistling of blades and the anguished cries around her. Despite Zhao Fei and his comrades' bravery, their numbers were insufficient, and the need to protect Meng Qi and the evidence spread their efforts thin, leading to perilous circumstances. One officer was inadvertently slashed on the arm by a cloaked attacker, blood instantly staining his sleeve. "Zhao officer, be careful," Meng Qi cried out, her eyes widening in horror as another black-clad figure circled behind Zhao Fei. Steel blade poised to strike at his back with deadly intent. At that critical moment, a figure as cool and radiant as moonlight descended like a startled swan, cutting through the chaos. With a resounding clang, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the skies, a brilliant sword light erupted in the darkness, striking with the speed of lightning to parry the deadly blow aimed at Zhao Fei. The sword's brilliance transformed into a constellation of glimmering stars, forcing the ambushing cloaked figure back several paces. It was Yuan Qingyan. Unbeknownst to them, he had arrived. Clad in dark attire, he wielded a shimmering soft sword, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent under the moonlight. His form was ethereal, and his swordsmanship exquisite. Each thrust bore the elusive precision of an antelope's horn, both swift and striking directly at the vital points. His presence injected a surge of vigor into the beleaguered Jinyiwei. "My lord!" Zhao Fei exclaimed, both surprised and elated, his spirit revitalized, and his blade technique surged with newfound ferocity. Yuan Qingyan spoke little, merely casting a cold gaze over the battlefield before his soft sword, like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, coiled around the leaders of the most skilled black-clad assailants. His swordplay combined the grace of a Jiangnan scholar with the ruthless decisiveness unique to the Jinyiwei, making him an unstoppable force. With Yuan Qingyan's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Yet, the cloaked figures seemed to understand that if they failed today, they would have no second chance. Their assault intensified with greater ferocity, still fixated on the crates containing the stone dragon garment, as well as the protected Meng Qi at the center. Perhaps in their eyes, this seemingly frail and helpless young woman was the key to uncovering their secrets. "Eliminate that woman first," the leader of the black-clad men hissed. Several figures clad in black immediately shifted their direction, like ravenous wolves catching the scent of blood, recklessly lunging towards Meng Qi. "Protect the cook," Zhao Fei shouted in fury, attempting to turn back and render assistance. Yet he was ensnared by two black-clad assailants, rendered unable to assist. As the glinting steel blades neared Meng Qi, she shut her eyes in fear, engulfed by despair. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a figure darted in like a specter, positioning itself in front of her. It was Yuan Qingyan. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword to deflect the two blades aimed at her, while his left arm encircled the terrified Meng Qi, drawing her tightly to his chest. Clang! Clang! Two more blades sliced perilously close to his back, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely sustained grievous injuries. Meng Qi felt an icy yet firm masculine presence enveloping her. The familiar scent of ink mixed with a subtle hint of the refreshing soapwort lingering in her nostrils. She could distinctly hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her ear, as well as the suppressed groans he emitted from the effort of blocking the attacks. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat. "Hold on tight." Yuan Qingyan's voice rang in her ears, still cool yet imbued with an undeniable urgency. One hand wielded the sword, guarding vital points, while the other tightened around Meng Qi's waist, twirling her away from several lethal strikes, simultaneously commanding, "Zhao Fei, secure the evidence. Retreat." "Yes." Zhao Fei understood immediately, joining forces with the remaining Imperial guards to hoist the most crucial wooden crates, fighting and retreating towards a relatively weak point in the courtyard wall. Seeing this, the black-clad men pursued them with even greater fervor. Yuan Qingyan shielded Meng Qi as they traversed through a veritable hellscape. His soft sword danced with an ethereal grace, and wherever its light fell, black-clad figures fell to the ground in agony. Yet, the enemy was numerous and fearless, making it difficult to break free entirely. Amidst the chaos, a poisoned dart silently shot forth from the shadows, heading straight for Meng Qi's back. "Be careful." Yuan Qingyan's pupils dilated sharply. Instinctively, he pivoted, using his own arm to intercept the poisoned dart, the soft thud of the dart embedding itself in flesh, though subtle, reached Meng Qi's ears with clarity. She opened her eyes wide, witnessing Yuan Qingyan's left arm instantly stained crimson, the blood stark against the dim light. Lord Yuan, Meng Qi's voice trembled, a wave of inexplicable fear and guilt swelling within her. He had injured himself to save her. Silence. Focus. Yuan Qingyan's complexion paled slightly, cold sweat beading at his brow. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, and the ferocity of his swordplay intensified. He seemed undeterred by the wound on his arm, tightening his embrace around Meng Qi even more. They finally broke free from the courtyard, which resembled a scene of carnage, retreating into the narrow and winding alleyway. Behind them, the relentless pursuit of the men in black echoed in their ears. This way. Meng Qi suddenly pointed to an even darker alley, barely wide enough to accommodate them, and urgently exclaimed, I recognize this alley. There should be an abandoned rice granary ahead, where we can temporarily hide. She had roamed this area when she first arrived in the capital, and thus retained some memory of the terrain. Yuan Qingyan showed no hesitation, immediately heeding her suggestion. As he led her into the narrow passage, Zhao Fei and several other Imperial guards followed closely behind, preparing to hold off their pursuers. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and visibility was non-existent. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor mingled with a faint scent of fermented grains. Meng Qi's nose twitched slightly. To the left, the third door, she directed again, relying on the faint aroma. Next to the granary should be a closed distillery. Yuan Qingyan followed her instructions and soon discovered a half-open, dilapidated wooden door emitting the smell of fermented grains in the darkness. He kicked it open, pushing Meng Qi inside, and entered right after her. Zhao Fei and the others swiftly followed, closing the door behind them and securing it with a bar. Inside the distillery, chaos reigned, with discarded brewing equipment and moldy grains strewn about, but at least they were momentarily safe. Outside, the footsteps and shouts of the men in black gradually faded, seemingly losing their trail. Inside, silence enveloped them, broken only by the heavy breaths of the group and the faint sound of blood dripping from Yuan Qingyan's arm. Meng Qi gazed at the bleeding wound on his arm and his increasingly pale face. A wave of indescribable anguish and guilt surged within her. Trembling, she rummaged through her cloth bag, producing a clean handkerchief and a small bottle of wound medicine, a precaution she kept for when she cut herself in the kitchen. Lord Yuan, please let me see the wound. Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears, as she cautiously reached for his arm. Yuan Qingyan's body stiffened slightly, appearing unaccustomed to such close contact, especially with a woman. Yet, he did not push her away. He could feel the searing pain radiating from the wound on his arm, which also seemed to be tinged with numbness. The sleeve arrow was indeed poisoned. Meng Qi gently tore away the blood-soaked fabric from his arm, revealing the dark, purplish wound and the arrowhead embedded deep within the flesh. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. It's poisoned, she choked out. We must extract the toxic blood immediately. She disregarded any notions of propriety and bent down to, there's no need. A cold, slightly hoarse voice interrupted her. Yuan Qingyan's other hand had gently pressed against her shoulder, his gaze complex as he looked at her. In his usually cold and sharp phoenix eyes, there seemed to be a trace of warmth, barely perceptible. Chapter 26. The jade finger distinguishes medicinal herbs to heal the Lord's wound within the abandoned distillery. The air was stagnant and oppressive, permeated with the sourness of aged grains and the mustiness of dust. The sole source of illumination was the sheep-horn lantern held by Zhao Fei, its flickering light casting shadows across the tense faces of the crowd. Yuan Qingyan's hand rested firmly on Meng Qi's shoulder, his knuckles paling from the intensity of his grip, yet his voice conveyed an unyielding calm as he uttered, no need. However, the icy depths of his phoenix eyes, usually so serene, now reflected a subtle complexity under the lantern's glow. Sir, this arrow is poisoned, Meng Qi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice tinged with desperation. If we do not expel the toxic blood in time, it could severely harm the heart. She was oblivious to any notions of propriety, fully aware that this man had been injured in his attempt to save her. This realization weighed heavily upon her heart, like a boulder pressing down. "I am aware," Yuan Qingyan replied, his complexion growing ever paler, beads of cold sweat trickling down his handsome visage. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, instructing Zhao Fei with a steady voice. "Do you have any antidote on hand?" Zhao Fei quickly produced a small porcelain vial from his breast pocket and dispensed a dark brown pill. "Sir, this is a specialized antidote from the Jinyiwei, capable of counteracting the poisons from common serpents and insects, but this arrow's venom may be far from ordinary." He gazed anxiously at the dark, purplish wound. Without hesitation, Yuan Qingyan accepted the pill and swallowed it, then turned to Meng Qi. "Since you possess some knowledge of pharmacology, ascertain how this poison can be neutralized. I trust you." The final 3 words, though light, surged through Meng Qi's icy and frantic heart like a warm current. He trusts her? Drawing a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure. This was not the time for tears or self-reproach. With careful hands, she assisted Yuan Qingyan in sitting down and, using the lantern's light, scrutinized the injury on his arm. The arrowhead had been extracted by Zhao Fei with a dagger. Yet the flesh surrounding the wound was swollen and discolored, the edges tinged with an eerie green hue, exuding a faint, nauseating odor reminiscent of decay. "This poison is exceedingly potent," Meng Qi mused, her brows furrowing as she recalled the various toxic plants and substances documented in the Qilu Shizhenlu. She delicately pressed her gloved fingertip against the swollen area around the wound and leaned closer to discern the peculiar smell. "Sir, how do you feel now? Aside from the stinging and numbness, are there any other discomforts? Perhaps palpitations or shortness of breath, or blurred vision?" As she inquired, she retrieved silver needles and a clean piece of fine cotton cloth from her small satchel. Endurable for now, Yuan Qingyan's voice was slightly hoarse, his breathing a touch labored, clearly struggling against the discomfort brought on by the poison. He felt a burning sensation at the wound and experienced a degree of dizziness. Meng Qi nodded, forming a preliminary assessment in her mind. The onset of this toxin was alarmingly rapid, exhibiting characteristics of nerve paralysis and corrosion. Far from the typical plant poisons, more akin to a sinister blend of serpent venom and the corpse flower from the southern regions. If not eradicated swiftly, its infiltration into the internal organs could lead to dire consequences. "Zhao Xiaowei," she decisively addressed the anxiously fidgeting Zhao Fei. "Please kindle a small fire immediately. Heat the iron pot and procure some clean, strong liquor and coarse salt. Furthermore, let us search this workshop for some aged glutinous rice or crushed garlic cloves." Glutinous rice? Garlic cloves? Zhao Fei was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the connection between these items and the antidote. Glutinous rice draws out toxins, garlic cloves dispel decay, strong liquor cleanses wounds, and coarse salt staunches bleeding. Meng Qi explained with rapid articulation, asserting that these are traditional folk remedies which, though perhaps not wholly effective against such a poisonous concoction, might offer some relief. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei sprang into action, promptly teaming up with another officer who was still able to move. To their astonishment, they indeed discovered some moldy, glutinous rice. Meng Qi instructed them to select the relatively clean portions and a few shriveled garlic cloves within the abandoned workshop. Before long, a fire was ignited, and the iron pot glowed a fiery red. Meng Qi directed Zhao Fei to briefly soak the glutinous rice in a small amount of clean water before combining it with the crushed garlic cloves in the searing iron pot. Stirring diligently, the intense heat released a unique aroma, a blend of rice, garlic, and a hint of char. Once the glutinous rice and garlic cloves had turned a golden brown, exuding a potent, pungent scent, Meng Qi instructed Zhao Fei to remove them, wrapping the mixture in a clean cotton cloth and allowing it to cool slightly to a warm temperature. She then carefully applied it to the swollen, darkened wound of Yuan Qingyan. "My lord, this may cause some pain. Please bear with it." Her voice carried a subtle touch of gentleness. As the scalding poultice made contact with the wound, Yuan Qingyan felt a piercing burn, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of agony, his deep, phoenix-like eyes fixated intently on Meng Qi's serene and beautiful face, which appeared particularly tranquil in her concentration. Beneath the flickering light, beads of sweat formed at her temples. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Those delicate hands, which should have been crafting culinary delights at the hearth, were now tenderly, yet decisively tending to his gruesome injury. Each motion imbued with a calming steadiness. He had never anticipated that he would one day entrust his life to a woman he had known for only a short time, one whom he had once regarded as a mere captive. This feeling was unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome. After approximately 15 minutes, Meng Qi removed the now darkened poultice. To their astonishment, some blackish-purple toxic blood and necrotic flesh had indeed been drawn out, and the swelling had diminished somewhat. Effective, Zhao Fei exclaimed with delight. Meng Qi also breathed a sigh of relief. Though her expression remained grave, this merely suppressed the toxicity temporarily and did not eradicate it. They would need to cleanse the wound repeatedly with strong liquor and coarse salt, followed by applying a healing ointment. Upon returning to the local magistrate's office, it was imperative to consult a skilled physician to prescribe an antidote. The subsequent process of cleansing and applying the medication was a profound test of Yuan Qingyan's willpower. Meng Qi diligently washed his deep wound with strong liquor, the pain akin to being sliced by a blade. A torment even the most robust of men would struggle to endure. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Yuan Qingyan merely pressed his lips tightly together, occasionally emitting a suppressed grunt, but never uttering a word of pain. His endurance and fortitude filled Meng Qi with a quiet admiration, yet also a sense of guilt. At last, the wound was tended to, and it was re-wrapped in clean cotton cloth. Despite Yuan Qingyan's pallor, his breath had become significantly steadier, and there was a glimmer of clarity returning to his gaze. "Thank you," he rasped, directing his words toward Meng Qi. This was the first time he had expressed his gratitude to her so directly. Meng Qi's heart fluttered slightly. She shook her head and replied softly, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. You sustained your injuries while rescuing a common girl, and it is I who feels indebted. One matter should be distinguished from another," Yuan Qingyan replied calmly, then shifted his gaze toward the heavy wooden boxes that Zhao Fei had brought back. "Open them, so she may see." Zhao Fei promptly stepped forward and opened one of the boxes, revealing it contained stone dragon garments along with various suspicious powders and vines. Meng Qi subdued the tumult within her heart and redirected her attention to these pivotal pieces of evidence concerning the case. She carefully extracted the dark green stone dragon garments, meticulously examining their hue, form, and the substances attached to them. "My lord, please take a look," she said, lifting a relatively intact stone dragon garment. She pointed to the subtle and nearly indistinguishable deep brown spore marks that appeared to meld with the lichen itself, as well as the scarcely noticeable minute particles along the edges that gleamed with a metallic sheen. This stone dragon garment bears a striking resemblance to the characteristics described in ancient texts regarding stone marrow. Its color is dark green, its texture supple, and the back exhibits this unique spore imprint. Moreover, it seems unlikely to have originated from the western mountains near the capital. It resembles something from the depths of the miasmic lands of the southern frontier. "How can you ascertain that?" Yuan Qingyan inquired. "I once read in the records of rare delicacies from Qi and Lu that in the southern regions, there exists a highly toxic lichen similar to stone marrow, known as dragon's breath moss. Its hue is darker, and it often coexists with a toxic mushroom called golden thread snake fungus. The deep brown spore marks left on this stone dragon garment, along with the faint metallic particles along the edges," she said, gently scraping a bit with a silver needle, "are quite consistent with the characteristics of the golden thread snake fungus. Furthermore, after drying, this stone dragon garment retains a faint aroma, accompanied by a subtle, acrid scent reminiscent of a venomous snake. If I am not mistaken, this so-called stone dragon garment is not the longevity-boosting stone marrow, but rather a variant of dragon's breath moss that has been specially processed to enhance its toxicity and deceptive qualities. Dragon's breath moss, golden thread snake fungus, the scent of venomous snakes." These words struck Yuan Qingyan and Zhao Fei like a series of thunderclaps, shattering their previous assumptions. They had believed they were investigating stone marrow, only to discover that the truth might be far more perilous. Then what of the old man, Zhao Fei exclaimed. It seems that old man, he has also been misled, Meng Qi replied, shaking her head. The itinerant doctor he mentioned, along with the secret spice powder provided by his son Hanyang, likely originate from the same source. They exploited his superstitions regarding the miraculous properties of stone marrow, as well as his obsession with his family's honey brew, to gradually introduce these highly toxic substances into his tea house and into son Hanyang's soup. She then picked up a bundle of southern poisonous vines, scrutinizing them closely. This vine is known as heartbreak grass, which is inherently toxic. Yet, if its roots are soaked and boiled with specific medicinal herbs, it can produce a potent stimulant effect, granting a brief period of heightened energy and stamina. However, prolonged use will inevitably deplete one's essence, leaving them exhausted and lifeless. This aligns perfectly with Wang Kuin's description of Sun Henny's reaction after consuming that specially crafted spice powder, which seemingly became increasingly bizarre yet invigorating. As for the powder suspected to be purple gold sand, Meng Qi had meticulously examined it. Indeed, these powders contained components of purple gold sand, yet they appeared to be mixed with a finely ground mineral powder that emitted a strongly irritating odor. This mineral powder, while non-toxic in itself, could significantly disrupt the stability of medicinal materials, accelerating their efficacy's release and deterioration. Each discovery rendered the case more lucid and alarming. Yuan Qingyan listened intently to Meng Qi's analysis, his profound gaze shimmering with an ever-brighter light. This kitchen maid, with her extensive knowledge, meticulous observations, and precise deductions, was nothing short of astounding. She was not merely perceptive and discerning. Her mind resembled a comprehensive and living dictionary. It seemed he could no longer restrain his admiration as he slowly spoke. I truly underestimated you. This marked the first time he openly affirmed her without reservation. Meng Qi's heart raced uncontrollably at his words and the complex glimmer in his deep-set eyes. A strange, sweet warmth unfurled within her, dispelling the fear and unease that had plagued her for days. Perhaps remaining by his side was not entirely a disaster. Chapter 27. Threads of evidence pointing to the respected since that bloody escape from Baichao Cottage. The lights of the northern town pacification office shone like the sleepless stars in Yuan Qingyan's eyes, unwavering day and night. The boxes of stone dragon clothes, actually Longxi moss, seized from the black market, the suspected purple gold sand mineral powders, and the peculiar southern poisonous vines weighed heavily on the hearts of every Jinyiwei involved in the case, akin to scorching irons. Although Yuan Qingyan's left arm had been initially treated by Meng Qi and subsequently cared for by the Imperial physician, the wound still throbbed faintly, a reminder of the perilous night and the deadly undercurrents concealed behind this case. In the signing room, Meng Qi was focused on a small sample of Longxi moss seized from Baichao Cottage, along with some finely ground purple gold sand and fragments of poisonous vines, diligently discerning their properties. Before her lay several sheets of plain white rice paper, densely inscribed with her observations and analyses in exquisite, small script. Her delicate hands, once wielding ladles and spatulas, now deftly held a slender silver needle, carefully selecting a few particles of reddish-brown dust from a small amount of Longxi moss powder, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Your Excellency, please observe. She presented the needle's tip before Yuan Qingyan, her voice clear and assured. Within this sample of Longxi moss, apart from its inherent dark green powder, there exist these exceedingly fine reddish-brown particles. If I am not mistaken, this should be a mineral dust known as blood-leech stone. This stone is sourced from the deep mountains of the southern frontier, often found alongside venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. It possesses slight toxicity, but when mixed with certain specific plant toxins, it can significantly enhance its potency, permeating the skin and infiltrating the bloodstream. She paused momentarily, then took another oil paper package containing purple gold sand powder. Carefully inhaling through a scent tube, she frowned slightly. The so-called purple gold sand appeared somewhat coarse compared to the genuine variety from the western regions, and it seemed to be mixed with a type of bone powder that had been subjected to high-temperature calcination, emitting a faintly acrid odor. True purple gold sand possesses a crisp and clear fragrance, devoid of such impurities. This indicates that what we have seized is likely a crude imitation from the black market or a substandard product intentionally adulterated for some specific purpose. Yuan Qingyan listened quietly, his deep phoenix eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, revealing little of his emotions. Yet he alone understood that each of Meng Qi's discoveries functioned like a sharp key, progressively unlocking the core enigma of this case. Had the captives from Baichao Lodge confessed the origins of these items? He turned to Zhao Fei, who stood nearby, his voice icy. Zhao Fei bowed and replied, "In response to your grace, most of those fellows are desperate rogues, notoriously tight-lipped. However, one minor leader, unable to withstand the torture, confessed that these stone dragon garments, purple gold sand, and poisonous vines indeed represent their most significant business in the past half-year. The source seems to point towards a singularly mysterious supplier. They are merely responsible for receiving, storing, and distributing to certain established clients. But they know nothing of the supplier's true identity, as each transaction is conducted through specific codes and intermediaries." Established clients? Yuan Qingyan's fingertips lightly tapped the table. Who are they? Most are unidentified individuals, extravagant patrons. Among them is a buyer codenamed Xuanhe, who has the highest demand and is exceedingly particular about the quality of goods, always paying in pure gold without delay. Zhao Fei retrieved a somewhat tattered ledger seized from Baichao Lodge, flipping to a page and pointing it out to Yuan Qingyan. "Your Grace, please observe. This records the transactions with Xuanhe, detailing dates, quantities, and amounts, all noted in special codes." Yuan Qingyan took the ledger, his gaze sweeping over the twisted symbols. Although he could not decipher these black market codes, the frequency of transactions and the substantial amounts clearly indicated Xuanhe's intense craving for such contraband. Is there any connection between the Xuanhe and Sun Henian? Currently, no direct links have been discovered. However, Sun Henian has a penchant for collecting rare treasures and elixirs with his status and wealth. He would undoubtedly seek to acquire such longevity-enhancing substances if he were aware of them. Zhao Fei paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. "My subordinates have inquired, and the intermediary for Xuanhe, during dealings with Baichao Lodge, inadvertently mentioned that Master Xuanhe has exceedingly high standards for his meals, particularly favoring the top-tier dishes from Yunbian Tower, with an almost obsessive preference for certain special ingredients in the soups." Yunbian Tower, top-tier, special ingredients. These keywords thundered in unison within the minds of Yuan Qingyan and Meng Qi. Meng Qi abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Yuan Qingyan. She recalled the enigmatic expression on Lu Guan's face when he mentioned the distinguished guest in the Tian suite. The cautious demeanor of Wang Yud as he diligently prepared that pot of secret soup, and the peculiar fragrance, rich with complex undertones yet skillfully concealed within the broth. "My lord," her voice quivered slightly, almost imperceptibly. "When I was in the kitchen of Yunbian Tower, I heard that the culinary standards for the esteemed patrons in the Tian suite far surpass the ordinary. Not only must the ingredients be of the utmost quality, but even the water used in cooking and the utensils employed are subject to exceedingly stringent requirements. Some dishes are even accompanied by unique seasonings brought by the guests themselves, which are entrusted to Master Wang for preparation." She inhaled deeply, striving to recall the overlooked details. "I remember once Master Wang used an exceptionally rare black jade bowl, as hard as iron, when preparing a soup purported to be a great tonic for vitality. He remarked that such a bowl could neutralize the harsh properties of certain potent medicinal ingredients, making their effects more readily absorbed by the body. At the time, I thought it was merely a common culinary practice and did not ponder further. But now, I wonder if those potent ingredients might be related to dragon breath moss or soul-quenching grass. And was the use of that black jade bowl to prevent any adverse reactions with minerals like purple gold sand? These thoughts acted as a key, swiftly unlocking the door to Yuan Qingyan's tightly sealed suspicions. The black crane, a symbol of longevity and nobility, was a fitting representation of this individual. Their lavish expenditure, preference for the Tian suite at Yunbian Tower, specific demands for soup accompaniments, and even the provision of secret seasonings and specialized utensils, All these characteristics align closely with the distinguished guest indulging in the secret soup and likely the ultimate seeker of the stone marrow, dragon breath moss. This guest commanded such careful attention from the staff at Yunbian Tower and could prompt seasoned figures like Qian Fu to risk their safety by trafficking in forbidden substances on the black market. Their status and influence must be extraordinarily formidable, beyond the ordinary realm of power. Zhao Fei. Yuan Qingyan's voice turned icy. Immediately retrieve all recent reservation records for the Tian Suite at Yunbian Tower, particularly the identity information of the guest who requested Wang Yud to prepare the secret soup. Whoever they are, I shall unearth the truth. Understood. Zhao Fei felt a chill in his heart and promptly set off to fulfill the command. Within the signing room, only Yuan Qingyan and Meng Qi remained. The air was thick with an impending sense of pressure, reminiscent of an approaching storm. Yuan Qingyan, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the window, gazing out at the night-shrouded capital, his eyes deep as the ocean. He understood that they were drawing ever closer to the truth. Yet, with this proximity came an escalating danger. An individual capable of orchestrating such a vast underground network of medicinal resources, compelling black market fugitives to serve them, and bending even the most prestigious establishments like Yunbian Tower to their will possess an unimaginable level of power and ruthlessness. The deaths of Qian Fu, Sun Hunyang, and even the silencing of Mr. Nen might merely be a series of heinous acts committed by this black crane to conceal their pathological craving for stone marrow. Their desire for such a toxic substance likely transcended the simple pursuit of longevity. Beneath it all, there undoubtedly lurked a far more significant and clandestine scheme. As Meng Qi gazed at the tall, yet somewhat solitary figure of Yuan Qingyan, a tumult of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She sensed the immense pressure this man bore upon his shoulders, engaged in a contest against an invisible, yet omnipresent formidable adversary. Meanwhile, she, a humble kitchen maid, had inadvertently become a crucial pawn in this intricate game. My lord, she softly broke the silence that enveloped the room. If that mysterious crane truly is a person of power, how do you intend to respond? Yuan Qingyan slowly turned, his gaze falling upon her delicate face, tinged with a hint of concern. A faint, sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips as he replied, "A prince who commits a crime is no different from a commoner. In my presence, there are no nobles, only criminals." His voice, though not loud, resonated with a palpable authority and an unwavering conviction that sent a shiver down Meng Qi's spine. At that moment, his words, coupled with the brightness of his eyes under the candlelight, caused her heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. Chapter 28. Warm porridge on a cold night since the codename Mysterious Crane emerged, pointing towards the esteemed guest residing in Yunyan Tower. Yuan Qingyan felt the tightening grip of an invisible net closing in around him and the case he led. First, the commander of the Northern Town's supervisory office, who had previously shown him considerable trust and delegated significant power, sent vague hints implying that the case had far-reaching implications and must be approached with caution to avoid destabilizing the state. The underlying message was clear. He should tread lightly and refrain from stirring the waters. Subsequently, the elite personnel originally assigned to this case were surreptitiously reassigned under various pretexts of pressing duties. Alongside this, the examination of crucial evidence faced insurmountable obstacles, either through bureaucratic delays or the inexplicable contamination of submitted samples, rendering them nearly impossible to verify. Yuan Qingyan understood that the enormous and secretive force behind the mysterious crane had begun to exert its influence. They sought to shroud the truth and keep the secrets of that esteemed guest concealed from the light of day. The lamp in the signing room burned brighter and longer than usual, casting a shadow over Yuan Qingyan's furrowed brow. He often found himself lost in thought, studying the intricate map of the capital or poring over documents that had been so altered they bore no resemblance to their original form, or had simply vanished into obscurity. Within his cold phoenix-like eyes flickered a suppressed fury alongside a barely perceptible weariness. He realized he was wrestling with an unseen yet omnipresent behemoth. Each step taken felt like walking on thin ice. As the night deepened, the cold rain tapped against the window, adding an air of desolation and melancholy. Zhao Fei pushed the door open, bringing with him a chill and the weariness of arduous travel, his face betraying an unmistakable fatigue and frustration. "Master," he reported in a hoarse voice, "the individuals we dispatched to surveil Xian He at various residences within the capital have all been thwarted by the Imperial Guards under the pretense of disturbing a restricted area. Even the periphery is now inaccessible. The Imperial Guards. The adversary could actually mobilize the Imperial Guards to obstruct the actions of the Jinyiwei. Clearly, Xian He's status is more esteemed and complicated than they had anticipated." Yuan Qingyan, upon hearing this, merely closed his eyes, his long fingers unconsciously kneading his brow, remaining silent. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive weight. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a junior officer entered, holding a food box, his demeanor respectful. "Master, Lieutenant Zhao, the chef Meng has sent a late-night meal." Another late-night meal. Regardless of how the case had stalled or how agitated Yuan Qingyan felt, the nightly offerings from the small kitchen in the courtyard had never ceased. Each night's meal bore a unique, comforting intention. Sometimes it was a bowl of light and nourishing lily and lotus seed soup. At other times a plate of fragrant and glutinous red date rice cake, or even a cup of aromatic rose tea, soothing the liver and relieving depression. These dishes, devoid of the initial sharp provocations and later veiled insinuations, were simply pure warmth and care. Yuan Qingyan understood that the chef was quietly supporting him in her own way, comforting his increasingly weary heart under the weight of pressure. This evening, the food box contained a bowl of snow pear and white fungus soup, meticulously simmered over a gentle flame. Upon lifting the lid, a sweet aroma intertwined with a hint of pear wafted forth, dispelling some of the room's chill and heaviness. The soup was crystal clear, with a white fungus cooked to a gelatinous perfection, melting in the mouth. The golden snow pear chunks, having absorbed the broth, appeared translucent, soft, and sweet, adorned with a few bright red goji berries and thin slices of Sichuan fritillary, which added a unique fragrance. The white fungus nourishes the lungs and quenches thirst. The snow pear cools and dissolves phlegm. The fritillary alleviates coughs and calms wheezing, while goji berries enhance vision and invigorate energy. Clearly, this was yet another meticulously crafted medicinal dish, perfectly suited for consumption on such a rainy, restless night. Yuan Qingyan's gaze lingered on the bowl of warm, sweet soup for a moment, and the corners of his lips, previously pale from days of relentless worry, seemed to subtly curve upwards. He spoke not a word, merely picking up a spoon to savor a ladle of the warm soup, slowly bringing it to his lips. The smoothness of the white fungus, the sweetness of the pear, and the unique, slightly bitter, yet soothing flavor of the fritillary enveloped him, akin to the gentlest spring rain in Jiangnan, quietly nourishing his heart, which had been eroded by the pressures of the case. The restlessness and frustration that had lingered in his chest seemed to dissolve, albeit slightly. With each sip of the sweet soup, he ate slowly and deliberately, as if wishing to savor every ounce of intention infused within the bowl. Zhao Fei, standing nearby, watched the rare, softened expression on his master's face, feeling a multitude of emotions stir within him. He understood the immense burden that weighed upon the shoulders of the adults during these days, the tremendous pressure they endured. The late-night snacks delivered by the dream chef, although not directly aiding in the investigation, served as an invisible balm, quietly comforting the weary heart of the official. He even sensed that since the dream chef had taken charge of his meals, the official's perpetually frosty demeanor seemed to occasionally exhibit a hint of warmth. Though he still spoke sparingly, he no longer radiated the chilling aura that could freeze anyone in their tracks. The bowl of snow pear and tremella soup soon reached its end. Yuan Qingyan set down his spoon, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue of recent days seemed to lighten, and his previously chaotic thoughts began to clarify. He glanced at the empty bowl and then at the relentless cold rain outside, suddenly turning to Zhao Fei and saying, "Tomorrow morning, send someone to the half-day leisure tea house. Inform them that I wish to order more of their medicinal honey and request a detailed account of the herbal recipes they have recently harvested and prepared. Tell them that any inaccuracies will have consequences." Zhao Fei was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. The official intended to trace the origins of Shilong and those toxic substances through the so-called herbal recipes of the old man. Hidden within those seemingly ordinary health herbs might be crucial clues leading to the black market and even to Xuanhe himself. Yes, I understand, Zhao Fei exclaimed, invigorated by the task, and promptly accepted the command. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly, his gaze drifting back to the window. The rain continued to fall, and the night remained profound. The path ahead was still fraught with thorns and fog. Yet, a flicker of warmth and strength quietly blossomed in his heart, courtesy of that bowl of sweet soup and the woman in the courtyard who silently prepared it for him. Perhaps he was not fighting this battle alone. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen behind the courtyard, Meng Qi had extinguished the lights and lay on her simple wooden bed, unable to find sleep. The rain outside pattered softly, echoing against her heart. She was uncertain whether Yuan Qingyan appreciated the late-night meal she prepared or if they truly alleviated any of his burdens. Driven by the instinct of a chef and a vague, inexplicable concern she herself hesitated to examine, she continued to do what she felt compelled to do. She recalled the pallor of his face when he was injured, the unyielding authority in his commands, and the inscrutable gaze he held while tasting her dishes. This man was like a riddle, elusive yet irresistibly captivating. Between them lay a chasm of status, unresolved grievances, and layers of fog. Yet, it seemed that through the dishes imbued with the essence of human warmth, an unusual, silent rapport had begun to form. How far could this understanding carry them? What twists of fate might it bring to each other amidst the swirling intrigues of the capital? Meng Qi did not know. She knew that when the sun rose, as usual tomorrow, she would once again step into that small kitchen to prepare a meal that might offer some solace to the man, who was perhaps deeply engrossed in pondering the case under the lamp's glow. For she was a chef, it was her calling and the direction of her heart. Chapter 29. Revisiting Yunlu to unravel secrets within the Northern Town's enforcer's office. The flickering candlelight illuminated the detailed analysis in Yuan Qingyan's hands, meticulously recorded by Meng Qi, concerning dragon's breath moss, soul-dispersing grass, and purple gold sand, among others. Each character resembled a precisely placed chess piece, gradually clarifying certain deliberately obscured threads within this intricate web of intrigue. The dragon's breath moss seized from her pavilion was prepared through an exceptionally unique method. Meng Qi's voice resonated within the quiet signing room, imbued with a certainty that stemmed from her expertise. It was not merely sun-dried or air-dried, but seemed to have undergone a specific infusion with a medicinal liquid followed by repeated low-temperature roasting. This technique maximized its inherent potency while subtly altering its original aroma, rendering it more elusive to outsiders. Moreover, the auxiliary ingredients employed in the preparation were undoubtedly of exquisite quality, far beyond the reach of ordinary black-market drug traffickers. Yuan Qingyan's gaze shifted from the paper to Meng Qi's face, which radiated a remarkable brightness due to her focus. Under the lamp's glow, the strength in her brow blended intriguingly with her feminine grace, creating a unique allure. Over these days, he had grown accustomed to her presence, utilizing her extraordinary sense of smell and profound knowledge of culinary and medicinal ingredients to peel away the layers of fog surrounding this perplexing case. You mean, he began slowly, his voice as cool as ever, though now devoid of the initial detachment. The individual responsible for preparing this dragon's breath moss possesses not only a profound understanding of pharmacology, but is also likely directly connected to that esteemed guest of Yunbian Building. The possibility is indeed significant, Meng Qi replied with a slight nod. To be able to partake in the heavenly banquet at Yunbian Building and also acquire such specially prepared dragon's breath moss, there must exist a clandestine and efficient supply channel behind it. The source of this channel likely points directly to that individual, Xuanhe, who harbors an obsessive desire for sure sway, dragon's breath moss, or perhaps one of his trusted confidants. Yuan Qingyan gently tapped his fingertips on the table, his gaze profound. It appears we must return to Yunbian Building once more. This return to Yunbian Building was in stark contrast to the initial hasty and chaotic visit during the murder case's outbreak. Yuan Qingyan arrived with clear objectives and new evidence. While Meng Qi was no longer the panicked suspect, but rather an indispensable special culinary consultant by his side. Yunbian building still retained its grandiose and opulent appearance, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. However, the once boisterous and extravagant atmosphere was now shrouded in an indescribable sense of oppression and unease due to the Jinyiwei. Lin Shaoqing personally received them in an elegant room on the second floor. Clad in a moon-white brocade long gown, he exuded a warmth akin to jade. Yet his brow bore a more pronounced shade of concern for Meng Qi than during their last encounter. Upon encountering Miss Meng Qi, Lin Shaoqing hastened towards her, his voice laced with an imperceptible blend of surprise and concern. "Are you well? Have you faced any grievances while with the Jinyiwei?" His gaze lingered for a moment on her attire, a set of clean, yet somewhat threadbare blue robes, and a flicker of compassion flashed in his eyes. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, I am perfectly fine," Meng Qi replied with a gentle smile, warmth surging within her. Regardless of the awkwardness of her current situation, the genuine, unselfish care Lin Shaoqing displayed felt immensely precious to her. "That is a relief," he sighed, yet his eyes darted anxiously to the impassive Yuan Qingyan standing nearby. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Has Master Yuan arrived for a new development in the case?" "Young Master Lin," Yuan Qingyan's voice interjected, shattering the intimate atmosphere. His tone was unadorned, yet carried an undeniable authority. "I have come today to address certain ambiguities concerning the Qianfu case and the Sun Henia matter. I seek to consult with several masters from your esteemed establishment, and I hope for your cooperation." Lin Shaoqing felt a jolt of apprehension. He understood that Yuan Qingyan rarely employed the term consult, implying that the situation was graver than he had anticipated. Steeling himself, he regained the composure befitting the young master of Yunbian Tower. "Your Excellency is too gracious. It is our duty to uncover the truth and uphold justice for the deceased. Should you require anything, I shall do my utmost to assist. Whom would you like to see first?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze pierced through the air like a chilling blade, landing upon the corner of the elegant chamber where Wang Yud, the silent figure, bowed his head in trepidation. "Wang Yud, Master Wang," Yuan commanded. At the mention of his name, the chef Wang Yud trembled imperceptibly. Slowly, he raised his head, his once composed and proud visage now replaced by an expression of profound fear and anxiety. "Master Wang," Yuan Qingyan's voice resonated like the frigid winds of winter, striking at Wang Yud's heart. "I ask you, regarding the secret soup you prepared for the esteemed guest in the Tianzi room, aside from the usual nourishing ingredients, did you include any other special herbs?" Wang Yud's countenance turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. "Master Wang," Meng Qi interjected at an opportune moment, her tone considerably softer than Yuan Qingyan's, yet imbued with the professionalism and acuity of a chef. "As someone who works in the kitchen, I am acutely aware that certain unique ingredients possess secrets in their preparation and combination, which are not meant for outsiders. However, this matter pertains to life and death, as well as the century-old reputation of Yunbian Tower. I implore you to speak truthfully." She paused, her gaze settling on Wang Yud's trembling hands, and continued, "For instance, did the secret soup contain a particular ingredient, dark green in color, leather-like in texture, with a distinctive fragrance when dried, and requiring specific jade vessels for preparation? Or perhaps a proprietary spice blend that deepens the broth's hue while intensifying the aroma, even imparting a hint of charred and earthy notes?" Every inquiry posed by Meng Qi struck Wang Yud's heart like a heavy hammer. He gazed incredulously at the young woman before him, astonished at how she could possess such intricate knowledge. These were secrets that the esteemed guest had strictly ordered not to divulge. Under the precise and professional interrogation from Meng Qi, Wang Yud's psychological defenses began to crumble. With a thud, he fell to his knees, his voice tinged with desperation. "Spare me, my lady, spare me. Those items were indeed conveyed to me by the esteemed guest or through the accounts department. I, an old man, was merely following orders and had no idea that those items would be tied to a homicide. What exactly were those items? How did the esteemed guest instruct you to prepare them?" Yuan Qingyan's eyes flashed with a cold glint, relentlessly pursuing the truth. Wang Yu dared not conceal anything, confessing all that he knew, including the esteemed guest's peculiar demands for the ingredients. The suspicious medicinal materials provided, though he was unaware that these were variations of dragon breath moss and soul-severing herb, mistaking them for rare, nourishing treasures, as well as the secret spice blend handed over by Sun Henian, who was merely one of the potential intermediaries or informed parties, with Qian Fu being the actual handler. He elaborated on how he meticulously adhered to the esteemed guest's exceptionally stringent and somewhat eccentric instructions, utilizing specific heat levels, particular utensils, and precise durations to brew the secret soup. Each detail astonishingly aligned with Meng Qi's earlier deductions based on the characteristics of dragon breath moss and other components. The truth seemed to be laid bare. The esteemed guest, more likely than not, was a mastermind behind the entire stone essence case. Not only had he orchestrated the illicit gathering of dragon breath moss and other forbidden items through Qian Fu and others on the black market, but he had also personally guided Wang Yu in concocting the lethal soup within the esteemed establishment of Yunbian Tower. Lin Shaoqing, listening from the side, felt a chill run down his spine, his expression darkening. He could scarcely believe that the illustrious Yunbian Tower, a source of pride for his family, had unwittingly become a den of vice, potentially entangled in palace intrigues. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Meng Qi, who was furrowing her brow in deep thought, corroborating Wang Yu's confession with her previous discoveries. In the dim light, her focused and earnest demeanor radiated an intellect that was both captivating and formidable. Beside her, Yuan Qingyan maintained his aloof and regal posture, yet his gaze towards Meng Qi betrayed a subtle reliance and understanding. That unspoken bond was one that outsiders could not penetrate. It had been forged through countless trials of life and death and intellectual duels, forming an unparalleled connection. A wave of indescribable bitterness and loss surged within Lin Shaoqing. He understood that no matter how much he admired and cared for Meng Qi, regardless of what he had done for her at this moment, the only one standing shoulder to shoulder with her at the center of this tempest, unraveling the truth shrouded in mystery, was Yuan Qingyan. Instinctively, he clenched his hands at his sides, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. At that moment, a Jinyiwei lieutenant hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into Yuan Qingyan's ear. Yuan Qingyan's expression shifted abruptly. "What did you say?" He spun around, his voice tinged with an uncommon blend of shock and fury. "Repeat that." The lieutenant, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, trembled and quickly reiterated, "My lord. We discovered a substantial sum of gold deposited under the codename Xuanian, the clandestine accounts of a pawn shop in the southern part of the city that we frequently visited during Qian Fuxing's lifetime. Moreover, the voucher for this gold is precisely the black wooden token engraved with a flame totem that was found in the hidden compartment of Qian Fu's study. Xuanha, the black wooden token, the immense gold." In that instant, all clues illuminated by a flash of lightning converged upon a chilling truth. Chapter 30. The Jade Pot Brews Tea. Heart waves rising Yunbian Tower, a majestic edifice standing at the pinnacle of the capital's grandeur and epitomizing exquisite culinary taste, now seemed shrouded in an invisible gloom. The waist plates and flying fish uniforms of the Jinyiwei became the most discordant yet unchallenged sights here. The lieutenants weaved through the intricately carved beams and painted pillars, quietly interrogating the trembling staff and managers, poring over hefty ledgers and procurement records, attempting to unearth the deeply buried, potentially lethal secrets hidden beneath this dazzling fade. Lin Shaoqing stood on the second-floor corridor, gazing over the railing. Though a few patrons still occupied the hall below, the unique, composed elegance that once defined Yunbian Tower had vanished entirely. Every corner seemed to be permeated with tension, suspicion, and fear. The mood of the young master of Yunbian Tower mirrored that of boiling water submerged in hot oil, tumultuous and restless. "Young master," Lu the manager leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with undeniable anxiety, with the Jinyiwei investigating so vigorously. "Our business here may." He hesitated, But the implication was clear. What sustains Yunbian Tower? Its reputation, the trust and patronage of the affluent clientele. Now, with the Jinyiwei's repeated visits and the resulting scandals, the century-old esteemed name was on the verge of being irreparably tarnished. Lin Shaoqing silently observed the scene below, refraining from speech. How could he be unaware of Lu's concerns? This Yunbian Tower represented not just a restaurant, but the hard work and honor of generations of the Lin family. If their name were to be sullied due to this bizarre case involving the stone marrow, how could he face his ancestors? Yet, the image of Meng Qi's striking yet resolute face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He recalled her astonishing knife skills during the assessment, her quiet endurance in the kitchen, her calm and professional analysis at the scene of the incident, and the lingering fear and helplessness in her eyes when she was brought out from the prison. He could not allow her to suffer unjustly. He could not permit true malevolence to continue to fester beneath the seemingly splendid eaves of Yunbian Tower. Uncle Lu, Lin Shaoqing finally spoke, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The more dire the circumstances, the more we must act with integrity and maintain our dignity. Fully cooperating with Lord Yuan in the investigation, it is imperative that everyone speaks without reservation and reveals everything without exception. If indeed someone has committed a wrongdoing within the building, there can be no leniency. The reputation of Yunbian Tower cannot be preserved through concealment. Manager Lu opened his mouth, wishing to offer further advice, but upon meeting Lin Shaoqing's clear and resolute gaze, he could only exhale a helpless sigh and bow his head in retreat. Standing alone by the railing, Lin Shaoqing found that the turmoil within him had not subsided. The reputation of his family and the pursuit of truth weighed heavily on his mind. Like the two ends of a scale, endlessly measured and impossible to choose between. What troubled him even more was the woman at the eye of the storm. He understood that Yuan Qingyan had summoned Meng Qi from the Imperial prison and brought her to Yunbian Tower to assist in the investigation, not out of goodwill, but because he recognized her extraordinary instincts and her expertise in ingredients and pharmacology. She was akin to a sharp and unique key held firmly in Yuan Qingyan's grasp, meant to unlock the very core of this perplexing case. Yet, as the key turns in a lock, it is also the most vulnerable to breaking. This case, entangled with the enigmatic Xuanhe, likely involved powerful figures with immense influence. The closer Meng Qi drew to the truth, the greater the peril she faced. While Yuan Qingyan certainly needed her, his cold and pragmatic nature raised the question of whether he would unhesitatingly sacrifice this pawn when the time called for it. The mere thought of such a possibility tightened Lin Shaoqing's heart like an invisible hand, sending waves of dull pain coursing through him. He realized that his concern for the young woman from Shandong, whom he had known for only a short time, had transcended mere appreciation of talent or camaraderie. He turned and made his way toward the kitchen, knowing that Meng Qi should be there, assisting the Jinyiwei in examining Wang Yu's soup pot and the related ingredient records. Inside the kitchen, the atmosphere was equally tense. Wang Yu knelt beside them, his face ashen, while several Jinyiwei captains meticulously inspected the various pots, pans, and spice jars he typically used. Yuan Qingyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze surveying the surroundings. Meng Qi crouched before a large soup barrel, delicately wielding a small silver spoon as she carefully scraped remnants from the bottom. Her focus was intense, her brow furrowed, nostrils flaring, as if the entire world had shrunk to the single barrel before her, which might conceal secrets. Lin Shaoqing softened his footsteps and approached her side. "Miss Meng Qi." He spoke gently. "Have you made any discoveries?" Startled by the sudden voice, Meng Qi looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes before her composure returned. "Young Master Lin, I am merely examining the base ingredients that Master Wang typically uses to prepare the broth, to see if anything appears amiss. Do you require assistance? Or perhaps a moment's rest with a cup of tea?" Lin Shaoqing's tone was laced with unmasked concern. "You do not seem well. You have been at this since morning without pause, have you?" He noted the faint shadows beneath her eyes and the weariness in her gaze from prolonged focus, stirring a sense of tenderness within him. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin, but I am not fatigued," Meng Qi replied, shaking her head as her attention returned to the soup barrel. Lin Xiaoqing gazed upon her stubborn, yet earnest profile, his heart softening as he turned to the attendant Su Wanner, who stood nearby, and instructed, "Wanner, please fetch the jar of this year's Preaching Ming Long Jing from my study. Brew a pot using the water from Yuyuan Mountain, and bring it to Miss Meng Qi to soothe her throat." Su Wanner had been quietly observing this special consideration Lin Xiaoqing showed to Meng Qi. The smile that typically adorned her charming face seemed to fade slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible melancholy flitted across her eyes. She understood that her cousin had genuinely taken a liking to this Miss Meng Qi. This realization pricked her heart like a tiny needle, causing a dull ache. Yet, she concealed her feelings, maintaining her gentle and capable demeanor as she softly replied, "Yes, cousin, I shall go at once." As she turned to leave, her steps appeared to quicken ever so slightly. Yuan Qingyan witnessed all of this, and a subtle glimmer of insight flickered in his deep, phoenix-like eyes. However, he remained silent, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily between Lin Xiaoqing and Meng Qi. Lin Xiaoqing, oblivious to the undercurrents at play, focused entirely on Meng Qi. He watched as she delicately used a silver needle to pick at a remnant of broth, inhaling its scent before gently manipulating it with her fingertips, her concentration and expertise evoking both admiration and concern within him. "Miss Meng Qi," he felt compelled to speak again. "This case has far-reaching implications. You must exercise utmost caution. If you encounter any difficulties or require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." Meng Qi's heart warmed at his words, and she looked up at him gratefully. "Thank you, young Master Lin. However, this is a matter concerning the Jinyiwei and I." Lin Xiaoqing interrupted her, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. "Lord Yuan has his own methods for investigation, but you are not a member of the Jinyiwei. There may be matters in which I can offer some help." His words flowed over Meng Qi like a warm stream, melting the chill that had settled in her heart due to days of tension and unease. In this perilous and unpredictable capital, to receive such sincere kindness and support was indeed a rare treasure. Meng Qi acknowledged Lin Xiaoqing's goodwill with a soft response, deliberately diverting her gaze from his fervent eyes. She was aware of his feelings for her, yet she was acutely conscious of her current situation and the ambiguous entanglement with Yuan Qingyan, which rendered her unable and unwilling to accept his kindness lightly. At that moment, Su Wanner returned, gracefully carrying a delicate tea tray. On the tray rested a set of lustrous white jade tea utensils, the pot filled with tender green Preaching Ming Long Jing, exuding a refined aroma of bean flowers. "Cousin Miss Meng Qi, the tea has arrived," she announced, placing the tray on a nearby table and personally pouring tea for both of them with elegant precision, her smile warm and appropriate, as if the earlier moment of disappointment had never occurred. "Thank you, Cousin Wanner," Lin Xiaoqing said, accepting a teacup and handing it to Meng Qi. "Quickly, enjoy a cup while it's hot. It will invigorate you." Meng Qi received the warm jade cup, the delicate and smooth texture sending a comforting sensation through her fingertips. She gently sipped her tea, the clear and sweet flavor revealing it to be exquisite Long Jing. This meticulous care deepened the gratitude in her heart. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yuan Qingyan, who had remained silent and seemingly transformed into a mere backdrop, she noticed that his cool phoenix eyes were fixed upon the white jade teacup in her hand, his expression seemingly colder than usual. Was it merely her illusion? A slight chill ran through her, prompting her to hastily set down the teacup and redirect her focus to the soup pot before her. Lin Xiaoqing observed her somewhat evasive demeanor, and the pangs of bitterness and disappointment surged once more within him. He could sense that while Meng Qi appreciated his kindness, she was deliberately maintaining a distance from him. Was it due to her awkward position within the Jinyiwei, or was it because of Yuan Qingyan? He could not help but glance at Yuan Qingyan, only to be met with the latter's eternally stoic visage and those unfathomable eyes, as if they could see through everything yet remain perpetually inscrutable. A sense of powerlessness quietly seized Lin Xiaoqing's heart. He understood that in terms of status and his compatibility with the tumultuous world Meng Qi currently inhabited, he had been eclipsed by Yuan Qingyan. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he made a resolution. Lord Yuan. He turned to Yuan Qingyan, his tone regaining its previous calmness. I have instructed someone to compile the information regarding the identity of that esteemed guest, along with his specific requests during his visits to Yunbian Tower. There may be matters of interest to you. He resolved to divulge the most critical secrets of Yunbian Tower. This was not merely to assist in the investigation, but also to safeguard the woman he held dear. Only by swiftly uncovering the truth and exposing the hidden manipulator could she achieve true safety, even if it meant tarnishing Yunbian Tower's reputation, or worse, his own complete withdrawal from this emotional contest. Chapter 31. Wealth breeds resentment. The once elegant chamber of Yunbian Tower, which had been used to host Yuan Qingyan, now served as a temporary case analysis room, engulfed in a weighty atmosphere. Outside, the brilliant afternoon sunlight illuminated the capital, yet inside felt shrouded in an invisible shadow. Yuan Qingyan's slender fingers slowly caressed the black wooden token bearing a flame totem, unearthed from Qianfu's study's hidden compartment. This token not only served as proof for the extraction of a substantial sum of black market gold, but also acted as a deep entryway leading them toward the vast and perilous secrets of Xuanhe and Shui. However, at this moment, Yuan Qingyan's gaze did not linger on the emblem of grand conspiracy, but returned to the preliminary examination records of Qianfu's murder scene and the detailed files and recent behavioral records of the personnel within Yunbian Tower that Lin Shaoqing had just presented. Qianfu had succumbed to a blunt force trauma, dying instantly. The murder weapon was a jade picio from the study's antique shelf, which had been cleaned and returned to its original place afterward. Yuan Qingyan's voice was low and steady, devoid of any detectable emotion. The doors and windows at the scene were intact, showing no signs of forced entry or struggle, indicating that the perpetrator was likely someone familiar or at least someone who could easily access Qianfu's study. He lifted his gaze, sweeping past Zhao Fei and Lin Shaoqing, finally resting on the furrowed brow of Meng Qi, who appeared deep in thought. This is our initial assessment. However, considering the presence of Xian He and the lead concerning the stone marrow, the circumstances surrounding Qianfu's death seem rather crude. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yuan Qingyan's implication. Indeed, with Xian He's ability to command the Imperial Guard and exert influence in the black market, there exist far more discreet and clean methods for silencing someone, akin to the poisoning of Sun Henyang or the accidental demise of Mr. Nan. Employing readily available objects like the jade picio to commit murder, while leaving traces that require cleaning, appears more like a crime of passion or the hasty actions of an insider due to unforeseen complications. The implication was clear to Zhao Fei. The individual responsible for Qianfu's demise was not one of Xian He's people, but rather someone within Yunbian Tower. This possibility seemed highly plausible. Yuan Qingyan nodded slightly. Qianfu not only managed the regular accounts of Yunbian Tower, but also delved into the black market dealings related to stone marrow, undoubtedly controlling a vast fortune tainted by shadows. Such wealth could compel anyone to take desperate risks. His gaze shifted to Lin Shaoqing. Lin Xiaodongjia, in the personnel files you provided, is there anyone whose financial situation appears irregular or who has had a clear conflict with Qianfu recently? Lin Shaoqing's complexion paled. His greatest fears seemed to be materializing. Taking a deep breath, he strove to maintain his composure, flipping through a record in hand, his voice tinged with barely perceptible strain. In response to Lord Yuan, there are over 100 individuals within the tower, most of whom come from unblemished backgrounds. However, there are indeed a few who seem to be struggling financially or have had disagreements with Qianfu regarding official matters. He indicated several names, detailing each situation. Among them was a purchasing manager burdened by gambling debts, a second chef harboring resentment due to a lack of promotion, and a young accountant who had been trusted by Qianfu for many years, yet recently appeared infatuated with the new gaming establishments in the capital, incurring significant expenses. Yuan Qingyan listened intently, refraining from interjecting, only occasionally gesturing for Zhao Fei to take note of the names mentioned. Suddenly, he turned to Meng Qi, who had been silently pondering. When you first arrived at Yunbian Tower, did you notice any unusual interactions between these individuals and Qianfu? Or did you detect any peculiar sense near Qian Fu's study? Upon hearing this, Meng Qi promptly closed her eyes, striving to sift through the fragments of initial memories obscured by the subsequent upheavals. She recalled her first day at Yunbian Tower, the confrontation with Manager Liu at the corner gate, the tense atmosphere during the assessment, with candidates harboring their own motives, and the robust man in the kitchen who had appeared rather peculiar. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. "My lord," her voice carried a hint of urgency. "I remember. The afternoon before the incident in the accounts room, I went to draw water from the well in the backyard. Passing by the accounts yard, I distinctly sensed a strong aroma of mugwort mingled with spirits." Mugwort and spirits? Yuan Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly. "Indeed," Meng Qi nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the peculiarity of the scent, reminiscent of strong liquor infused with mugwort, ignited to release its aroma. In her homeland, it was common for individuals to employ such methods for hot compresses or fumigation when suffering from joint sprains or exposure to cold. At that time, she merely assumed it was a servant tending to an injury independently, not giving it much thought. However, reflecting upon it now, she paused, her gaze traversing the names recently mentioned by Lin Shaoqing, ultimately settling on the purchasing manager known for his gambling debts. She recalled that Manager Zhou seemed to walk with a slight limp and often carried a faint scent of medicinal liquor about him. Manager Zhou. Lin Shaoqing's expression darkened considerably at the mention. Indeed, Zhou Quan had sustained a leg injury in his youth, leaving him with lingering ailments, and he frequently employed medicinal liquor and mugwort fumigation to alleviate rheumatic pain or old injuries. A glint of sharpness flickered in Yuan Qingyan's eyes. However, such treatments emitted a strong odor, making it impossible for them to be conducted near the accounts office without leaving traces. "Zhao Fei, at your service," Zhao Fei responded promptly. "Immediately gather a team and thoroughly search Zhou Quan's residence. Pay particular attention to his bedding, clothing, and any instruments that could be used for fumigation." "Understood." Zhao Fei complied, hastily departing with his men. Within the elegant chamber, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. If it indeed was Zhou Quan, what could his motive be? Was it merely due to his gambling debts that he would resort to murder against a longtime colleague over financial matters? Or had he uncovered Qian Fu's secret regarding the stone marrow and sought to usurp his position? Lin Shaoqing's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Zhou Quan had served at Yunbian Tower since his father's lifetime. Though he had a penchant for dishonesty, Lin had always believed him to possess a fundamentally loyal nature. Yet, he now turned his gaze to Meng Qi, his expression complex. This seemingly frail woman had repeatedly, with her remarkable observational skills and acute sense of smell, unveiled the festering wounds beneath Yunbian Tower's tranquil facade. He felt gratitude for her assistance in uncovering the truth. Yet a profound anxiety arose regarding the impending reputational crisis facing Yunbian Tower. His admiration and concern for her deepened amidst this turmoil, almost yearning to break free. Time passed agonizingly, each second stretching into eternity. At last, Zhao Fei returned, his countenance unusually grave. "My lord," he approached Yuan Qingyan, cradling a cloth-wrapped object in his hands. His voice was somber. "We discovered this in a hidden compartment beneath Zhou Quan's bed." He unveiled the cloth, revealing neatly stacked bars of gold, their radiant gleam and substantial weight astonishing. Beside it lay an old outer garment, stained with suspicious dark brown marks, presumably blood, emanating a potent scent of mugwort and medicinal liquor. Evidence found. Lin Shaoqing felt the world spinning before him, nearly losing his balance. Yuan Qingyan, however, exhibited little surprise. He picked up the pungent outer garment and glanced at the gold. "Bring Zhou Quan here." Zhou Quan was swiftly escorted into the room by 2 guards. Gone was the imposing demeanor he once held as the manager. His complexion was ashen, and he trembled uncontrollably. As he beheld the gold upon the table and his tattered outer robe, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The voices of Zhou Quan and Yuan Qingyan echoed like chilling whispers from the depths of the netherworld, piercing and frigid. "What do you have to say for these items?" Zhou Quan's lips trembled, His gaze flitted about as he attempted to fabricate a defense, stammering, "These are the accumulated savings of a small man." Yuan Qingyan's cold laughter cut through the air. "I have conducted an investigation. The quality and weight of this gold are identical to the illicit funds withdrawn by Qian Fu from the pawnshop in the southern part of the city just days ago. Furthermore, the stains on your robe have been preliminarily matched to the blood found on the carpet in Qian Fu's study. Do you still wish to argue?" At these words, Zhou Quan crumbled entirely, collapsing on the floor, wailing, "Spare me, my lord, spare me." I was momentarily confused. I did not act with intent. Under Yuan Qingyan's relentless interrogation, Zhou Quan finally recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding Qian Fu's murder. It transpired that he had indeed fallen into a deep gambling debt, cornered by his creditors. At that fateful moment, he inadvertently discovered Qian Fu's clandestine dealings with black market drug traffickers concerning the precious stone marrow, and learned that Qian Fu possessed a vast amount of gold of dubious origin. Overcome by avarice, he was consumed by the vile intention to kill and seize the wealth. On the day of the crime, he took advantage of Qian Fu being alone in his study, counting the gold, and under the pretense of seeking counsel regarding accounts. Enter the room. He feigned kindness by offering Qian Fu a massage with his commonly used mugwort liquor. Qian Fu, being elderly, was somewhat ailing. When Qian Fu let down his guard, Zhou Quan abruptly seized a jade pai xiu from the display and struck Qian Fu forcefully upon the back of his head. Qian Fu died instantly. In a panic, Zhou Quan hid the gold within a cloth bag he carried, hurriedly cleaned the blood from the jade pai xiu, and returned it to its place. However, his own robe, stained with blood from the act and long soaked in mugwort liquor, became the irrefutable evidence of his guilt. He had believed his actions flawless, yet ultimately, it was Dream Qi's keen senses and Yuan Qingyan's meticulous investigation that led to his exposure. The truth was unveiled. Qian Fu's death was indeed a bloodbath born of greed within the confines of Yunbian Tower, bearing no direct connection to the enigmatic Qian He. Listening to Zhou Quan's confession, Lin Shaoqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His heart ached, mourning both Qian Fu's tragic demise and Zhou Quan's insatiable greed, as well as the fact that this once pure establishment, Yunbian Tower, had become a breeding ground for such abhorrent crimes. He cast a grateful, yet deeply apologetic glance towards Dream Qi. Were it not for her, this intricate case might have remained shrouded in secrecy indefinitely. Yet, she had been innocently ensnared within the web of corruption that festered within Yunbian Tower, even finding herself imprisoned as a consequence. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by something sharp, causing an unbearable pain. Chapter 32. The subtle fragrance unfolds at the moment Zhou Quan was taken away in the prisoner cart. It was as though a fragment of the soul had been extracted from Yunbian Tower. Although the truth behind Qian Fu's murder had been brought to light, it left a heavy mark, indelibly etched upon the threshold of this century-old eatery. The air was thick with an oppressive and uncomfortable tension. Within the elegant chamber, the atmosphere was as frozen as ice. Lin Shaoqing's complexion remained pale, his gaze fixed vacantly in the direction where Zhou Quan had been taken away, his eyes brimming with disappointment, sorrow, and an ineffable weariness. The purest and elegant culinary sanctuary he had painstakingly established and maintained, founded on the tenets of exquisite taste and meticulous detail, seemed to have been insidiously tainted by the stench of money and the avarice of human nature. Yuan Qingyan appeared oblivious to this, or perhaps he simply disregarded such mundane emotional entanglements. His unwavering focus remained on the elusive and perilous clues related to the codename Xuanhe, as well as the impactful Sure Sway Dragon's Breath Moss. Lin Shaoqing. He turned to the still-dazed Lin Shaoqing, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Zhou Quan has faced justice. Yet this case is far from resolved. I require a more comprehensive account concerning our esteemed guest known as Xuanhe. Lin Shaoqing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to detach from the tumult of emotions, and nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse. Your Excellency, please instruct me. I shall speak without reservation. I need to review all reservation records for the Tianzi private dining rooms since last year, including any special dietary requests from our esteemed guests. A detailed inventory of ingredients used, particularly those unconventional or brought by them, and a list of the designated attendants for those rooms. Yuan Qingyan spoke with a measured pace, yet each word carried an undeniable weight. This information constituted the most intimate and confidential client data of Yunbian Tower. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Shaoqing would never divulge such details so readily. Yet, having endured the betrayal of an insider and the shock of a murder, his yearning for the truth, combined with the clandestine guilt towards the woman silently observing him, compelled him to make a decisive choice. Warner, he turned towards Su Warner, who had been quietly standing beside him. Please retrieve the Tianzi records from the archives and present them to Your Excellency for review. The Tianzi records represented the highest level of documentation regarding all matters related to the Tianzi dining rooms, overseen personally by Su Warner. Upon hearing this, Souvenir délicate femme trembled imperceptibly. She lifted her gaze to Lin Shaoqing, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face, surprise, concern, and a hint of barely concealed panic. The Tianzi records were of immense significance, containing the private information of many esteemed guests. It seemed she hesitated, wanting to dissuade him. Do not worry. Lin Shaoqing interjected gently yet firmly. Your Excellency is conducting a matter of imperial decree. We must fully cooperate. Su Warner bit her lip, ultimately refraining from further comment. Her eyes lowering slightly as she softly replied, Yes, cousin. She turned to leave, her graceful figure seeming to bear an added stiffness compared to her usual demeanor. Meng Qi observed all of this with growing perplexity. Su Warner's earlier reaction appeared overly tense. Was it a concern about revealing the privacy of esteemed guests? Or was there something deeper at play? She discreetly lowered her gaze, ostensibly organizing her notes on the case, yet her senses were finely attuned, meticulously observing every subtle shift within the private dining room. Before long, Su Warner returned, cradling a meticulously carved box made of precious red sandalwood, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns. She placed the box on the table, retrieved a key, and gently lifted the lid. Inside lay a series of records bound in fine Xian paper, inscribed in neat, diminutive script. Lord Yuan, this is the Tianzi Lu. Su Warner's voice remained soft and melodious, though her fingers resting on the edge of the box appeared slightly pale from exertion. Yuan Qingyan did not immediately peruse the records, but turned his gaze towards Meng Qi. You are most familiar with ingredients and spices. Please examine these records for any anomalies regarding the dietary requirements of Xuanhe, or any guests with similar characteristics. This was undoubtedly a profound display of trust and a clever arrangement. By allowing Meng Qi, an outsider, to review the documents first, they could leverage her expertise to uncover discrepancies while also sidestepping potentially sensitive information related to court secrets. Meng Qi understood the implications and nodded, stepping forward to cautiously open the first record. The entries were exceedingly detailed, documenting dates, times, guest names, mostly pseudonyms or vague titles, menu selections, special requests, as well as the sources and preparation methods of the ingredients, even listing the names of the serving staff. The handwriting was elegant and precise, clearly the work of Su Warner. Meng Qi scrutinized the records with great care, her eyes swiftly scanning the names of dishes and lists of ingredients, her nostrils occasionally flaring, as if she could catch the lingering aromas of past feasts through the ink. Yuan Qingyan and Lin Shaoqing observed her in silence, the only sound in the elegant chamber being the rustle of paper. Su Warner stood demurely to the side, her demeanor composed, though her lowered eyelids seemed to hang even more heavily than usual. As Meng Qi turned to a page documenting the end of last autumn, her movements suddenly paused, eliciting a faint, puzzled murmur. What is it? Is there something amiss? Lin Shaoqing inquired with immediate concern. Meng Qi pointed to a line in the record, her brow slightly furrowed. On this day, the soup served to Mr. Xuanhe was named Snow Frog Black Jade Soup. The recipe states that the main ingredients include snow frog, cuttlefish bone powder, and specially supplied black jade ginseng. However, the additional ingredients noted, apart from the usual ginger juice and yellow wine, specifically mention the inclusion of a spice called aniseed from the western regions. Aniseed? Lin Shaoqing, well-versed in spices, was momentarily taken aback. This spice is known for its potent, resinous aroma, primarily used in incense making or medicinal purposes, and rarely in cooking, particularly not in dishes as delicate and nourishing as snow frog soup. Wouldn't this be superfluous and undermine the original flavor of the ingredients? Precisely, Meng Qi affirmed with a nod. Aniseed is warm and pungent. While used in small amounts with certain strong-smelling meats, it might enhance the flavor. However, in snow frog soup, its overwhelming scent would undoubtedly overshadow the frog's inherent freshness. This is indeed illogical. Her gaze subtly flickered towards Su Wanner, standing nearby. She recalled that this record was meticulously compiled by Su Wanner. With her profound understanding of ingredients and years of experience at Yunbian Tower, could not have overlooked the characteristics of Anqi fennel. Why then did such a glaring omission appear in the documentation of this dish? It seems Su Wanner sensed Meng Qi's gaze, and her complexion paled slightly as she hastily explained. Perhaps it was merely a transcription error by the servant at the time? The records of the Tianzi rank are of utmost importance and are usually transcribed by me personally, though I occasionally allow a trusted servant to assist, given the bustling affairs of the tower. Her voice dwindled, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Oh, is that so? Yuan Qingyan's voice suddenly pierced the air, imbued with a chilling sharpness. I recall that Miss Su is known for her meticulousness and rigorous approach. Such a conspicuous error in the records concerning a distinguished guest of the Tianzi rank is indeed peculiar. Su Wanner's body trembled slightly as she raised her head, forcing a smile. Lord Yuan, please consider, no one is without fault. And what of this page? Meng Qi abruptly turned to a few subsequent pages, pointing to another entry with a barely perceptible edge in her tone. This spring, Mr. Xuanhe dined here for 3 consecutive days in one dish. Known as Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, was noted to include aged Jinhua ham for enhancement. However, as I understand, truly top-tier Jinhua ham is characterized by its fresh leg meat, which strikes a balance between saltiness and tenderness. The term aged often implies excessive drying, leading to heightened saltiness and a coarse texture, which is far from ideal. By Yunbian Tower standards, it would be unthinkable to use aged ham for such a precious dish. What, then, is Miss Su's explanation for this? This time, Su Wanner's complexion drained completely, her lips losing all color. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but was rendered speechless, her eyes gradually reddening. Lin Shaoqing, observing Su Wanner's distress, had come to comprehend much of the situation. His expression darkened with disappointment and confusion over her actions, mingled with anguish at the potential damage to Yunbian Tower's reputation. Vanya. His voice carried an incredulous pain. Why would you do this? Cousin. Tears finally streamed down Su Wanner's cheeks uncontrollably as she choked out. I didn't mean to. I was just afraid that the investigation would implicate Mr. Xuanhe and, in turn, Yunbian Tower affecting you. I thought perhaps if I slightly obscured some of the records, it might. Her words trailed off into incoherent sobs. The truth was laid bare. Su Wanner had not intended to deceive, nor had she colluded with Mr. Xuanhe. Her action stemmed solely from a desire to protect Lin Shaoqing and Yunbian Tower, coupled with a deep-seated fear of the formidable Mr. Xuanhe. In her effort to organize the records, she had subconsciously modified or obscured details that might raise suspicion, believing she was safeguarding Yunbian Tower. Yet, in the presence of Meng Qi, a discerning consultant of culinary affairs, these seemingly minor alterations had instead become the most glaring flaws. Lin Shaoqing gazed at the tear-streaked Su Wanner, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood her intentions and empathized with her fears. He took a deep breath and slowly approached Yuan Qingyan, bowing deeply. My Lord Yuan, the shortcomings in this matter stem from my inadequate supervision and ineffective governance. Although Wanner has erred, her heart remains deserving of compassion. I humbly request that you consider leniency in your judgment. I shall personally compile all authentic records regarding Xuanhe and present them to you without omission, and I would never dare to conceal anything again. He had made his choice. Between the reputation of his family and the pursuit of truth, between the bond of childhood friends and the distinction of right and wrong, he ultimately chose the latter. Making this decision was exceptionally arduous, but he understood it was the only correct path. He raised his head, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Meng Qi. She was quietly observing him, her clear eyes devoid of mockery or triumph, filled only with a serene understanding and faint approval. His heart, at that moment, felt as though it had been gently stirred, flooding him with an indescribable warmth and a complex, ineffable affection. Perhaps this was the reason for his admiration and even infatuation with her, not solely due to her talent and resilience, but also because of her unwavering purity and innate desire for light and truth. Chapter 33. A glimmer of hope amidst darkness, since Lin Shaoqing entrusted the confidential Tianzi record detailing the core secrets of Yunbian Tower to Yuan Qingyan. The investigation into Xuanhe had penetrated a veil, revealing alarming contours. The records indicated that the esteemed guest, codenamed Xuanhe, exhibited an almost pathological fastidiousness towards ingredients and utensils, with the specified details of certain accompaniments and secret broth intricately linked to contraband items such as dragon breath moss, purple gold sand, and soul-severing grass seized from the black market. The exalted status of this individual subtly pointed toward a name within the depths of the palace that was not to be trifled with lightly. Yet, due to the investigation's encroachment on such sensitive territory, invisible resistance surged like a tidal wave. Initially, Yuan Qingyan's superior, Commander Liu Bing of the Northern Pacification Office, dispatched a communique that, while couched in mild language, concealed a stern warning. It cautioned him to heed the concerns of the imperial heart, to be mindful of the imperial intent, to act with prudence, and not to disrupt the foundations of the state over trivial matters. Subsequently, several capable aides who had initially assisted in the investigation were reassigned under various pretexts. The documents requested for collaboration by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. Even within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, murmurs began to circulate, questioning Yuan Qingyan's youthfulness and impetuousness, alleging that he sought to gain merit through slander and ill intent. Yuan Qingyan understood that these were the forces behind Xuanhe, exerting pressure upon him. They sought to erect towering barriers with their power, concealing the truth forever in shadow. Day after day, he stood alone against the mounting pressure from all sides. The lamps in the signing room burned night after night, casting a light upon his increasingly gaunt and grim visage. "My lord," Zhao Fei observed his superior's bloodshot eyes and tightly pressed lips, feeling both admiration and concern. "Today, Commander Liu's office has sent someone to inquire about the deadline for the case. Moreover, it seems that individuals from the Southern Town's office have begun to covertly investigate our progress in pursuing the mysterious crane. The Southern Town's office and the Northern Town's office have always harbored animosity towards each other. Their interference at this moment speaks volumes." Yuan Qingyan remained silent, casting his gaze out the window. The sky was nearing dusk, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue, staining half the sky in a haunting brilliance, adding a touch of melancholy to the austere atmosphere of the Jinyiwei headquarters. He was acutely aware that he was treading a perilous tightrope. His adversaries were not only powerful, but also ruthless, capable of silencing even figures as formidable as Mr. Nan. What chance did he, a young commander with no power or influence, resting solely on a modicum of trust from the emperor, have? What troubled him even more was Meng Qi. The kitchen maid's presence felt akin to a double-edged sword. Her keen insight, her wisdom, and her remarkable ability to discern flavors were pivotal to unraveling the stone essence case. Yet, her deep involvement in the matter rendered her a vulnerable target. Though he had placed her in the courtyard, ostensibly for her safety, the Jinyiwei was not a monolithic entity. If the forces behind a mysterious crane sought to harm her or use her as leverage against him, it was entirely plausible. Allowing her to remain here was not only an act of irresponsibility towards her, but also positioned him in a more precarious situation. Perhaps it was time to let her go. Yuan Qingyan slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on Zhao Fei. His tone was cold, yet tinged with an imperceptible weariness. "Zhao Fei, at your service," replied his subordinate. "Go to the courtyard and inform Meng Qi that the Qian Fu case has been resolved, and her suspicions have been cleared. In light of her prior assistance in the investigation, I permit her to leave the northern town's office and regain her freedom." Zhao Fei was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering with shock and confusion. "My lord, how can this be?" She possesses profound knowledge regarding the stone essence case and her talents. Precisely for that reason, she cannot remain here. Yuan Qingyan interjected with an undeniable decisiveness. "Our adversaries have begun to employ unscrupulous means. This place is no longer safe. Let her return to Yunbian Tower, where there are many people and distractions, and with Lin Shaoqing as protection. It may prove to be more secure." His voice betrayed little emotion, yet Zhao Fei keenly detected a hint of concern. Was the lord genuinely worried for the kitchen maid's safety? A wave of shock surged through Zhao Fei, but he dared not voice his thoughts further. He could only bow in compliance. "Understood. I shall obey." In the courtyard, within the small kitchen, Meng Qi was absorbed in examining a small quantity of what appeared to be inferior purple gold sand, allegedly mixed with bone powder, confiscated from Baichao Cottage. She sensed that the peculiarity of this substance extended beyond mere adulteration. It seemed to emanate a faint aura capable of inducing exhilaration and even hallucinations. Yet this essence was elusive, and even she could not fully ascertain it. Just then, Zhao Fei's figure appeared at the doorway. "Meng Chef," his expression was somewhat complicated. "The Lord has issued an order. The Qianfu case has been concluded, and your suspicions have been cleared. In light of your previous contributions to the investigation, the Lord permits you to leave this place and regain your freedom." "Leave? Regain freedom?" Meng Qi was momentarily stunned, nearly letting the purple gold sand slip from her grasp. Could she truly leave? To depart from this oppressive and unsettling residence of the Jinyiwei? To return to the cherished Yunjian Tower? A wave of immense surprise surged forth, momentarily leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Yet almost instantly, an inexplicable emotion, tinged with a bittersweet melancholy, quietly crept into her heart. Would leaving here also mean parting from that individual? Despite his coldness, his domineering nature, and his unpredictable temperament, a peculiar understanding seemed to have blossomed between them, one that eluded the comprehension of outsiders. She had grown accustomed to preparing meals imbued with hidden sentiments for him, to analyzing cases under his frosty gaze, and even to the occasional glimpses of subtle warmth he displayed. To leave in such a manner stirred a sense of reluctance within her. "My lord," Meng Qi raised her head, gazing at Zhao Fei, her voice betraying a hint of tremor. "Why must it be so? My lord has his reasons." Zhao Fei evaded her gaze, his tone somewhat brusque. "Pack your belongings. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to Yunjian Tower." Meng Qi nodded silently, refraining from further inquiry. She understood that Yuan Qingyan's decisions were beyond reproach and required no explanation. Her luggage was minimal, apart from a few changes of clothing. It consisted solely of an oiled cloth bundle containing her family's cherished recipes and treasured kitchen knife, which Yuan Qingyan had ordered to be returned to her after her reassignment to the courtyard. As she stepped through the gate that symbolized confinement and oppression, inhaling the liberating and tumultuous air outside, it felt as though she had traversed through time. A familiar carriage awaited her at the alley's entrance, and standing beside it was Lin Shaoqing. Upon seeing Meng Qi emerge, his face instantly illuminated with a relieved, warm smile as he hurried towards her. "Meng Qi, you have finally come out." The sight of Lin Shaoqing somewhat alleviated Meng Qi's sorrow of parting, replacing it with the joy of regained freedom and the comfort of reuniting with an old friend. "Thank you for your unwavering support during these days." She recognized that Lin Shaoqing had played a significant role in her swift release. "Between us, there is no need for thanks." Lin Shaoqing looked at her, his eyes brimming with unmistakable delight and deeper affection. "Please, get into the carriage. The wind is quite strong outside. I have already informed the establishment. Your room and your position in the kitchen have been preserved for you." Meng Qi nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. She climbed into the carriage, and Lin Shaoqing followed closely behind. As the carriage slowly set into motion towards Yunjian Tower, Lin Shaoqing inquired gently, "What plans do you have upon returning to Yunjian Tower?" Meng Qi gazed out at the fleeting streets, her eyes rekindling with aspirations for the future. "I wish to continue honing my culinary skills. striving for the day when I can independently manage the kitchen at Yunjian Tower. And the dream of wielding the Imperial Golden Chef's knife has never left my heart. Excellent. Lin Shaoqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your talent should never be obscured. At Yunjian Tower, pursue your ambitions freely. Should you require anything, be it ingredients, utensils, or otherwise, do not hesitate to let me know. His tone was sincere and earnest, infused with an undeniable sense of support. A warmth enveloped Meng Qi's heart. She turned her head, gazing at Lin Shaoqing's visage, as gentle as jade, and his clear, laughter-filled eyes. The sense of emptiness that had arisen from her departure from Yuan Qingyan seemed to gradually be filled by a softer, more substantial emotion. Perhaps returning to Yunbian Tower, to Lin Shaoqing's side, and to the pure culinary world she had initially yearned for was her truest haven. The carriage journeyed onward, soon arriving at Yunbian Tower. Lin Shaoqing personally escorted her to a particularly elegant and serene courtyard, a residence he had specially arranged for her, far superior to the previous servant quarters. He also informed her that after discussions with several chefs, they had decided to grant her the responsibility of developing and refining new dishes for Yunbian Tower, bestowing upon her the utmost autonomy. This was undoubtedly a significant recognition and trust in her culinary skills. Standing in the room, which was bright and clean, infused with a faint scent of ink, as Lin Shaoqing had arranged for the 4 treasures of the study to be placed for her to record her culinary insights. She gazed out at the familiar flying eaves and brackets belonging to Yunbian Tower, her heart brimming with excitement and gratitude. She had finally returned to this place she had longed for. As evening descended, Lin Shaoqing made a special visit to her small kitchen, expressing his desire to discuss a new dish featuring spring river delicacies from Jiangnan. The two stood side by side at the stove, one elucidating the characteristics and combinations of the ingredients, while the other skillfully wielded the spatula with practiced ease, their movements in perfect harmony. The hot oil in the pan sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. Amidst the swirling steam, Lin Shaoqing watched Dream Qi's face, flushed from the stove's warmth. Her focused and earnest expression, inhaling the unique fragrance that mingled the aromas of food with a hint of feminine allure. His heart felt as though it were submerged in warm water, soft and comforting. Perhaps this was the life he had always desired: delicious food, a beautiful companion, and the most ordinary yet poignant warmth of human existence. At that moment, hundreds of miles away, within the brightly lit office of the Jinyiwei Yuan Qingyan sat before a pile of newly delivered confidential reports concerning the Xuanhe and its underlying forces, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhao Fei had brought the evening meal, a simple fare prepared by the official kitchen, coarse and bland. Yuan Qingyan picked up his chopsticks but found the food utterly tasteless, difficult to swallow. Unbidden, a figure surfaced in his mind, the cook who always delivered warm midnight snacks, a woman with clear eyes and a delicate heart, the very one he had just pushed away. Letting her go was for her safety and to allow himself to confront the impending storm without distraction. Yet, why did he feel a twinge of emptiness in his heart? He set down his chopsticks, rubbed his brow, and suppressed that incongruous emotion, redirecting his attention to the cold documents before him. The road ahead was fraught with peril. Surrounded by formidable foes, he had neither the time nor the right to indulge in matters of romance and sentiment. Chapter 34. In the midst of danger, true feelings and uncertainty, the return to Yunbian Tower felt to Dream Qi like a dream that had transcended time. She could once again immerse herself in that familiar and beloved realm, filled with the symphony of pots and pans and the irresistible aromas of cooking. Lin Shaoqing treated her with utmost care, granting her considerable autonomy in developing new dishes. He often visited her elegant little kitchen, engaging in discussions about the restoration of ancient recipes or sampling her latest creations. Standing side by side at the stove, they enjoyed the picturesque pavilions of Yunbian Tower outside, while the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of fresh ingredients and the rich essence of tea. Lin Shaoqing patiently elucidated the subtle characteristics of Jiangnan ingredients, while she eagerly shared the culinary secrets of Qilu cuisine. Occasionally, in the midst of a friendly debate over whether to use light soy sauce or a rich broth, They would exchange knowing smiles, a tacit understanding and mutual appreciation that simmered like tea steeping in warm water, quietly intensifying in the rising steam. Meng Qi was nearly able to forget the oppressive days spent in the courtyard of the Jinyiwei, the cold confines of the Imperial prison, and deliberately refrained from thinking of the figure perpetually shrouded in coldness and detachment. Lin Shaoqing's gentle care, refined talent, and his unabashed regard and protection for her acted as a warm ray of sunlight, dispelling the accumulated gloom in her heart and signaling the gradual thawing of her once frozen emotional barriers. However, beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents often lurked. The storm she thought she had escaped had never truly ceased. One afternoon, as Meng Qi was in her small kitchen attempting to craft a refreshing West Lake water shield soup with the fresh water lilies and river shrimp sent by Lin Shaoqing, sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a serene beauty upon the clean countertop. Suddenly, an unusual commotion broke the tranquility, accompanied by hushed, harsh reprimands. A shiver ran down Meng Qi's spine, and instinctively, she tightened her grip on the ladle. Although the days had been peaceful, her vigilance had not entirely waned. She approached the kitchen door, cautiously peering through the crack. To her alarm, two unfamiliar, burly men dressed in Yunbian Tower's servant attire were lurking at the entrance of her small courtyard, one of them seemingly concealing a roll of coarse rope. They were undoubtedly trouble. Panic gripped Meng Qi's heart. She instantly realized they were after her. Were they from Xianshu? How dare they infiltrate the relatively secure Yunbian Tower in broad daylight? Without hesitation, she resolved to escape through the back door while calling for help. However, the two men were evidently well prepared and quicker than she anticipated. One of them forcefully kicked open the courtyard door, while the other lunged at Meng Qi like a ravenous tiger. Her cry for rescue was only half uttered before a rough hand clamped over her mouth and nose. A strong stench of sweat assaulted her senses, causing her stomach to churn. She struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength quickly rendered her powerless against her assailant's firm grip. Meanwhile, the other burly man swiftly produced the rope, intent on binding her. Just as the situation grew dire, a clear, authoritative voice rang out, laced with anger, like thunder at the courtyard entrance. "Halt! Who are you?" It was Lin Shaoqing. He had just finished attending to matters in the front hall and was preparing to seek out Meng Qi to save her the new tea when he caught sight from afar of two suspicious figures invading her small courtyard. Alarm surged within him, and he sprinted towards the scene. The two burly men seemed equally unprepared for a sudden appearance, their movements momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shaoqing dashed forward, resolutely placing himself in front of Meng Qi, though he bore the appearance of a frail scholar. He hailed from a distinguished lineage and had practiced some self-defense arts. In this moment of urgency, he summoned an astonishing courage. "Run," he urged Meng Qi, who was being held captive behind him, while he aimed a punch at the man wielding a rope. The brute was taken by surprise and staggered back a step. However, the other man, who was gripping Meng Qi, reacted swiftly. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he abandoned her, drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist, and lunged menacingly toward Lin Shaoqing's chest. "Young master, be careful," Meng Qi shrieked in terror, her soul nearly escaping her body. Lin Shaoqing, quick to respond, veered to the side to evade the attack. Yet, the dagger still sliced through his sleeve, leaving a deep gash on his arm, exposing the bone beneath. With a pained gasp, Lin Shaoqing's complexion turned ashen. Amidst the chaos, a clever young servant, having caught Lin Shaoqing's earlier glance, darted from Yunbian building towards Shuntian Prefecture and the Northtown Protector's office of the Jinyiwei to deliver the news. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm and fighting through dizziness, Lin Shaoqing positioned himself once more before Meng Qi, engaging the two assailants. Although he possessed some martial skills, he was ultimately no match for these desperate criminals and soon found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining additional injuries. Meng Qi, witnessing Lin Shaoqing's reckless bravery and bloodied struggle to protect her, felt her heart wrenched as if torn asunder. Tears blurred her vision. It was him, once again. In her direst moment, he stood unwaveringly before her. How could she bear such friendship, such sacrifice? "Young Master Lin, you must flee. Don't worry about me," she cried, desperately attempting to push him away. I am fine." Lin Xiaoqing gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his brow, yet stubbornly shielded her with his body. His gaze resolute. "I will never allow them to harm you." Just as he felt himself on the verge of collapse, the assailant's daggers poised to strike once more. A chilling, authoritative voice resonated through the air. "Bold ruffians, the Jinyiwei is here." The command rang out with a piercing intensity akin to the clash of steel. Immediately, several dark figures surged into the courtyard like lightning. Leading them was Yuan Qingyan. Behind him, Zhao Fei brandished an embroidered spring knife, his eyes sharp as lightning. Upon encountering the bloodied Lin Xiaoqing, who still shielded Meng Qi, and the tear-streaked, frightened visage of Meng Qi, a tempest of fury ignited in the depths of Yuan Qingyan's calm, phoenix-like gaze. A bone-chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. Seeking death, without even drawing his sword, he moved with an ethereal grace, closing in on the two assailants like a specter. A few sharp cracks echoed, accompanied by two piercing screams. As the two previously formidable men fell to the ground like kites severed from their strings, lifeless and unresponsive. This transpired in the blink of an eye, a speed that rendered one almost incapable of reaction. Zhao Fei immediately commanded the Imperial guards accompanying him to encircle the courtyard, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Only at that moment did Meng Qi's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settle back into place. She gazed at the man who had descended like a divine being, effortlessly resolving the crisis. And what surged within her was not merely relief, but a labyrinth of complex emotions. "Young Master Lin, are you all right?" She snapped back to reality, hastily supporting the swaying Lin Xiaoqing, her eyes drawn to the gruesome wound on his arm, deep enough to see the bone, with blood flowing incessantly, causing tears to flood anew. I am fine," Lin Xiaoqing replied, his gaze fixed on her tear-streaked face. The warmth of her trembling fingers against his arm easing his pain considerably, stirring an indescribable exhilaration within him. She was concerned for him. Yuan Qingyan observed this scene, watching Meng Qi delicately examine Lin Xiaoqing's injury, her eyes betraying unmasked worry and urgency. Even his usually icy demeanor seemed to crack slightly. His hand, resting on the hilt of his sword, instinctively tightened. "Thank you, Lord Yuan, for your timely intervention. I shall forever remember your kindness." Lin Xiaoqing, with Meng Qi's assistance, managed to steady himself and bowed slightly towards Yuan Qingyan. Although his tone was polite, it bore an unmistakable hint of detachment and dissatisfaction. He continued, however, "I must express my confusion. Might Lord Yuan enlighten me?" Yuan Qingyan's gaze turned toward him, still frigid. "Please speak, young Master Lin. Since Miss Meng Qi has been exonerated, why then does she still attract such mortal peril?" Lin Xiaoqing met his cold gaze without flinching. Pressing on, Lord Yuan released her from the Imperial guards, claiming it was for her safety. Yet now it appears that Yunbian Tower is hardly a place of security. If not for her involvement in the major case you are investigating, would such desperate assailants have targeted her? His words, though veiled in politeness, bore an unmistakable accusatory undertone. "It is your case, Lord Yuan, that has placed Meng Qi in such jeopardy." Yuan Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly as an invisible pressure enveloped the air. "Are you implying that I should not pursue this case? Or that I should not have released her?" "I would not dare," Lin Xiaoqing replied, lowering his head slightly, yet his tone remained poised and assertive. "I merely believe that since Miss Meng Qi is no longer a suspect, she should not be entangled in such perilous circumstances. She is a rare culinary prodigy. Her realm should be at the stove, in the kitchen, not amidst this chaotic strife." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Meng Qi, his eyes brimming with tenderness and an almost fervent resolve. "If Lord Yuan cannot ensure her safety, I am willing to risk everything to protect her." This declaration was nothing short of a challenge, a bold proclamation directed at Yuan Qingyan. Yuan Qingyan gazed into Lin Xiaoqing's eyes, where unwavering determination shone through. He then cast a glance at Meng Qi, who appeared somewhat dazed and touched by Lin Xiaoqing's words. Suddenly, his hand clenched tightly at his side. An inexplicable restlessness and possessiveness, foreign even to him, surged within his heart like an uncontrollable wildfire. Meng Qi belonged to him, albeit merely as a nominal food consultant. When did it become Lin Xiaoqing's place to interfere with her safety? Yet, his facade remained calm and unruffled. Though his voice had grown even colder than before, I appreciate the goodwill of young Master Lin, but until this case is resolved, no one can remain uninvolved. As for Meng Qi's safety, his gaze, as if imbued with substance, fell upon Meng Qi's tear-streaked face, and he pronounced each word deliberately. Those who belong to me, I shall protect. There is no need for outsiders to concern themselves. The phrase "those who belong to me" echoed like thunder in the hearts of Meng Qi and Lin Xiaoqing. Lin Xiaoqing's expression darkened in an instant. Meanwhile, Meng Qi's heart was thrown into disarray. What did Yuan Qingyan mean by this? Was he declaring his claim? When had she become his? She looked into Yuan Qingyan's fathomless eyes, which seemed to burn with an emotion she could not comprehend, and then at Lin Xiaoqing, who had sustained injuries while rescuing her. His gaze still tender and fervent. Her heart felt as if it were being seared by two scorching irons, torn between tumultuous waves and utter bewilderment. Chapter 35. A warm heart on a jade mat within the tranquil chamber of Yunbian Tower, where Lin Xiaoqing recuperated. A delicate fragrance of medicine mingled with the more ethereal scent of orchids. Autumn sunlight filtered through intricately cracked, ice-patterned window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, illuminating the space with warmth and serenity, so unlike the palpable tension emanating from the outside world, where investigations were underway, as if they belonged to two entirely different realms. Meng Qi sat beside the bed, cradling a bowl of warm, fragrant lotus root and barley rib soup. With a petite silver spoon, she carefully scooped a spoonful of the clear broth, gently blowing on it to cool, before tenderly bringing it to Lin Xiaoqing's lips. "Young Master Lin, drink slowly. It's still hot." Her voice was soft, imbued with a warmth she herself had not fully realized. A gentle smile graced Lin Xiaoqing's pale face as he obediently opened his mouth to swallow the heartfelt soup. The broth was light yet flavorful, the lotus root tender and glutinous, the barley slightly chewy, with the essence of the pork ribs fully infused, providing nourishing warmth, perfect for post-injury recovery. "Thank you, Miss Meng Qi," he remarked, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her close, beautiful face, marked by concern and guilt. This soup was far more effective than any miraculous elixir. Meng Qi felt somewhat uneasy under his unabashed, fervent gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she quickly lowered her head to continue feeding him. "You flatter me, young master. You were injured while saving me. It is only right that I do this." The memory of that harrowing day, the sight of him bravely shielding her, and the deep, bone-revealing wound on his arm, filled her heart with an ineffable gratitude and a lingering fear. Had it not been for him, had it not been for Yuan Qingyan's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No, it was not meant to be. Lin Xiaoqing gently shook his head, extending his uninjured right hand, yearning to grasp hers, which held the bowl. Yet, at the precipice of contact, he hesitated, pausing with a touch of reverence. He simply regarded her with those eyes, typically filled with mirth, now imbued with an unusual seriousness, and softly uttered, "Meng Qi, you need not blame yourself. Protecting you is my heartfelt desire. Even if I had to relive it all, I would harbor no regrets." His voice, though soft, resonated with an unwavering resolve, imbued with a tenderness potent enough to thaw the iciest of hearts. Meng Qi's heart rippled as though a stone had been cast into still waters, sending wave after wave of emotion. She lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes, brimming with gentleness and determination, momentarily lost in their depths. During his convalescence, she had remained steadfastly by his side, tending to him without falter, changing his dressings, bathing him, preparing 3 meals a day. She witnessed his transformation from frail pallor to gradual recovery, observing the veneer of his usual composure dissolve, occasionally revealing the vulnerability and dependence characteristic of the injured. More significantly, She noted the growing affection in his gaze, akin to a rich broth simmering over a low flame, deepening and becoming increasingly undeniable. She was not an unfeeling block of wood. Lin Shaoqing's kindness, marked by meticulous care and selfless devotion, transcended ordinary friendship. Each act etched in her memory, especially after their brush with death, the icy barrier erected within her heart due to her status, suspicions, and complex feelings towards Yuan Qingyan seemed to be genuinely beginning to thaw. Gratitude, admiration, and an indescribable fluttering sensation filled her heart towards him. However, in the stillness of night, another figure would intrude upon her thoughts unbidden, the cold and distant commander of the Jinyiwei. The man who had rescued her from the depths of despair and appeared like a deity in her direst moments. The man who, with a domineering declaration, had cast a heavy stone into the lake of her heart. Yuan Qingyan. Her emotions towards him were a tumult of fear, vigilance, and resentment, intermingled with an inexplicable pull and curiosity. He resembled an unfathomable whirlpool, perilous yet irresistibly alluring. Lin Shaoqing's tenderness was akin to the warm embrace of spring sunlight, soothing and reassuring, while Yuan Qingyan's presence was like a summer storm, fierce and shocking. Caught between these two forces, she felt her heart sway like a candle flickering in the wind, uncertain and indecisive. Meanwhile, within the Jinyiwei Northern Command, Yuan Qingyan listened intently to Zhao Fei's report concerning the interrogation of the two captured assassins. My lord, Zhao Fei's expression was grave. The two are remarkably stubborn. Even under duress, they refuse to divulge the identity of their mastermind. They only insist they were hired by a mysterious merchant from the south, with the objective of abducting the chef Meng. Should they encounter resistance, they are to eliminate on sight. A mysterious merchant from the south? A glint of icy resolve flashed in Yuan Qingyan's eyes. Once again, it seemed connected to the southern region, likely linked to the drug merchant of the southern border. The Heartbreak Herb. Ultimately, their intentions were directed towards her. The two individuals had taken their own lives by poison in their prison cell the previous night. Zhao Fei's voice deepened, revealing the venom concealed within his words, which acted swiftly, leaving no opportunity for intervention. The trail had once again gone cold. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingyan exhibited little surprise. This had been within his expectations. A foe who operated with such meticulous ruthlessness would never willingly leave a survivor. Yet, this further affirmed his assessment that Meng Qi had become an indispensable target for the adversary, or rather, a thorn in their side that must be swiftly removed. She possessed too much knowledge, and her mere existence posed the gravest threat to Xianchu and the conspiracy lurking behind it. Returning her to Yunbian building appeared safe. Yet it possibly placed her in an even more precarious and vulnerable position. A wave of inexplicable agitation and apprehension quietly seized Yuan Qingyan's heart. He had always prided himself on his strategic foresight, remaining calm and rational. However, this time, concerning the safety of that kitchen maid, his judgment seemed to falter. Dispatch orders immediately, he commanded in a tone colder than usual. From this moment on, increase personnel to conduct uninterrupted covert surveillance within and around Yunbian building, especially the courtyard where Meng Qi resides. Ensure that not even a fly can enter. Understood. Zhao Fei promptly accepted the command, though hesitated to add, my lord. As for the young Master Lin, he is aware that Yunbian building is ultimately the Lin family's territory. The Jinyiwei's overt deployment of personnel may alert young Master Lin. Yuan Qingyan interrupted him, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. This is to safeguard a crucial witness and the security of Yunbian building itself. If he possesses any intelligence, he will cooperate. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the window, directed towards the Yunbian building, his voice lowered. How's she been lately? Zhao Fei understood well whom his master referred to and quickly reported, replying to my lord. The kitchen maid Meng has been diligently caring for young Master Lin, hardly leaving his side. His injuries are recovering quite rapidly. I have heard from the staff at Yunbian building that young Master Lin seems to be particularly attentive toward her. Particularly attentive? Yuan Qingyan repeated those 4 words, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. Humph. merely a display of useless feminine compassion. When true danger arrives, his meager skills will protect no one. His tone bore unmistakable disdain and a bitterness he himself had yet to recognize. Zhao Fei lowered his head, refraining from further comment. After years of service, it was the first time he witnessed such an emotional side of his lord, particularly in regard to a woman. It seemed the kitchen maid Meng held far greater significance in Yuan Qingyan's heart than he had ever imagined. Maintained close observation of Yunbian Building's activities, Yuan Qingyan composed himself, resuming his aloof demeanor, particularly concerning young Master Lin and Meng Qi's movements. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes. Once Zhao Fei departed, Yuan Qingyan stood alone before the window, gazing at the dimming twilight beyond. In this moment, he is haunted by the thought that she may be nestled beside another man. Her charming laughter and tender care creating a vivid image that ripples through the tranquil lake of his heart, stirring emotions he cannot contain. He reassures himself that intensifying his vigilance over her is a protective measure, a necessity for the investigation. Yet, deep within, a voice cries out, "She is under my protection, and no one shall covet her." This burgeoning sentiment, laced with a fierce possessiveness, begins to entwine itself within him like a vine breaking through the soil, growing wildly in his heart, leaving him feeling both alien and unmoored. Chapter 36. Layered waves pressing upon a vulnerable vessel, the autumn rain drapes the capital in a shroud of damp chill. But the cold that permeates the North Town Protectorate office of the Jinyiwei is even more biting. Since Yuan Qingyan subtly directed the investigation towards the enigmatic noble known by the codename Xuanhe, whose identity is likely intertwined with the depths of the Imperial Palace, the already turbulent situation has erupted into chaos. On this day, Yuan Qingyan emerged from Commander Liu Bing's study, his countenance as frigid as if cloaked in frost. Liu Bing's demeanor, once cautious, had transformed into an almost commanding insistence on restraint. "Qingyan," he spoke earnestly, his gaze exuding an undeniable pressure. "The Shui case has far-reaching implications, attracting attention from all corners. With the deaths of Qian Fu and Sun Henny now clarified and the black market disturbances quelled, your achievements are commendable. However, the so-called Xuanhe may merely be a fabrication, a phantom born of rumor. The current political landscape is delicate. The emperor prioritizes stability, and further inquiry into this matter is ill-advised. You are still young, with a boundless future ahead. Do not let momentary passion lead to your own downfall." He even suggested that the seized evidence, such as the Longxi moss, could be deemed of uncertain origin and stored away, thereby closing the case. Yuan Qingyan listened in silence, refraining from rebuttal or agreement. Yet his clenched fist concealed within his sleeve betrayed his simmering anger and frustration. Close the case? Allow the true puppeteers to roam free while the innocent remain wronged? Absolutely not. Yet the pressure from above was far from over. His capable subordinates, tasked with tracing leads related to Xuanhe, were being reassigned to distant posts under various pretexts, or were simply commandeered by the Southtown Protectorate, whose chief had long held animosity towards him, drastically diminishing his resources. The storage room, housing crucial evidence such as the ledgers seized from the Baichao Pavilion and suspicious herbal sample from Old Man He's medicine cabinet, was now under intensified surveillance, ostensibly to protect the evidence, yet rendering any further examination exceedingly difficult. Within the Jinyiwei, the atmosphere was ripe with trepidation. Yuan Qingyan, despite his youth, held a prominent position, attracting envy. Now, it seemed he had unwittingly provoked a powerful figure, causing even those colleagues who had previously been at odds with him, as well as officials eager to protect themselves from danger, to draw clear boundaries. He walked through the cold, shadowy corridor of the Northern Town Command, acutely aware that the once fervent, or at least superficially respectful gazes now turned evasive, indifferent, and even tinged with a hint of malicious glee. "Have you heard? The town commandant Yuan has surely struck a hard wall this time." Indeed, so young and yet so naive, daring to investigate anyone. TSK, even Commander Liu personally advised him. Yet he remains obstinate. I dare say, his tenure as town commandant may not last much longer. These deliberately hushed, yet distinctly audible discussions pricked at his heart like icing needles. Nevertheless, his countenance remained aloof and dignified, as if he were impervious to it all. Yet his usually sharp, hawk-like eyes now bore a frost-like veil, rendering them inscrutable. Only Zhao Fei remained steadfast, like a silent and unyielding rock, closely trailing behind him. "My lord, you need not heed their idle chatter." After retreating to the signing room and dismissing others, Zhao Fei could no longer contain himself, his voice imbued with indignation and injustice. "They are but sycophants, swaying with the wind. I have faith in you, my lord. Whatever decision you make, I shall follow you to the death." Zhao Fei had endured pressures no less than those of Yuan Qingyan in recent days. Coming from humble beginnings and lacking a foundation within the Jinyiwei, he had risen to his current position solely through his exceptional martial skills and unwavering loyalty to Yuan Qingyan. Now, signs of Yuan Qingyan's decline became increasingly evident, as many of his former comrades, even some who had once supported him, subtly urged Zhao Fei to seek more favorable circumstances, cautioning him against following Yuan Qingyan into the abyss. Moreover, Lu Tongji from the Southern Town Command, who had always been at odds with Yuan Qingyan, even sent someone to entice him, offering high positions and generous rewards should he choose to abandon the darkness for the light. Yet, Zhao Fei unhesitatingly refused each time. On one occasion, faced with an almost insulting suggestion from a former colleague to surrender, he nearly drew his sword in anger. "My lord's kindness is a debt I can never repay, even at the cost of my life." He gazed at Yuan Qingyan, his eyes resolute as iron. "At your command, I would brave fire and water without a moment's hesitation." Yuan Qingyan looked upon this forthright and valiant man. Witnessing the untainted trust and allegiance in his eyes, and the chill born from betrayal and isolation within him seemed to dissipate somewhat. He extended his hand, gently patting Zhao Fei's shoulder, an action he seldom took, imbued with reassurance and acknowledgement. "Fei," he began slowly, his voice still cool, yet carrying an imperceptible warmth. "I know, with you by my side, that is enough." Indeed, with Fei beside him, he was not fighting a lonely battle. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening and resolute once more. "Since the path before us is obstructed, we shall have to tread the hidden route." He approached the desk, unfurling a blank sheet of rice paper, dipping his wolf hair brush into the ink, and spoke with gravity. "Those who attempt to thwart us only reveal their fears the more they try to conceal. The identity of the Xuanhe and the truth behind the stone essence undoubtedly conceal secrets potent enough to destabilize their foundations. We must find that breakthrough before they completely seal off all leads. What are your plans, my lord?" Zhao Fei immediately leaned in, his expression earnest. "Since Commander Lu forbids us from investigating Xuanhe, we shall commence with the black market connections involved in trading with Xuanhe." A glimmer of astuteness sparkled in Yuan Qingyan's eyes. Although Baichao Pavilion has been dismantled, those long-standing clients who engaged in trade with them, along with the enigmatic southern herbalist, must still leave traces. Particularly, he paused, his gaze drifting toward the window, recalling a certain figure and the warm midnight snacks she had prepared, especially those unique preparation methods and accompanying herbs related to the stone essence, dragon breath moss. These items are not ordinary medicinal materials. Their origins and flows are bound to possess peculiarities. We require someone truly knowledgeable in these matters to assist us in identification and tracking. Zhao Fei felt a surge of realization. Is my lord referring to the dream chef? Yuan Qingyan did not respond directly, but merely said with a hint of detachment, "Although she has departed from the Jinyiwei, this case remains unresolved, and she still has an obligation to assist in the investigation. Moreover, placing her in Yunbian Tower may not guarantee her true safety." He picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed a few lines on paper, folded it neatly, and handed it to Zhao Fei. "You are to personally deliver this letter to Yunbian Tower and inform her that I require her assistance once more. This matter is of great significance and pertains to her own safety." Zhao Fei accepted the letter, gazing into Yuan Qingyan's profound and inscrutable eyes. And suddenly a thought struck him. Perhaps my lord's decision to send the dream chef away was not solely for her protection. but rather to allow her to operate more freely outside the constraints of the Jinyiwei for his benefit. This notion sent a shiver through him. Yet he dared not inquire further, merely bowing in compliance. Yes, I shall proceed at once. After Zhao Fei departed, Yuan Qingyan stood alone in the empty signing chamber. The rain outside seemed to intensify, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. He understood he was embarking on a perilous gamble. Involving Meng Qi once more in this vortex of danger may be unfair to her. Yet, he had no alternative. To unveil the truth and to unearth those lurking in the shadows, he must employ every available resource. And that chef, with her eyes that could discern the secrets behind flavors and her nose that could identify the world's rarest herbs, might be the only glimmer of hope he could grasp in this seemingly unwinnable game. He approached the desk, picked up the already cold teacup beside him, and drained it. The icy liquid slid down his throat, but could not extinguish the growing fire within his heart. This battle has only just begun. Chapter 37. The hidden sentiments beyond the wall. As autumn deepens, the chill seeps into the bones. The grand palaces and towers of the capital, shrouded in continuous drizzle, appear even more solemn and oppressive. This weight of oppression has nearly formed a tangible presence within the northern pacification department of the Jinyiwei. Yuan Qingyan sat upright behind a desk cluttered with scrolls and documents, his handsome visage appearing somewhat excessively pale under the flickering candlelight. Only his phoenix-like eyes retained their cold, star-like brilliance, glimmering with an indomitable sharpness. Yet beneath that sharpness lay an unmistakable trace of fatigue and desolation. The pressure from the Xuanhe faction surged like an ever-rising tide, threatening to completely submerge his fragile vessel. The overt channels of investigation had been nearly entirely obstructed, while covert obstacles and snares proliferated endlessly. He sensed a vast, frigid net slowly tightening around him, intent not only on burying the truth of the Shui case, but also on dragging him, the obstinate seeker of truth, into the abyss. He had not closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days. His mind operated like a high-speed machine, relentlessly replaying every detail of the case, attempting to extract a path for retaliation from the deliberately obfuscated and even erased traces. However, his adversary was far too formidable and cautious, every step meticulously calculated, leaving him with a sense of pent-up frustration, as if possessing great strength but lacking an outlet for its expression. "My lord," Zhao Fei said, gently placing a cup of hot tea beside him, his voice laced with unmasked concern, "You ought to rest for a moment. Even the strongest body cannot endure this." Yuan Qingyan did not meet his gaze, but merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. He lifted the teacup, hoping for a refreshing sip, only to find the tea had turned cold. Frowning, he set the cup back down and rubbed his aching temples. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A young officer entered, holding a food box, his demeanor humble and respectful. "My lord, a late-night meal has arrived from Yunbian Tower." Once again, it was Yunbian Tower. Since Meng Qi had left the Beijing Fusée and returned to Yunbian Tower, the special late-night offerings from the small kitchen had not ceased. Each night, without fail, Zhao Fei would personally collect a food box and quietly deliver it to Yuan Qingyan's desk. Initially, Yuan Qingyan presumed this was merely the cook's polite gesture or a subtle test of some sort. However, he gradually realized it was far more than that. The food within the box bore no trace of provocation or insinuation. Instead, it was a carefully curated selection of nourishing delicacies, radiating warmth. Sometimes it was a nourishing snow fungus soup, other times a soothing lotus seed porridge, or perhaps a restorative black-boned chicken soup. Each dish chosen for its gentle, fortifying ingredients, prepared with exquisite care, as if intuitively knowing precisely what he needed at that moment. Yuan Qingyan had never commented on these late-night meals, nor inquired about Meng Qi's well-being from Zhao Fei. Yet, he had never turned them away. Whenever the night grew deep, and he felt overwhelmed by the weight of his duties and the immense pressure, that bowl of food, lovingly crafted by her hands and imbued with familiar warmth and delicate fragrance, became his sole and most clandestine solace. It was as though the warmth of the soup sliding into his stomach could temporarily quell the suffocating fatigue and anxiety, allowing him to gather a semblance of courage to confront the boundless darkness ahead. Zhao Fei opened tonight's food box. Inside was a bowl of fish head soup, meticulously simmered with Gastrodia alata and Ligusticum chuanxiong over a gentle fire. The broth, a rich milky white, exuded the fresh aroma of fish, intertwined with the distinctive fragrance of the medicinal herbs, carrying a hint of bitterness that invigorated the senses. The fish head was tender and succulent, its essence fully infused into the soup, complemented by slices of warming ginger and plump red dates. The calming properties of Gastrodia alata and the invigorating qualities of Ligusticum chuanxiong were clearly tailored to alleviate his persistent headaches, a consequence of his recent mental strain. Yuan Qingyan gazed at the steaming bowl of fish head soup, and the tension within him, tightened by frustration and pressure, seemed to ease ever so slightly. He lifted the spoon and began to sip quietly. The broth, rich and flavorful, melded the subtle sweetness of Gastrodia alata with the piquant notes of Ligusticum chuanxiong, perfectly balancing the slight fishiness of the head, leaving behind a comforting warmth. The dull ache that had lingered in his mind, a result of late nights and excessive worry, appeared to diminish with each sip of the hot soup. He could envision the woman in the small kitchen of Yunyan building, perhaps equally illuminated by a soft light, furrowing her brow as she perused ancient culinary texts. He could see her diligently selecting ingredients, carefully controlling the heat, infusing her concern and affection into every drop of the soup. Though she had distanced herself from this tumultuous world, seemingly free to immerse herself in her newfound life, why did she still care so deeply? Did she sense his current plight? Or perhaps a part of her still held on to him, unwilling to let go? This thought rippled through his usually tranquil heart like a stone cast into a still pond. He consumed the soup entirely, leaving not a trace of fish or herbs behind. As he set down the spoon, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and his mind felt remarkably clearer. He glanced at the pile of vexing documents on the table, and then at the dark night outside, a renewed glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. He could no longer remain passive. If his adversaries pressed on relentlessly, he too must take bold actions. Seizing a brush, he began to write swiftly on a blank sheet of rice paper. He intended to convey his plan, one that might offer a glimmer of hope amidst despair, to the only person capable of aiding him. Meanwhile, in the elegant little kitchen of Yunyan building, Meng Qi too found sleep elusive. She had just bid farewell to Zhao Fei, who came for a late-night snack. His demeanor was graver and more fatigued than in recent days, his eyes shadowed by an unmistakable worry. Though he said nothing and hurriedly took the food box before departing, Meng Qi, with her keen perception, sensed the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm. Yuan Qingyan's situation was likely quite dire. She understood that his decision to let her go was an act of protection. Yet she also realized she was no caged canary, content to bask in the ease of being sheltered. Her entanglement with the Shui case ran too deep for her to remain detached. Moreover, she found herself unable to suppress thoughts of him. Was he, at this very moment, consumed by the complexities of the case? Did the ache in his injured arm still throb with pain? When confronted with the pressures from above, did he feel even a trace of loneliness? Such concerns entwined her heart like delicate tendrils, rendering her restless. The only solace she could offer him seemed to reside in the bowls of soup infused with her every care and worry. She approached the stove, gazing at the still-warm clay pot containing the fish head soup, and sighed softly. She recognized that her feelings for Lin Shaoqing were a mixture of gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of vague affection. His kindness towards her was unwavering, gentle, and attentive, akin to a warmth that would never fade. The thought of remaining at Yunbian Tower, honing her culinary skills beneath his nurturing wings and pursuing her dreams, appeared to be her ultimate sanctuary. Yet, why did her heart remain tethered to that cold figure, hundreds of feet away, at the eye of the storm? Yuan Qingyan resembled an unrefined piece of cold jade, externally frigid and hard, yet seemingly harboring a trace of unrecognized warmth and fragility within. At least, when she tended to his wounds, and during those moments he silently consumed every late-night meal she brought him, she felt a fleeting warmth beneath that impenetrable exterior. This sensation left her bewildered and anxious, ensnaring her in its grasp. Perhaps this was what one might call a fateful entanglement. As her thoughts spiraled, a subtle knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Who could it be at such a late hour? Cautiously, she approached the door and inquired softly, "Who is it?" A familiar yet weary voice responded from outside. "Chef Meng, it is I, Zhao Fei." Zhao Fei? Why had he returned? Had something happened with Yuan Qingyan? Meng Qi's heart tightened instinctively, and she quickly opened the gate. There stood Zhao Fei, weathered and grave, clutching a letter sealed with wax. "This is a personal missive from the gentleman, instructing me to deliver it to you without delay," he said, handing the letter to Meng Qi, his gaze laden with complexity. "The gentleman emphasized its significance and its relation to your own safety. Please consider it carefully." With that, he offered a respectful nod and swiftly vanished into the night. Holding the letter, still warm from his grasp, Meng Qi felt her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. Was he finally ready to reveal his plans to her? Chapter 38. A letter of intrigue in the night was cool as water, and the moonlight filtered through the elegant window panes of Yunbian Tower, casting a silvery glow upon the writing desk. Meng Qi clutched the letter from Yuan Qingyan, delivered by Zhao Fei in the dead of night, her fingertips lingering on the faint scent of ink and an almost imperceptible urgency hidden beneath the calm words. In the letter, he did not mention the challenges he faced, but succinctly noted that the case regarding the stone marrow had reached a critical juncture. He required her expertise in the properties of ingredients to assist in analyzing some crucial records obtained from within Yunbian Tower, in hopes of uncovering a breakthrough. At the conclusion, he added, "This matter may involve peril. If you are unwilling, it matters not." This seemingly offered her a choice, yet it resembled more of a provocation, or a silent expectation of her wisdom and courage. Instantly, her heart became tumultuous. During her recent days at Yunbian Tower, she had experienced the most tranquil and comforting time since leaving her hometown. Lin Shaoqing's meticulous care enveloped her like the warm sun of spring, gradually dispelling the gloom and fear that had shadowed her since her days in the Imperial prison and the courtyard of the Jinyiwei. She had regained a bright and clean dwelling, a kitchen where she could wholeheartedly express her culinary talents, and a tangible, beautiful vision of the future within reach. Wasn't it her initial dream to remain here, to hone her culinary skills, to participate in the golden knife competition, and to live peacefully under Lin Shaoqing's protection? Yet, Yuan Qingyan's letter fell like a boulder into a placid lake, shattering the surface of this tranquility. She understood that he must be under immense pressure and danger at that moment. The behemoth concealed beneath the codename Xuanhe was with invisible hands, attempting to stifle the truth and eradicate any who dared to seek it. And she, having learned too many secrets about Longsitai, had unwittingly become a crucial node in this vast web. Whether she wished it or not, she could hardly remain untouched. Moreover, could she truly find solace in this peace while leaving behind the man who once shielded her from poisoned arrows? The one who had offered her a glimmer of hope in her darkest hour, alone in the eye of the storm? That night, Yuan Qingyan, enduring excruciating pain in the distillery, remained calm and directed everything, even suppressing a tremor in his hand as he pressed down on her shoulder when she approached. Those images were etched into her heart like a brand. She could not deny that, aside from fear and vigilance, she harbored an indescribable concern and worry for him. A soft sigh echoed in the stillness of the room. Meng Qi carefully tucked away the letter and then retrieved the detailed dining records of the distinguished guest, Xuanhe, from the Tianzi private room, which Lin Shaoqing had provided her. This was a show of his unwavering support for the investigation, obtained from the internal archives under considerable pressure, even more detailed than Yuan Qingyan's original request. She unfurled the rice paper, ground the ink, and laid the records out one by one on the desk. She resolved that, whether she ultimately chose to risk herself again or not, she would first do her utmost to uncover any potential flaws that could alter the course of events from these cold, written records. Beneath the flickering light, she immersed herself in the intricate menus and special dietary requirements. Her gaze was focused and keen, as though she could penetrate the paper and visualize the extravagant banquets of yore, discerning the subtle hints about Xuanhe's physical condition hidden beneath the sumptuous dishes. Indeed, Xuanhe's palate was as peculiar and fastidious as rumored. He favored various nourishing ingredients, even those of a potent nature, such as deer antler, tiger whip, seahorse, and snake gall, yet held a profound aversion to certain common tonics like ginseng and astragalus, explicitly demanding that they never appear on his menu. He exclusively consumes water from specific springs in the Yuan Mountain of suburban Beijing, which must be stored in a specially crafted silver kettle and gently heated. His choice of dining utensils is exceedingly fastidious. Aside from the dark jade bowl reserved for his secret broth, all other bowls, plates, and cups are mandated to be fashioned from pure white shell offered from the South China Sea, reputed for its ability to test for poison and its untainted nature that does not interfere with medicinal properties. What piques Meng Qi's curiosity the most are his repeated dependencies on certain specific supplementary ingredients and his aversions to some commonplace foodstuffs. Records indicate that Xuanhe requests the addition of his privately sourced or specially crafted spice powders and healthful herbal packages in his soups or main dishes almost every 3 to 5 days. The frequency of these requests appears to correlate subtly with specific solar terms or significant events occurring within the palace. Moreover, he exhibits an almost neurotic avoidance of several common ingredients known for their dispersive or detoxifying properties. For instance, mung beans, white radishes, and even certain pungent leafy vegetables are strictly prohibited from gracing his table. This is not merely a matter of taste preference. It resembles a pathological fear, an anxiety that these items might clash with or diminish the potency of the remedies he is consuming. Meng Qi meticulously records these observations and then opens the thick tome, the Qilu Culinary Treasures, which embodies generations of her family's dedication. This volume is not merely a cookbook. It is an encyclopedic compendium encompassing the medicinal properties of ingredients, dietary therapies, and even bizarre herbs. She diligently searches for references to dragon's breath moss, soul severing grass, and purple gold sand, along with their potential side effects and the ingredients that may either clash with or complement them. Gradually, a vague outline begins to crystallize in her mind. Xuanhe has been consuming potent remedies primarily composed of dragon's breath moss, supplemented by soul severing grass and purple gold sand, likely to suppress a chronic ailment that is either extremely cold in nature or depletes his vital essence. This ailment may render him sensitive to cold, fatigued, and even impact physiological functions related to authority and dignity. While dragon's breath moss and its counterparts may temporarily elevate yang energy and induce exhilaration, the inherent toxins and fiery properties they contain would undoubtedly impose a significant burden and harm upon the body. Thus, Xuanhe must exercise extreme caution to avoid foods that might neutralize the efficacy of his medicine or provoke toxic backlash, while simultaneously relying on certain specific ingredients or vessels, such as the dark jade bowl and shell dishes, to equilibrate or guide the medicinal effects. His preference for the specific spring water from Yuan Mountain may also correlate with certain trace minerals within that harmonize the medicinal properties. As for his aversion to traditional energy-boosting substances like ginseng and astragalus, it is even more intriguing. The Qilu Culinary Treasures records that certain extremely cold and toxic substances, when encountered with potent yang-replenishing remedies, can ignite an even more violent backlash. Does this imply that the root of Xuanhe's affliction is not merely weakness, but rather something more perilous and enigmatic, potentially resulting from the practice of malevolent arts or exposure to strange toxins? This conjecture sends a chill through Meng Qi's heart. She meticulously articulated her analyses and conjectures in a letter addressed to Yuan Qingyan, each word imbued with detail. She was acutely aware that this intricate profile of the mysterious crane, derived from the Tianzi record and the Qilu Culinary Treasures, might provide a crucial direction for Yuan Qingyan's forthcoming investigation. By the time she finished the letter, the night had deepened. The rain outside had ceased unbeknownst to her, and a waning moon hung delicately at the treetops, casting a cold, silvery light that elongated her solitary silhouette. Yet within her heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. The letter was complete, the intelligence conveyed, But did she truly wish to forsake this fleeting tranquility and return to the eye of a storm fraught with perilous unknowns? "Miss Meng Qi, it is late. Why have you not retired?" A gentle voice, accompanied by a soft knock, resonated from outside her door. It was Lin Shaoqing. He seemed to have an uncanny ability to appear precisely when she needed him most, or perhaps when she found herself in the throes of indecision. Meng Qi hastily tucked the letter away and rose to open the door. Lin Shaoqing stood before her, holding a small, gilded food box, his face adorned with a warm smile. "I had the kitchen prepare some bird's nest soup for you, to soothe your spirit and nourish your lungs. After such a long day, you deserve a reprieve." He entered her chamber, placing the food box upon the table. His gaze inadvertently swept across the records sprawled on the desk and the freshly penned letter, a flicker of concern shadowing his eyes. Yet he refrained from probing further, instead softly inquiring, "Are you still troubled by the affairs of the Jinyiwei?" Meng Qi nodded, revealing no concealment. "Lord Yuan wishes for my continued assistance with the investigation." "Absolutely not." Lin Shaoqing's tone shifted abruptly, charged with fervor. He stepped closer, his expression almost pleading. "Meng Qi, you cannot return there. It is far too dangerous. Who is the mysterious crane? Even the Jinyiwei find him formidable. They dare to infiltrate Yunyan Tower and carry out assassinations in broad daylight. If you involve yourself further, he could not continue," gripping her wrist tightly. His usually warm and smiling eyes were now filled with urgency and fear. He dreaded losing her, terrified she would vanish like a leaf swept away in a tempest beyond his control. Sensing the warmth of his hand and the unmistakable sincerity of his concern, Meng Qi's heart trembled. "Young Master Lin," she attempted to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his grasp. "Please stay, will you?" His voice bore a hint of huskiness, a plea that lingered. "Remain at Yunyan Tower, remain by my side. Here, you will find the finest kitchen and the best ingredients. You can focus on honing your culinary skills and realizing your dreams. I will protect you with all my might, ensuring that no harm befalls you. As for the court's intrigues and schemes, they are not your burden to bear." His gaze was fervent and sincere, as if he wished to envelop her entirely within his essence. Meng Qi gazed back at him, seeing the profound love and unwavering resolve in his eyes. And the balance of her heart, once wavering, began to tilt dramatically. Indeed, staying seemed to be the most prudent choice. Safety, warmth, and the assurance of his protection, accompanied by dreams yet to be realized. Yet, once more, her mind conjured the image of Yuan Qingyan, his cold and aloof visage, and the resolute gaze that always shielded her in moments of peril. Could she truly leave him alone in the darkness, feeling justified in doing so? Chapter 39. The phoenix spreads its wings to reveal its true form in the northern town's supervisory office, the signing room, usually aglow with light, now lay enveloped in an unusual, almost palpable silence. The air was punctuated only by the occasional flicker of the candle's flame, and the unvoiced currents of thought that flowed within Yuan Qingyan's profound gaze resting upon the documents on the desk. Zhao Fei had just presented a report, the culmination of days spent in clandestine investigation, personally overseen by him. This report, akin to a perfectly fitted joint, seamlessly connected all previously scattered clues. The records from the Yunyan building, Meng Qi's precise characterization of the phoenix's condition, the ledgers from the black market's Baichao pavilion, and the testimony of old he regarding the dragon breath moss and the purple Su Buddha's hand, along with the black wooden token engraved with a flame totem, all converged into a singular narrative. All evidence ultimately pointed to one individual, a name that commanded respect and influence in the capital and throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Shun Wanquan, a merchant of unparalleled wealth from Jiangnan. He controlled vital trade routes for silk, tea, and porcelain, with rumors suggesting that his riches could purchase half the capital. More significantly, he was no ordinary merchant. His family had maintained close ties with the imperial court for generations, handling numerous royal tributes and rumored to be entangled in clandestine interests with the royal treasury. His estate rivaled that of nobility and opulence, and his connections spanned the corridors of power. Why, then, would such a man, basking in immense wealth and prestige, Risk everything by dabbling in the nefarious dragon breath moss? Why resort to the black market for such clandestine dealings? Yuan Qingyan's fingertips grazed the report from Meng Qi concerning the phoenix's condition. In this document, Meng Qi boldly posited, based on the phoenix's dietary dependencies and aversions, as well as the potential effects and side effects of substances like dragon breath moss, that the phoenix likely suffered from a chronic cold ailment. This affliction was not merely a common rheumatic pain, but a deep-seated condition that compromised his vitality and could even affect progeny. The potent dragon breath moss he consumed was a desperate attempt to forcibly elevate his yang energy, maintaining an appearance of health and vigor to safeguard his vast enterprise and social standing. Furthermore, his aversion to tonic herbs, such as ginseng and astragalus, hinted that the roots of his illness might be more complex than initially perceived. Zhao Fei's report, in a manner both startling and revealing, corroborated Meng Qi's deductions. He discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate several of the most renowned doctors in the capital who had once treated Shen Wanquan. These practitioners, having been silenced with substantial sums by Shen, revealed, through subtle inquiries and particular methods, a fragment of truth. Shen Wanquan indeed suffers from an exceedingly rare ailment, a chronic condition of internal coldness that has afflicted him since his youth. Despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians and exhausting various precious remedies, little progress has been made. Rather, his condition has worsened with age. In the past 2 years, he has become reclusive, rarely appearing in public, and when he does, he often seems overly agitated, exhibiting behavior that borders on the peculiar. As for the black wooden token, Zhao Fei unearthed some clues. The flame totem it bore was not the insignia of any official faction or martial sect. It resembled a symbol of an ancient cult that thrived between the southern frontier and the western regions, one that venerates the undying fire. Legends suggest that this sect employs various arcane substances and esoteric techniques in pursuit of immortality and power. Furthermore, it appears that Shen Wanquan had a past intertwined with commerce along the southwestern borders. All clues converge at this moment, centering around the enigmatic figure of Shen Wanquan, a merchant of boundless wealth, yet potentially ensnared by an incurable illness or a grotesque yearning for power. In his quest for survival or greater strength, he may have resorted to forbidden substances like dragon's breath moss and likely has dealings with a mysterious cult. Qianfu, Sun Hanyang, and Mr. Nan are but pawns in this clandestine supply chain, expendable at his whim. Yuan Qingyan slowly closed his eyes, a profound chill emanating from the depths of his heart. This adversary was even more formidable than he had anticipated. The true terror lay not in his official rank or power, but in the extensive wealth network that permeated every corner of the empire and his ruthless disregard for human life. To bring down such a figure, existing evidence alone would prove insufficient. He required a decisive strike potent enough to render all of Shen Wanquan's protections obsolete. The key to that strike may well rest upon the shoulders of the cook currently ensconced in Yunbian Tower, beset by her own emotional turmoil. Within the tranquil courtyard of Dream Qi in Yunbian Tower, serenity prevailed, yet this tranquility was shattered by an indescribable anxiety and uncertainty. On the writing desk lay a letter from Yuan Qingyan, seemingly imbued with an irresistible magic, drawing Dream Qi's gaze again and again. The familiar, vigorous handwriting on the page spoke of the master's plight and a weighty request for her to rise once more to the occasion. Her reply, a synthesis of her deepest insights and deductions regarding the mysterious crane, had already been taken by Zhao Fei, yet her heart remained in a state of indecision. Should she go, or should she stay? Reason urged her to remain at Yunbian Tower, the safest and wisest choice, fortified by Lin Shaoqing's protection, her beloved kitchen, and the dreams within her grasp. The path ahead, though potentially fraught with challenges, promised brightness and warmth. In contrast, Yuan Qingyan's world loomed as a fathomless whirlpool, each approach accompanied by unpredictable peril. The mere mention of Shen Wanquan, known as the mysterious crane, instilled a shiver of dread. Should she become entangled once more, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. A moment's carelessness could lead to her utter destruction. Yet, the scales of emotion uncontrollably, began to tilt towards another direction. She could not forget the resolute gaze of Yuan Qingyan as he shielded her from the poisoned arrow. Nor could she erase the memory of him silently consuming each bowl of soup she had sent, revealing an imperceptible dependence hidden beneath his icy facade. Above all, she could not forget his domineering, yet oddly comforting assertion. This official's person. She understood that he needed her, not merely for her skills, but for a warmth and support that perhaps even he had yet to recognize, a flicker of solace in this cold, harsh world. If she chose to retreat now, opting for comfort, would she still be the fearless Meng Qi who once pursued perfection before the flames of the stove? Dear Meng Qi, are you still troubled? Lin Shaoqing's voice, gentle as a spring breeze, echoed once more in her ears. She was unaware of when he had entered, holding a freshly brewed cup of Junshan silver needle, exuding a delicate orchid fragrance. Master Lin, she exclaimed, rising hastily, a strained smile gracing her lips. Lin Shaoqing set the tea before her, observing the unmistakable weariness and turmoil in her eyes, which tugged at his heartstrings. I know everything, he spoke softly. Captain Zhao just visited and took away your writings. He paused, his tone imbued with earnestness. Meng Qi, heed my counsel, if you will. Those matters have surpassed our control. Lord Yuan has his own responsibilities and methods. You need not place yourself in peril any longer. Stay and pursue what you love. Yunbian Tower will always be your home. His voice was tender and sincere, each word resonating within Meng Qi's wavering heart. Indeed, to remain would be delightful, safe, warm, with his companionship. As Meng Qi gazed into Lin Shaoqing's clear eyes filled with concern and affection, her resolve nearly wavered. However, at that moment, her gaze fell upon the corner of her desk, where the slightly dog-eared Chilu delicacies lay. She recalled her grandfather's last words. Sure, remember, a chef must not only be skilled in cooking, but also steadfast in one's heart. Ingredients hold truth and falsehood. Flavors possess good and evil, and so too do human hearts. Cooking is one such endeavor, as is living. Never lose that spirit of discernment and pursuit of genuine flavor. Discern truth from falsehood, pursue authentic flavor, and remain true to oneself. A surge of inexplicable strength suddenly welled up within her. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Lin Shaoqing's concerned eyes, the uncertainty and hesitation in her own gradually replaced by a clear, unshakable resolve. Master Lin, she spoke softly, her voice still gentle, but imbued with an unprecedented determination. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Yunbian Tower is indeed wonderful. She paused, inhaling deeply, as if making an extremely arduous yet irrevocable decision. Some matters, though known to be unattainable, must still be pursued. Some responsibilities, though heavy, cannot be shirked. Perhaps Lord Yuan does not truly need me, but I cannot turn a blind eye to this truth. She rose to her feet and, facing Lin Shaoqing, performed a profound and solemn bow. The kindness bestowed by young Master Lin would forever remain etched in Meng Qi's heart. Yet on this occasion, she humbly requested to take her leave. Lin Shaoqing gazed into her eyes, which sparkled with a resolute brilliance akin to the stars, and felt as though his heart had been violently shattered by some unseen force. He parted his lips, yearning to persuade her to utter something more, only to find that all words paled in the face of her unwavering determination. Ultimately, he could only let out a bitter and helpless sigh, fully aware that he could not hold on to her. Her heart had long since soared towards a realm fraught with peril and the unknown, a world he could never hope to reach. Chapter 40. The High Pavilion listening to the rain in the late autumn of the Western Mountains. The foliage was a riot of colors, a splendid tapestry of greens and golds, marking the most resplendent season of the year. However, as Yuan Qingyan ascended the winding, steep stone steps alone to the solitary pavilion, named Moon Embrace, perched atop the peak, she felt only an overwhelming sense of desolation and chill. It was not merely the biting mountain winds that caused her garments to flutter. It was also the presence of someone who had long awaited her arrival within the pavilion. She had received an invitation devoid of any signature, inscribed with a unique ink infused with a faint scent of ambergris, bearing the words Western Mountain Moon Embrace Pavilion. Shenauer, A brief meeting. Yet, the fragrance of this ink, along with the robust strokes that seemed to penetrate the paper, bore a familiar, languid nonchalance. His long elder brother, Yuan Qingsu. He was the esteemed left minister of the court, a figure revered since childhood as the Qilin of the Yuan family, known for his almost supernatural intellect, and now basking in imperial favor, wielding power far beyond his official title. The pavilion was built on the edge of a precipice, 3 sides open to the air, offering a sweeping view that encompassed the capital below, exuding a majestic aura reminiscent of standing atop the highest peak, surveying all lesser mountains. Inside, a pristine white marble table was set, adorned with an exquisite roux-kiln teapot, the fragrant steam curling delicately in the air. Seated beside the stone table was a figure, approximately in his 30s, possessing a slightly plump physique that did not appear cumbersome, but rather conveyed an air of dignified authority acquired through prolonged residence in high office. He was clad in a meticulously tailored robe woven with intricate patterns of black, silver, and azure, with a jade belt cinching his waist, idly toying with a folding fan crafted from ebony and dark brocade. Though it was late autumn, he did not unfurl the fan, instead lightly tapping the fan's bones with his fair, rounded fingertips, producing a rhythmically resonant sound. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Qingyan, yet his features were softer, lacking the sharpness that characterized her, and, consequently, he seemed devoid of the vibrant pulse of life. His expression was inscrutable, and his eyes were tranquil and unfathomable, resembling 2 ancient wells with no visible depths. Even as he observed Yuan Qingyan's approach, no ripples stirred within him. Behind him stood a young woman clad in a simple dress, her features indistinct, as if she were a mere wisp of existence. She held a delicate rosewood tray, upon which lay several exquisitely enticing confections, rose pastries, almond custard, and lotus cakes, creating a strange, incongruous tableau against the pavilion's stark, chilly ambience. "Have you arrived?" Yuan Qingsu did not rise, nor did he lift his gaze. Instead, he spoke in a calm, measured tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and asked a single question, as if the individual awaiting him was not his own flesh and blood brother, but rather an inconsequential subordinate. "Brother." Yuan Qingyan entered the pavilion, slightly nodding his head, observing the customary respect between equals. He understood that before his elder brother, any fade of politeness or tense confrontation would be futile. Only a direct approach would suffice. "Brother summoned me. For what purpose?" Only then did Yuan Qingsu slowly raise his eyes, his gaze landing on Yuan Qingyan with a calmness that suggested he was appraising an intriguing object. He did not respond to Yuan Qingyan's inquiry, but instead gestured towards the stone bench opposite the stone table. "Sit. Taste this pre-rain Longjing tea and these delicacies." His tone resembled an invitation, yet it bore the weight of an undeniable command. Yuan Qingyan complied and took a seat, yet refrained from touching the refreshments. He simply watched his elder brother in silence, awaiting the true words he wished to convey. The pavilion fell into a moment of stillness, punctuated only by the whistling of the mountain wind passing through the pillars and the rhythmic tapping of Yuan Qingsu's folding fan against his palm. After what felt like an eternity, Yuan Qingsu seemingly spoke casually. "I have heard that you have been quite preoccupied with the Yunbian Tower case, little Yin." He deliberately emphasized the phrase preoccupied, his tone laced with a subtle mockery. He never referred to Yuan Qingyan by his official title and seldom called him Qingyan. He either addressed him by his name or, as he did now, with a slight condescension paired with an affectionate undertone. Yuan Qingyan's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. For the sake of a mere accountant, a merchant, the city was in an uproar, even going so far as to employ the Jinyiwei to investigate and confiscate the filth of the black market. Yuan Qingsu leisurely picked up a piece of rose pastry, savoring it as if it were a rare delicacy, yet his tone remained unperturbed. "Is it worth it? Human lives are at stake, and until the truth is unveiled, a thorough investigation is warranted." Yuan Qingyan's voice was cold and resolute. "Truth?" Yuan Qingsu scoffed, setting down the pastry and elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin. A hint of icy arrogance, characteristic of those in power, flickered in his eyes. "Little Yin, you are still too naive. In this world, what absolute truth exists? There are only truths that are deemed necessary and permitted to exist. He paused, his gaze weighing heavily upon Yuan Qingyan's face. Do you believe that by uncovering the identity of the individual codenamed Xuanhe, Shun Wanjian, you are nearing the truth? A chill ran through Yuan Qingyan's heart. Indeed, he knew everything. He was fully aware of Xuanhe's true identity. Shun Wanjian, Yuan Qingsu remarked, lightly tapping his palm with a folding fan, his tone as if discussing an inconsequential commodity. A wealthy merchant from Jiangnan, his riches rivaling nations, but more importantly, his extensive network that reaches both the court and the common folk, along with the secrets in his possession, which could disturb many a peaceful night's sleep. Do you truly think such a person is one you can easily provoke? A prince is guilty, just as a commoner is. Yuan Qingyan's voice remained unwavering. Ha! Yuan Qingsu emitted a low, mocking laugh once more. A prince is guilty, just as a commoner is? Xiao Yan, despite your extensive reading of sage texts, why do you remain so naive to the ways of the world? He leaned forward, and within the depths of his calm, unperturbed eyes, a flicker of sharpness finally surfaced. I tell you, Shun Wanjian must not be disturbed. At least not now. He is not merely a merchant. He is akin to a pillar sustaining certain delicate balances within the court. Should he falter, the ensuing tremors would be unbearable for you and the entire Yuan family. For the sake of this so-called balance, must we disregard human life and indulge in wickedness? A glimmer of cold fire ignited in Yuan Qingyan's eyes. Human life? Yuan Qingsu's tone dripped with a chilling indifference. The likes of Qian Fu and Sun Henian are but pawns of desire. Their demise is of little consequence. As for Shun Wanjian, though his actions may be questionable, the immense wealth he annually contributes to the national treasury, along with the invaluable intelligence he possesses, far outweighs his trivial transgressions. He gazed at Yuan Qingyan's top profile, a smirk barely perceptible at the corners of his mouth, seemingly pleased with the reaction he had provoked. Xiao Yan, I know you are proud and aspire to pursue an absolute sense of fairness and justice with your limited cleverness. His tone softened, imbued with the condescension of an elder brother advising his younger sibling. Yet, you must comprehend that a crystal-clear stream harbors no fish. This world is inherently gray. The truly astute approach is not to seek the elimination of these shades of gray, but to learn to navigate and master them. He extended his hand, gently tapping Yuan Qingyan's chest with the fan's ribs. Your talents should not be squandered on these trivial matters. Within the court, there exists a broader realm, a stage more worthy of your capabilities, provided you are willing to heed my words and relinquish those impractical obsessions. His gaze deepened suddenly. Have you forgotten? Years ago, in the northwestern borders, driven by impulse, you recklessly led troops to pursue the barbarian tribes, nearly precipitating a catastrophe. Were it not for my discreet efforts to smooth over the aftermath, do you believe you would be able to sit securely in this position of the Jinyiwei's pacification envoy today? Yuan Qingyan's complexion paled instantly. He had not anticipated his brother would bring up that buried regret from his youth, an error made in his impetuousness. Although he had ultimately managed to rectify it without severe consequences, it had indeed left a mark. Brother, I've already taken care of those records. Yuan Qingsu interrupted him, his tone flat, yet imbued with a patronizing arrogance. As long as you understand the art of compromise. The matter concerning Shun Wanjian ends here. I can recommend you for a position in the Duzhuaiyuan, and perhaps even in the future, you might succeed me. This is the path a wise member of the Yuan family should tread. He regarded Yuan Qingyan with an almost creator-like scrutiny and anticipation, as if Yuan Qingyan were merely a piece of art in his hands, a carefully designed experiment. Yuan Qingyan fell silent. The mountain breeze outside seemed to grow colder, stirring a chill within him. He gazed at this blood relative, a man who had always been smarter, cooler, and more ruthless than he. He understood that his elder brother's words might hold wisdom, a clever path that could lead him to success and a bright future. Yet, another visage involuntarily surfaced in his mind, one that was resolute in the face of adversity in the prison, calm and focused at the scene of the incident, and lively and clever in the kitchen. He recalled her words, A cook must not only excel in culinary skills, but also uphold one's true self. Upholding one's true self. Indeed, Yuan Qingyan, despite being entrenched in the dark mire of the Jinyiwei and having witnessed the world's ugliness, still harbored an unwavering determination. Untainted in his heart, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Yuan Qingsu's tranquil eyes and spoke clearly and resolutely. I appreciate your good intentions, brother. However, our paths diverge, and we cannot conspire together. I have determined the matter concerning Shen Wanquan. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify completely. Chapter 41. Heart waves calmed. Facing peril in the elegant courtyard of Yunbian Tower, the autumn sun rarely peers through the persistent clouds of recent days, casting a few strands of soft golden warmth. However, this warmth seemed incapable of dispelling the layers of gloom and struggle within Meng Qi's heart. She clutched the letter from Yuan Qingyan tightly. The edges of the paper had become frayed from her unconscious rubbing. The handwriting was calm and restrained, much like the man himself. In just a few terse lines, he requested her assistance once more in analyzing the case. The closing remark, "If you are unwilling, it is also fine," appeared to offer her an escape, yet felt more like an invisible boulder pressing heavily upon her heart. Unwilling? How could she possibly be unwilling? The thought of that man, now confronting the overwhelming tides from the depths of the palace, capable of overturning everything, and the fatigue and isolation that might be concealed within his cool gaze, made her heart feel as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless. The nourishing midnight snacks she sent might warm his stomach temporarily, but how could they shield him from the frigid winds of power? Yet, staying seemed so enticing. "Miss Meng Qi, I have brewed you a pot of calming lily and licorice tea. Do give it a taste," came Lin Shaoqing's voice, akin to the warm sunlight outside, gently resonating with tender warmth. He entered the room holding a white porcelain teapot, his face adorned with his customary gentle smile, though a hint of unmasked concern lingered in his eyes. He placed the teacup on the writing desk before Meng Qi, his gaze briefly flicking over the unput-away letter and the open records of her analysis of Xuan's dietary habits from the previous night, and he sighed softly. Still troubled by Lord Yuan's affairs? He sat down, his voice soft as if afraid to disturb her. "Meng Qi, I know your kind heart and your exceptional wisdom. Lord Yuan values your talents, but this time is different. They are up against Shen Wanquan, the one whose wealth rivals nations, whose network spans the court and the officials, even making the palace wary. This is no longer a simple case to investigate. It is a struggle for power that you and I, as common folk, can scarcely fathom. If you continue to meddle," his voice bore a trace of urgency, even a hint of pleading, "please heed my advice and stay. Remain in Yunbian Tower. It is the safest haven. You can continue to create the dishes you cherish, delve into your recipes, and I shall assist you in realizing your dream of the golden chef's knife. Together, we can nurture Yunbian Tower into a veritable sanctuary. As for the storms and schemes beyond these walls, allow me to shield you from them, will you?" He reached out, yearning to grasp her hand, his gaze imbued with hope and profound affection. The future he envisioned was tranquil, beautiful, and suffused with the warmth of human experience, everything she had ever yearned for. Meng Qi gazed at him, observing the sincerity in his eyes, untainted by any impurities, and the determination he bore to confront the tempest for her sake. Her heart quivered violently. Indeed, to remain would be splendid. She could distance herself from bloodshed and cunning, pursue her culinary aspirations in peace, and be accompanied by a gentle and reliable partner like Lin Shaoqing. Was this not the most splendid conclusion a woman could hope for? She was on the verge of nodding in agreement. Yet, at that moment, familiar footsteps echoed at the courtyard entrance. It was Zhao Fei. He did not enter, but spoke in hushed tones to the family attendant guarding the door before hastily departing. However, Meng Qi keenly discerned the undeniable weariness and grim resolve etched upon his brow. His steps were heavier than usual, as if burdened by an immense weight. Just this glance was sufficient for her to envision the brewing tempest within the northern constabulary. Yuan Qingyan must be ensnared in a deeper predicament, perhaps utterly isolated. Might that man, who consistently concealed his emotions behind a facade of coldness, who always appeared strong and composed in her presence, now feel a flicker of helplessness? The mere thought pierced Meng Qi's heart, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through her. Slowly yet resolutely, she withdrew her hand from the palm that Lin Shaoqing was about to clasp. Lin Xiao, she raised her gaze to meet his astonished and wounded expression. Her eyes shimmering with remorse, but ignited by an unprecedented, resolute spark. I am sorry. Only those 3 words sufficed to convey her choice. Lin Shaoqing's countenance paled in an instant. He looked at her, at the familiar stubbornness in her eyes that once resolved was unyielding. He felt as though his heart had been violently torn asunder, leaving him breathless. Why? His voice trembled with disbelief. For him? That man who cast you into the Imperial prison, who views you as a mere pawn. Does he truly merit such perilous devotion from you? Not solely for him. Meng Qi gently shook her head, her gaze drifting to the expanse of sky confined by the towering walls outside, her voice soft yet resoundingly clear. It is for the truth. It is for those who perished unjustly. It is for the purity of my culinary heart, which I refuse to tarnish. A chef must discern not only the ingredients, but also right from wrong. These are the teachings of my grandfather, a path she has steadfastly adhered to. Shen Wanquan has employed forbidden substances, such as dragon breath moss, to harm others, possibly with nefarious intentions. This is no longer merely a homicide. It is a desecration of life and nature. Now that she has grasped a fragment of the truth, how can she find comfort while sheltered beneath this warm roof? Feigning ignorance? Furthermore, as she turns to gaze at Lin Shaoqing, her eyes reveal a complex, ineffable emotion. Lord Yuan is not as cold-hearted as you perceive. He does not view me merely as a pawn. Perhaps our paths align, and our hearts draw close as well. These 6 words, paths align, hearts draw close, pierced Lin Shaoqing's heart like a sharp blade. He staggered back a step, the color draining from his face. His gaze filled with a near-desperate longing for the woman he had endeavored to protect, yet ultimately could not hold on to. The phrase paths align, hearts draw close elicited a bitter laugh from him, his voice saturated with profound sorrow and desolation. I understand now. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the anguish within, striving to restore a semblance of his usual grace. Yet the pain in his eyes was indelible. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. His voice was hoarse, yet he implored, above all, take care of yourself. Regardless of circumstances, Yunbian Tower will always be your refuge. I shall forever await your return here. With that, he turned away, as if a single additional glance would unveil all his vulnerabilities and reluctance. He abruptly pivoted, his steps faltering as he departed the courtyard, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn under the afternoon sun. Meng Qi watched his figure fade beyond the moon gate, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She recognized the cruelty her earlier words inflicted upon him, but she had no alternative. She resolutely blinked away her tears, approached the writing desk, and with a wolf hair brush, inscribed 2 succinct characters on a pristine sheet. I come. The script was elegant, yet it bore an unwavering determination. She meticulously folded the letter and entrusted it to the maid who had been sent by Lin Shaoqing to attend to her, softly instructing, "Please deliver this letter to the aforementioned Captain Zhao. The sooner, the better." The maid complied and departed. Meng Qi then turned back to her room, silently preparing her belongings. This time, she did not pack many items. She carefully wrapped the volume of Qilu food treasures and her prized kitchen knives and oilcloth once more. She was acutely aware that she was about to embark on a path fraught with dangers beyond any she had previously encountered. In the impending darkness lay unimaginable foes and unforeseen perils. Yet, she felt no regret, for her heart had already made its choice. At the Northern Constabulary's signing office, Yuan Qingyan gazed at the note presented to him by Zhao Fei, which bore only 2 characters. In the depths of his usually frosty phoenix eyes, something seemed to thaw imperceptibly. Though the note contained but a pair of characters, he comprehended the resolve and trust encapsulated within. He slowly gathered the letter, cradling it in his palm, the warmth of the paper seeming to carry the lingering warmth of her fingertips. Deep within, The slight restlessness and unease born from overwhelming pressure and isolation at this moment miraculously subsided considerably. He lifted his gaze towards the window. The sky remained overcast, yet in his eyes, an indomitable light rekindled. Zhao Fei, his voice regained its characteristic calmness and decisiveness, issued orders. The plan was set to commence. He understood that with her involvement, he finally had a glimmer of hope in this nearly unwinnable game. Simultaneously, an unadorned, azure-cloth sedan chair quietly departed from the back door of Yunbian Tower, unnoticed by anyone, hastening alone towards the North Town Protectorate, a symbol of power and peril. Inside the chair, Meng Qi sat with closed eyes, her hands tightly clutching the burden in her embrace, as if drawing strength from it. The road ahead was long and fraught with storms. Yet, her heart had never felt as resolute as it did at this moment. Chapter 42. The shadows of the dark bureau, the corridor of the North Town Protectorate was deep and silent. Only the rhythmic sound of the patrolling officers' boots striking the bluestone echoed, like a dull drumbeat weighing upon the heart. Zhao Fei had just emerged from Yuan Qingyan's study, bearing several documents requiring discreet handling, hurrying along. Upon reaching a corner of the corridor, a somewhat corpulent figure, exuding an invisible pressure as if awaiting his arrival, obstructed his path. The newcomer, adorned in a dark robe embroidered with black, silver, and azure patterns, was none other than the left minister, Yuan Qingsu, brother of Yuan Qingyan. Behind him lingered a silent female assistant, resembling a shadow. Zhao Xiaowei, in such haste. Do you have pressing matters at hand? Yuan Qingsu's tone was calm and unruffled, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet his tranquil gaze seemed capable of piercing through to the depths of one's heart. Zhao Fei felt a shiver run through him and quickly bowed in respect. I pay my respects to Lord Yuan. He was acutely aware of this official's standing and capabilities, not daring to show the slightest negligence. No need for excessive formalities. Yuan Qingsu's gaze casually swept over Zhao Fei, as if appraising an object. I have heard that your protectorate chief has been diligently toiling over the Shui case of late. Zhao Fei's heart skipped a beat, uncertain of the intentions of this inscrutable high official, and cautiously replied, "It is the duty of the protectorate chief to work tirelessly." Duty? Yuan Qingsu let out a soft chuckle, half-smile. I fear it may be a burden beyond duty, consuming far too much of one's spirit. For instance, that culinary consultant summoned from Yunbian Tower? Zhao Fei's pupils constricted in shock. He was astounded that Yuan Qingsu was fully aware of Meng Qi's existence. My dear brother. Yuan Qingsu gently tapped his palm with the fan's ribs, his tone imbued with a hint of the older brother's mixed feelings of ridicule and helplessness. It is always like this, thinking oneself clever, favoring unorthodox methods. Little do they know, while the edge of the sword may be sharp, it is also the most likely to inflict harm upon oneself, especially when it is tainted by the emotions of those it should not touch. He paused, his gaze settling on Zhao Fei's face, carrying a note of scrutiny. Zhao Xiaowei, you have been by his side the longest. You should understand the balance of gain and loss. Loyalty is commendable, but if it borders on foolish loyalty, dragging oneself into the mire, then it is not worth it. These words, seemingly a gentle reminder, were laced with an undertone of admonition and testing. Zhao Fei felt a chill creeping up his spine, yet he maintained his composure, replying in a grave tone, I am but a dull servant, aware only of feasting upon the bounty bestowed by my lord, and serving with unwavering loyalty. The esteemed governor treats me with immense kindness, and I would face 100 deaths without hesitation. Yuan Qingsu observed the unyielding determination in Zhao Fei's eyes and chose to say nothing further, merely curling his lips into an enigmatic smile before slightly inclining his head and stepping aside, as if this had merely been an inconsequential appraisal. Zhao Fei bowed and took his leave, yet a cold sweat had already broken out on his back. The thoughts of this Lord Yuan were indeed too profound, too terrifying. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber within the northern governor's office, Yuan Qingyan was engrossed in a meticulous analysis of a collection of medicinal samples obtained from the Baichao Pavilion, alongside a tome provided by Lin Shaoqing detailing the dietary specifics of the Shuana crane. He was engaged in a deeper, clandestine comparison and deduction. Previously, based on the tome and the Qilu Food Chronicles, Meng Qi had inferred that the Xuanhe crane was afflicted with a severe cold ailment. Relying on potent herbs like longshi to bolster its yang energy, while also needing to avoid certain detoxifying or conflicting ingredients, thus illuminating a path forward. The focal point of Zhao Fei's covert investigation was no longer the longshi itself, an entity undoubtedly under the stringent control of Shen Wanjian and his core network, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous companion plants and auxiliary materials. Meng Qi had mentioned that the preparation of longshi required special techniques, likely involving certain oils or mineral powders from the southern regions or western territories to enhance its potency or preserve its integrity. Yuan Qingyan's fingertips glided over a sketch illustrating the flow of the medicinal materials. Recalling her mention of the longshi often growing alongside a toxic fungus, known as the Jinyiwei Yuan, which thrived only near specific mineral veins. He picked up another document, the scattered auxiliary herbs found in Old He's box, along with a bundle of southern poison vines, known as Duanchang Chao. Gifted by a frequent patron, Meng Qi had identified several of these as rare plants not typically available in ordinary apothecaries, but rather special flora used by certain tribes along the southwestern border for rituals or the crafting of poisons. All clues began to converge like countless delicate threads, leading toward a vast and clandestine supply network intricately linked to the southwestern border, southern arcane arts, and exotic mineral resources. Shen Wanjian, this magnate from Jiangnan, had indeed engaged in commerce along the southwestern border in his earlier years. "My lord," Zhao Fei's voice echoed from outside, having just seen off the attendant from Yunbian building who had come to collect the late-night meal box, an arrangement made by Yuan Qingyan to maintain her connection with Meng Qi. His expression was grave as he relayed urgent news. There appear to be unusual movements at the Shun residence tonight. A batch of mysterious goods had quietly arrived via the waterways at a private dock belonging to the Shun family outside the city and were being dispatched to Shun Wanjian South private estate within the city under the cover of night. Mysterious goods? Waterways? A glimmer of intrigue shone in Yuan Qingyan's eyes. Can we ascertain what they are? The watchers, positioned at a distance, could only discern several large crates wrapped tightly in oilcloth, seemingly quite heavy, and faintly emanating a subtle earthy scent alongside a metallic odor. Earthy scent? Metallic odor? These characteristics bore a striking resemblance to those of longshi and zijinsha. Could it be that Shun Wanquan is once again replenishing his herbal stock? Moreover, is it being sent directly to his private residence rather than through the black market? Does this imply that his estate itself serves as a significant stronghold? A bold notion arose in Yuan Qingyan's mind. He felt compelled to investigate personally. He understood that this venture was fraught with peril. Shen Wanquan's residence would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, with numerous traps laid throughout. Yet he also recognized that this was perhaps the only opportunity to approach the very heart of the truth. If you're to wait passively, it seemed likely that all traces would be obliterated by the adversary. As for Meng Qi, he could not allow her to face any further danger. The previous ambush at Baichao Pavilion had already filled him with dread. He could not bear to contemplate what might occur should another mishap arise. Zhao Fei, he rose to his feet, his tone brooking no dissent. You are to gather your men immediately and investigate the cargo docks and the details of the shipping vessels. Ensure that the true origin of that shipment is uncovered. Yes, Zhao Fei responded, turning to depart. Wait, Yuan Qingyan called him back, casually adding, I have some personal matters to attend to this evening and will return to the residence later. Please take care of affairs here. Although Zhao Fei found this somewhat peculiar, given that it was rare for an official to deal with personal matters during an investigation, he thought little of it, assuming his superior had his own plans, and thus bowed and exited. As he watched Zhao Fei's retreating figure, a flicker of regret crossed Yuan Qingyan's eyes. He knew he was sending him away for a reason, yet he had no other choice. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind howled. A shadowy figure, blending seamlessly into the night, stealthily approached the Shun residence, situated in the most bustling yet serene area of the capital. The estate was vast, adorned with pavilions and intricately carved beams, its opulence rivaling that of royal palaces. However, tonight, an unusual and eerie silence enveloped the Shun residence. The once vibrant scene, filled with lights and patrolling guards, had vanished without a trace. Only a few main courtyards still glimmered with light, while the rest lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of even the sound of barking dogs. Such abnormality surely heralded something sinister. Alarm bells rang in Yuan Qingyan's mind. He contained his breath, akin to a stealthy cat, and silently scaled the towering courtyard wall, infiltrating this mansion steeped in an uncanny atmosphere. He avoided the well-lit courtyards and, relying on his prior knowledge of Shun Wanquan's habits, as well as the faint, peculiar scent of herbs carried by the wind, a mixture of dragon's breath moss, soul sundergrass, and other odd fragrances, he made his way toward the study where Shun Wanquan often spent his time. As he drew nearer to the independent courtyard housing the study, the oppressive silence intensified. To his dismay, there was not a single guard at the entrance. Yuan Qingyan's heart sank. He drew his soft sword from his waist, gripping it firmly as he advanced cautiously toward the tightly shut door of the study. Within, a dim light flickered, accompanied by a muffled sound that resembled whimpers and struggles. Without further hesitation, Yuan Qingyan kicked the door open with force. What lay before him, however, rendered even this seasoned and steely-hearted Jinyiwei commander momentarily frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the center of the study, the opulent Shun Wanquan, who usually adorned himself with gold-rimmed spectacles and a fur coat, meticulously maintaining an air of elegance, now lay in a state of utter disarray upon the carpet, his attire disheveled, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What shocked him further was the sight of a petite figure clad in night attire, her face obscured by a black veil, who had her slender yet remarkably strong hand firmly wrapped around Shun Wanquan's throat, while her other hand brandished a glimmering dagger, its point pressed ominously against his heart. The woman's silhouette seemed eerily familiar. Just as Yuan Qingyan was momentarily lost in thought, the masked woman appeared to sense his intrusion. Abruptly turning her head, their eyes met. Despite the veil between them, those eyes, wide and innocent like a startled deer, now burned with a fierce and frenzied fire. Yuan Qingyan felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. How could it be her? Upon recognizing Yuan Qingyan, the masked woman froze, her dagger trembling slightly in her grasp, seemingly as surprised to encounter him here. In her fluster, the veil on her face inadvertently slipped, revealing a delicate, youthful visage that was, at this moment, etched with an intensity of hatred and madness that belied her age. It was Xiaohe, the same Xiaohe who, at the half-day leisure tea house, was always full of laughter, gentle and kind. Chapter 43. The tea house's gentle hand and the blade of death, the Shun residence. A grand estate nestled in the heart of the bustling capital, emblematic of boundless wealth and clandestine power, was tonight shrouded in an eerie silence. Even the wind traversing the courtyard as precious flora seemed to carry an unsettling desolation. Yuan Qingyan, like a streak of ink merging with shadows, stealthily navigated the labyrinthine depths of the estate. He held his breath, heightening all his senses to their utmost. The air was thick with the opulent scent of dragon saliva and precious rosewood, mingled with a faint, elusive aroma reminiscent of a peculiar medicinal herb that bore hints of decay. This scent acted like an invisible thread, drawing him deeper into the heart of the estate, towards the study, where defenses should have been most formidable. Yet, to his astonishment, the journey was unexpectedly smooth. The guards, who were meant to be stationed at numerous checkpoints, were conspicuously absent. The rumored traps and concealed sentinels seemed to be in slumber. The entire Shun residence resembled a lavish ghost town, exuding a disquieting abnormality. Yuan Qingyan's heart sank further. The unusual circumstances suggested a hidden peril. Shun Wanquan was no ordinary adversary. Such an unguarded entrance could signify a trap, or perhaps something unknown had transpired within the estate. He tightened his grip on the soft sword in his hand, advancing with even lighter steps, akin to a nocturnal cat, quietly approaching the secluded courtyard of the study. Within, There was an oppressive silence, save for a flickering candlelight that emanated from the study's window. Faintly, it seemed that muffled, intermittent sounds were emanating from within. A dispute? Or the sounds of anguished sobs? Yuan Qingyan hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath, his figure gliding like a wraith to the window's edge. With his saliva-dampened fingertips, he cautiously punctured the paper, peering inside. In an instant, his eyes, which had weathered countless storms and were usually as tranquil as a still pond, widened in shock. There, at the grand desk crafted from a single piece of precious golden silk Nama wood, sat Shun Wanjian, the master of the house, now a pitiful heap on the floor. His usually immaculate mink coat was torn open, revealing the luxurious silk garments beneath, a trace of glaring blood staining his lips, and his trademark golden glasses askew, exposing a pair of eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What unsettled Yuan Qingyan even more was the sight of a petite figure, clad in a sleek night garment and veiled in black, kneeling beside Shun Wanjian. One hand like a vice gripped his throat, while the other brandished a dagger that shimmered with a ghostly blue gleam in the candlelight. The blade's tip was firmly pressed against Shun Wanjian's heart. Why did this figure seem so familiar? Who are you? Shun Wanjian's voice, choked and distorted, was laced with fear and rage. I have never wronged your father. Why repay kindness with malice? Repay kindness with malice? The masked woman's voice rang out, clear and melodious like the chime of silver bells, yet now imbued with a chilling, bone-deep hatred. Shun Wanjian, you hypocritical scoundrel, were it not for your vile secrets, blackmailing my father to bend to your will, he would never have fallen into such dire straits. You have destroyed my father's lifelong integrity, obliterated my family. Today, I shall make you pay in blood. This voice, Yuan Qingyan felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. He could scarcely believe his ears. At that moment, the masked woman seemed to sense a disturbance outside the window and abruptly turned her head. Their eyes met. Through the thin veil, her gaze shone with clarity, like a mountain spring, yet now ablaze with fury, resolute hatred, and a hint of panic at having her secret uncovered. Yuan Qingyan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. How could it be her? The moment the masked woman caught sight of Yuan Qingyan, her body stiffened, and the dagger in her hand trembled slightly. She, too, seemed taken aback by his unexpected presence. In her fluster, the veil slipped from her face, revealing a youthful countenance, now marred by an expression of hatred and madness that belied her years. It was Xiao He, the same Xiao He who, at the half-day leisure tea house, always wore a smile, gentle and kind. How could it be her? This was inconceivable. The immense shock momentarily clouded the usually composed and steady mind of this esteemed officer of the Jinyiwei. In that fleeting moment, a glint of ruthless resolve flickered in Xiao He's eyes. With her identity exposed, there was no retreat. This sudden appearance of a high-ranking officer from the Jinyiwei could not be allowed to remain. Is it you? Shun Wanquan seemed to recognize Yuan Qingyan, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes as he hissed, "Kill her. Quickly slay this mad girl. And him too. They must not leave alive." Clearly, he sought to incite discord, urging Zhao and Yuan Qingyan to turn upon each other. Provoked by Shun Wanquan's words, Zhao's murderous intent intensified. With a sudden release of her grip on Shun Wanquan, she deftly twisted her wrist, the poisoned dagger striking forth towards Yuan Qingyan's heart like a viper lunging for its prey. Her movements were swift, ruthless, and precise. She bore no semblance to an ordinary tea-house maiden, but rather resembled a top-tier assassin, rigorously trained in the shadows. The dark fangs concealed beneath her gentle facade were now laid bare. Yuan Qingyan snapped back to reality. With no time for contemplation, he retreated rapidly, drawing his soft sword with a resonant sound, its blade weaving like a serpent to intercept the lethal dagger. "Zhao, halt! Tell me what has transpired." He attempted to block her assault while seeking to awaken her reason. He could not fathom that the girl he once knew, whose eyes were as pure as water, had transformed into this murderous figure before him. There must be some hidden truth. Yet, Zhao appeared entirely oblivious to his pleas, her gaze filled solely with frenzied determination. Her techniques were exceedingly peculiar, cunning and vicious, wholly unlike the martial arts of Central Plains, rather reminiscent of a sinister style. Secretive methods passed down from the Eastern Court for assassination. Although Yuan Qingyan was highly skilled, he found himself momentarily flustered by her sudden, reckless onslaught. More critically, he harbored doubts and hesitated to strike with lethal force, hoping to subdue her alive for answers. However, Zhao aimed to deliver fatal blows, intent on silencing him permanently. Clang! Clash! The sound of swords and daggers clashing reverberated in the cramped study. Candlelight flickered as shadows danced, a palpable aura of murder enveloping the space. As the two engaged in combat, Shun Wanquan, who had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly glimmered with a cunning light in his eyes. Seizing the moment of their distraction, he crawled beneath the desk, seemingly activating a hidden mechanism. A faint sound of gears turning emanated from the wall, and a secret door quietly swung open. Shun Wanquan scrambled inside, the dark portal closing silently behind him. He had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Zhao, witnessing this, seemed unfazed. Instead, her assault grew fiercer. She understood that if today's events did not conclude favorably, her dreams of a tranquil life with Zhao Fei would dissipate into nothingness. The Jinji commandant before her must perish. With a feint to push Yuan Qingyan back, she swiftly flicked her wrist, unleashing several slender, glistening poison needles that shot toward his face like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Yuan Qingyan's pupils contracted in alarm. Such venomous projectiles were exceedingly deadly. The consequences of contact were unimaginable. He hastily swung his sword to block, creating a dense curtain of light. However, just as he focused all his efforts on the poison needles, Zio's figure approached like a specter. Unbeknownst to him, she had acquired a shorter, thinner willow leaf knife in her hand, her intent to kill unmistakable. This time, Yuan Qingyan found no avenue for escape. He could even clearly perceive the frenzied hatred in Xiao He's eyes, and within that profound enmity, a fleeting glimmer of an intricate, perplexing hesitation, perhaps a twinge of reluctance. Why did that gaze seem so familiar, as if he had encountered it before? In a flash of insight, Yuan Qingyan's mind was abruptly flooded with the memory of another pair of eyes, those that defiantly regarded him in the darkness of the prison, scrutinizing the inadequacies of his actions with a piercing clarity, those that by the fire in the Yunbian Tower's kitchen gazed tenderly at him while preparing a warm, comforting soup. Meng Qi was present in this moment of his distraction. Xiao He's willow leaf dagger had already been released from her grasp, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound aimed directly at his heart. It was over. A pang of despair flickered within Yuan Qingyan. Yet, just as the dagger was about to pierce his heart, it seemed that Xiao He's wrist, almost imperceptibly, veered ever so slightly. A sickening thud resonated as the blade met flesh. An intense pain surged from the area near his left shoulder, and Yuan Qingyan felt an overwhelming force collide with him, causing him to stagger backward. Colliding heavily against the bookshelf behind him, he lowered his gaze, only to find his left chest completely drenched in blood. Though the wound did not strike directly at his heart, it was still deep, with blood gushing forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain, coupled with the dizziness from blood loss, washed over him like a tide. As for Xiao He, after casting that lethal blow, she did not even spare a glance at the outcome. Her figure darted away like a kite severed from its string, swiftly disappearing through the open window of the study, merging into the enveloping darkness of the night. Had she ultimately shown him mercy? Why? Leaning against the cold bookshelf, Yuan Qingyan felt his consciousness beginning to wane. He could not fathom why this seemingly simple and kind tea-house girl was, in fact, a highly skilled assassin. What unfathomable enmity existed between her and Shun Wanjian? And what was the meaning behind her hesitation with that final strike? Countless questions swirled like errant willow catkins within his fading awareness. His body grew increasingly cold, and his strength ebbed away like receding tides. The scenes before him began to spin and blur. He seemed to glimpse again the small kitchen in the Imperial Guard-esque courtyard, perpetually infused with the delicate aroma of food. And the image of the girl in an apron, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, preparing a midnight snack for him. Meng Qi. Silently, he summoned her name within the depths of his heart, expending the last vestiges of his strength. Perhaps it was only by thinking of her, recalling the warmth of the meals she prepared and the light of determination and hope that perpetually sparkled in her eyes, that he could find even a sliver of reason to survive amidst this boundless darkness and chill. His vision was finally engulfed in complete blackness. Chapter 44. A crisis in Anji Square. The open window of a Shun family study served as a portal connecting two worlds. Outside lay the desolate, chilly night of late autumn in the capital. Within, the aftermath of a harrowing struggle lingered, leaving only the heavy scent of blood and the silence of devastation. Zhao Fei was the first to burst into the room. As he beheld his esteemed master curled upon the frigid floor like a bird bereft of its wings, the left side of his chest soaked through with blood, his complexion as pale as a sheet of translucent rice paper, and his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His heart, hardened by battles and tempered like iron, teetered on the brink of shattering. "Master! Master!" he cried out, rushing forward with a hoarse voice laced with an unprecedented panic. He dared not shift Yuan Qingyan's form, instead tremblingly loosening his outer robe to staunch the relentless flow of blood from the wound, while shouting fervently to the brothers hastening behind him, "Quick! Fetch the Imperial physician." "No!" Directly to Anji Fong. "Hurry!" Anji Fong was no ordinary medical establishment. It belonged to the Imperial Medical Bureau, catering exclusively to the nobility and high-ranking officials of the court, where even the wealthiest commoner would find it nigh impossible to gain entry. Yet in that moment, Zhao Fei cared not for such distinctions. He understood that he must transport his master to a sanctuary capable of preserving his life with utmost urgency. With the swiftness of the wind, the insignia of the Jinyiwei allowed for unimpeded passage through the midnight streets of the capital. When Yuan Qingyan was carried into the brightly lit emergency room of Anji Fong, suffused with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, he was already gasping for breath, his pulse so faint it was nearly undetectable. The attending imperial physicians, upon recognizing the critically wounded figure as the renowned Jinyiwei Commandant Yuan Qingyan, were struck with astonishment and dread, immediately exerting their utmost efforts to save him. Golden needles pierced acupoints, herbal concoctions were urgently administered, wounds were cleansed, and the finest healing ointments were applied. In that small examination room, shadows flitted about, and the atmosphere was charged with tension, as if it had solidified into ice. Simultaneously, a figure appeared outside Anji Fong, akin to a cold lightning bolt piercing the darkened night. It was Yuan Qingsu. His countenance remained as perpetually icy as ever, seemingly indifferent to the life-and-death scenario unfolding before him. Yet, deep within his typically tranquil eyes, a fleeting ripple of emotion appeared, only to be swiftly suppressed. He did not enter the examination room, but spoke to the head of Anji Fong, his voice steady and unhurried, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, imparting his commands. Utilize the finest medicines and the most skilled physicians. Ensure his life is preserved. Should there be any error, bring forth your head. These few simple words contained the weight of a thunderclap. The head of Anji Fong nodded repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Subsequently, Yuan Qingsu vanished into the night like a specter, as if he had merely come to ascertain whether his disobedient brother still possessed the worthiness of salvation. Within the examination room, the efforts to revive continued. Yuan Qingyan, having lost copious amounts of blood and endured excruciating pain, had succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. Yet, in that boundless abyss of darkness, he did not entirely succumb. His spirit seemed to drift within a surreal dreamscape. At times, he found himself amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, the clangor of weapons ringing in the air. He saw his youthful, impetuous self, headstrong to the point of nearly leading his comrades into despair, his elder brother cold, mocking gaze a haunting specter that would not dissipate. "Xiao Yan, you're always thus," self-conceited, and of little use. At other moments, he was ensnared in a chilling, damp prison, the air thick with mildew and the echoes of desperate sobs. He beheld the tenacious chef, cast by his own hand into this hellish realm, yet she remained steadfast, her spine unyielding, her clear eyes calmly analyzing the bowl of putrid gruel that even swine would shun. This porridge bore at least 5 deficiencies. At times, he was transported back to that quaint kitchen in Yunbian Tower, perpetually wafting with the aroma of delectable dishes, where the flames danced warmly. She donned her apron, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, diligently preparing for him the comforting soups, the sweet essence of silver fungus and pear soup, the gentle warmth of yam and lotus seed porridge, the rich savor of gastrodia and fish head soup. The flavors were so vivid, so warm, they seemed capable of dispelling the chill deep within his soul. "Sir, do sample this. It will soothe your spirit." He then recalled the elegant chamber of Wenxiang Tower, steeped in an atmosphere of death, where she knelt, her delicate hands meticulously discerning the lethal clues hidden among the remnants of cold, uneaten dishes, her gaze focused and bright. Ultimately, the scene crystallized in the opulent yet eerie study of the Shun residence, where the innocent girl he had always perceived as pure and kind bore an expression of frenzied hatred, a dagger gleaming with lethal intent in her hand. Yet, in that final moment, as another pair of eyes flickered in his memory, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Meng Qi. He silently called out her name within, akin to a drowning person grasping desperately for a final lifeline. He could not perish. If he were to die, who would unveil the truth behind the Shui case? Who would bring the demon Shun, Yuan Quan, to justice? Who would safeguard the stubborn chef, perpetually in peril, yet evoking profound sympathy? Who would savor once more the dishes she prepared, imbued with the essence of mortal life? A fierce will to survive erupted like a dormant volcano deep within his near-death consciousness. He must endure, for the sake of duty, for justice, and for her. At that moment, the old imperial physician monitoring his pulse suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "The pulse stabilizes. The heartbeat grows strong." Outside the door, Zhao Fei, upon hearing this, was nearly moved to tears. He rushed to the threshold. Witnessing the body within the examination room gradually regaining vitality, his heart, once suspended in anxiety, began to settle back into place. He has made it through. The news swiftly spread. When Meng Qi received the tidings, she rushed to Anji Fang without hesitation. The dawnlight just beginning to break. With the assistance of Lin Shaoqing, she had evaded the watchful eyes of the Jinyiwei, stealthily arriving here. As she pushed open the heavily guarded door to the sick room, and beheld Yuan Qingyan lying on the bed, his complexion still as pale as parchment, lips cracked, his left chest bound in thick bandages, and eyes tightly shut as if he might depart at any moment. Her heart felt as if it had been crushed by an invisible hand. All hesitation, all uncertainty, all turmoil were obliterated in that instant, submerged beneath the overwhelming tide of fear and heartache. Yuan Qingyan. She nearly collapsed at the bedside, her voice choked, tears cascading like pearls severed from their string. She reached out, longing to caress his icy cheek, yet fearing to disturb him, could only trace the outline of his pallid and frail form with her tear-blurred eyes. Time and again, how could this be? How could he be so gravely injured? How could that man, who always exuded an icy demeanor and possessed an overwhelming strength that seemed to render him invincible, become so fragile? It was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted on investigating the agate, if she hadn't inadvertently stumbled upon the secret of Shao He, perhaps he would not have been engulfed in such profound remorse and guilt, gnawing at her heart like a venomous serpent. Zhao Fei, the chef Meng's companion, witnessed her distress and felt an ache in his heart. In a hoarse voice, he offered her comfort. "Do not worry too much. The imperial physician has stated that he is temporarily out of danger." Temporarily? Meng Qi suddenly raised her head, gripping Zhao Fei's arm with urgency. "When will he awaken? How severe are his injuries? Is there poison on that dagger?" Seeing her anxious and tear-streaked visage, Zhao Fei sighed inwardly. It was evident that this chef Meng held feelings for the gentleman that transcended the ordinary. He recounted the circumstances of Yuan Qingyan's injury, omitting Xiao He's identity, merely stating that he had been grievously wounded by an assassin, and the physician's diagnosis to Meng Qi, upon learning that the dagger was coated with a peculiar toxin. Although Yuan Qingyan had taken an antidote and his wounds had been treated, the complete elimination of the poison and any potential aftereffects remained uncertain. Meng Qi's heart sank further into despair. She fell silent, choosing instead to vigilantly remain by the bedside. With a warm, damp cloth, she tenderly wiped the sweat that beaded on Yuan Qingyan's forehead and cheeks, a result of his fever. Using a small silver spoon, she carefully fed him the ginseng broth prescribed by the physician, meant to restore his vitality, cautiously administering it to his cracked lips. She even began to speak softly to him, recounting the new dishes she had recently devised, amusing anecdotes from the Yunyuan Tower kitchen, and her childhood experiences learning to cook with her grandfather. She was uncertain if he could hear her. She merely wished to keep him company, to prevent him from lying alone on that cold sickbed, battling darkness and death in solitude. She sought to draw him back from that boundless silence with her voice, her breath, and everything she could offer. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open once more. Yuan Qingsu's tall, slightly bulky figure appeared in the doorway. He maintained his usual impassive expression, his gaze sweeping calmly over the bed where Yuan Qingyan lay and then resting on the weary, yet intensely focused Meng Qi. He disregarded Meng Qi, instead approaching the bedside to look down upon his brother, whose fate hung in the balance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone as cold as ever. Devoid of any discernible emotion, "You nearly caused me to lose a brother who is still of some use." His voice was soft, yet sent a chill through Zhao Fei and Meng Qi. Yuan Qingsu seemed unfazed by their reactions, allowing his gaze to linger on Yuan Qingyan's pallid face for a moment before adding in a barely audible whisper, "Do not be so foolish again." With that, he turned and departed silently, as unobtrusively as he had arrived, as if that remark had been an unintentional glimpse of the awkward concern of a brother. As Meng Qi beheld his departing figure, a tempest surged within her heart. She sensed the suffocating aura of power emanating from Lord Yuan's elder brother, as well as the complex and contradictory emotions he harbored beneath his icy exterior towards Yuan Qingyan. Turning back, she gazed once more at the man still lost in unconsciousness upon the sickbed. Her expression grew resolute and tender, no matter the challenges and adversities that lay ahead, nor the formidable enemies that surrounded them. She vowed this time never to relinquish his hand. Chapter 45. Unexpected revelations of Yenyu's past. The scent of medicine lingered in the air as Yuan Qingyan's silhouette emerged like a solitary, gaunt pine merging with the night, appearing in the depths of a secluded, long-abandoned narrow alley near the half-day leisure tea house. His complexion remained pallid, and the wound near his left shoulder still throbbed with tearing pain as he moved, yet his phoenix-like eyes gleamed with an intensity deeper and sharper than ever before. Zhao Fei, under the pretense of escorting the lord back for recuperation, had already made all necessary arrangements. Now, with a hint of unease and confusion, he and the equally troubled Meng Qi concealed themselves in the shadows of a dilapidated dwelling at the alley's entrance. Yuan Qingyan's objective lay at the far end of the alley, where an empty house, long devoid of inhabitants, stood with its doors and windows decayed. According to reports from his clandestine agents and his own deductions about where Xiao he might be hiding, the most perilous locations often prove to be the safest. She was likely there, perhaps out of a lingering attachment to the past. He kept Zhao Fei and Meng Qi at a distance, signaling them to remain concealed and listen attentively before entering the vacant house. He was aware that the impending confrontation would unravel certain warm veils, exposing the brutal truths beneath. For those involved, hearing some truths firsthand could be the most merciless yet fair revelation. Inside the empty house, dust lay thick and cobwebs sprawled across corners. Moonlight filtered through the broken window panes, casting dim beams that barely illuminated the scene in the room's corner. Indeed, Xiaohe was there. She was no longer the innocent girl in a light green dress with a cheerful smile, but had donned practical dark attire, her hair neatly tied back. Crouched in the darkest corner of the wall, she resembled a startled wildcat, poised to reveal her claws at any moment. Clutched tightly in her hand was the willow leaf dart that had nearly claimed Yuan Qingyan's life in the study of the Shen residence, her eyes vigilantly fixed on the entrance, filled with wariness and a hint of barely perceptible despair. When Yuan Qingyan's slightly weakened, yet still upright figure appeared at the doorway, Xiaohe's body tensed, and the dart was instantly aimed at him. "How'd you find this place?" Her voice trembled with disbelief and a raspy edge. Finding a former member of the Dongchong, who had deliberately sought to conceal her whereabouts, a top assassin codenamed Zhe, was not overly difficult. Yuan Qingyan's tone remained calm, even laced with a hint of fatigue, as if merely stating a trivial fact. Yet with every word he uttered, Xiaohe's complexion paled further, and her grip on the dart quivered more violently. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know what you're talking about." Xiaohe attempted to deny it, but the sudden constriction of her pupils and her panicked gaze had already betrayed her. Yuan Qingyan disregarded her denial, slowly stepping into the room, each movement seemingly tugging at the wound in his chest, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze sharply fixed upon Xiaohe. "Your actions at the Shen residence were ruthless and precise, every strike aimed at a vital point. The technique you employed, the angles you chose, and your profound understanding of the human body's weaknesses are not traits possessed by an ordinary tea-house girl. That was the secret assassination technique of the Eastern Depot, was it not?" Xiaohe's body trembled violently. Her eyes filled with terror and the despair of being completely seen through. Furthermore, Yuan Qingyan's gaze fell upon the hand that gripped the flying dagger. The pads of your fingers bore the calluses of long practice in some intricate skill, while the fleshy part of your thumb displayed calluses that were incongruent with your petite frame, marks only left by years of wielding heavy weaponry or undergoing intense training. An ordinary woman, even one engaged in ceaseless labor, would never exhibit such signs. He paused, seemingly affected by his wound, coughed softly twice, and continued with a hint of icy derision in his voice. Moreover, he suddenly, without warning, pulled a copper coin from his sleeve and let it fall to the ground with a clink, seemingly by accident. Almost at the moment the coin hit the floor, Xiaohe's body reacted instinctively, as if triggered by a mechanism. She barely had time to think. With a flick of her wrist, a flash of cold light shot forth like lightning, not aimed at Yuan Qingyan, but with unparalleled precision. She deftly tapped the side of the coin that was about to roll into the corner, halting it firmly in place. What extraordinary vision! What incredible strength! What mastery over the subtle force of hidden weapons! Such a feat could only be achieved through relentless, day after day, brutal training. Xiaohe's complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. She realized she had been utterly exposed. Meanwhile, in the shadows outside, Zhao Fei, who witnessed it all, felt as if his entire world had collapsed in that moment. Xiaohe, his childhood friend, the one who always wore a radiant smile, gentle and kind, was astonishingly an assassin of the Eastern Depot. The very hands that had mended his clothes and served him tea, hands he had envisioned holding for a lifetime, were stained with the blood of murder. The overwhelming shock and sense of betrayal pierced his heart like the sharpest ice pick, causing him pain so intense that he could scarcely breathe. He bit down hard on his lip, his nails digging deeply into his palm, struggling to suppress a cry. For the first time, the face that was always so honest and straightforward revealed such anguish and despair. Standing beside him, Meng Qi was equally stunned by this astonishing truth. Although she had long suspected that Xiaohe was not as simple as she appeared, she could never have imagined her true identity was so dark and heavy. Instinctively, she reached out to gently press down on Zhao Fei's arm, which trembled from the intensity of his emotions, wishing to offer him some comfort, only to realize her own fingertips were icy cold. Within the confines of the room, Yuan Qingyan gazed upon the pale-faced, trembling Xiaohe. Instead of triumph, his eyes flickered with an emotion that was profoundly intricate, akin to a sense of pity. His voice remained calm, yet it resonated like the weightiest of drumbeats, echoing in Xiaohe's heart. That night at the Shen residence, why did the knife you threw veer off course? Xiaohe abruptly lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Yuan Qingyan. How could he possibly know? The angle and force of that knife had been meticulously calculated. Yuan Qingyan spoke slowly, as if analyzing a matter detached from his own existence. With your skills, had you truly wished to take my life, merely straying an inch would have pierced my heart, leaving no chance for survival. Yet you chose to avoid the vital spots, only inflicting superficial wounds. Why? This question became the final straw, shattering the taut nerves of Xiao He. The flying knife clattered to the ground, and she collapsed as if all support had vanished. Burying her face in her hands as muffled, anguished sobs escaped her. I don't know, she cried incoherently. I cannot let him, Shen Wanquan, ruin my life with Zhao Dage. I cannot return to that past. I just want to live as an ordinary person. Amidst her fragmented lamentations, a long-buried secret finally surfaced. She had indeed once been a member of the East Factory's most elite covert operations team, codenamed Zhe. This organization executed the most clandestine and sordid tasks: assassinations, intelligence theft, identity forgery, and the elimination of dissenters. Chosen from a young age, she underwent inhumane training, her hands stained with blood. It was only 3 years ago, during an assassination mission, that she witnessed the gruesome death of a comrade and the despair in the eyes of the target's young daughter. Her long-numb conscience was finally stirred. She grew weary of killing, weary of lies, weary of his ceaseless darkness. Seizing an opportunity from a failed mission, she meticulously orchestrated a faked death. Liberating herself from the East Factory's grasp, erasing her past, and assuming the name Xiao He in the capital, where she opened a modest tea house, seeking a fresh start. By chance, she encountered her childhood friend Zhao Fei, a simple and upright boy with whom she had shared a bond since their youth. Though they had not seen each other for many years, his presence was like a ray of sunshine, illuminating her bleak existence. She guarded this hard-won warmth and tranquility with utmost care, yearning for a stable life together. However, fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Wanquan had unearthed threads of her past through some unknown means, using them as leverage to coerce her into undertaking unsavory tasks, such as utilizing the tea house as a cover to relay secret messages, and potentially involving herself in dealings related to Longxi Tai, of which she was only partially aware. This might explain why her father possessed the stone dragon garment. That day at the Shun residence, Shen Wanquan threatened her once more, wielding her past and Zhao Fei's future like a weapon to compel her into even more egregious actions. In utter despair, she resorted to desperate measures, intending to eliminate Shen Wanquan once and for all. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Yuan Qingyan had stumbled upon her plot. I had intended to silence you for good. Xiao He, with her tear-streaked face, gazed at Yuan Qingyan, her voice trembling. But when I see your eyes, I think of Brother Zhao, who respects you so deeply. I cannot bring myself to do it. I truly cannot. She understood that by killing Yuan Qingyan, she might secure temporary safety, yet it would irrevocably sever her connection with Zhao Fei. She would plunge into darkness, forever devoid of redemption. In that moment of compassion, she clung to the last vestige of her humanity. Outside, Zhao Fei was already in tears. He listened to Xiao He's lament, her painful past spilling forth, and her profound yet humble affection for him pierced his heart like 1,000 steel needles, causing unbearable agony. Anger, betrayal, pity, and heartache intertwined within him, threatening to tear him apart. He yearned to rush in, to confront her, to embrace her, yet he was at a loss for how to face the reality before him. Meng Qi gripped his arm tightly, her fingertips icy. She sensed his violent tremors and the cataclysmic pain within him. Unsure of how to console him, she could only remain silently by his side, sharing the weight of this sudden heaviness. Within, Yuan Qingyan listened quietly to Xiao He's weeping, his expression unchanged. However, a fleeting glimpse of indescribable weariness, perhaps sympathy, seemed to flicker in his deep-set eyes. He leaned down, retrieved the cold willow leaf dagger from the ground, and slowly approached Xiao He. Your past shall not be pursued by me, he stated, his tone still cold, yet lacking the earlier ferocity. However, the matters concerning Shan Wanxian and the Shursui case behind him are of great significance. If you wish to truly attain rebirth, You must reveal all that you know. His words served as a faint light, illuminating the desolate darkness enveloping Xiaohe. Chapter 46. The flames of retribution consume the past silence. A deathly stillness shrouded the abandoned room, punctuated only by Xiaohe's suppressed whimpers, akin to a wounded beast, and the mournful wails of the cold wind as it swept through the dilapidated window frames. Yuan Qingyan's icy words, which unveiled the truth, were like the sharpest blade, severing the facade upon which Xiaohe relied for survival and plunging an invisible dagger, stained with past blood, deep into another's heart. In the shadows, Zhao Fei stood frozen like a statue, rigid and unmoving. The color had drained from his face, leaving it ghastly pale. His eyes, typically brimming with sincerity and honesty, now widened in disbelief, filled with gut-wrenching anguish and a disorienting sense of his world being utterly upended. Xiaohe, his Xiaohe, forever etched in his memory as the girl with twin buns, whose smile radiated warmth brighter than the sun, who would secretly slip him treats and blush at his casual compliments. How could she be an assassin from the Eastern Bureau? A member of the notorious organization known for its ruthlessness and bloodshed? Codenamed Xia? How could this be possible? He seemed to sense that the beautiful world he had meticulously constructed over the years with his childhood companion, woven from countless warm and mundane moments, was crumbling inch by inch, shattering into dust. He yearned to rush forward, grasp her shoulders, shake her vigorously, and demand whether this was all merely a nightmare. Was it a fabrication conjured by Yuan Qingyan to extract a confession? Yet, he had heard it with his own ears. He had listened to Lord Yuan speak of Zio's ghostly prowess at the Shun residence, heard of the cold, murderous intent in her eyes that was uncharacteristic of a tea-house girl, and most painfully, he had heard her confess to a past steeped in blood and darkness. No, it's impossible. Zhao Fei's voice emerged from the depths of his throat, hoarse and dry, suffused with a despair on the brink of collapse. Standing beside him, Meng Qi could keenly perceive the violent tremors coursing through his body, along with an overwhelming agony that threatened to engulf him entirely. Her heart brimmed with compassion and sympathy. Instinctively, she reached out her hand and grasped his icy, bone-chilling hand, the knuckles turning white from her grip. Zhao Fei's body stiffened abruptly, as if he had just realized someone was beside him. He turned to Meng Qi, and his eyes, usually somewhat dull, were now filled with bloodshot anguish, resembling a wounded beast, suffering and helpless. At that moment, the sobs within the room ceased abruptly in response to Zhao Fei's mournful cry. Zio suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled gaze searching the shadowy doorway. When she beheld Zhao Fei's face, etched with pain and despair, the color drained from her cheeks instantly. Zhao Gij. Her voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, barely maintaining its pitch. How could you? It's over. Everything is over. He knows everything. A profound fear and despair engulfed her like a chilling tide, submerging her completely. She understood that her greatest fear had finally manifested. The secret she had guarded so carefully for so many years, the past she had believed could remain buried forever, had been brutally torn open and laid bare before the very person she had hoped to keep it from. Step by step, Zhao Fei emerged from the shadows, as if burdened by an immense weight. He approached Zio, looking down at the woman he had loved for over a decade, yet now felt utterly estranged from. His lips quivered, seemingly on the brink of uttering something, yet no words escaped. Was he to question her deceit? To mourn the darkness she had endured? To express anger at her concealment? Or to pity her humble yearning for a fresh start? Countless complex and contradictory emotions clashed violently within him, tearing at his very being, threatening to rend him asunder. Zhao Gij. Zio gazed into his eyes, which held a profound pain that seemed to reach to the very bone, and felt as though a piece of her own heart had been brutally excised. With great effort, she slowly retrieved a small bundle, carefully wrapped in oilcloth, from her bosom. The bundle was modest in size, showing signs of age with frayed corners. Trembling, she extended it toward Zhao Fei, tears surging forth anew, her voice imbued with utter despair and a sense of liberation. Within this moment lies the echoes of her past, filled with all her sobs, my code name, my mission records, and the names of those I have taken. Brother Zhao, I entrust my life, my innocence, and my future to you, no matter what decision you make. I shall accept it. She closed her eyes, as if awaiting the final judgment. Perhaps death is indeed the most fitting refuge for someone as deeply stained by sin as she. Zhao Fei gazed at the small, oilcloth bundle that seemed to bear the weight of a blood-soaked history, then looked at the tear-streaked face of the woman before him, trembling as she surrendered everything she had. His heart ached with an unbearable intensity. He recalled their childhood days, chasing and playing in the alleyways, the shy smile she wore when she secretly handed him malt candy, and her clumsy tenderness as she bandaged his wounds when he was hurt. Those memories were so vivid, so warm, starkly contrasting with the identity of the assassin before him. How could he believe it? How could he accept it? Yet, how could he watch her plunge into that boundless darkness once more? He understood that with Yuan Qingyan's methods, if this bundle fell into the hands of the Jinyiwei, Zhao's fate would inevitably be one of torment. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Yuan Qingyan and Meng Qi, who stood silently not far away. Yuan Qingyan's expression remained cold, devoid of any discernible emotion, merely observing as if this were an inconsequential play. Meanwhile, Meng Qi's eyes brimmed with worry and a hint of pleading. Did she too wish for him to grant Zhao a chance at life? Zhao Fei's heart was a battleground. On one side lay the duty of the Jinyiwei, the majesty of the law. On the other, the woman he had loved for over a decade, who had become part of his very being. How was he to choose? In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Within the empty room, only the sound of Zhao's suppressed sobs and Zhao Fei's labored breaths filled the air, heavy as a bellows. Finally, Zhao Fei slowly accepted the weighty oilcloth bundle with hands that trembled slightly from exertion. Zhao shuddered violently. Despair etched across her closed eyes. However, Zhao Fei did not hand the bundle to Yuan Qingyan, nor did he open it. Instead, he gazed deeply, almost greedily, at the woman who evoked such a tumult of love and hate within him. He examined her pale, tear-stained face, the overwhelming despair and regret in her eyes, and her frail shoulders, seemingly on the verge of being blown away by the wind. Ultimately, his heart, nearly bursting with pain and anger, was overtaken by a deeper, more intense emotion. It was love, a love that could not be severed or erased, regardless of her transformation or the mistakes she had made. He abruptly turned, retrieving a fire starter from his pocket, igniting a flame. Brother Zhao seemed to realize his intent, her face filled with shock. Even Yuan Qingyan, who had remained a passive observer, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes. However, Zhao Fei exhibited no hesitation. He forcefully pressed the burning torch against the oilcloth bag that bore the weight of Zhao's dark past. The flames flickered hungrily, instantly devouring the dry oilcloth with a soft, sizzling sound. The fire blazed forth, illuminating Zhao Fei's face, which was a blend of anguish, resolve, and relief. He watched as the burden shrank and warped in the flames, transforming into charred ashes, as if it too would incinerate the unbearable pain and struggle within him. He turned his gaze to the woman who was already in tears, yet looked at him with an incredulous glimmer of hope. His voice, though hoarse, carried an unprecedented determination as he declared, "From this day forth, there shall be no more East Factory assassins. Only Xiaohe, the one who brews 3 cups of tea for my father at the half-day leisure tea house." He reached out, his rough yet warm hand gently wiping the tears from her cheeks. Then clumsily, yet with immense strength, he embraced her tightly. Everything had passed. He whispered solemnly in her ear, "From now on, I will be here for you." Xiaohe froze for a moment in his embrace, then burst into loud sobs. Within her cries was a mixture of grievance, regret, and fear. But more than anything, there was an indescribable sense of liberation and happiness that came after surviving a calamity. Meng Qi watched the two as they wept in each other's arms, her eyes unwittingly moistening. She was moved by Zhao Fei's choice and felt a sense of comfort for Xiaohe's redemption. Though the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and dangers, Shen Wanxian still knew her secret. At least in this moment, Love and forgiveness triumphed over hatred and darkness. Yuan Qingyan observed the scene before him, his expression still impassive. However, the fingers gripping the hilt of his sword seemed to relax ever so slightly. He did not intervene to prevent Zhao Fei from destroying the evidence, nor did he offer any reprimand. Perhaps deep within his cold, rational heart, there lingered a trace of tacit approval for the warmth of humanity. Outside the empty room, the moonlight bathed the dilapidated narrow alley in a soft, gentle glow. In a few days, the winter solstice would arrive. Families in the capital were busy adorning their homes, preparing for the reunion banquet. Within the Yuan residence, the festive atmosphere brought an unexpected warmth and coziness, contrasting with the usual solemnity. On this day, the persistent rain that had shrouded the capital finally cleared, revealing glimpses of sunlight. The Yuan household was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a warmth and cheer distinct from their usual demeanor. Red lanterns hung high, exquisite paper cuttings of the character for fortune adorned the windows, and the air was thick with the fragrant offerings of incense, the aroma of freshly brewed glutinous rice wine, and the tantalizing sense of dishes wafting from the kitchen. Yuan Qingyan's parents, two elderly souls who had long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs and sought only to enjoy their twilight years, were particularly joyful this day. It was rare for both of their sons to be home at the same time, and even more so for their younger son, Qingyan, to bring back a gentle and charming friend, Meng Qi, whose culinary skills were exceptional. Meng Qi was invited as both a dietary consultant to Lord Yuan and a friend. Yuan Qingyan only mentioned that she had saved his life and that she had been of great assistance during the investigation, prompting the Yuan parents to treat her with exceptional warmth and gratitude. Particularly, Lady Yuan grasped Meng Qi's hand, inquiring about her well-being with genuine interest. Upon noticing her delicate features and graceful demeanor, Lady Yuan was even more enamored, inviting her into the family kitchen early on, claiming she wished to receive Meng Qi's guidance on culinary skills. Observing the gentle smile of Lady Yuan and feeling a long-lost warmth reminiscent of home, the struggles and unease within Meng Qi, born from Yuan Qingyan's letter, seemed to momentarily dissolve in the embrace of this comforting atmosphere. She smiled in agreement and busied herself alongside the household cooks of the Yuan residence. Whether it was chopping, marinating, or seasoning, she handled everything with ease, occasionally showcasing her exquisite skills in Shandong cuisine or innovative dishes, which left the cooks in awe and brought boundless joy to Lady Yuan. In the afternoon, guests began to arrive. Yuan Qingsu arrived punctually, clad in a black, silver, and azure brocade robe, playfully twirling a dark folding fan, his face adorned with his usual enigmatic indifference. However, upon seeing his parents, the icy demeanor seemed to soften slightly, and he inquired about their well-being with courtesy. His gaze lingered briefly on Meng Qi, marked by a subtle scrutiny before it shifted away. Zhao Fei arrived with Xiao He. Since that fateful night in the secret meeting, where they burned their past, Xiao He, while still exuding her usual gentle and timid demeanor, appeared to carry less of the previous gloom, replaced by a clarity reminiscent of the sky after rain. She stayed closely by Zhao Fei's side, her eyes filled with dependence and a delicate sense of happiness. Zhao Fei, though still appearing straightforward and somewhat dull, gazed at Xiao He with a tenderness that could melt hearts. The Yuan parents had evidently discerned Zhao Fei's affections, treating Xiao He, whom they viewed as a prospective daughter-in-law, with utmost kindness. The family, a rare sight gathered together, commenced the evening banquet amidst a warm and lively atmosphere. The long Zeton wood dining table was adorned with a splendid array of delicacies. There were dumplings symbolizing reunion for the winter solstice, hot pot, and meticulously prepared mountain and sea treasures by the Yuan household cooks, as well as several signature dishes crafted or contributed by Meng Qi herself, such as the glazed amber pork knuckle, crab roe braised shark fin, and lotus leaf sticky rice duck, which elicited praise from all present. During the meal, the Yuan parents inquired about their sons' recent affairs and lives, their words imbued with concern. Yuan Qingsu maintained his reticence, responding only with the occasional brief remark while his gaze subtly flitted toward Yuan Qingyan. On the other hand, Yuan Qingyan seemed to have genuinely set aside the burdens of his usual busy schedule and heavy thoughts, engaging in cheerful banter with his parents and even astonishingly pouring a cup of wine for his elder brother. Sitting beside Lady Yuan, Meng Qi felt the harmonious family atmosphere wash away much of her sense of loneliness that came from being an outsider. She observed Yuan Qingyan's rare relaxed profile, infused with youthful vigor, and noted the filial piety and affection hidden beneath his calm exterior towards his parents, stirring something within her heart. It turns out that this cold and imposing leader of the Jinyiwei possesses such a tender side. Only Zhao Fei, seated beside Xiao He, despite his earnest efforts to blend into the warm atmosphere, could not conceal the flicker of tension and unease lurking deep within his gaze. He understood that tonight's seemingly ordinary family banquet harbored hidden intricacies. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Yuan Qingyan personally lifted an exquisite white jade wine pot, rising to his feet with a perfectly measured smile. Today marks the winter solstice, a rare occasion for family reunion. To my father, mother, elder brother, and Miss Meng Qi, as well as to you, a Fei, and Xiao He, I raise a toast. May all evils retreat, and may we enjoy peace year after year. He poured wine for each person present, except for himself, Zhao Fei, and the teetotaler Meng Qi, for whom he had specially prepared warm plum soup. The wine he served to his parents and elder brother was a rich, aged Huangjiu. To Xiao he offered a sweeter, lower alcohol Huadiao. His movements were natural and fluid, betraying no hint of the underlying tension. Meng Qi thought little of it, assuming he was in high spirits and had indulged in a few extra cups. She lifted the plum soup before her, ready to drink with the others, only to notice Yuan Qingyan subtly shaking his head at her and Zhao Fei, before raising his glass first and downing it in one gulp. The others followed suit, consuming their drinks. Yuan's parents wore satisfied smiles, while Yuan Qingsu maintained his usual aloof expression. Xiao He shyly glanced at Zhao Fei, sipping delicately. The atmosphere around the table seemed increasingly warm and harmonious. However, after a short while, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. First, Yuan's mother yawned, chuckling, age takes its toll, a little wine makes me drowsy. And before finishing her sentence, her head leaned to one side as she succumbed to a deep slumber against the chair. Next, Yuan's father appeared unable to withstand the effects of the wine, closing his eyes and emitting soft snoring sounds. Then it was Xiao He who rubbed her eyes. Feeling a wave of overwhelming drowsiness wash over her, her eyelids grew heavier and she softly rested her head on the table. Finally, it was Yuan Qingsu, who seemed more resilient to the effects of the wine, or perhaps the drug. Yet his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze betraying confusion and vigilance. Instinctively, he reached for the pouch containing confidential documents that he never left behind. Brother, Yuan Qingyan's voice echoed like a phantom in his ear, laced with a chilling mirth. It seems you too are weary. Tonight, it would be wise to rest. Yuan Qingsu abruptly turned his head, striving to discern the peculiar glimmer in his brother's eyes. But an irresistible wave of drowsiness surged over him, engulfing his mind. His vision blurred, his arms grew unbearably heavy, and eventually, he too slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness and eerie silence. Meng Qi stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Scarcely able to trust her own eyes, she glanced at Yuan Qingyan, then at Zhao Fei, who appeared equally shocked yet with a hint of understanding. A tempest of emotions surging within her. There was medicine in the wine. He had actually drugged his own parents and elder brother during this family banquet. You. Meng Qi's voice trembled with incredulity. Yuan Qingyan gestured for silence, his earlier gentle smile replaced by a chilling, nearly ruthless calm. Time was of the essence. He instructed Zhao Fei to carefully position the unconscious parents of the Yuan family and Xiao He on the soft couches in the side hall, ensuring they appeared to be in a drunken slumber. He then swiftly approached the also slumbering Yuan Qingsu. His movements were rapid and precise, devoid of any hesitation. With great care, he extracted an unremarkable pouch made of black sharkskin from the meticulously arranged inner lining of Yuan Qingsu's robe. The pouch was surprisingly heavy. indicating it contained something of significant value. Yuan Qingyan brought the pouch to the camel-lit desk and untied its fastenings. What emerged was not ordinary paper, but a scroll crafted from extraordinarily thin and resilient silk, seemingly woven from a unique breed of silkworm. Upon this silk scroll, an intricate array of characters and symbols were densely inscribed in a minuscule ink that appeared to be a blend of multiple colors, evidently for the purposes of anti-counterfeiting and encryption. This was the document that Yuan Qingsu never parted with, containing countless state secrets, potentially even relating to the core of the Quafu project. Zhao Fei, guard the entrance. No one is to approach. Yuan Qingyan commanded in a hushed tone. Understood. Zhao Fei immediately complied, taking his post at the elegant room's entrance, his expression solemn and his gaze vigilant. Yuan Qingyan took a deep breath and meticulously unfurled the scroll upon the desk. He retrieved a specially prepared sheet of equally thin and resilient paper, along with a pen with a nib as fine as a hair, and, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, began to transcribe with remarkable speed. His memory was astonishing, nearly photographic in its capability. Yet the content of the scroll was vast, highly confidential, and the encryption exceedingly complex. He had to accurately replicate the sections most pertinent to Shun Wanjian, the Shui case, and the Quafu project within the limited time available. Time slipped away, second by second. The candlelight danced upon the desk, reflecting the focused and austere profile of Yuan Qingyan. Beads of sweat began to form at his temples, and his fingers trembled slightly from the prolonged, rapid writing. Yet the brilliance in his eyes grew ever brighter and sharper. Meng Qi stood nearby, witnessing the almost frenzied scene, her heartbeat quickening to a near halt. She finally comprehended Yuan Qingyan's true intention in enlisting her assistance once more. He intended to surreptitiously acquire the highest secrets of his brother. Was he planning to use this intelligence to negotiate with Shun Wanjian, to exchange for Xiao He's secret? This scheme was audacious, reckless, and utterly unscrupulous. Was this still the Yuan Qingyan she knew, who, despite his coldness, adhered to certain moral boundaries? At that moment, the previously unconscious Yuan Qingsu seemed to stir slightly with a twitch of his finger. Meng Qi's heart leaped in her throat. Chapter 48. The inner demon confronts the demon's lair beneath the night sky on the outskirts of the capital. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only a few scattered cold stars gazing down upon the earth from the deep blue velvet expanse. The secret manor of Shun Wanquan resembles a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, nestled among the undulating mountain silhouettes, exuding an aura of lofty isolation far removed from the clamor of the world, while simultaneously emanating a chillingly enigmatic presence. The sole pathway leading to the manor is fortified with 3 formidable checkpoints, heavily guarded. Had it not been for Yuan Qingyan's utilization of specific tokens and coded phrases, transcribed from his elder brother Yuan Qingsu regarding Shun Wanquan's clandestine dealings with certain border tribes, the trio would have found it impossible to traverse silently into the heart of this impregnable den of iniquity. The carriage came to a halt in a concealed location, several hundred paces away from the manor's principal structure. Yuan Qingyan, Meng Qi, and Zhao Fei had donned dark, agile attire conducive to movement, and under the cloak of night, they slipped in the manor like 3 swift shadows, entering a realm replete with opulence and peril. The interior of the manor surpassed their wildest imaginings in its lavishness, even bordering on the grotesque. Priceless antique artworks adorned the corridors haphazardly, while the floors were carpeted with intricately patterned, luxurious pure wool rugs from the western regions. The air was thick with an intoxicating emlang of exquisite fragrances, crafted from dozens of rare spices. In the courtyard, exotic creatures, unheard of by common folk, were kept in captivity, emitting low growls or sharp cries that pierced the stillness of the night, rendering the atmosphere particularly eerie. All of this bore testament to the master's almost pathological avarice and his unusual aesthetic sensibilities. Shun Wanquan appeared to have anticipated their arrival. When the 3 were ushered into a brightly lit study by a seemingly expressionless servant, He was leisurely seated in an expansive armchair, toying with a translucent glass goblet filled with an amber-hued, unidentified liquid. He remained clad in his signature attire, draped in an expensive black mink coat, with gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon his nose, and a smile that was as warm as it was disingenuous gracing his face. However, as his gaze, glimmering with a serpentine coldness and cunning, settled upon Yuan Qingyan, along with Meng Qi and Zhao Fei behind him, the smile took on a more sinister undertone. Lord Yuan, Lieutenant Zhao, and you must be the esteemed Miss Meng Qi, who has stirred the winds of the capital with her singular prowess. Shun Wanchuan's voice was soft and measured, imbued with a unique mellifluousness characteristic of the Jiangnan dialect, yet it bore an unsettling chill. Your late-night visit truly brings a touch of brilliance to my humble abode. Yuan Qingyan disregarded his pleasantries and approached the desk directly, placing a roll wrapped in oilcloth upon it. Mr. Shun, let us dispense with the subterfuge. Inside this lies something that would prove troublesome even for my brother. He alluded to Yuan Qingsu. I shall exchange it for all the confidential files and credentials you possess regarding Zhe, the code name for Xiaohe, along with your promise to never again entangle her or Lieutenant Zhao in this matter. His voice was as sharp as an ice-forged blade, cold and unequivocal. He understood that with a man like Shun Wanquan, any indirect probing would be futile. Only a direct strike at the heart of the matter would suffice. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shun Wanquan's face seemed to deepen even further. He picked up the scroll with great interest, refraining from opening it immediately. Instead, he gently caressed the surface of the oilcloth with his habitually licking fingers, savoring the substantial weight contained within. Oh, Lord Yuan certainly possesses a grand ambition, he remarked leisurely. To present something that could prove challenging even for your lofty brother, who prides himself on being second to none, must indeed hold immense value. He seemed to be well aware of the contents of the scroll, yet displayed no signs of surprise or emotion. Setting the scroll down, he lifted a glass of crystal, taking a delicate sip, then turned his gaze to Yuan Qingyan, his eyes glinting with a teasing light reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. I appreciate your generous gift, Lord Yuan. This intelligence is indeed intriguing. He smiled, and then performed an unexpected gesture that left both Yuan Qingyan and Zhao Fei utterly taken aback. He gently pushed the scroll back towards Yuan Qingyan. Regrettably, his smile morphed into something more sinister. However, Shun, have no need for it. What do you mean? Zhao Fei could not help but step forward, his voice sharp with indignation. Calm yourself, Colonel Zhao. Shun Wanquan waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze to Yuan Qingyan, infused with a sickly arrogance and boastfulness. Does Lord Yuan believe that I collect information merely to leave behind these easily destroyed and tampered with documents? He pointed to his temple, his smile akin to honey laced with poison. No, no, no. All the true secrets, the very things that could rob nobles and dignitaries of their sleep, reside right here. He indicated his head, his eyes gleaming with madness. This is where my true archive lies. An archive that can never be lost, never altered, and can be summoned at my whim. A living repository. At that moment, Yuan Qingyan and Zhao Fei felt their hearts plummet into despair. Their meticulously crafted plan to exchange the secrets of Yuan Qingsu for the freedom of Xiao, he had collapsed from the very beginning. Shun Wanchuan's empire of information had no tangible form. His greatest weapon was his mind, a vault brimming with countless sins and secrets. Zhao Fei trembled with fury, wishing to draw his sword and rend this demon before him to pieces. What's wrong? Is Colonel Zhao angry? Shun Wanquan seemed to relish Zhao Fei's outrage. He stood, strolling toward Zhao Fei, extending a hand to gently pat his taut cheek, imbued with the scent of wine and exotic fragrances, his tone dripping with mockery and pity. Anger is merely a sign of the weakness of the powerless. Do you truly believe that you, a mere captain of the Jinyiwei, can safeguard that assassin from the former Eastern Depot named Xiaohe? He leaned closer to Zhao Fei's ear, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. The blood on her hands is no less than yours, perhaps even more. Do you know what she excelled at during the tempestuous days of her youth? The art of seduction. Enough. Zhao Fei's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he swung his fist, ready to strike. Fei, Yuan Qingyan called out sharply, timely restraining him. He understood that Shun Wanquan was deliberately provoking Zhao Fei, seeking to disturb their composure. Shun Wanquan gazed upon Zhao Fei's face, flushed with anger and humiliation, and let out a low, gleeful chuckle. He turned around, his gaze landing once again on Yuan Qingyan. "My dear Lord Yuan, do not be in such haste." He sauntered back to the grand chair, resuming his seat. "It seems we are quite old acquaintances. Do you recall the calamity that nearly erupted on the northwestern frontier due to your momentary impulse? TSK. Had it not been for your illustrious brother's interventions, do you truly believe you would be in your current position?" Yuan Qingyan's expression instantly hardened, becoming as frigid as ice. Shun Wanjian was well aware of this shadowy past, a leverage his brother held over him. Moreover, Shun Wanjian's gaze, as venomous as a serpent, shifted towards the silent yet vigilant Meng Qi. This young lady, Meng Qi, possessed an astute nose and deft skills. However, for one so exquisite, should she inadvertently become tainted by unsavory elements or encounter an unfortunate mishap, it would indeed be a tragic fate, invoking deep lament. A blatant threat, he wielded Xiao Hua's past to manipulate Zhao Fei, used Yuan Qingyan's dark secrets to intimidate, and directly targeted Meng Qi's safety. At that moment, the string of reason within Yuan Qingyan was on the verge of snapping. He could endure the mockery, could disregard the threats, yet he would never allow anyone to harm Meng Qi. Nevertheless, he ultimately suppressed the raging fury within him. He understood that confronting Shun Wanjian head-on within his own domain would be unwise. Although his initial plan had faltered, he still had contingencies. Master Shen, Yuyist. Yuan Qingyan's voice was as frigid as if it could freeze the very air around them. On this auspicious winter solstice, your residence is abuzz with activity, and we intrude at such a late hour, which is rather disrespectful. Perhaps we might partake in a toast to share in the festive spirit? Upon hearing this, Shun Wanjian's eyes flickered with surprise, soon replaced by a deeper, more cunning smile. "Oh, Lord Yuan exhibits such refined taste. In that case, it would be my utmost pleasure. The fare at my humble abode may not rival the exquisite offerings of Yunbian Tower, yet it possesses its own unique charm. Please." He rose, gesturing for them to follow, leading the way out of the study. His silhouette, illuminated by the opulent lights, appeared increasingly sinister and treacherous. Yuan Qingyan subtly nodded to Meng Qi and Zhao Fei, signaling them to follow. The trio trailed Shun Wanjian through several corridors, arriving at a brightly lit banquet hall, alive with melodious tunes. Indeed, the hall was brimming with guests. However, these individuals were not the usual affluent merchants or officials. Each was adorned in lavish attire, yet their expressions betrayed an unnatural excitement, mingled with anxiety and fear. They either huddled in whispered conversations, their eyes darting nervously, or sat alone in corners, lost in their cups, or surrounded Shun Wanjian, fawning over him in grotesque displays. The atmosphere of the banquet was steeped in a sense of decadence and despair, yet it concealed an undercurrent of desperation and madness. "Come, Lord Yuan, Miss Meng Qi, and Captain Zhao, please take your seats." Shun Wanjian ushered them to several vacant spots beside the main table, his smile brimming with sinister implications. "Today, I shall ensure that you three depart thoroughly satisfied." Meng Qi's heart raced, lodged in her throat. She understood that the true contest was only just beginning. With a calm demeanor, she surveyed her surroundings, seeking an opportunity to execute the banquet plan according to their prior arrangements. Lin Shaoqing had leveraged connections at Yunbian Tower to glean portions of the menu for tonight's banquet at the Shen residence, managing to discreetly incorporate a particularly rare ingredient, one that would react subtly with the lingering toxins of dragon's breath moss, into the regular food supplies for the evening. Meng Qi's task was to find an opportunity to use this ingredient to prepare a dish exclusively for Shun Wanjian. Zhao Fei followed closely behind her, his vigilant gaze sweeping the area, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen incidents. The banquet commenced, and dishes flowed forth like a river. The culinary offerings were extravagant, meticulously crafted and skillfully executed. Yet, Meng Qi discerned an unusual flavor among them. Many of the dishes contained, to varying degrees, special spices or additives known to invigorate, excite, or even induce hallucinations. It appeared that Shan Wanqian not only indulged in forbidden substances like dragon's breath moss himself, but also employed them to control or entertain his so-called guests. A heaviness settled in Meng Qi's heart. At last, during a brief interlude when a Buddha jumps over the wall dish was served, Meng Qi seized her chance. Feigning discomfort, she temporarily exited the banquet hall under Zhao Fei's escort and stealthily infiltrated the opulent yet chaotic kitchen of the Shun residence. Armed with the internal information provided by Lin Shaoqing, along with her exceptional culinary skills and adaptability, she deftly evaded the attention of the chefs and located the crucial ingredient. In the swiftest manner, she crafted an unassuming yet cleverly concealed clear soup dumpling. The dumpling was made from the freshest fish and shrimp paste, hand-pounded to achieve a bouncy, smooth texture. The broth was derived from the leftover rich soup of Buddha jumps over the wall, purified and harmonized to a clear, delectable essence. The key ingredient was ingeniously integrated into the dumpling filling, rendering it colorless and tasteless, nearly undetectable. She presented the specially prepared clear soup dumpling to Zhao Fei. Whispering a few instructions, Zhao Fei understood, carrying the bowl back to the banquet hall with an air of nonchalance. Approaching Shan Wanqian, he respectfully announced, "Master Shun, my esteemed lord noticed your apparent lack of appetite and has instructed me to present you with this light and refreshing fish and shrimp dumpling soup to stimulate your appetite." Shan Wanqian glanced at the clear, fragrant broth and then at the impassive Yuan Qingyan beside him, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. However, he seemed to dismiss it, perhaps due to confidence in his own constitution or simply disregarding Yuan Qingyan's subtle maneuverings. He waved his hand, signaling Zhao Fei to set it down. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, including the tense gazes of Yuan Qingyan and Meng Qi, Shan Wanqian lifted the spoon, scooping up a plump dumpling and bringing it to his mouth. The dumpling was flavorful and springy, the broth clear and rich, indeed quite delightful. Shan Wanqian nodded in satisfaction, continuing to consume several more. However, just as he swallowed the last dumpling in his bowl and prepared to utter a few words, his countenance suddenly shifted. He clutched his chest violently, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. His breath quickened, and the insincere smile that usually adorned his face froze in place, replaced by an expression of incredulous pain and terror. "What did you put in the soup?" he exclaimed, pointing at Yuan Qingyan, his voice distorted and hoarse from agony. "The drug has taken effect. It reacted violently with the toxins accumulated in Shan Wanqian's body, such as the long-term residue of dragon breath moss. While not fatal, it was sufficient to temporarily rob him of control over his body, revealing the truth that had long been corroded within him." "Shan Wanqian," Yuan Qingyan abruptly rose, his voice resonating like thunder across the banquet hall. "You have long been abusing the prohibited drug dragon breath moss, disregarding human life, colluding with the black market, and possibly plotting nefariously. Now, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, what defense do you have left?" He brandished the prepared copy of the ledgers seized from the apothecary and the testimonies of Wang Yud and others, their weighty presence echoing in the air. All the guests were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. They stared at Shan Wanqian's contorted face, listening to Yuan Qingyan's powerful accusations, momentarily forgetting how to respond. However, just as Yuan Qingyan was about to command Zhao Fei to apprehend Shan Wanqian, the guests, as if under a spell, lowered their heads or turned away, none daring to step forward to respond or assist. The opulent banquet hall was instantly enveloped in a bizarre, suffocating silence. Shan Wanqian's oppressive influence had seeped into the marrow of their bones. Even though he seemed to be in a pitiful state now, these individuals still did not dare nor wish to oppose him. Yuan Qingyan gazed at the cold wall of fear and self-interest that stood before him, a chilling sensation coursing through his entire being. Chapter 49. Outlaws wielding swords in defiance. The silence in the banquet hall was as tangible as a rising tide, drowning out all the previous clamor and extravagance. The guests had already fled in a panic, like startled birds, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. They dared not glance back at the host, whose face had undergone several transformations, ultimately revealing a sinister smile. Nor did they want to make eye contact with the brocade-clad magistrate who had audaciously exposed Shen Wanquan's secret, now standing like a pillar of ice. They, adorned in fine garments and occupying lofty positions, were now akin to lost dogs. Their sole thought being to escape this opulent cage that was about to transform into a battleground. The last few fleeing figures hastily closed the doors behind them, the heavy hinges creaking in protest, sealing off the night outside from the suffocating despair within. The empty hall further accentuated its lavishness and eeriness. The grand crystal chandeliers refracted the flickering candlelight, casting flickering shadows upon the mirror-like floor. Priceless antique jade and coral agate were carelessly arranged on the rosewood shelves, emanating a chilling luster. The air remained saturated with the rich aroma of wine, the enticing fragrance of food, and a subtle, unsettling scent belonging to dragon's breath moss and an array of peculiar spices. There lingered a taste of fear, an intangible presence left by the dignified individuals who had just fled in haste. Shen Wanquan slowly wiped away the cold sweat that had beaded at his temples due to the backlash of the medication with a pristine white silk handkerchief. His pallid complexion was rapidly regaining its rosy hue, and the eyes that were usually concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses now sparkled with a morbid, almost frenzied excitement. The delicate soup dumpling had indeed taken him by surprise. The hidden medicinal ingredient that clashed with the dragon's breath moss had afforded him a fleeting moment of excruciating loss of control. Yet this very pain invigorated him. It sharpened his awareness of his dominion over this drug-preserved body and his authority to decide the fates of those insignificant ants who dare challenge him. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing through the vast hall with an indescribable blend of the bizarre and the mocking. Lord Yuan, what a masterful tactic you have employed. He leisurely adjusted his luxurious mink coat, as if the panting, disheveled figure from moments ago were someone else entirely. A mere soup dumpling, and you presume to bring me, Shen Wanquan, to my demise? You underestimate me gravely. Moreover, his gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, slowly swept over Yuan Qingyan and then to Zhao Fei and Meng Qi, who, despite their tense demeanor, remained protectively at Meng Qi's side. Do you truly believe that, even if you have momentarily unveiled one of my small secrets, it will affect me? He spread his hands wide, a look of haughty disdain upon his face. Look at those individuals from earlier, the pillars of the court, the paragons of noble families. Who among them dares to step forward and accuse me? Who would dare defy my will? He advanced a few steps, closing the distance to Yuan Qingyan, his voice lowered to a chilling whisper, imbued with the temptation and threat that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Lord Yuan, you are an astute individual and must understand that in this world, some things are far more significant than the truth, such as power, stability, and secrets potent enough to cause tremors throughout the entire empire. He extended a finger, habitually licking it, and gently tapped his temple, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. What resides within this head of mine is far more precious and perilous than the confidential documents you pilfered from your brother. I possess irrefutable evidence implicating hundreds of court officials in corruption and collusion. I know which provincial leaders conspire with foreign enemies with nefarious intentions. I am even aware of the undisclosed past of the most favored consort in the palace, as well as the true ambitions behind the so-called Fu project orchestrated by your self-proclaimed omniscient brother. With each word he uttered, Yuan Qingyan's expression grew colder, and Zhao Fei and Meng Qi's hearts sank further. Shen Wanquan's words danced between truth and deception, yet the implications contained within were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. What he possessed was not merely trivial secrets, but a trump card capable of overturning the entire court. Yuan Qingyan and Shen Wanquan leaned in closely, their voices a venomous whisper akin to that of lovers, as they said, should you choose to withdraw now and erase all recollections of today, along with everything you have previously uncovered, I might consider granting you and your two little goldfish a chance at survival. Indeed, I can bestow upon you the power, wealth, and status you desire, provided you obediently serve as a loyal dog under my command." He observed Yuan Qingyan's face, which had grown increasingly stern from restraint, seemingly relishing the thrill of trampling upon the lofty commander of the Jinyiwei. Yet he swiftly shifted his focus to the pallid Dream Qi, his smile transforming into something more lascivious. This Dream Qi, so exquisite in beauty and skilled in culinary arts, would surely be a delightful addition to my side, preparing secret broths for me daily. Seek your own demise. Zhao Fei, who had been suppressing his fury, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Shun Wanquan's utter disrespect towards Dream Qi. With a thunderous roar, he unsheathed his embroidered spring blade, striking down upon Shun Wanquan with overwhelming force. However, Shun Wanquan appeared to have anticipated this move, awkwardly leaning back at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Simultaneously, two silent black-clad guards emerged from the shadows, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Fei. Their skills surpassed those of the assassins encountered at Baichao Cottage, leaving Zhao Fei, despite his bravery, momentarily ensnared. Shen Wanquan gazed at Zhao Fei, who was being forced to retreat by the two guards, a cruel smile playing upon his lips akin to that of a cat toying with a mouse. "Why the anger, Captain Zhao? I am merely speaking the truth. Do you truly believe your meager abilities can protect her? That little who, renowned for both beauty and brutality, has left many a dignitary under her spell." Silence. Zhao Fei's eyes blazed with fury, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet Shun Wanquan, seemingly intent on stoking the flames of conflict further, turned his gaze back to Yuan Qingyan with an even more triumphant smile. "Master Yuan, do you see now? This is the sensation of helplessness. You pride yourself on your intelligence and righteousness, yet before absolute strength and information, you are nothing." He advanced upon Yuan Qingyan, his voice slithering like a venomous serpent. "Do you think that by toppling Zhou Quan, you can absolve yourself of Yunyan Tower? Do you believe that uncovering the dragon's breath moss will reveal my vulnerabilities? You are utterly naive. Let me inform you, even your esteemed elder brother, who secretly supports the border generals in an attempt to cultivate his own power, is under my scrutiny. And you," his gaze pierced like a cold needle into Yuan Qingyan's past. The memories of the disastrous advance in the northwestern frontier that nearly brought him ruin. "Do you truly believe it was your brother's influence that smoothed over everything for you? I must tell you, had there not been someone at that moment who required a force to constrain that self-important feudal lord, do you truly believe your head could have remained securely atop your neck?" Each word struck Yuan Qingyan's heart like the most venomous curse. He gazed upon the man before him, a figure twisted and deranged from possessing too many secrets, observing his face flushed with pathological excitement and his eyes, which regarded human life as mere fodder and reveled in the manipulation of hearts as the utmost pleasure. In Yuan Qingyan's heart, the strings named law, procedure, and forbearance finally snapped one by one. He slowly, ever so slowly, closed his eyes. Countless images he flashed through his mind. The unwavering and bright gaze of Meng Qi in the Imperial prison. The tear-streaked face of Meng Qi as she stood vigil by his bedside in Anjifang. Her tender profile as she prepared soup for him in the small kitchen, entirely focused and gentle. Zhao Fei's honest and straightforward face, filled with trust and loyalty. The teary eyes of Xiao He, which still held a glimmer of humanity amidst despair. The fleeting expression of awkward concern from his elder brother, Yuan Qingsu, hidden beneath a coal mask. And those court ministers, toyed with by Shan Wanjian, who dared to express their anger, yet remained silent. Those innocent commoners whose lives were shattered by long Shi Tai. Those ideals of justice that were devoured by darkness. As long as Shun Wanjian draws breath, this torment shall never cease. This world shall forever remain shrouded by the infernal information hell within his mind. Law, procedure, the codes of the Jinyiwei, the decrees of the court. What significance do these hold in the face of a demon who can tarnish and exploit even the law itself? When one can no longer protect those they wish to shield, when the morals upheld become shackles that bind, when an entire system falls silent and numb in the grip of fear, then one must resort to killing to cease killing. to violence to counter-violence. Yuan Qingyan abruptly opened his eyes. In those phoenix-like orbs, all struggle, pain, and anger had vanished without a trace. What replaced them was a near-divine, absolute calm, and a profound emptiness, as if all that remained were ashes after everything else had burned away. He slowly raised his hand, grasping the embroidered spring knife that had accompanied him for many years, having tasted the blood of countless sins. The sound of the blade being unsheathed was clear, yet carried a chilling resolve. Shen Wanjian observed the ashen light in Yuan Qingyan's eyes, his smile faltering slightly before morphing into a more intense, contemptuous mockery. "What is it, Lord Yuan? Have you finally run out of pretense? Do you wish to kill me? You seem to find this an enormous jest. Go on. Yuan Ti, you are the cold-faced Yama of the Jinyiwei, the court's appointed judge, the great hero in the eyes of the people. How could a hero kill with their own hands?" Yuan Qingyan regarded him, his face devoid of expression, as he slowly raised the knife in his hand. The blade reflected a cold and piercing light under the flickering candle flame. The hero's voice, as light as a sigh, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a tranquility that sent shivers through the soul, while also embodying a sense of limits. At the moment his words fell, a brilliant flash of blade light erupted, akin to lightning cleaving through eternal night. Swift, incredibly swift. It surpassed the limits of human reaction. Even the two black-clad guards entangled with Zhao Fei could only manage a gasp. The mocking smile on Shen Wanjian's face froze instantly. The arrogance and madness in his eyes transformed into sheer terror and disbelief. He seemed to wish to evade, to call for help, but all was in vain. The soft yet piercing sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed. A warm spray of blood burst forth, like a flamboyant red plum blossom, suddenly blooming in the opulent banquet hall. Shen Wanjian's body, devoid of all support, fell slowly backward like a marionette severed from its strings. His eyes, usually glinting with calculations and malice, now widened in astonishment, reflecting an abyss of confusion and emptiness. To the very end, he could not comprehend why this man, who always regarded himself as a paragon of law and order, truly dared to take his life. Thud! Shen Wanjian's corpse thudded heavily onto the carpet, producing a dull sound. Those eyes, wide open in death, continued to reflect the lavish yet cold crystal chandelier above. The hall was instantly engulfed in a deathly silence. Zhao Fei ceased fighting, and the two black-clad guards stood frozen as if struck dumb. Meng Qi felt an icy chill envelop her, as if she had fallen into a frozen abyss. She covered her mouth, desperately suppressing the scream lodged in her throat, her usually bright and lively eyes now wide with sheer shock and terror, resembling brass bells. She gazed at the man who slowly lowered his bloody blade. He remained tall and imposing, his handsome features unblemished. Yet in her eyes, he had transformed into something profoundly unfamiliar and terrifying. He had indeed taken a life. Not on the battlefield, not during an arrest, but right here, under the gaze of many, though none remained now, executing a man who, while deserving of death, was still a life taken. The chilling emptiness in his eyes sent a bone-deep coldness through her. Yuan Qingyan carefully wiped the blood from the blade with a clean silk handkerchief, his movements graceful and composed, as if merely completing the most mundane task. He lifted his gaze, glancing over Zhao Fei's face, etched with shock and confusion, before finally resting his eyes on Meng Qi's pale visage, drained of color from fear. His gaze remained calm, yet bore an indescribable weariness and fragility. This was the only way, he murmured, his voice devoid of any emotion. In the distance, the sound of hurried, synchronized footsteps approached. The Jinyiwei, along with his elder brother Yuan Qingsu's men, were coming. Yuan Qingyan slowly sheathed the still-scented blade, the Shouchuan Dao, back into its scabbard. Then, he turned to face the door that was about to be pushed open, his silhouette elongated and solitary under the flickering candlelight. Chapter 50. A farewell at the long pavilion amidst rising winds. The 10-mile-long pavilion stands, surrounded by ancient paths and withered grass. The season has entered the depths of winter. As a light snow gently blankets the mountains and fields of the outskirts of the capital, rendering the world a desolate expanse of white. Outside the pavilion, the biting cold wind swirls the remnants of snow and dried leaves, producing a sound akin to lamentation, adding a layer of melancholy to the parting. The death of Sun Wanquan was ultimately classified as the death of a bandit leader refusing capture, executed on the spot. Thanks to Yuan Qingsu's discreet maneuvering and concealment in the court, along with the taciturn silence of the guests, who were terrified at the banquet in the Shen residence. This shocking case that could have overturned the political landscape was, in the end, hastily concluded with a seemingly satisfactory ending. Yet, how can merits and demerits be balanced? Yuan Qingsu's unlawful killing of a high-ranking court official, despite the latter's heinous crimes, was ultimately a transgression of the law, touching upon the dragon scales. After Yuan Qingsu passionately submitted a memorial of impeachment and cleverly twisted the act of unlawful killing into a necessary measure for preserving the greater good, a decree was quietly issued. Yuan Qingyan was stripped of his position as the commander of the Jinyiwei and exiled 3,000 miles to the frigid northwestern city of Shuafang to serve on the borders, forbidden to return to the capital without an imperial edict. This decree, while ostensibly a severe punishment, was also, in truth, a form of protection. Shuafang, being a harsh and remote place far from the capital's intrigues, would better shield him for the possible frenzied retaliation of the remnants of the Xuanhe, as well as the surging political undercurrents triggered by Sun Wanquan's downfall. Perhaps this was the best outcome that the deeply contemplative brother Yuan Qingsu could secure for his disobedient sibling. Within the pavilion, simple farewell dishes and wine had already been prepared. Yet, with sorrowful sentiments lingering, no one had the heart to lift their chopsticks. Yuan Qingyan remained clad in the faded blue robe, the only official garment he took with him upon leaving the Jinyiwei. He appeared somewhat more gaunt than before, and his brows seemed to carry an added weight of unspoken hardships, yet his phoenix-like eyes remained bright, albeit with a touch less of their former sharpness and more tranquility born of shedding worldly adornments. He first spoke a few words with Xiaohe, the former Eastern factory assassin who now yearned to be an ordinary tea-house girl. Her gaze towards him was filled with complex emotions, gratitude, reverence, and perhaps a shared understanding of their mutual plight. "Live well," Yuan Qingyan said, his voice calm. "Let the past remain in the past. Zhao Fei is a worthy person. Do not let him down." With reddened eyes, Xiaohe nodded vigorously. "You too. Take care." She understood that had it not been for Yuan Qingyan's astonishing act, her future with Zhao Fei might have been utterly destroyed by Sun Wanquan. This debt of gratitude would forever linger in her heart. Next was Zhao Fei, the straightforward and loyal man who had always regarded Yuan Qingyan as a brother and benefactor. At this moment, tears glistened in his fierce eyes, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Thousands of words were ultimately condensed into a single word: take care. Yuan Qingyan extended his hand and gave Zhao Fei's shoulder a firm pat, a silent understanding that spoke volumes between them. "Fei, I am not in the capital, and there are numerous matters at the Northern Town Defense Office that require your utmost attention. Moreover," his voice lowered slightly, "please take good care of her." The her naturally refers to Meng Qi. Zhao Fei nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure Meng's chef is well protected." Next was Yuan Qingsu, the influential left senior imperial censor, who had personally come to bid farewell today. He maintained his usual impassive demeanor, yet the dark folding fan he always carried remained closed. The two brothers exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. The harsh winter in Shuafang City, along with provisions and military supplies, has been meticulously arranged. The commander station there has some connections with me and will not make things overly difficult for you. Yuan Qingsu spoke first, his tone still flat, leaving one unsure whether it was concern or mere formality. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, elder brother." Yuan Qingyan replied with a slight nod. Yuan Qingsu scoffed. "Had it not been for your impulsive actions, we would not have reached this point. When has the Yuan family ever produced a reckless individual who disregards rules?" Despite his words, a barely perceptible shadow of worry flickered in his eyes. "Rules are dead. Yuan Qingyan gazed into the vast, snowy expanse. His voice is soft as a sigh, yet humans are alive. Sometimes, someone must break the mold. Yuan Qingsu fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to refute this, ultimately retrieving a small, fragrant brocade pouch from his robe, offering it to Yuan Qingyan. This is a calming incense made from a millennium-old snow lotus seed and several exotic polar flowers, effective against the bitter cold and miasma of Shuafang. Take it. Yuan Qingyan accepted the pouch, feeling its warmth in his hand. The familiar, subtly sweet fragrance stirred something within him. This scent was reminiscent of the protective charm his mother used to adorn him with in his childhood. Thank you, elder brother. This time, his gratitude appeared genuinely earnest. The two brothers once again fell into silence. The words that needed to be said seemed to have been exhausted. Those that truly yearned to be expressed, however, felt like heavy ice blocks lodged between their hearts. Finally, Yuan Qingyan's gaze fell upon the figure standing quietly at a distance, silently shedding tears. It was Meng Qi. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant lake blue dress, draped with a pristine white fox fur cloak, accentuating her naturally delicate beauty and rendering her even more enchanting. However, her usually bright eyes were now swollen like ripe peaches, her face etched with a heartbreaking weariness and reluctance. Yuan Qingyan's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly tugged, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. He took a deep breath and turned to Yuan Qingsu. "Brother, may I have a moment alone with Miss Meng Qi?" Yuan Qingsu glanced at him, then at the rain-soaked figure in the distance, ultimately giving a barely noticeable nod, retreating with Zhao Fei and Xiao He to the outside of the pavilion, leaving the space open for them. The cold wind howled, swirling the remnants of snow on the ground, tousling Meng Qi's hair at her temples. As she watched Yuan Qingyan approach her step by step, her heart raced, nearly suffocating her. Countless words surged in her heart, yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. Should she question him about his impulsive act of violence, or express her gratitude for his sacrifice to protect her and Zhao Fei? Xiaohe? Should she lament his impending departure, or confide the deep-seated emotions that had long become uncontrollable? They both opened their mouths simultaneously, only to pause and share a bittersweet smile, tinged with ineffable sorrow. Ultimately, it was Yuan Qingyan who broke the silence. He gazed into her swollen eyes, observing her shoulders tremble slightly from suppressing her tears, his heart swelling with compassion and guilt. "I am sorry," he uttered, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness that drew her into the turmoil, making her tremble with fear, and even causing her to witness such a bloody scene. "It was my fault." Meng Qi shook her head vigorously, tears cascading uncontrollably once more. "No, I don't blame you. I know you had no choice." She understood that had it not been for Shun Wanjian's relentless coercion, threatening the lives of everyone, Yuan Qingyan, by his very nature, would never have resorted to such unlawful actions. "You need not defend yourself on my behalf." Yuan Qingyan interrupted her, his gaze complex as it rested upon her. "I have indeed crossed the line. From now on, I will no longer be the Jinyiwei that can protect you wholly." With a pause, as if resolutely deciding something, he retrieved a small jade pendant, exquisitely carved from premium Hatian jade, resembling a half-finished kitchen knife, and offered it to Meng Qi. The jade was warm to the touch, still bearing the warmth of his body. "Take this," he said, his voice strained. "Consider it a compensation for my broken promise. I fear I will not be able to witness the golden knife competition myself, but you must continue to thrive. Your culinary skills and talents must never be squandered by anyone or anything." Meng Qi stared at the jade pendant, then into the depths of his eyes, which threatened to engulf her with emotion. Her heart ached painfully, rendering her breathless. "No," she choked out, shaking her head, refusing to accept the pendant. "I do not want any compensation. I only want you. I want you to return safely." Yuan Qingyan reached out, yearning to caress her cheek and hold her in his embrace, but ultimately his hand fell limply. He understood that the path he was about to tread was fraught with peril. He could not offer her any promises, nor should he give her any hope. "Forget me," he said, closing his eyes, steeling himself to utter this cruel statement. "Return to Yunbian Tower, return to Lin Shaoqing. He can provide you with a stable life." protect you for eternity. That is the future you deserve. No, I want tea. Meng Qi grasped his sleeve fiercely, tears flowing like a broken dam. Yuan Qingyan, you bastard. How can you say such things? Do you think I desire stability? What I want. She wished to say it was him. But those 3 words lodged in her throat like a boulder, refusing to be spoken. Between them lay too many identities, too many obstacles, too much blood and darkness. Yuan Qingyan gazed at her small face, flushed with excitement and sorrow, and observed the reckless determination in her eyes. The defenses within his heart, which had long since crumbled, finally collapsed entirely. Yet, he found himself unable to extend his hands towards her. I am sorry. He could only repeat these 3 words softly in her ear, time and again. Beyond that, he was a loss for words. Dream Qi lowered her head, bursting into tears, allowing the fears, grievances, worries, and reluctance of the past days to flow forth as scalding tears, a cathartic release. The two stood facing each other, seemingly the only 2 souls in the world, seeking warmth in each other's presence amidst the desolate, biting wind. At that moment, time appeared to halt its passage. After an indeterminate period, the distant sound of a courier urging departure broke the stillness. Yuan Qingyan slowly raised his eyes, filled with reluctance, to the horizon. He took a deep, final look at Dream Qi, as if he wished to etch her image forever in the deepest recesses of his heart. Then, with resolute determination, he turned away, not daring to look back, striding purposefully towards the waiting, seemingly humble yet sturdy prison cart. No, the car of exile. As the curtain fell, it severed their sight in that budding sentiment, which had to be cruelly severed by reality. Go! With the driver's command, the cart began to move, crunching over the thin layer of snow, gradually making its way towards the distant and unknown northwest frontier. Dream Qi stood rooted in place, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the receding silhouette of the cart, feeling as though her heart had been taken along, leaving a vast, hollow void behind. Zhao Fei and Xiao He silently stood beside her, their expressions equally filled with sorrow and helplessness. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, only 3 solitary figures remained, standing in the cold wind for an extended time. However, just as the cart was about to vanish beyond the horizon, completely swallowed by the vast expanse of snow, a sudden, urgent sound of galloping hooves, like a torrential downpour, surged forth from the direction of the capital, approaching rapidly. Report! A messenger clad in brocade, bearing a command flag, dismounted hastily, his face etched with panic and urgency, rushing before Yuan Qingsu, who was already prepared to turn away. Kneeling on one knee, he raised his voice to declare, "Esteemed Lord Yuan, urgent military intelligence from 800 miles away. The notorious criminal mastermind, Zhang Moran, who has lain dormant for years, has suddenly resurfaced in the Jiangnan region. He has breached several key treasury strongholds, including Suzhou and Hangzhou, and has slaughtered local officials and common folk alike. Moreover, he has left behind a blood-soaked letter, specifically naming you, Lord Yuan Qingyan, as his adversary. The people of Jiangnan are now in a state of panic, living in fear. I implore you, my lord, to make a swift decision." What? Zhang Moran. The name struck like a thunderclap, instantly shocking all present. Dream Qi may not have known who he was, but both Zhao Fei and Yuan Qingsu's expressions changed drastically. Zhang Moran, once renowned as a rival to Yuan Qingyan, was the most infamous schemer in the realm, meticulous in thought, cunning in methods, and utterly devoid of moral constraints. 3 years ago, Yuan Qingyan tirelessly conducted a thorough investigation into a case, engaging in a relentless battle for several months, nearly uprooting the entire network of his subordinates. The evidence was as solid as a mountain, and the truth was known to all. Yet, in the end, he managed to evade all legal charges through a cunning stratagem, claiming insufficient factual evidence. This incident remains the only unresolved rivalry since Yuan Qingyan assumed the position of the inspector of the Jinyiwei. Now he astonishingly re-emerges at this moment, explicitly challenging Yuan Qingyan by name. Yuan Qingsu's expression darkened instantly, becoming as somber as the depths of water. He immediately realized that this move by Zhang Yuan was no mere coincidence. He had calculated the perfect timing of Yuan Qingyan's exile and the Jinyiwei's leaderless state, at least concerning this matter. The malevolence of his intentions was glaringly evident. "Prepare the horses," Yuan Qingsu decisively commanded, his voice imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. "Send my orders. Expedite to the emperor over 800 miles. I earnestly request the immediate revocation of Yuan Qingyan's exile. Summon him back to the capital to atone for his past and lead the efforts to eliminate Zhang Yuan." Yes. The messenger accepted the command and swiftly mounted, racing towards the capital. Yuan Qingsu then turned to another attendant, speaking in a low tone, "Dispatch a message. Instruct the relay station ahead to halt Yuan Qingyan's carriage immediately. Command it to remain on standby. No, instruct it to turn back at once. Return to the capital." "Understood." The order was transmitted with utmost urgency. Outside the long pavilion and along the ancient road, the carriage, bearing the weight of sorrow and longing, gradually made its way northwest. Upon receiving the command, it came to a gentle halt. Moments later, under the astonished and complex gazes of Meng Qi, Zhao Fei, and Xiao He, the carriage began to turn around, heading back towards the capital, which was just beginning to escape from the tumultuous clouds of fate. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, and it seemed that the gears of destiny had only just begun to turn. Volume 1 completed. Chapter 51. A new game begins amidst old waves. The winter in the capital was always imbued with a biting chill. However, when Yuan Qingyan's name resurfaced in court discussions after several days of silence, that chill seemed to carry an even greater sense of intrigue and an inexplicable undercurrent. Shen Wangquan, the immensely wealthy merchant who had ensnared nearly half the court within his web of information, had ultimately perished in his own banquet hall. This news had been suppressed by Yuan Qingsu through swift and decisive measures. The official narrative claimed that the bandit leader, Shen Wangquan, engaged in illegal herbal trade and harboring nefarious ambitions, had resisted arrest when apprehended by Yuan Qingyan, the Jinyiwei commander, and had been slain on the spot as a warning to others. This explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, yet no one dared to probe deeper. After all, although Shen Wangquan's information archives had been temporarily sealed with his demise, the vast network of interests and fears he had woven during his lifetime still loomed large. Those who had been entangled with him, lords and ministers alike, were eager for the matter to be resolved swiftly, wishing for it to remain unspoken. Yet, the notorious reputation of Yuan Qingyan for his ruthless actions was like a festering sore, difficult to erase. Even though Yuan Qingsu earnestly expressed his brother's dedication to eliminating threats to the nation before the emperor, vouching for his selflessness and unwavering loyalty to the throne, the sovereign, after weighing the various pros and cons, ultimately issued a profoundly significant decree. The decree stated, Yuan Qingyan, commandant of the Northtown Prefectural Division of the Jinyiwei, despite his notable contributions in the case involving the rebel Shen Wangquan, acted hastily, unlawfully executing a key criminal, which contravenes national law. He should be subjected to severe punishment. However, considering his youth and the remaining faction led by Zhang Moran still at large, it is a critical time for personnel deployment. In light of his merits, I hereby commute his death sentence, stripping him of all titles within the Jinyiwei, placing him under stringent supervision by his elder brother, Left Deputy Inspector Yuan Qingsu, to earn redemption through merit. To combat the crimes committed by Zhang Moran and his ilk, Yuan Qingyan is to be assigned to the Dali Temple as an advisory consultant, assisting Deputy Minister Pei Jibai in handling the case of Zhang Moran. Thus decreed. This edict, ostensibly a form of punishment, was, in reality, a clever balance and protection. It not only soothed the anxious factions unsettled by Shen Wangquan's death, but also afforded Yuan Qingyan the opportunity to continue his pursuit of Zhang Moran, placing him under the protective wing of Yuan Qingsu, both a reprimand and a subtle form of reemployment. When this decree reached the ears of Meng Qi at Yunbian Tower, she was lost in thought, stirring a pot of rock candy bird's nest porridge over a gentle flame. Days earlier, she had learned from Zhao Fei that although Yuan Qingyan was safe, he might face severe punishment, even exile, which had left her heart aching. For many days, she had lost her appetite and slept poorly, her mind haunted by the image of Yuan Qingyan in the Shun Manor banquet hall, his resolute yet lonely gaze. Along with his final words, "This is the only way." She understood his helplessness and felt pain for his sacrifice. Yet an instinctive unease and confusion lingered regarding his actions that crossed the legal boundaries. At this moment, upon hearing the final outcome relayed by Zhao Fei, the spoon in Meng Qi's hand clattered to the floor, splattering a few drops of scalding porridge, but she remained oblivious. He is all right?" Her voice trembled with disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. "He won't be exiled?" Zhao Fei, witnessing her overwhelmed state of joy and tears, felt a whirlwind of emotions, nodding vigorously, "Yes. Meng Chef, he is safe. Although he has been stripped of his position, at least he can remain in the capital. Moreover, he can continue investigating Jean Moran's case." Wonderful, wonderful. Meng Qi felt an immense wave of joy and relief wash over her, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, engulfing her entirely. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her face, letting the tears that had been suppressed for days flow freely. He is safe. This realization brought her more comfort than any delicacy could provide. Once her emotions began to settle, Meng Qi sensed that the joy in her heart was tinged with an indescribable sense of loss. He was no longer the powerful and decisive commandant of the Jinyiwei. He had become an advisory consultant at the Dali Temple, a title that sounded akin to a toothless tiger, still imposing, yet fundamentally altered. With the subtle bond they had forged through their shared investigations and mutual life or death experiences also change, would she still be able to prepare those heartfelt dishes for him under the guise of assisting in the case, as she once did? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged within her mind, adding an enchanting layer of confusion to her tear-streaked visage. Days later, at Yunbian Tower, Meng Qi temporarily returned to the familiar confines of her kitchen. Lin Shaoqing was overjoyed by her return. He not only refrained from inquiring about her experiences with the Jinyiwei, but also granted her greater autonomy, entrusting her with the development of the new seasonal dishes for Yunbian Tower. After the tumult surrounding the Tianzi Lu, Su Wanner's attitude towards Meng Qi underwent a subtle transformation. She exhibited less of the previous wariness and distance, instead displaying a genuine admiration and warmth. The three often gathered in the spacious and bright culinary studio that had been specially set aside for Meng Qi in the back kitchen, where they would taste new dishes and discuss the artful pairing of ingredients and culinary techniques. The atmosphere was harmonious, offering a unique charm. As Meng Qi observed the tender bond between Lin Shaoqing and Su Wanner, which seemed shrouded in a veil of unspoken feelings, she couldn't help but feel like a matchmaker. She sensed that such a refined gentleman as Lin, paired with the astute and graceful Su, was indeed a match made in heaven. On this particular day, she crafted an exquisite dessert named Biyu Shuang Fei Yin, delicately sculpted from bird's nest and pear puree into two swallows nestled together, adorned with rosy cherries and drizzled with sweet osmanthus honey. The presentation was elegant, and the symbolism was unmistakable. She presented the dessert to Lin Shaoqing and Su Wanner, who were enjoying tea in the studio, and cheerfully said, "Young Master Lin, Miss Su, do try this new delicacy I prepared and let me know how it tastes." Lin Shaoqing gazed at the lifelike swallows, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. Then, as if realizing something, his gaze drifted towards Su Wanner, his ears subtly tinged with crimson. Su Wanner, being exceptionally perceptive, could not miss Meng Qi's intentions. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a playful glare at Meng Qi, but was nonetheless drawn to the exquisite dessert. She picked up a small silver spoon and took a delicate taste. Ah, it's refreshingly sweet, the bird's nest is smooth, and the pear puree is exquisite. Meng Qi, your culinary skills have truly advanced, she praised sincerely, though her peripheral vision discreetly sought Lin Shaoqing. Meng Qi observed the nuanced interaction between them and couldn't suppress a smile. Just as she was about to say something further, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. It was Zhao Fei. Today, he donned the simple blue attire of a Dali Temple officer, appearing tall and robust, yet lacking the previous aura of intimidation. infused instead with a sense of solitude. Dream chef, Zhao Fei inclined his head toward Meng Qi, his expression somewhat complex. The master has commenced his duties at the Dali Temple today. He asked me to inquire if you have any improved recipes for your Tianma Chuanqi fish head soup. Surprisingly, Yuan Qingyan still remembered her fish head soup. Meng Qi's heart skipped a beat, and a blush crept on her cheeks. Yes, I do have one, she responded somewhat flustered, but with the master now at the Dali Temple. It's not convenient for me to. No matter. Zhao Fei appeared to have discerned her thoughts, breaking into a smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. The elder had mentioned that although he was currently serving as a consultant, the taxing nature of his investigations necessitated the culinary remedies provided by the dream chef. Henceforth, he would be visiting daily to collect the meal boxes. Was this tantamount to an official blessing for her to provide nourishment? Meng Qi felt a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. Standing nearby, Lin Shaoqing observed the scene with keen interest, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through his ever-smiling eyes. He understood that certain things and certain individuals ultimately could not be retained. Yet, he maintained his gentle smile and even ventured to say, "If it is inconvenient for you, Miss Meng Qi, the kitchen at Yunbian Tower is always at your disposal. Lord Yuan is, after all, laboring for matters of state." Su Wan'er, with her perceptive nature, chimed in, "Indeed, Sister Meng Qi, you may devote your heart to your craft. Should you require anything from the tower, do not hesitate to command." Meng Qi gazed at them, her heart brimming with gratitude, for she recognized that they were genuinely kind-hearted individuals. The Dali Temple, situated to the south of the Imperial city, exuded less of the oppressive atmosphere characteristic of the heavily guarded Jinyiwei headquarters, instead embodying a solemnity befitting a judicial office, tinged with a subtle air of antiquity. Yuan Qingyan, clad in a long blue robe with a simple jade pendant symbolizing his status hanging at his waist, strode into the signing chamber of the Dali Temple's minor official. Pei Jibai, in his 30s, possessed a refined appearance. Yet his brow bore the faint traces of bureaucratic fatigue and a hint of discernment that was not easily detected. Once a subordinate of Yuan Qingyan during his tenure with the Jinyiwei, Pei had risen through the ranks due to his exceptional abilities, ultimately attaining the position of minor official at the Dali Temple, marking him as a young man of considerable promise. At this moment, he regarded his former superior, who had once commanded great influence, but now found himself in a diminished state, with a mix of emotions. "Advisor Yuan, please take a seat." Pei Jibai welcomed him, his tone courteous, yet imbued with a degree of official detachment. He recognized Yuan Qingyan's capabilities, yet was acutely aware of the awkwardness of his current position and the implications of his powerful brother's intentions in placing him here. "You are too kind, minor official Pei," Yuan Qingyan replied with a slight nod, settling into a seat nearby as he surveyed the somewhat cramped signing chamber cluttered with documents. "I hear that Advisor Yuan will be assisting me in handling the Mo Ran case?" Pei Jibai inquired directly, pouring him a cup of tea. "That is indeed within my purview," Yuan Qingyan responded calmly. Pei Jibai observed his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the demotion, and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, Yuan Qingyan's composure in the face of adversity was a rare quality. He paused, his tone taking on a note of testing. "Advisor Yuan is a person of great talent. It seems somewhat of a slight for you to be relegated to this modest Dali Temple as a consultant." However, his expression shifted, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "The Mo Ran case is cunning and treacherous, a serious concern for the court. If we can bring him to justice, it would be a significant achievement. In such a case, the emperor may be greatly pleased, and your restoration to your former position might not be beyond possibility." This statement served both as reassurance and a subtle hint, implying to Yuan Qingyan that as long as he is willing to cooperate and achieve results in the case of Mo Ran, his elder brother would undoubtedly possess the means to facilitate his resurgence. Yuan Qingyan lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, remaining silent. He understood that Pei Jibai was an astute individual. Certain sentiments need not be articulated in their entirety. At this moment, he was indeed seeking redemption through merit, and Zhang Moran represented his sole opportunity to atone. Yet, As he gazed out at the overcast sky, another thought suddenly crossed his mind. He recalled the bowl of Tianma Chuanqi fish head soup that he had savored to the last drop, imbued with a familiar warmth and elegant fragrance. Perhaps tonight, he might indulge in it once more. This notion, akin to a stone cast upon a frigid lake, rippled through the tranquil waters of his heart, which had grown somewhat numb due to the machinations of power, evoking a faint yet genuine warmth. Chapter 52. Mutual loyalty in crimson and sable. On the day that Yuan Qingyan was summoned to the Dali Sea, the sky was overcast, mirroring Zhao Fei's current sentiments. He stood beneath the imposing and frigid archway of the North Town Pacification Office, watching his superior's solitary figure fade around the corner, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet devoid of any inclination to retreat. His master, wrongfully dismissed, now returned under the guise of a consultant to re-examine old cases. However, discerning eyes could see that this was merely a temporary compromise in the power struggles of the court, with the path ahead still fraught with thorns. Jean Morin, a villain of the most heinous sort, would not be easily confronted. At this juncture, his master required a trustworthy and reliable assistant. As for Zhao Fei, he possessed nothing but his life and martial prowess. Yet, should his master call upon him, he would not hesitate to comply. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Fei inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and made his way directly to the residence of the left deputy Imperial envoy, Yuan Qingsu. He understood that the only individual capable of determining his fate was this powerful and astute scion of the Yuan family. The gates of the inspectorate were heavily guarded. Zhao Fei presented his waist token, announcing his name and purpose, and waited for approximately half an hour before being escorted by a cold-faced steward into a refined yet chilly side chamber. Yuan Qingsu maintained his customary aloof demeanor, idly toying with a dark folding fan, as if he had anticipated Zhao Fei's arrival. "Captain Zhao," he said, sipping the tea from the table without lifting his gaze, his voice calm and unruffled. "Why have you abandoned your duties at the North Town Pacification Office to come to my inspectorate?" Zhao Fei took a deep breath, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists with solemnity. "I beseech you, esteemed Lord Yuan, I humbly request your permission to continue serving Lord Qingyan, to labor tirelessly at his side." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingsu paused his fan's movement slightly, finally raising his eyes to meet Zhao Fei's with a gaze that bore a hint of subtle scrutiny. "Huh? My ineffectual brother has now been stripped of his position in the Jinyiwei, reduced to a mere consultant at the Dali Sea, devoid of power and influence. He no longer requires the protection of someone of your rank." His words, seemingly innocuous, carried a tinge of barely perceptible mockery. Zhao Fei's face flushed slightly, yet he stood tall, with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "Your Excellency has shown me kindness as great as a mountain. Regardless of where you are or what status you hold, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. I seek neither title nor salary. I only wish to continue serving you, aiding you in bringing that scoundrel M.O. Rand to justice, for the sake of the court and the peace of the people." His words rang with conviction, resonating with an undeniable determination in his eyes. Yuan Qingsu regarded him, and within the depths of his usually serene gaze, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of something different flickered. After a moment of silence, he slowly responded, his tone remaining nonchalant. "You are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, my brother is no longer the deputy commander of the Jinyiwei. He cannot afford to keep idle hand around him." He paused before casually adding, "However, the Dali Temple seems to be in need of personnel lately. Pei Shaoqing lamented to me not long ago that most of his subordinates are rather conventional and become utterly helpless when faced with difficult cases. If you're truly earnest." He gently tapped the table with his fan's ribs, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "There is indeed a way. The personnel assigned to the Dali Temple are seldom bound by convention. They are chosen solely based on ability. But that position would require you to heed Pei Shaoqing's commands, while also reporting to me on all matters. Moreover, the remuneration is meager, likely a tenth of what you receive in the Jinyiwei. Are you willing?" This statement served as both guidance and a test, a transparent assertion of control. He wished for Zhao Fei to remain close to Yuan Qingsu, yet desired to maintain a firm grip on this loyal pawn. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei felt no hesitation in his heart. He understood that Yuan Qingsu was offering him an opportunity, albeit one laden with challenges. Yet, as long as he could remain by his master's side, he feared neither the mountains of blades nor the seas of fire. "I am willing," he replied resolutely, his voice booming. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your benevolence." Yuan Qingsu observed Zhao Fei's unwavering determination, even tinged with gratitude, and a barely noticeable glimmer of satisfaction, or perhaps derision, crossed his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "In that case, you may go. Tomorrow, report to Pei Shaoqing at the Dali Temple." "Yes, I take my leave." Zhao Fei bowed deeply once more and then departed from the Yusher mansion with swift strides. He knew that a more arduous and humbling path awaited him. Yet within his heart surged an unprecedented spirit and hope. When Zhao Fei conveyed this decision to Xiao He, it was already dusk. The half-day leisure tea house had long since closed, and Xiao He was in the small kitchen of the courtyard, preparing a simple dinner for him, a steaming bowl of scallion oil noodles and several light, refreshing side dishes. After the harrowing ordeal of identity revelation and Zhao Fei's fearless obliteration of his past, their bond had not frayed. Rather, it had been tempered like pure gold through the flames, emerging ever more resilient and genuine. Xiao He was no longer the timid and anxious tea-house girl. Though her demeanor remained gentle, it now bore the tranquility and acceptance that comes from weathering storms. After Zhao Fei endured the initial shock and pain, his affection for Xiao He deepened, becoming more resolute and unwavering. He realized that he loved not only the innocent and carefree girl from his memories, but also the strong and brave woman before him, who had once been mired in darkness yet still struggled to embrace the light. "Fei, you mentioned you would be going to Dali Temple for duty?" Xiao He paused, her chopsticks momentarily suspended as she lifted her gaze to him, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. "That position must be quite arduous, right? And the salary is so meager." She understood Zhao Fei's straightforward and proud nature. He would never allow himself to shortchange her financially. It pained her to see him endure such hardships merely to follow Lord Yuan, stirring feelings of both gratitude and sympathy within her. Zhao Fei, noticing the unmasked concern in her eyes, felt warmth spread through his heart. He broke into a wide smile, revealing a set of white teeth. "It's nothing. Xiao He, worry not. Although I, Zhao Fei, may lack great talents, I can certainly provide for you. If necessary, I could take on extra work at the dock in the evenings." He feigned nonchalance, wishing to spare her any anxiety regarding his well-being. Upon hearing this, Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter akin to the radiant sunshine breaking through after a rainstorm, bright and warm. "You fool," she playfully chided, shooting him a teasing glance. Setting down her chopsticks, she produced a small, exquisite silk pouch, delicately placing it before Zhao Fei. "What is this?" Zhao Fei queried, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Xiao He's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible shyness and a touch of pride. "This is a little savings I've accumulated over the years." She paused, seemingly weighing her words carefully before continuing in an intentionally casual tone. "You know, although my father merely runs a tea house, he once dabbled in the herbal medicine trade in the South, alongside a distant cousin, and managed to save some money. After that cousin passed away, leaving behind some modest properties, my father, unable to manage them, sold them off, converting them into gold and silver trinkets, which he has quietly saved for my dowry." Though her explanation was somewhat contrived, it was at least a narrative that Zhao Fei could more readily accept. She wished to conceal the truth that much of this wealth was the reward for the perilous tasks she had undertaken in the Eastern Bureau. Bloodied and shadowed experiences she yearned to bury forever. Zhao Fei gazed at the bulging pouch, and then into Xiao He's clear, hopeful eyes. How could he not comprehend her intentions? A warm current surged through him, and he felt a slight moisture prick at the corners of his eyes. "Fei." Her voice quivered softly. Xiao He reached out, gently grasping his rough hand, her tone soothing as she said, "You should pursue what you wish to do. Assist Lord Yuan, investigate cases, and uphold justice. I will take care of matters at home. You need not worry about finances. We are sufficient." Her voice, tender yet imbued with a reassuring strength, filled the air with a sense of comfort. Zhao Fei gazed at her, captivated by the unwavering trust and support reflected in her eyes, and the gentle beauty of her face illuminated by the soft, dim light. In that moment, he felt like the luckiest man in the world. He suddenly reached out, enveloping her in a tight embrace, the force of which seemed to meld her into his very being. "Thank you, Xiao he murmured, burying his head in the crook of her neck, his voice thick with barely suppressed emotion. "Fool," Xiao he replied softly, gently patting his back, her face radiating a blissful, contented smile. Outside, the night deepened, and the cold wind howled. Yet within the confines of that modest kitchen, the warmth of their profound affection transformed the atmosphere into one reminiscent of spring. They understood that the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. The precarious situation of Yuan Qingyan and the looming threat of Zhang Moran weighed heavily upon them like insurmountable mountains pressing on their hearts. However, at least they were no longer alone. They possessed each other, along with a love and trust strong enough to weather any storm. That alone was sufficient. Chapter 53. In the shadowy mansion, memories of a madman, the early spring in the capital always arrives unexpectedly. Just days ago, remnants of winter's chill lingered, only to be swiftly replaced by the cool northern winds and leaden gray clouds. Yuan Qingsu's left deputy minister's residence lay shrouded beneath this desolate sky, rendering the courtyard deeper and more imposing. Today, this normally tightly guarded estate welcomed a group of special guests. Yuan Qingyan, clad in a simple blue robe, stood tall, though the weariness and gravitas etched upon his brow from the Zhang Moran case had yet to fully fade. Beside him, Meng Qi donned a modest lake blue jacket, following quietly, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity about this center of power and a barely perceptible tension regarding the imminent private discussions. Zhao Fei and Xiao He trailed closely behind. Zhao Fei had donned the ordinary garb of a Dali Temple officer, which, while lacking the imposing grandeur of the Imperial Guards, did not diminish his integrity and loyalty in the slightest. Xiao He nestled beside him, her delicate winter dress of lotus pink enhancing her charm, though the depths of her storm-weathered eyes betrayed a maturity beyond that of an ordinary girl. She knew well that today's gathering was far from a mere social tea affair. The last to arrive was Pei Jibai, the junior secretary of the Dali Temple. He appeared slightly fatigued, yet exuded a keen and capable demeanor, clutching a thick stack of documents, clearly prepared for the meeting. Yuan Qingsu awaited them in the quiet contemplation hall. This hall was not a typical parlor for entertaining guests, but rather a space where he engaged in confidential matters or solitary reflection. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, just a large Zetenwood table, a few matching chairs, a misty landscape painting adorning the wall, and a Boshan furnace in the corner, emitting a gentle stream of sandalwood incense. The air was imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood and an intangible pressure that belonged to power itself. Yuan Qingsu's ever-present, reticent female assistant stood quietly at one side of the long table, holding a delicate silver kettle, methodically pouring boiling spring water into the white porcelain teacups before the gathering. Tea, the most ordinary of Wui rock teas, presents a deep hue in its brew, offering a hint of bitterness upon the palate, yet a lingering sweetness that follows, mirroring the atmosphere within the hall, seemingly unremarkable, yet concealing a subtle sharpness. "Please, take your seats." Yuan Qingsu did not rise, but gently tapped the table with his ever-present black folding fan, his voice calm and steady. "You have all been summoned today, and I trust you are aware of the purpose behind this gathering." As the guests settled, Pei Jibai spoke first, his tone imbued with the gravitas befitting a judicial officer. "Lord Yuan, I have been tasked with the urgent pursuit of the rebel Zhang Moran. This rogue moves with cunning and employs ruthless tactics. Since his reemergence, he has committed heinous crimes across several regions in Jiangnan, plundering treasury and harming innocents, openly mocking the court with brazen defiance. Although our court has laid an intricate net to capture him, the results have been minimal. He poses a significant threat to our dynasty." As he spoke, he unfurled the documents before him, detailing reports from various locales, along with copies of Zhang Moran's arrogant scribblings, each character exuding a chilling malevolence and a deliberate provocation towards Yuan Qingsu. Yuan Qingsu gazed upon these records, a rare flicker of chill crossing his usually placid eyes. Indeed, this man was a calamity. Had it not been for, he thought, they would not be facing such rampant defiance today. His words trailed off as he cast a pointed glance at Yuan Qingyan. Yuan Qingyan remained expressionless, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip, choosing silence. He understood that his brother blamed him for not eradicating Zhang Moran entirely in the past, leaving a lingering threat. Zhao Fei, sensing the weight of Yuan Qingsu's gaze, instinctively straightened his posture. He, too, had participated in the earlier case, vividly recalling Zhang Moran's cunning and tenacity. Lord Yuan. Pei Jibai turned to Yuan Qingyan, his tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. You have faced Zhang Moran before and must possess deeper insights than the rest of us. Might you offer some guidance? What distinguishes him? Is there a discernible pattern to his methods? At this, all eyes turned to Yuan Qingyan, including Meng Qi's curious gaze. Although she had heard fragmented tales of Zhang Moran from Zhao Fei, knowing him to be Yuan Qingyan's nemesis, she was unaware of the gripping past between them. She longed to understand what kind of adversary could provoke such seriousness in a man who was typically so composed, even somewhat cold-hearted. Xiaoyi sat quietly, her eyes downcast, seemingly disinterested in the affairs of the court, yet her slightly perked ears betrayed her inner curiosity. After all, to be the sworn enemy of a figure like Yuan Qingyan was not a trivial accomplishment. Yuan Qingyan set down his teacup, scanning the expectant faces around him, ultimately resting his gaze upon Meng Qi's clear, inquiring eyes. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing something profound. That past for him was not a tale of glory, but rather a lingering scar, tinged with a hint of humiliation. Zhang Moxuan stands as the sole adversary in his illustrious career as a Jinyiwei who evokes a profound sense of helplessness within him. Were it not for necessity, he would prefer not to reopen that still tender wound. However, upon glimpsing Pei Jibai's anxious yet hopeful gaze, followed by Zhao Fei's slightly flushed countenance due to nervousness, and finally locking eyes with Meng Qi's clear, perceptive orbs that seemed to penetrate the depths of human hearts, he understood that in order to genuinely confront Zhang Moxuan, it was imperative for all involved to possess a lucid and visceral awareness of this opponent's cunning and peril. Otherwise, they would merely repeat past mistakes, incurring even graver consequences. Thus, he finally began to speak, his voice tinged with an imperceptible rasp and desolation. Since Pei Xiaoqing had inquired, Yuan would recount the events of that year in detail, ensuring that everyone was adequately prepared for the impending encounter with an old acquaintance. His gaze appeared to transcend time and space, returning to that chilling and austere winter several years prior. That year, shortly after I assumed the position of deputy commander of the Bizenfu, I, brimming with youthful vigor, believed that all matters of the world lay within the grasp of the Jinyiwei. I was convinced that no crime could escape the righteous justice of heaven, nor evade the inexorable net of the law. A wry smile curved upon my lips as I recalled that naive conviction until I encountered him. Yuan Qingyan's eyes abruptly deepened and sharpened, as if transported back to the battleground of intellect and strategy against a criminal whose cunning bordered on the supernatural. The inception of it all, amusingly enough, was born out of sheer boredom. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts while striving to quell the tumultuous emotions stirred by memories. In those days, the capital was devoid of significant cases. My daily tasks consisted merely of petty thefts and trivial family disputes, which left me rather uninspired. He lifted his teacup, taking another sip, yet the cold brew failed to soothe the restlessness ignited within him by recollections. At that juncture, my elder brother, Lord Yuan, he gestured toward Yuan Qingsu, entrusted me with a case involving the theft of a confidential document from the Ministry of Rights concerning trade with the Western regions, a matter of great import that required my prompt resolution. At his words, Yuan Qingsu subtly raised an eyebrow but remained silent. However, I had not given the matter much thought at the time. Yuan Qingyan's tone bore a hint of self-deprecation, for I had received an even more intriguing letter. A letter? Meng Qi could not suppress her curiosity. Indeed, Yuan Qingyan nodded, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. It was an anonymous missive delivered to my study through an exceedingly clandestine method. The letter bore no signature and contained no superfluous phrases. Only a line of twisted characters inscribed in vermilion, resembling some long-lost ancient cipher. It took me an entire hour to decipher it, and the revelation sent chills down my spine. As he spoke, his tone unwittingly grew grave. The audience, aside from Zhao Fei and Yuan Qingsu, who were already privy to the details, held their breath, their expressions intent as they awaited his next words. They were aware that a thrilling confrontation, one that would test intellect and courage, was about to unfold through Yuan Qingyan's captivating narrative. Chapter 54. The weary bird first hears the thunder within the quiet contemplation hall. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted gently, and the smoke of tea lingered in the air. Yuan Qingyan's slightly husky voice resonated like an ancient melody, cutting through the dust of time, guiding everyone back to a similarly frigid early winter several years prior. That year, he lifted the cool, white porcelain teacup before him, mirroring the state of his heart at that moment. Not long had he been promoted to the position of Deputy Commissioner of the Northern Pacification Division of the Jinyiwei. It was a source of shame to admit that in his youthful arrogance, he felt there was no case within the capital that could ignite even a flicker of interest. He lowered his gaze slightly, his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow upon his eyelids, concealing a fleeting glimmer of self-mockery that flickered beneath. At that time, with his remarkable talent and the influence of the Yuan family, he soared within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, wielding significant power at young age. After solving several sensational cases that captivated the capital, it was inevitable that he grew somewhat conceited, believing that the crimes of the world were trivial matters. Every day, he dealt with nothing more than the petty intrigues among officials or the trivialities of the marketplace, which had long since cloaked his heart, one that yearned for challenge and excitement, in a thick layer of dust. I recall that day when my elder brother, he nodded slightly, indicating Yuan Qingsu, personally visited my office, bringing with him what seemed to be an urgent case. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingsu's hand, which held the teacup, paused imperceptibly, his expression remaining as indifferent as ever. Yet deep within his eyes, there seemed to flit a trace of subtle, barely perceptible helplessness, or perhaps understanding. The left Assistant Minister of Rights, Ding Wenlin, Yuan Qingyan continued, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, reported a theft in his study late at night, where a document of utmost secrecy regarding trade agreements with the western regions had gone missing. Should this matter be leaked, it could potentially destabilize the borders and undermine the foundation of the state. My brother commanded me to recover the document and apprehend the culprit within 3 days. Pei Jibai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The theft from the Minister of Rights' residence and the loss of a top-secret document was, from any perspective, a monumental case capable of shaking the entire capital. Given Yuan Qingyan's decisive approach to solving cases, it should have been a matter of utmost concern. Yet I remained unconcerned. Yuan Qingyan seemed to see through Pei Jibai's thoughts, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, self-deprecating curve. I merely skimmed through the case files and felt that although the situation appeared grave, it lacked substantial challenge. The guards at Ding's residence were lax, and there were signs of forced entry at the windows and doors of the study. While the clues left by the thief were few, they were not entirely devoid of leads. To me, it seemed merely a case of greedy domestic thieves or some foolish burglar who stumbled upon the situation by chance. Solving the case was merely a matter of time. His tone carried a kind of nearly arrogant confidence unique to young prodigies. My brother seemed to sense my nonchalance, and, before departing, took the time to caution me that this matter might involve a secretive and highly skilled mastermind, urging me not to underestimate it. Yuan Qingyan's gaze fleetingly passed over Yuan Qingsu. Yet regrettably, at that moment, I failed to heed my elder brother's valuable counsel. Yuan Qingsu raised his teacup, taking a gentle sip, and remained silent. At that time, Yuan Qingyan truly resembled an unruly young lion, difficult to tame. His voice momentarily faltered, and an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes, as if igniting a long-buried flame. Shortly after my brother departed, I received a most intriguing letter. Letter? Meng Qi could not suppress her curiosity, her bright eyes sparkling with interest. Yes, Yuan Qingyan nodded, and then signed, anonymous missive devoid of any traceable origin. It did not arrive through conventional postal means or couriers, but rather appeared, ghost-like, on the windowsill of my study. The window was closed. Upon hearing this, even Pei Jibai, who had maintained a composed demeanor, straightened his back slightly. To deliver a letter stealthily to the windowsill of the commandant of the Jinyiwei was a feat far beyond the capabilities of ordinary rogues. The envelope was sealed with a uniquely dark red wax, faintly imbued with the scent of blood. The letter itself was crafted from a rare type of bloodvine paper, originating from the southern regions, resilient in texture, yet possessing an uncanny, skin-like feel. Yuan Qingyan recalled each detail as vividly as if it were yesterday, and the letter's contents invigorated my spirit. He paused, seemingly savoring the long-lost thrill of encountering a worthy adversary. The letter contained no superfluous words, only a single line scrawled in cinnabar, twisting like the script of a ghostly incantation. It bore no resemblance to any known language or cipher, resembling instead the archaic symbols of an ancient shaman or the frenzied scribbles of a madman. I spent an entire hour poring over countless ancient tomes and even utilized some unique channels of the Jinyiwei, barely managing to decipher a sentence from the seemingly chaotic strokes. What did it say? Meng Qi and Pei Jibai inquired almost in unison. Xiao instinctively tightened her grip on Zhao Fei's hand, her eyes filled with tension. Yuan Qian's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice deep and imbued with an unusual magnetism. The message read, "A tedious game is about to commence. The first piece awaits your judgment on the board of fate. Midnight dreams return. The location is the Eastern Cemetery within the coffin." This brief statement struck like thunder, resonating within the hearts of those present. It brimmed with death, mystery, and unabashed provocation. I was utterly captivated by this letter. In Yuan Qingyan's eyes gleamed the excitement of a hunter upon spotting its prey. I commanded a temporary halt to the theft case at the Ding minister's residence and instructed Zhao Fei to accompany me to the Eastern Cemetery for further investigation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei displayed a faint smile of resignation. How could he forget the fervent zeal of our master back then, as well as all that transpired in that eerie cemetery? However, Yuan Qingyan shifted his tone, infusing it with gravity. The matter is far more complex than I had imagined. Just as we were preparing to embark on our journey to the mortuary, a second letter, or rather, a second invitation, arrived before me in a more dramatic fashion. A poison wolf's fang arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, struck with a resounding thud into the lintel of my study's door. Attached to the shaft was a small scroll, crafted from the same blood-red paper. Everyone present gasped in shock. Within the heavily guarded confines of the Jinyiwei, to think that someone could deliver a message with a poisoned arrow was nothing short of a brazen provocation and display of power. The scroll bore that same twisted script of incantations, yet this time, the contents were even more appalling. Yuan Qingyan's voice, as cold as ice, conveyed the message: the first hostage awaits. If by midnight you fail to unravel the mystery of the coffin, her blood will stain your path to glory. The game has only just begun, my adversary. The word hostage instantly made everyone comprehend the brutal essence of this game. It was not merely a battle of wits. It was a bloody contest of life and death, with the lives of innocents at stake. From that moment, I understood that Yuan Qingyan's gaze had grown as deep as an ancient, frozen pond. I was confronted by a true madman, a criminal expert who reveled in manipulating hearts and orchestrating life and death. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the pale, shocked faces of those present, and slowly spoke. That person is Jean Morin, although I already knew the answer. Hearing Yuan Qingyan utter that name sent a heavy weight into the hearts of Meng Qi and Pei Jibai. This criminal mastermind, who could toy with the Jinyiwei's deputy through mere letters, regarded human life as trifling. His cunning and danger were now painfully evident. In the days that followed, Yuan Qingyan's voice, imbued with a sense of distant remembrance and gravity, described how Jean Morin, like a ghost lurking in the shadows, persistently conveyed his game commands through unfathomable means. Each time, it was a new, meticulously planned case. Each time, an innocent hostage was taken. Each time, an exceedingly harsh deadline was imposed for solving the case. Should I fail, the hostage would meet the cruelest of fates. Though his tone remained calm, everyone could sense the harrowing pressure and the despair that could drive one to madness. In such circumstances, Ah Fei and I engaged in a relentless struggle for survival against this hidden devil that lasted for months. Yuan Qingyan's gaze fell upon Zhao Fei, his eyes reflecting a brotherly bond forged through shared hardships. We traversed nearly every corner of the capital, interrogating countless suspects, and bore witness to the innocent lives lost due to my failures. Zhao Fei's fist clenched unconsciously, his eyes reddening. Those days were a nightmarish ordeal for him as well. Yuan Qingyan took a deep breath, as if seeking to momentarily suppress those heavy memories, his voice regaining some semblance of tranquility. And all of this began with the first mystery of the coffin within that mortuary to the east of the city. He lifted his eyes, surveying the crowd, particularly the slightly widened pupils of Meng Qi and Pei Jibai, which were filled with curiosity and apprehension. He spoke slowly. Within that coffin, there lies neither a corpse nor a hostage, but rather an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box. The box is secured with a lock, its design remarkably peculiar. His words echoed softly within the silent reflection hall, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease throughout the assembly. Chapter 55. The Shadows of the Ancestral Hall inside the silent reflection hall. Yuan Qingyan's voice paused momentarily as he lifted the now lukewarm tea before him and took a sip. The depths of his phoenix eyes reflected the leaden light of the sky outside, mirroring the somber winter of several years prior, fraught with bloodshed and enigma. Meng Qi, Pei Jibai, and the others held their breath, their attention rapt, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt him, causing them to miss any detail of this bizarre cold case. Zhao Fei, with his head bowed and a complex expression, found the painful memories resurfacing, each recollection searing a fresh, burning mark upon his heart. The anonymous letter, inscribed in vermilion, indicated a location, the ancestral hall to the east of the city. Yuan Qingyan's voice resumed, steady yet laced with a barely perceptible chill. The letter specified that at the stroke of midnight, within the coffin, lies the first piece of the chess game, awaiting judgment. Ah Fei and I arrived punctually. He refrained from detailing how they eluded the hall's guards and infiltrated that eerie domain, yet everyone could envision that. Given his position as a commander in the Imperial Guard and his skills, it was no formidable task. Inside the ancestral hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space, broken only by a few white lanterns swaying in the cold wind, casting ghostly shadows. The air was thick with the musty odor of decaying wood, the acrid scent of burnt paper money, and a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of freshly turned earth. Yuan Qingyan's description was succinct yet vividly evocative, transporting his listeners into that sinister atmosphere. Following the directions in the letter, we located the innermost chamber housing a camphorwood coffin, allegedly prepared for a wealthy merchant who had met with a sudden demise. The coffin's lid was ajar, not sealed shut. He paused, seemingly recalling the suffocating tension of the moment. Ah Fei and I jointly pushed open the lid, only to find it empty. There was neither hostage nor corpse. What? Pei Jibai gasped, unable to contain himself. This was in stark contrast to what the letter had professed. Could it be a trick by Jean Morin? A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of Yuan Qingyan's mouth. No, it was not entirely devoid of contents. At the bottom of the coffin lay an exquisitely crafted rosewood box. It was locked, the lock's design strikingly odd, neither metal nor iron, resembling a polished bone of some beast. His gaze seemed to transcend time and space, once again beholding that ominous box from years past. However, just as I prepared to inspect the box closely, a sudden upheaval occurred. Yuan Qingyan's voice tightened, and an earth-shattering roar erupted from the ancestral hall's backyard. Almost immediately, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing forth. An explosion had occurred. En explosion. Meng Qi's heart raced violently. She could only imagine the sheer terror of an explosion in such a sinister and eerie environment. I immediately dashed out of the coffin room with a fei, and before us lay a storeroom in the backyard, which had been partially collapsed by an explosion. The flames raged fiercely, and the thick smoke stung our eyes and made it nearly impossible to see. Chaos surrounded us as the caretakers of the ancestral hall cried out in despair and scattered in all directions. By the time we arrived, the fire had been barely contained by the officials of Shuntian Prefecture and soldiers from the Wuqing military command who had rushed to the scene. The case was under the jurisdiction of Qian Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. When Yuan Qingyan mentioned this individual, there was a barely perceptible note of disdain in his tone. Upon hearing this, Pei Jibai's expression turned knowing. He had also heard of Qian Shaoqing, who had climbed to his position through family connections and opportunism. A man who was pedantic and obstinate, lacking in genuine talent and learning. Upon arriving at the fire scene, Qian Shaoqing immediately declared that it was an act of arson by malicious individuals, intent on destroying evidence. Learning that I had discovered a suspicious wooden box in the coffin, he became even more convinced that the contents of that box were connected to the arson case, eager to take it back to the Dali Temple for interrogation. Yuan Qingyan's tone carried a hint of mockery, and I sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Jean Morin had gone to great lengths to lead me here, and it could not merely be for the sake of witnessing an ordinary arson case. That one box? Meng Qi could not help but inquire. Naturally, I had seized the box. Yuan Qingyan replied nonchalantly, as if stating an obvious fact. Although Qian Shaoqing had his grievances, he did not dare to overstep in the presence of my Jinyiwei insignia. At this, everyone shared a knowing smile. Imagining the sight of Qian Shaoqing being put in his place by Yuan Qingyan, I brought the wooden box back to the Jinyiwei headquarters. Yuan Qingyan continued, stating that while the beast bone lock was peculiar, it posed no challenge for him. Upon opening the box, there were no treasures or letters that could directly implicate the perpetrator. There was only, he paused, seemingly deliberating his words, an old pair of shoes, caked with a peculiar type of mud, exuding an unusual odor. Old shoes? Everyone was taken aback. After all the effort, the anonymous letters, the explosion, and the hidden box in the coffin, it turned out to contain nothing more than an old pair of shoes. What on earth was Jean Morin up to? They were a pair of men's fabric shoes with a layered sole, seemingly worn by common folk, but the upper was crafted from fine silk, creating a somewhat incongruous appearance. The soles were heavily worn, especially at the heels, which showed distinct signs of inward tilting, suggesting that the owner might have had a slight inward turn of the feet or was accustomed to traversing a specific rugged terrain for an extended period. Yuan Qingyan's description was meticulous, as if that very pair of shoes were laid before us. Most striking were the clods of mud adhering to the soles and sides of the shoes. This was not the common yellow earth or sand found in the capital. Rather, it was a dark, viscous sediment, imbued with a faint aquatic odor reminiscent of riverbed silt. I collected a sample and submitted it to the Jinyiwei forensic experts for examination, discovering that the sediment contained remnants of aquatic algae, found only in a specific section of the reed marshes downstream of the Yongding River in the suburbs of the capital. The Yongding River downstream, the reed marshes. This revelation undoubtedly narrowed the scope of our investigation significantly. Aside from the dirt, the shoes exuded an exceptionally peculiar scent. Yuan Qingyan's brows slightly furrowed, as if he were striving to recall the striking aroma that lingered in his memory. It was not the usual odor of sweat or mildew, but rather a blend of faint herbal fragrances, a hint of floral notes, and a barely perceptible sweet, sickly scent reminiscent of rotting snake berries. The mention of herbal fragrance? Floral notes? The sweet, sickly scent of decaying snake berries? Meng Qi's heart raced. She was acutely sensitive to scents, and this seemingly unrelated combination of aromas instilled in her a profound sense of unease. At that moment, I sensed that these shoes were the true clue left to me by Jean Morin. A sharp glint of a hunter's instinct illuminated Yuan Qingyan's eyes as he ordered Ah Fei to investigate whether any recent disappearances or accidental deaths in the capital matched the characteristics of the shoe's owner. an inwardly turned foot. Frequent excursions to the lower reeds of the Yongding River, and possibly bearing similar herbal or floral scents. Soon, Ah Fei returned with news. Yuan Qingyan cast a glance at Zhao Fei, who instinctively straightened his posture. A painter by the name of Li, from the southern part of the city, was reported to have accidentally fallen into the Yongding River 3 days prior while sketching, resulting in his drowning. After his family reported the incident, the authorities hastily concluded it was a common accident. Notably, this painter had a slight inward turn to his feet and often sought inspiration in the reeds along the lower Yongding River. More importantly, Yuan Qingyan paused, his voice tinged with gravity. This painter suffered from severe rheumatic pain and regularly applied a pain-relieving ointment personally concocted by his wife, said to contain a variety of precious herbs and botanicals. The pain-relieving ointment. At that moment, all the clues seemed to intertwine like an invisible thread. I immediately dispatched someone to discreetly procure the jar of ointment used by the painter during his lifetime, as well as the clothes he wore when he drowned. A cold glimmer flashed in Yuan Qingyan's eyes as I discovered within that ointment a colorless and odorless substance that could slowly permeate through the skin, leading to muscle paralysis and confusion with prolonged use, a chronic poison. The primary ingredient of this poison was extracted from a particularly toxic variety of snakeberry. Snakeberry. It perfectly matched the decaying sweet scent on the shoes. The truth had become glaringly evident. Yuan Qingyan's voice resonated as if delivering a final judgment. The painter did not perish by accidental drowning. Rather, he was slowly poisoned over time with a tainted ointment. The perpetrator had calculated his habit of painting by the river, allowing the toxin to accumulate to a critical level, causing sudden muscle paralysis while he was in the water, rendering him unable to struggle, ultimately leading to his demise. Furthermore, the explosion at the charity graveyard, along with the sandalwood box containing the old shoes, were merely elaborate distractions meticulously orchestrated by Jean Morin. He sought to obscure the painter's more clandestine and brutal cause of death with a seemingly tragic explosion. He intended to divert my attention towards the wrong investigative path with those shoes. He might have even left misleading clues on that sandalwood box or the bone lock, attempting to frame an innocent party with a grudge against the painter for the entire case. What a cunning and ruthless mind Jean Morin possessed. Pei Jibai felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He had served in the Dali Temple for many years and had encountered numerous heinous criminals. Yet he had never encountered a perpetrator like Jean Morin, who treated murder as a mere game and toyed with human lives as if they were playthings. Meng Qi was equally alarmed. She could envision that if Yuan Qingyan were to make even the slightest misstep, he could easily fall into the myriad traps set by Jean Morin, not only failing to uncover the truth, but also potentially putting himself in grave danger. And what the first hostage? She could not help but inquire. A hint of fatigue crossed Yuan Qingyan's face, yet it was accompanied by a sense of relief. After revealing the true cause of Master Li's death and obtaining a confession from his wife, who ultimately admitted to poisoning him due to her unbearable suffering from his years of alcoholism and domestic violence. Through specific channels to Jean Morin, he released the first hostage. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, he also sent me the next art letter. The letter contained not only new game instructions, but also a mocking phrase written in blood. Yuan Qingyan, it took you a full 6 hours to unravel this first riddle. Too slow, too slow. For the next one, you must be quicker, or else that delicate hostage may meet a tragic end. Yuan Qingyan mimicked Jean Morin's morbid and frenzied tone, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Chapter 56. Blood-stained in the enigma in the quiet reflection hall. Yuan Qingyan's voice momentarily paused, and his deep phoenix eyes appeared to be tinged with the icy essence reminiscent of ancient coffins from the ancestral hall. He lifted the teacup but did not drink. Instead, he allowed the cool tea to gently sway within the white porcelain, mirroring the turbulent waves of memory that refused to settle. Jean Morin indeed adhered to his game rules. Yuan Qingyan slowly began to speak, his tone steady yet tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. After I made public the truth of Master Li's death, along with his wife Lu's testimony, within 3 hours, The first hostage, a 7-year-old prodigy well-renowned in the capital, was safely returned home. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, icy smile, along with the child. There was also the next challenge, a declaration of war from Zhang Moran. Pei Jibai and Meng Qi held their breaths. They could imagine that it would undoubtedly be another letter brimming with provocation and malice. It was still the wolf-tooth arrows, still the blood-vine paper. Yuan Qingyan's tone was inscrutable. Yet this time, the arrowhead bore no poison, while the scroll had an additional line written in blood, displaying even more audacity. Yuan Qingyan, it took you a full 6 hours to unravel this first riddle. Too slow, too slow. For the next one, you must be quicker, or else that delicate hostage may meet a tragic end. 6 hours. For a case involving chronic poisoning and meticulous planning, this was already astonishingly swift. Yet Zhang Moran still deemed it barely adequate. His arrogance and precise assessment of Yuan Qingyan's intellect were evident. Was there any new clue in the letter? Pei Jibai could not help but ask. Yuan Qingyan nodded gently. The letter included a rather rudimentary map, indicating a secluded location in the southern part of the city known as Jinyiwei Alley, and explicitly stated that new pieces had been waiting there for quite some time. Jinyiwei Alley, due to its remote position and the labyrinthine nature of its narrow paths, was often frequented by nefarious individuals, which contributed to its ominous name. Common folk dare not tread there easily. Without a moment's hesitation, Ah Fei and I promptly gathered our party and set forth towards Jinyiwei Alley. Yuan Qingyan's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, returning to that similarly gloomy afternoon. The alley indeed lived up to its name. It was dark and damp, twisting and turning in unexpected directions. In the depths of the alley, beneath a wall overgrown with moss, we discovered an abandoned, luxurious carriage. A carriage? A pang of anxiety gripped Meng Qi's heart. The presence of such an opulent vehicle in such an isolated spot was inherently unsettling. Indeed, Yuan Qingyan's expression sharpened slightly. It was a 4-wheeled carriage crafted from exquisite mahogany, spacious and lavishly adorned. The curtains were made from fine silk brocade, specifically supplied by the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau, and even the wheels were inlaid with tiny gemstones. Such a carriage would be a rarity in the entire capital, clearly indicating that its owner was either immensely wealthy or of noble birth. However, his tone shifted, imbued with a hint of chill, as he continued. Yet when we drew back the curtains, what we beheld was a sight most shocking. Inside the carriage, there were stains of blood everywhere. Although only a few words were spoken, it seemed as if all present could already sense the nauseating, heavy scent of blood. A copious amount of blood, Yuan Qingyan continued, his voice devoid of any emotion, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself, spilled from the seats, across the floor, and extending to the threshold of the carriage. In some areas, the blood had already dried and darkened, while in others, it still bore a faint, uncoagulated dampness. The splatter patterns and the degree of coagulation clearly suggested that a most ferocious struggle or perhaps a one-sided massacre had occurred here. What a body! Pei Jibai inquired urgently. Yuan Qingyan shook his head. There are no bodies. Aside from the blood, the carriage is entirely empty. This is clearly a case of murder for the sake of wealth, followed by the disposal of the corpse in the wilderness, exclaimed Qian Shaoqing. The junior official from the Ministry of Justice, who was already drenched in cold sweat from Yuan Qingyan's account, he was naturally present in memory. He leapt up, shouting, "Lord Yuan, quickly, order the city to be sealed off immediately. Search for the murderer. Seek the body of the victim." He appeared even more indignant than Yuan Qingyan, as if he had already reached a conclusion regarding the case. Has the identity of the carriage owner been established? Yuan Qingyan calmly inquired, ignoring Qian Shaoqing's outburst. Zhao Fei interjected, replying to your honor, the carriage indeed belongs to a newly risen wealthy merchant in the capital, surnamed Jia, given the name Wang Guan, known as Jia Million. Originally a trader from the Jiangnan region, he has developed his business in the capital over the past 2 years, flourishing due to his substantial financial resources and astute dealings, befriending many powerful figures, thus becoming a prominent figure in the city. Jia Million. Yuan Qingyan repeated the name, a flicker of keen insight passing through his gaze. Oof. Surely this Jia Million's ostentatious behavior and display of wealth have invited this calamity upon him. Qian Shaoqing, stroking his two thin mustaches, adopted an air of confidence. Sir Yuan, in my humble opinion, this case is not difficult. We merely need to investigate with whom Jia Baiwan has recently quarreled or identify any financially troubled companions he may have. And we will be able to trace the clues and uncover the true culprit. His assertions were delivered with conviction, as if he had already unraveled the intricacies of the case. However, Yuan Qingyan merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no response. He leaned down, meticulously examining every corner of the carriage. His gaze was sharper than that of the keenest hawk, missing no detail that could be overlooked. The pattern of the bloodstains appeared somewhat peculiar. Although abundant, most were smeared or dripped, lacking the distinct directional arterial spatter one would expect from a lethal blow. Furthermore, while the carriage was in disarray, it bore little evidence of a fierce struggle, such as torn fabric or hair. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a crevice in the seating area of the carriage. Something seemed to be lodged there. He extended his hand, delicately extracting it with two slender fingers. It was a small, crumpled, yellowed piece of paper. The texture of the paper did not resemble the commonly found Xian paper or bamboo paper of the Central Plains, but rather resembled a type of papyrus made from special plant fibers from the western regions. As he unfolded the paper, faint ink strokes revealed several fragmented lines, vaguely resembling the contours of mountains and rivers. It appeared to be a fragment of a map, depicting a region whose mountain ranges and river distributions were not found within the borders of the Great Zhou. It resembled the fabled and mysterious Kunlun Mountains of the distant western regions. His heart stirred slightly. He then discovered several peculiar coins, partially obscured by bloodstains, in an inconspicuous corner of the carriage floor near the door. These were not the round, square-holed copper coins common in the Great Zhou, nor the familiar gold and silver ingots, but rather flat, elliptical pieces made of an unknown metal, adorned with strange, tadpole-like characters and designs he had never seen before. Yuan Qingyan twirled the coins between his fingers, scrutinizing them closely. Having once marched to the western regions in his youth, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about their customs and curiosities. He felt he had encountered similar coins in the treasury of a conquered kingdom in the west. These were currencies from an ancient Western kingdom long out of circulation. A fragment of a Western map? Ancient Western coins? Why would these items be found inside the carriage of a wealthy merchant in the capital? And in this blood-soaked crime scene? Yuan Qingyan's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed that this seemingly straightforward case of murder and robbery concealed a more profound secret. Rising to his feet, he turned to the still chattering Qian Shaoqing, who was analyzing the potential for vendetta and robbery. Qian Shaoqing, he said coolly, I suspect that Jia Baiwan may not be deceased. What? Qian Shaoqing leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on, staring at Yuan Qingyan in disbelief. Sir Yuan, how can you say such a thing? Within the confines of the carriage, the bloodstains were alarming.